The oppressive power generated by the dying miraculous spirits created a significant obstacle for the ancient Buddha's palm seal, not only draining a portion of its strength, but also slowing its speed. At this moment, the miraculous spirits had become the best of allies, sharing a common enemy. The ability to glimpse the future with the prophecy spell had been completely shattered. Under this constant harassment, the speed of the ancient Buddha's palm seal was finally surpassed by Lin Moyu. The distance between the two began to widen. If the ancient Buddha's palm seal had consciousness, it would surely be in a thundering rage at this moment, like a cooked duck suddenly flying away. But the ancient Buddha's palm seal was evidently not angry. It persisted in its pursuit of Lin Moyu. No matter how Lin Moyu changed direction, it would always anticipate and change course accordingly. Lin Moyu tried his best to break the ancient Buddha's palm seal's focus, but all his attempts failed completely. He still didn't understand how the ancient Buddha's palm seal was able to track him. The difference in their levels created a huge information gap. Lin Moyu knew that if anyone else faced the seal, they would be tanned instead. Even Xiaosheng would find it difficult to escape such a fate. He himself was in grave danger. The ancient Buddha's palm seal was far behind him, almost out of sight. But Lin Moyu dared not relax for a moment. A sense of danger emanating from the depths of his soul constantly reminded him that the peril was still there. As long as the ancient Buddha's palm seal existed, he would always face the risk of being killed at any moment. He continued to use the miraculous spirits to interfere with the seal. The distance between them grew ever larger. Fortunately for Lin Moyu, he did not encounter any sudden bursts of immense pressure along his flight path. In the habitat of the miraculous spirits, such immense pressure would sometimes erupt like lightning in a certain area, but he had avoided it. It was truly a stroke of luck. After flying for another 10 million kilometers, the miraculous spirits no longer appeared. Suddenly, an unimaginably immense pressure crashed down on him. This pressure completely surpassed the limits of his physical body's endurance. Lin Moyu's God King golden body was nearly shattered in an instant. His innate damage transfer ability activated, saving him just in time. By now, Lin Moyu had summoned over 10 million undead from his legion. Compared to the hundreds of millions in his legion at its peak, it was nothing. But it was enough to bear the damage on his behalf. He had left the region of the miraculous spirits. This was the true center of the Palace of Miracles. Lin Moyu stared at the colossal law crystal in his sight. After passing through the 10th level area, which was the habitat of the miraculous spirits, one officially entered the center of the Palace of Miracles. Here, the pressure became incredibly immense. A first-tier God King's body would be crushed in an instant, and even Xiaosheng couldn't move freely here. Lin Moyu could only operate here by relying on his damage transfer ability. Moreover, the closer he got to the law crystal, the greater the pressure became. Eventually, even the laws themselves could not escape this pressure, and would be compressed together. This pressure had reached its extreme limit. Even a God's sovereign here could not enter the very center. Naturally, Lin Moyu did not dare to venture deep inside. If he dared to get any closer, the pressure would crush him to pieces, his flesh and blood forever becoming companions to the law crystal. Damage transfer would be useless. He could only endure it at the very edge. Thus, upon entering the center of the miraculous land, Lin Moyu immediately flew along its border, not daring to go any deeper. He relied on his passive damage transfer skill, circling the edge. At the same time, Lin Moyu released a portion of his skeletons, letting them exit the central area. Observing his surroundings, the entire central region of the miraculous land was not large, with a diameter of about 1 million kilometers and a circumference of about 3 million kilometers. At Lin Moyu's speed, circling the edge would only take 200 seconds. Lin Moyu didn't need to fly a full circle. Half a circle, or even less, would be enough. He flew half a circle at his fastest speed, reaching the other side of the central region. At that moment, the ancient Buddha's palm seal had just entered the central region. The ancient Buddha's palm seal did not change its course, it only knew how to pursue Lin Moyu in a straight line. Lin Moyu stood on the other side of the central region, observing the seal through the skeletons he had released earlier, using his undead vision. Between him and the ancient Buddha's palm seal was the law crystal. In his plan, the ancient Buddha's palm seal would go straight through the law crystal to attack him. The time he had gained thanks to the miraculous spirits was now being put to use here. I'm using the unique properties of this land, and the ancient Buddha's palm seal's weakness of moving in a straight line. Can it be stopped? It all depends on the law crystal. I really want to know the outcome. It would be great if the prophecy spell still worked, but my 3 daily uses have been exhausted. Otherwise, I could have foreseen the result. As long as I don't react, the result seen through the prophecy spell will be accurate. The ancient Buddha's palm seal rushed into the center of the land, maintaining its straight path towards Lin Wei. It paid no heed to the law crystal. Perhaps in the ancient Buddha's eyes, nothing could withstand a single palm strike from it. The ancient Buddha's palm seal drew closer and closer to the law crystal, and the pressure increased dramatically. Lin Wei saw the ancient Buddha's palm seal begin to tremble, shake, and become unstable. The pressure in the center of this land was not something the energy of the miraculous spirits could compare to. Even the miraculous spirits were affected, let alone this place. The ancient Buddha's palm seal endured the immense pressure, its speed began to slow, and its aura weakened. The seal began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller, as the immense pressure from all sides compressed it. When it finally struck the law crystal, it had little power left. The law crystal emitted a loud bang, vibrated violently for a few seconds, and then fell silent. The ancient Buddha's palm seal had merged with the law crystal and vanished completely. At this moment, Lin Moyu's soul also became quiet, the danger signal was gone. Lin Moyu let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. His tense nerves could finally relax. Immediately after, he left the central region, and began to head back the way he came. On his way back, he reflected on his gains and losses. Actually, I could have thought of this method sooner. I was just too foolish, not flexible enough. I should have used the geographical advantage properly. If I had run behind the law crystal earlier to use it as a shield, my undead legion wouldn't have suffered such losses. Or was I too confident in my own strength, thinking that the undead legion alone was enough to handle it? Different realms are worlds apart. Confidence is good, but sometimes it can get you killed. Luckily, it was only one palm strike. If the ancient Buddha himself had come, I'm afraid even the law crystal wouldn't have been able to block it. Lin Moyu replayed the entire process in his mind. The prophecy spell played a huge role. If not for it, he wouldn't have been able to formulate a response plan. The prophecy spell was magical, but what was even more magical was the law of fate. The prophecy spell was just a tiny fraction derived from the law of fate. If I could truly control the law of fate, perhaps I could know the future. As he gradually calmed down, Lin Moyu couldn't help but mutter, "Are these great figures of the human clan really that unreliable? It's been so long, and they still haven't come. If my luck wasn't good enough, I would have really died. By then, those great figures could only come to collect my corpse, and perhaps even the corpse would be gone." Lin Moyu thought to himself that he had previously believed the Buddha clan couldn't possibly kill him within human territory, but he was nearly proven wrong. The great figures of the human clan were truly unreliable. As he was thinking, a voice sounded by his ear. "Who did you say was unreliable?" A figure clad entirely in black, exuding a mysterious and noble aura, stood there. His face was obscured as if covered by a layer of mist. Lin Moyu was certain this was the same mysterious person he had met in the black hole before. From a distance, his undead vision swept over, causing Lin Moyu to shudder and quickly retract his gaze. The soul fire was too dazzling. The moment his undead vision made contact, it completely filled his view, instantly severing all connection. The difference in their realms was too vast. The mysterious person looked into the distance, where a withered skeleton lay. A good ability, to be able to see another's soul so clearly. Even a god sovereign would find it hard to detect. The mysterious person's voice was clear, sounding very young. With a single sentence, he had exposed the ability of the undead vision. Of course, the ability of the undead vision was more than just seeing souls. But Lin Moyu didn't want to discuss it further. "Senior, were you here just now?" The mysterious person replied in a calm tone. "What do you think?" Lin Moyu felt that he certainly wasn't here before but was hesitant to say it directly. Thinking this, he replied, "It seems Senior wanted to test this junior. If I had known Senior was here, this junior wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble." The veil on the mysterious person's face trembled slightly. Lin Moyu felt he must have an expression, but he couldn't see it. The mysterious person said, "Never, at any time, entrust your life to others. Your own fate must be fought for by yourself." Lin Moyu smiled faintly. He had previously guessed this person wasn't here, and now he was completely certain. If he had really waited for this person to save him, his grave would probably be 3 feet tall by now. But what the person said was not wrong. Fight for your own fate. Relying on anyone is not as good as relying on yourself. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Lin Moyu bowed slightly, showing respect. Whatever he thought, his outward demeanor was very deferential. The mysterious person responded softly, seemingly pleased with Lin Moyu's attitude. Seeing that his attitude was quite gentle, no longer as high and mighty as in the black hole, Lin Moyu took the opportunity to ask, "Senior, this junior has a question. How did that ancient Buddha's palm strike find me?" Lin Moyu was very curious about this. How could the ancient Buddha possibly locate him? The Buddha clan was so far from the battlefield, an unknown number of light years away. To cross such a vast expanse of space and still find him was something even an ancient Buddha should find difficult. The mysterious person said slowly, "The law of causality." The law of causality. Lin Moyu repeated the mysterious person's words. This junior remembers now. The law of causality ranks first among all laws. It is a mysterious and powerful law. No one in our human clan has mastered this law. I didn't expect someone from the Buddha clan to have mastered it. The mysterious person snorted softly. He hasn't mastered this law. He was only able to use a sliver of it through an ancient artifact. Besides, you don't need to worry. He could only launch that one strike. It will be difficult for him to find you again in the future. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. He was only afraid that the opponent would come after him a few more times, which would be truly troublesome. He couldn't just hide here forever, could he? Lin Moyu asked, "So, can he come here himself?" "No," the mysterious person replied decisively. "That one can't even protect himself. The ancient Buddha can't even protect himself." These few words contained a lot of information. As Lin Moyu was lost in thought, the mysterious person called lightly, interrupting his train of thought. "You don't need to guess. That matter has nothing to do with you. I, on the other hand, am very curious. Why did he attack you?" Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "I found a seated Buddha statue in the netherworld swamp. I didn't expect a Buddha's soul to be hidden inside. That Buddha called himself the ancient Buddha's revered one, but I pay him no mind." The mysterious person seemed to be staring at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt an invisible gaze on him. After a while, the mysterious person finally spoke. "How did you deal with that Buddha?" Lin Moyu replied in a calm tone. "Once my spell is activated, it cannot be stopped." He was refined. Being refined means he's dead. No matter the process, the result is the same. That Buddha no longer exists. You are truly brave, daring to kill even the ancient Buddha's revered one. The mysterious person's voice was as calm as before. It was unclear if he was praising or mocking Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took it as praise. I didn't know if he was telling the truth or not. Besides, my spell truly cannot be stopped. If he had said something earlier, there might have been a chance. Really? The mysterious person sneered, clearly not believing Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if he had spoken earlier, I would have asked Senior Chu to eliminate him. Senior Chu could surely block a palm strike from the ancient Buddha. Lin Moyu believed that Shu Kyu could easily block that strike, and even if he couldn't, he would have ways to protect his life. Seeing Lin Moyu remain silent, the mysterious person changed the subject. I gave you a life, paving stone. Why didn't you use it? I wouldn't use it unless it was the last resort, when there was truly no other way. Lin Moyu answered very frankly this time. That's right, the mysterious person said. Take out the life, paving stone. Lin Moyu took out the black life, paving stone. The stone looked unremarkable. If dropped on the road, no one would bother to pick it up. Who would have known it came from the hands of a great figure? The mysterious person touched the life, paving stone with his finger, and an invisible stream of law flowed into the stone. The already black stone became even darker. Lin Moyu felt it heat up, and the power within seemed to have grown stronger. The mysterious person said, I have enhanced its power. If another ancient Buddha level figure attacks you, it can guarantee your survival. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. The mysterious person's implication was that before, when facing an ancient Buddha level figure, the life paving stone could not guarantee his light. It couldn't before, but now that it's been enhanced, it can. Wasn't this a trap? Luckily, he didn't use it this time. If he had relied on the life paving stone, would he have died? Indeed, one cannot trust others too much. My life must be protected by myself, Lin Moyu thought. He put away the life paving stone and said, Thank you, Senior. The mysterious person said, All right, go cultivate on your own. As his words fell, the mysterious person vanished like smoke, disappearing without a trace. Lin Moyu sighed. As expected, his cultivation was still insufficient. There were some things he couldn't get answers to even if he asked. Lin Moyu had many other questions, but seeing that it was useless to ask, he didn't bother. The crisis of the ancient Buddha's palm seal was over. Lin Moyu looked at the strange void, preparing to use the miraculous energy to cultivate his body. Outside the miraculous land, Chu Qi looked towards it with worry. Suddenly, a voice sounded by her ear. He's fine. The mysterious person appeared beside Chu Qiu, his calm voice sounding like celestial music. Chu Qiu calmly replied, With you taking action, of course nothing would happen. The mysterious person shook his head. I did not act. He saved himself. Chukei was stunned. Facing the palm seal of an ancient Buddha, how could he save himself? Even I would have difficulty blocking a strike from an ancient Buddha. I might not die, but I would definitely be injured. Although Lin Mui's talent is outstanding, his strength is still far from mine. How could he possibly stop it? The mysterious person said, he is very smart. He used the characteristics of the miraculous spirits to delay for time, then used the law crystal at the center to neutralize the ancient Buddha's palm seal. Chukei said, oh. It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine. That kid is indeed very smart. The mysterious person snorted softly. But he was lucky this time to be in the Palace of Miracles. If it were anywhere else, he would be 10 tenths dead. The mysterious person looked at Chukei. The problem lies with you. You've touched that seed Buddha, haven't you? Chukei grunted in agreement. Didn't you realize? A Buddha's soul was hidden inside that seed Buddha, and that Buddha's soul was the ancient Buddha's revered one. That's why the ancient Buddha could use the law of causality to attack Lin Muiyu. Hearing this, Chukei's expression turned ugly. Earlier, when the ancient Buddha's palm seal appeared, she had guessed the problem was with the seeded Buddha. She had asked Lin Muiyu what he wanted to use the seeded Buddha for. It was her own fault for not being careful enough at the time, for not discovering the hidden Buddha's soul inside, and one that was the ancient Buddha's revered one at that, nearly getting Lin Muiyu killed. The mysterious person said, everyone has their own destiny. If one is truly meant to die, no one can stop it. This incident isn't entirely bad, a mistake led to an unexpected result, and it also gives us an excuse. Chukei's whole body trembled, her voice carrying a hint of shock. Are we going to make a move on the Buddha clan? The mysterious person did not answer directly. Focus on your breakthrough. Perhaps you can still surpass them. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Chukei's eyes as she clenched her fists. Good. Lin Muiyu was still replenishing his undead legion. This time he was lucky to have survived. The undead legion had been almost completely wiped out. After half a day, he had only summoned back a third of them, but a third was enough to deal with the miraculous spirits. Lin Muiyu had already come up with his next plan, to maximize his advantages to rapidly enhance his physical body. From a distance, a powerful aura rushed over. Lin Muiyu looked towards the newcomer. Senior brother Xiao, why are you here? Cao Sheng hurried over, standing before Lin Muiyu with an excited expression. Junior brother Lin, you're all right, that's wonderful. His voice trembled, and the worry in his eyes had not yet faded. Lin Muiyu smiled. A narrow escape from death. Junior brother Lin is truly extraordinary, to be able to block even a palm strike from an ancient Buddha. Lin Muiyu somewhat understood Xiao Sheng's meaning and also felt his sincere concern. It was just luck. Senior brother Xiao, your injuries haven't healed, you shouldn't have come here. Daojin shook his head. It's fine. With junior brother Lin's loss, my injuries will heal quickly. It's just a pity that I was powerless to help junior brother Lin. The fact that senior brother Xiao came here is enough. This kindness is more important than anything. The two chatted for a few more sentences before Xiao Shen returned. His injuries had not fully healed, so it was indeed not suitable for him to be here. If something unexpected happened, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the other miraculous spirits along the way had been cleared out. After Xiao Shen left, Lin Muiyu whispered I should get to work too. One after another, skeleton god generals flew out, scattering in all directions. Lin Muiyu didn't need to find the miraculous spirits himself. The skeleton god generals could do it for him. He just needed to wait here for the skeleton god generals to bring back suitable miraculous spirits. The light bead which obediently lay on Lin Muiyu's shoulder. With it, the skeleton god generals could transform into streams of light, reaching speeds of 150,000 kilometers per second. The miraculous land was not too big, nor too small. Finding and bringing back the miraculous spirits would take some time. Lin Muiyu gently flipped his hand, and a small flower pot appeared. Inside was a patch of green grass, with 5 leaves neatly arranged in a row at the top, and a new sprout just emerging below. Previously, Chukei had nurtured it for 300 years, only managing to grow it from 4 leaves to 5, after which there was no more progress. Despite all of Chukei's efforts, there were no results. Lin Muiyu had initially used a bit of the life force from his undead law to help the new sprout grow, which was why Chukei had given it to him. The appraisal spell yielded no results. Lin Muiyu tried to summon the elemental witch, treating the grass as a treasure for divination, but it was still useless. Infinite fusion didn't seem interested either. Lin Muiyu tried infusing it with life force, and the small grass immediately perked up. In this void space, the small grass grew tall and vibrant, the newly sprouted leaf seeming to have aged many years. What kind of grass was this? It probably originated from the rules of chaos, likely related to the ancient era. For now, it seemed the undead law could affect it. It was probably still immature. It might be very useful in the future. Lin Moyu experimented and found that the small grass's growth was not a short-term matter. Even infusing it with a large amount of life force only made the sixth leaf slightly larger. Let's see if I can absorb it into my soul. A stream of soul power extended, enveloping the small grass. He wanted to try to absorb the small grass into his soul to be nurtured. The soul power surrounded the small grass, but it did not react at all. Nor could it be absorbed into the soul like a magic treasure. Lin Moyu guessed that Chukiyu had also tried to absorb it into her soul before, but had obviously failed. Does it require a master-servant contract like a magic treasure? It's probably not that simple. If it were that simple, Senior Chu would have done it already. It seems I can only study it slowly later. After trying for a while, Lin Moyu had no choice but to give up. The small grass, enveloped in soul power, swayed slowly, moving without wind. It had a hint of arrogance, as if it disdained Lin Moyu's soul power, as if saying, "You want to absorb me? Dream on." Lin Moyu was both amused and annoyed. How did this little grass have such sentience, and even show disdain for him? He suspected he was hallucinating, a side effect of his near-death experience. Just as Lin Moyu was about to give up completely, the talent tree in his soul suddenly trembled. The talent tree resided in his soul world, its roots incredibly developed, delving deep into the void, reaching unknown places. Lin Moyu knew the roots of the talent tree continuously absorbed power, converting it into abundant soul power, ready to assist him at any time. Thanks to it, he never had to worry about running out of soul power, unless it was a life and death battle. Otherwise, he could fly continuously for a very long time. At this moment, the roots of the talent tree vibrated wildly. A root withdrew from the void, following the stream of soul power into the great world. The sudden movement of the talent tree surprised Lin Moyu slightly. The roots, which had never appeared before him, now extended out and wrapped around the small grass in his hand. This is beneficial to the talent tree. Lin Moyu was secretly amazed. Previously, undergoing infinite fusion with mysterious iron blocks and spiritual materials was a common occurrence. If infinite fusion could generate some intelligence, then it wouldn't be strange for the talent tree to develop intelligence either. Lin Moyu would naturally not stop the talent tree, especially for an unknown little grass. Even if it was a rare treasure, as long as the talent tree needed it, he would willingly give it away. No matter how precious the little grass was, it was still just a grass, an external object. The talent tree was what truly belonged to him. Using an external object to strengthen himself was a great bargain. The root wrapped around the small grass, its movement somewhat rough, not at all careful. It wasn't afraid of damaging the small grass because the grass was surprisingly tough and hard to destroy. Chu Qiyu had said this thing couldn't be broken or killed. Wrapped by the root, the small grass trembled, as if in fear, completely losing its previous arrogant demeanor. Lin Moyu was certain that even if this little grass hadn't developed intelligence, it had extraordinary instincts. If given more time to grow, perhaps it would truly develop intelligence. By then, if the plant took form, who knows what formidable thing it would become. With its hard to kill, hard to destroy nature, it might even become a cosmic great tree. After the root completely enveloped the small grass, it suddenly pulled with great force, uprooting the small grass from the pot. The soil in the pot scattered, and Lin Moyu waved his hand to collect all of it. This was no ordinary soil, but came from the holy land of some race, containing powerful life force in itself. This bit of soil alone was a decent god king level material. The root system of the small grass was strangely developed. The grass itself was only about 30 km tall, but its roots were incredibly long and dense. Hidden in the soil, they weren't obvious, but now they were clearly visible, a tangled mass of fine, long roots looking like a ball of messy wool. Is this growing downwards? As Lin Moyu was thinking, he received a signal from the talent tree. The talent tree sent a weak signal, asking if it could eat it. It wants to eat. The talent tree was like a child asking its father if it could eat. Lin Moyu happily agreed. The talent tree immediately showed joy and wrapped itself around the small grass. In the soul world, the talent tree's root pulled the small grass back and buried it among its dense, flourishing root system. A visible surge of energy rose from the base of the plant, flowing throughout the great tree. The entire tree trembled, its branches and leaves rustling incessantly. Digested so quickly. Lin Moyu hadn't expected the talent tree to digest it so fast, almost instantly refining the energy within. The talent tree did indeed have refining capabilities, but this speed was too fast. The small grass was astonishingly tough. Not only hard to destroy but also capable of surviving in the cosmos. Lin Moyu couldn't help but admire it. There's always a higher mountain. After absorbing the energy of the small grass, the talent tree bore a small, green fruit on a branch. The green fruit was vibrant, making one's mouth water just by looking at it. It felt like this fruit would be very sour. The small fruit grew rapidly, from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist in less than 10 seconds. The fruit fell, landing right in the hand of his soul body. With a thought from Lin Moyu, the soul body opened its mouth and swallowed the fruit. A stream of information from the talent tree flowed to him. Lin Moyu finally knew what the small grass was. It was called an immortal tree sapling. Lin Moyu had never heard of an immortal tree, but the name alone suggested its power. The talent tree had refined this sapling into a fruit. After eating the fruit, his talent would change. Everything else remained the same, but the regeneration ability in his talent was enhanced from 1 rebirth every 30 seconds to 2 rebirths every 30 seconds. The cooldown remained 30 seconds. But the number of rebirths doubled, and each rebirth would reset his spells. From now on, killing Lin Moyu would be even more difficult. Lin Moyu felt that if he faced the ancient Buddha's palm seal again, even without the help of the miraculous spirits and the law crystal, he would probably survive. Of course, this was just a feeling. He wouldn't go seeking death by jumping in front of the ancient Buddha and saying, "Try hitting me again, see if I die." This was truly making the best use of things. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. There was no better outcome than this. Even if he had to trade several god sovereign level magic treasures for it, he wouldn't. External power was not as good as one's own power. Having an extra life was what was most important. The talent tree seemed very happy, its body constantly shaking, conveying its emotions. Lin Moyu discovered that besides himself, the talent tree also benefited. Its sentience seemed to have grown a little stronger. The matter of a talent developing sentience, like a spell developing sentience, was unprecedented. A message came from a skeleton god general. One had returned with a miraculous spirit. Lin Moyu immediately returned to the miraculous land and looked into the distance. A skeleton god general, transformed into a stream of light, was flying towards him. Behind it was a miraculous spirit. The miraculous spirit was slightly slower than the skeleton god general, quite a distance away. On Lin Moyu's order, the skeleton god general brought back a 3rd-tier god king level miraculous spirit. This type of miraculous spirit was very common here and was the lowest level. Lin Moyu would naturally test from low to high, step by step, to check his own limits. He now had a 1st-tier god king body, thanks to a perfect promotion, reaching the level of a god king golden body, which was several times stronger than a normal god king's body. Lin Moyu knew that god king level body was very strong, but he had never used it. He needed to test it. He pointed a finger at the miraculous spirit. A star-level spell, Boneyard Hell. This was the first time he had used the spell, combining 4 types of bone, system spells and removing 4 other star spells. Lin Moyu was very much looking forward to its power. With a simple command from Lin Moyu, the surrounding world instantly turned into a region of white ash. This world had only 2 colors, white and gray, like a unique realm of the dead. The white ash region covered an area of 10,000 meters in the cosmos, filled with countless snow, white bones. From old, gray, large bones to new, white bone fragments, they were densely and chaotically distributed. The white ash region seemed to be connected to a real hell. Countless holes appeared all over the world, both in the sky and on the ground, spewing out huge gray flames, almost turning the Boneyard Hell into a real hell. These flames came from hell and were extremely powerful. The miraculous spirit was burned by the flames, its whole body charred, letting out a miserable cry. These flames felt exactly like his undead flame, only stronger in attack power, though their force was greater. His undead flame was more focused on support, reviving the dead, and not actively attacking. Both were undead flames, but their properties were completely different. The gray-white world of the Boneyard Hell was immersed in a sea of fire. The flame, coming from the undead hell, contained terrifying power. A 3rd-tier god king miraculous spirit couldn't even last a minute before being burned to ashes. Immediately after, an invisible pressure descended on Lin Moyu. The pressure appeared strangely, without any warning, appearing the moment the miraculous spirit was destroyed. Lin Moyu felt as if the miraculous spirit's soul was taking revenge. Of course, that was just a feeling. Lin Moyu didn't intend to investigate the deep cause. Immense pressure surged from all directions, constantly attacking him. The pressure on his soul was the weakest. Against his 4th-grade peak soul barrier, this pressure was insignificant. The pressure on his physical body was much stronger. Lin Moyu felt it was slightly stronger than in the 10th level area, but the increase was limited. It still couldn't reach his physical limits. If he only relied on killing 3rd-tier God King miraculous spirits, the rate of strengthening might even be slower than in the 10th level area. Through this test, Lin Moyu knew that killing 3rd-tier God King miraculous spirit was not enough. He needed to quickly enhance his physical body, so he had to kill higher level miraculous spirits. The boneyard hell still manifested in space, the world of white ash standing out against the darkness, extremely dazzling. The miraculous spirit that had just died was strangely reborn within the boneyard hell, its form exactly the same as before, constantly changing, with no specific shape. Only its color changed to gray-white, covered in a thin layer of gray flame. It died in the boneyard hell and became its slave. As long as Lin Moyu's undead hell existed, it could never escape. Even if it died again in the boneyard hell, it would soon be revived. The boneyard hell is stronger than I imagined. Moreover, the more enemies it kills, the stronger it becomes. It's another type of skill that gets stronger with battle. Lin Moyu felt the power of the boneyard hell. This power was not just temporary, but continuously increasing. But similarly, the strengthening of the boneyard hell required his effort, meaning to constantly kill enemies to accumulate power. If it coordinate the boneyard hell, the undead legion, and the Buddha kingdom in palm, how terrifying would the power be? Lin Moyu considered his tactics. In the meantime, the skeleton god generals returned with more miraculous spirits. This time, there were more of them, a total of 4, 3 3rd-tier god kings and 1 4th-tier god king. Lin Moyu wanted to see if killing multiple miraculous spirits at once would have a better stimulating effect on his body. The boneyard hell appeared again in the void, enveloping the 4 miraculous spirits. The boneyard hell was not just an offensive weapon but also had the ability to imprison opponents. The 4 unintelligent miraculous spirits charged around randomly in the boneyard hell, unable to escape for the moment. Lin Moyu temporarily ignored the 4th-tier god king, and controlled the undead hellfire to burn the 3 3rd-tier god kings. The miraculous spirits were quickly burned to death, and 3 pressures simultaneously acted on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu carefully felt them. The 3 pressures overlapping were indeed stronger. It seemed that killing multiple miraculous spirits at once could further enhance the pressure. Are 3 3rd-tier god kings stronger than 1 4th-tier god king? With a thought, he immediately controlled a skeleton god general to charge into the boneyard hell, its sword energy sweeping across. The 4th-tier god king miraculous spirit was instantly slain. If he had used the undead flame, he would have had to spend effort burning it. But with a skeleton god general, it was so easy. The skeleton god general had strength equivalent to an 8th-tier god king. The difference in realms allowed it to crush these miraculous spirits. The battle with the ancient Buddha's palm seal before wasn't because the skeleton god general was weak, but because the ancient Buddha's palm seal was monstrously strong. The miraculous spirit was killed, but the retaliatory pressure did not fall on him. As the skeleton god general felt the retaliatory force, the soul fire within him flickered. He was a little surprised. So that's how it is. If the skeletons kill them, I'm not affected. It seems the plan needs to be changed. The retaliation of the miraculous spirits falls on whoever kills them. If the skeleton god general kills them, it only counts against the skeleton god general, having nothing to do with him. This change forced him to adjust his plan. Originally, he intended to use the skeleton god generals to quickly eliminate a large number of miraculous spirits after determining his own limits through testing. He had an advantage in numbers, and whether it was searching for or eliminating miraculous spirits, he could control it well to maximize efficiency. But now, that was clearly not feasible. The skeleton god general killing miraculous spirits brought him no benefit. He quickly devised a new strategy. Use the skeleton god generals to lure the miraculous spirits, and then he would kill them himself. If there were many, he could use the Starlight Witch's illusions to trap them. I still don't know the limits of the boneyard hell. If the boneyard hell's slaves kill the miraculous spirits, does it count against them? Or does it count against me? He needed to continue testing. After conducting a few more tests, he found that if he used the slaves of the boneyard hell to kill the miraculous spirits, the retaliation would still fall on him. The slaves of the boneyard hell were no less powerful than when they were alive, and covered in undead flame. They were not afraid of death. Their attack power was even stronger than when they were alive. In this process, he also found the most suitable type of miraculous spirit for himself. A 6th-tier god king miraculous spirit was his current limit of endurance. If he didn't use the damage transfer spell and was retaliated against by a 7th-tier god king miraculous spirit, his body would quickly disintegrate. If he used damage transfer, there would be no effect of tempering his body. Finally, he decided to prioritize finding 6th-tier god king miraculous spirits. The effect was equivalent to killing 5 5th-tier god king miraculous spirits. Through these tests, he also discovered the limits of the Boneyard Hell. If relying solely on the attack power of the Boneyard Hell itself, its upper limit was only killing a 4th-tier God King miraculous spirit. For cultivators who were only at the early God King stage, a spell that could fight across levels, and even 3 levels higher, would surely be considered an invincible spell. But for him, a spell that could only kill enemies 3 levels higher was just normal. He had many spells that could achieve that level. But the true power of the Boneyard Hell did not lie in its attack power, but in its slaves. Any creature that died in the Boneyard Hell would become its slave. Therefore, he collected high-level miraculous spirits, had the skeleton god generals kill them, and turned them into slaves of the Boneyard Hell. After testing, there was now a slave in the Boneyard Hell that was an 8th-tier God King miraculous spirit. With this slave he could easily kill any miraculous spirit below the 8th-tier God King level. Moreover, the retaliation from these miraculous spirits would all count against him. The Boneyard Hell, for him, was like a huge mobile barracks. The slaves inside were the soldiers, and he was the supreme general. When not needed, it could be neatly put away. When needed, it could be summoned immediately and deployed at will. He tested it at full power. The maximum range of the Boneyard Hell could reach a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. Once deployed, it was like a huge continent floating in the void, capable of turning an entire region of the cosmos into a gray-white hell of bones. The Boneyard Hell was not only for combat but also an excellent protective shield for himself. He could cover himself with a layer of Boneyard Hell in a special form at any time. This defensive layer was not only powerful, but anyone who attacked him would be marked by the Boneyard Hell. Once marked, their souls could never escape. What a terrifying spell, even stronger than my imagination. Infinite Fusion has once again performed a great service. I wonder if Frieren will continue to fuse the remaining spells. For now, Infinite Fusion was still weak and could not be used temporarily. He began to act, summoning the skeleton god generals to search for miraculous spirits. The skeleton god generals would select suitable spirits and bring them back for him to destroy with the Boneyard Hell. If they encountered unsuitable spirits, he would recall the skeleton god generals. When the skeleton god generals disappeared, the miraculous spirits, having lost their target, would wander aimlessly in the void. He continuously endured the oppressive tempering from these miraculous spirits. Under the constant stimulation, his physical strength increased rapidly. The number of slaves in the Boneyard Hell also grew at a shocking rate. In less than 100 days, the number of slaves exceeded 10,000. 2/3 of them were 5th-tier God King miraculous spirits, and the remaining third were 6th-tier God King level. During this process, he also tested his other spells. The Buddha Kingdom Witch and the Buddha Kingdom in Palm could indeed be coordinated with the Boneyard Hell. It was a pity that these miraculous spirits couldn't use any laws, so he couldn't weaken them. He controlled the Buddha Kingdom Witch, arbitrarily weakening one type of law while strengthening the undead law. The strength of the undead legion immediately rose by a level. The 8th-tier God King skeleton god generals were now as strong as 9th-tier God Kings. Although they couldn't fight across levels, it was enough to be dominant in the same realm. The entire process went very smoothly. Within 100 days, he had completely mastered the changes after advancing to God King. Day by day, his 1st-tier God King body was advancing towards the 2nd tier. One day, the weakening effect of the 6th-tier God King miraculous spirits diminished. At this time, his body was still 1st-tier God King, but it was much stronger than when he had first entered the 1st tier. From this day on, he began to hunt 7th-tier God King miraculous spirits. Miraculous spirits were not rare, but the higher the level, the scarcer they became. Especially 9th-tier God King miraculous spirits. He had only encountered a few dozen over the past 100 days. He memorized their locations. One by one, 7th-tier God King miraculous spirits were destroyed, becoming slaves in the Boneyard Hell, and his physical strength once again soared. Finally, after 200 days, his body erupted with a dazzling golden light. The golden light illuminated the void for tens of thousands of miles. He stood in the light, his expression solemn, a majestic aura naturally emanating from him. His whole body exuded a commanding presence without needing to be angry. The flesh under his clothes constantly bulged, and the blood flowing under his skin made a sound like ocean waves. Along with his powerful heartbeat, a huge sound echoed in the void. He could clearly feel the immense power being generated from every corner of his body. With his 2nd-tier God King golden body, he could not only shatter a star with one punch but also kill an enemy of the same realm with a single blow. If a 2nd-tier God King cultivator attacked him with a spell, he could also shatter it with just one punch. Even low-level magic treasures of the God King realm would find it hard to harm him. All this was based on the premise that Lin Moyu did not resist at all, did not use damage transfer to leave, and suppressed his own talents. Sometimes, Lin Moyu also wondered how monstrous his defensive power had become. It was almost impossible for a minor god sovereign to kill him. And even a god sovereign would face a lot of trouble. A strong body was just the icing on the cake. It wasn't decisive. But he continued to do so, as if driven by some instinct. He wanted to be stronger, to build a solid foundation, to reach a higher realm, to defy fate for his beloved wife. Therefore, every step had to be steady, perfect, without any flaws. 200 days to cultivate the physical body to the God King realm is indeed too slow, much slower than the true God realm, and extremely dangerous. No wonder most people in the great world choose not to cultivate the physical body. I am already very fast. If it were someone else, going from first-tier God King to second-tier God King would take hundreds of years. I am 100 times faster. Lin Moyu clenched his fist, lightning like power surging, his eyes flashing, sweeping across the void. Continue. Second-tier God King is not the end. I can continue to break through. There are still more than 2 years until the 4-star region grand competition. I can still raise my physical body by another level. Lin Moyu's name had been firmly at the top of the 3 leaderboards of the Vermilion Bird Star region for 2 years. Over the past 2 years, the leaderboards had fluctuated constantly, but no one could shake Lin Moyu's position. Although achieving first place on all 3 boards was not easy, someone had done it over 100 years ago, reaching the pinnacle through sheer talent. Such people were all top geniuses, regarded as idols and role models by countless people in the Vermilion Bird Star region. Lin Moyu was the genius of this era, praised by all. With his growing fame, his background and origins were also dug up. People learned that Lin Moyu came from a small world. In a small world, resources are scarce, and those who can emerge are usually outstanding geniuses, but they are still a notch below some geniuses from the great world. In history, no genius from a small world had ever achieved first place on all 3 boards. Lin Moyu was the first. Information about Lin Moyu became more and more abundant until a piece of news was revealed, shaking the entire Vermilion Bird Star region. The news was simple, just one sentence. Lin Moyu was only 28 years old when he underwent the purification of the great world, achieved the super god realm, left the small world, entered the great world, and underwent purification. This was a necessary process for leaving a small world. To achieve the super god realm at 28 was truly a miracle. At first, no one believed it, until the war god hall confirmed the truth, and people no longer had any doubts. Someone keenly pointed out that Xiao Chantian had also achieved the super god realm at the age of 28. Lin Moyu was like Xiao Chantian, he was a war god, comparable to a war god. Lin Moyu's fame reached its peak, resonating throughout the Vermilion Bird Star region and then spreading to the battlefield. Lin Moyu was no longer just a simple idol, but was regarded by many as a legend. Some even called him the second war god. At this time, more news came in. Many races hostile to humanity, like the Golden Eagle clan and the Bai Yin clan, put Lin Moyu on their must-kill list. They would not allow the emergence of a second Xiao Jiantian. As for the Demon clan, it went without saying. They had long placed Lin Moyu at the top of their kill lists. Many people flocked to the battlefield. Their purpose was not to do missions, but to see Lin Moyu. They wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of genius could achieve the super god realm at the age of 28. But unfortunately, Lin Moyu seemed to have vanished from the world, leaving no trace. For the past 2 years, Lin Moyu had not accepted any missions, nor had he made a single transaction at the trading center. No one knew where he went. Even the most well-informed people were helpless. Among those who came looking were masters of fate calculation, but they couldn't figure out Lin Moyu's whereabouts. Some even suspected that Lin Moyu might already be dead. In the deepest part of the miraculous land, the center of the region, Lin Moyu stared at the huge law crystal, his eyes full of contemplation. His forehead shone with a golden light. His God King golden body was now still at the 2nd tier, but not far from the 3rd. After reaching the 2nd tier God King, he needed at least 7th tier or higher miraculous beasts to benefit his body. But 7th tier and higher miraculous beasts were very rare. Lin Moyu had almost wiped out all the miraculous beasts, even killing over a dozen 9th tier ones, but his body was still stuck at the 2nd tier God King, just a little short of the 3rd. The miraculous beasts could not regenerate in a short time. If he wanted to continue improving, he could only enter the center of this land. Lin Moyu entered the center for the 2nd time, feeling the immense pressure weighing down on him. Before, he had to rely on his damage transfer ability to move in the center. This time, Even without using that ability, he could still move freely near the edge of the center. The pressure from all directions continuously compressed his body, making the golden light on him even more brilliant. Lin Moyu felt the changes in his body, knowing that at this rate, it would take at least several decades, or even 100 years, to improve his physical body. It seems I can only give up for now. Lin Moyu sighed. His physical body had reached this level, and improving it was truly difficult. Unless there was a great opportunity. In most cases, he could only rely on the accumulation of time. His gaze turned to the law crystal in the center. Countless laws intertwined. Some he recognized, some he had never seen, but without exception, they were all laws of the great world, extremely pure. Although the miraculous land was on the battlefield, it had no trace of the aura of war. The pressure on Lin Moyu from all sides was actually the attack of the battlefield on this area. Suddenly, a flash of insight appeared in his mind, his face showing a strange expression. Why is this so similar to my undead law? If the death kai of the undead law was considered the battlefield and the life kai was the great world, then at the center filled with life kai, there still existed a pure and powerful point of death kai. The reverse was also true. The center of death kai also contained a point of life force. In this world, there is no absolute life and death, nor absolute yin and yang. Everything has two sides. If the great world is yang, the battlefield is yin. The miraculous land is the nail that the great world drove into the battlefield. Lin Moyu felt enlightened. The great world was always resisting the battlefield. The battlefield was like a robber who broke into plunder. The battlefield has its own rules, breaking the unity of the great world. In the process of resisting the battlefield, a certain balance was finally formed. The great world created miraculous lands within the battlefield, and the two sides reached a certain balance. He had not understood the miraculous land before, but now he finally understood. No wonder even the ancient Buddha seal could not destroy the law crystal. The miraculous land was the nail the great world drove into the battlefield, the key to maintaining balance. To destroy it was to confront the entire great world. Therefore, even if the ancient Buddha himself came, he could not move the law crystal, let alone Lin Moyu. If he continued to approach, the result would probably be even worse than the ancient Buddha's seal. Lin Moyu looked at the law crystal for a while longer and said calmly, "If one day I can touch the law crystal without being injured, it means I have truly stood at the pinnacle of the world." After speaking, Lin Moyu turned and left. This trip was very successful. He had perfectly advanced to God King, achieved the God King Golden Body. His physical body had taken another step to the second tier God King. He understood the nature of the miraculous land, and he had even resolved the killing move of the ancient Buddha seal. At this moment, wanting to leave, his heart was filled with emotions. Lin Moyu suddenly burst into loud laughter, his heroic spirit soaring. He laughed at the stars. "The life and death of the 5 worlds are in my hands. I am the emperor. There will come a day when I, Lin Moyu, will personally visit the Buddha clan to demand justice. By then, the heavens and the Buddha clan will wail tragically. Don't blame anyone. Today you sow the cause, tomorrow you reap the consequences. Sooner or later, you will have to pay the price." The miraculous spirits had been wiped out, leaving only a few 3rd and 4th tier God Kings. Lin Moyu paid them no mind, quickly passing through the 10th level area and returning to the 9th level area. In the 9th level area, Xiao Sheng's him opened his eyes and saw Lin Moyu. "Junior brother Lin is back. It seems you've had a great harvest." Xiao Shan laughed heartily. At this time, he no longer looked old. His spirit was bright, and the injuries to his soul had recovered a lot. He was full of energy, faintly exuding the aura of a god sovereign. He had already reached the god sovereign realm, but his soul had not fully recovered, so he could not step into the river of law. As long as his soul fully recovered, and he stepped into the river of law, he would be a true god sovereign. Lin Moyu came before Xiao Sheng. "Senior brother Xiao is about to fully recover. That's truly worth celebrating." Lovely. "It's all thanks to junior brother Lin. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time passing this hurdle. Junior brother Lin, rest assured, I will definitely offer up the heads of 100 god sovereigns." With Xiao Sheng's strength, as long as he truly stepped into the god sovereign realm, even if he was only a 1st-tier god sovereign, he would be strong enough to fight a 3rd-tier god sovereign. 100 god sovereign heads were not an impossible task for him. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior brother Xiao, since you already know, are there any other ways to quickly improve the physical body's realm?" Xiao Tim shook his head. "Difficult. There are methods to improve the physical body, but to do it quickly, I don't know." After being injured, Xiao Sheng had stayed here for over 200 of the 723 years. The pressure in the ninth layer constantly tempered his physical body, causing it to finally reach the peak of the second-tier God King, just one step away from the third tier. If not for his soul injury, Xiao Shen could have entered the 10th level area to raise his physical body to the third-tier God King. After his injuries healed, Xiao Shen would definitely enter the 10th layer to advance his physical body to the third-tier God King realm. Lin Moyi was not disappointed either. Cultivating the physical body was inherently difficult. If not, the major races in the Great World wouldn't neglect physical cultivation and focus solely on soul cultivation. Xiao Shen pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke up. Perhaps there is a way to quickly improve the physical body. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Senior brother Xiao, please tell me. The demon god stones of the Starry Sky Demon God clan might be able to. Xiao Sheng said, then added, but demon god stones are very hard to find, and there seem to be some other problems. I'm not too clear on the specifics. It didn't matter that Xiao Sheng didn't know, Xiu Qiu would definitely know. Lin Moyu bowed slightly to Xiao Sheng. Thank you, senior brother Xiao. Outside the miraculous land, Xiu Qiu sat cross-legged in silence. Lin Moyu had been in the miraculous land for 2 years. His main body could meditate for 10 or even 100 years at a time. 2 years were but a blink of an eye to him. At this moment, he opened his eyes, looked towards the miraculous land, and a smile appeared on his face. That troublesome kid is finally back. His aura is stable, and his soul and body are seamlessly integrated. It seems he has achieved a perfect promotion. A strong beam of light shot out from the miraculous land, then slightly changed direction and flew straight towards Qiu Qiu. In just a few seconds, Lin Moyu stood before Qiu Qiu and bowed respectfully. Sorry to have kept you waiting, senior. Qiu Qiu laughed heartily. Last time, I nearly got you killed. Do you hold a grudge against this old man? Lin Moyu shook his head with a smile. You're joking, senior. This junior has never had such thoughts. Qiu Qiu could easily tell if Lin Moyu's words were true or false. He observed Lin Moyu from head to toe, his eyes showing satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. A perfect promotion to God King by achieving the God King golden body. You're not just a first-tier God King now, are you? Lin Moyu nodded in confirmation. Second-tier God King. Qiu Qiu was even more pleased. Come, tell me about that ancient Buddha's palm seal. How did you resolve it? Lin Moyu did not hide anything, and recounted the entire event of that day. After hearing Lin Moyu's method of resolution, Qiu Qiu couldn't stop praising him. Lin Moyu's reaction was both strong and subtle, adapting to the situation and constantly adjusting. To resolve a life and death situation without using his final trump card was truly extraordinary. Lin Moyu also told Qiu Qiu about the abilities of the Buddha Kingdom which, wanting to hear his opinion. He was very curious about the law of fate. The ability to predict the future was truly useful. At the same time, he was wary of the Buddha clan. For such a secret art to exist in the Buddha clan was truly terrifying. If he had to face the Buddha clan one day, he had to be well prepared. Qiu Qiu said, the true glimpse art is indeed a secret art of the Buddha clan. Only Buddha's sons and Buddhas can cultivate it, and those who succeed are extremely rare. Cultivating a postnatal spell and awakening a congenital skill are two completely different concepts. A congenital skill is only about whether it can be upgraded to a spell, whether it's star level or constellation level. But learning a spell later and wanting to turn it into a star level spell is unimaginably difficult. Moreover, spells related to the law of fate, like the true glimpse art, are even more difficult by 100-fold. That said, the pure heart Buddha is truly a genius of the Buddha clan. The fact that he could enter the netherworld swamp with your senior brother and still survive after becoming a seated Buddha is truly extraordinary. Lin Moyu evaluated the pure heart Buddha objectively, not underestimating him at all. He did not look down on any enemy, especially the Buddha clan. If he had already put the Buddha clan on his blacklist, he naturally had to understand his opponent better. Qiu Qiu smiled and said, the ancient Buddha's revered one, with his extraordinary bloodline, is naturally different from ordinary people. But you don't need to worry too much. No one in the Buddha clan currently controls the law of fate. The true glimpse art was also obtained by the Buddha clan by chance. There's more information about the Buddha clan. When you enter God City and are qualified, you will be able to view it. Moreover, the information about the Buddha clan will be updated by then. Qiu Qiu seemed to see through Lin Moyu's thoughts and threw out a hook. Lin Moyu looked at Qiu Qiu. The information about the Buddha clan is updated regularly. Qiu Qiu laughed a few times without answering. You'll have to guess. Lin Moyu did have a guess in his heart, but he wasn't sure. He also knew Qiu Qiu was trying to lure him to God City. Alright, I'll see for myself when I get to God City. Shukayu said, let's go, we need to return. A lot has happened in the 2 years you've been away. You'll know the specifics when you get back. The 4th region grand competition will start in less than 2 years. I've already told you Tian, and reserved a spot for you. Before the grand competition begins, I will come to pick you up. Lin Moi's heart was filled with gratitude. Shukayu was truly good to him. Shukayu patted Lin Moi's shoulder. Did. Work hard. The human clan needs geniuses like you. This praise was indeed timely, but Lin Moyu did not respond. He had passed the age of being moved by such words. Lin Moyu changed the subject. Senior, I heard that demon god stones can quickly strengthen the physical body. Shukayu glanced at him. Did Xiao Shang tell you? Lin Moyu grunted in affirmation. His injuries have healed. Shukayu knew he had the ability to heal soul injuries, and came here himself. Besides achieving a perfect promotion to Godkin, another important purpose was to heal Xiao Sheng's injuries. But Shukayu didn't say it clearly, probably wanting to see if Lin Moyu would take the initiative to help Xiao Sheng. After all, he had even helped Xiao Yangxing, let alone Xiao Sheng. Because Shukayu hadn't mentioned it beforehand, Lin Moyu didn't have to actively seek out Xiao Sheng for treatment. This favor belonged entirely to him. If Shukayu had said it, and Lin Moyu had actively sought out Xiao Sheng, then this favor would have to be split, with Shukayu getting at least half. Lin Moyu understood Shukayu's intention. Shukayu showed no reaction, his tone very calm. Demon god stones can indeed quickly increase the toughness of the physical body. The 4 great origin races each have their own characteristics, among which the Starry Sky Demon God clan is famous for having the strongest physique. Lin Moyu asked, doubtfully, isn't the Dragon clan the one with the strongest physique? Shukayu replied, currently, the Dragon clan is indeed the strongest. But when the Starry Sky Demon God clan still existed, the Dragon clan only ranked second in terms of physique. The Demon God stones of the Starry Sky Demon God clan can indeed quickly strengthen the physique, but they have a fatal drawback. Using too many Demon God stones will transform your physique into that of the Demon God clan, and even your bloodline will change. By then, you will no longer be of the human clan, but of the Starry Sky Demon God clan. Do you still want to use it? Shukayu looked at Lin Moyu with a faint smile. Lin Moyu immediately shook his head. Forget it. Such a treasure should be left for others. He was of the human clan. He couldn't sell himself out for power. The human clan was also one of the 4 great origin races and had its own advantages. Moreover, the Starry Sky Demon God clan had been exterminated, while the human clan still existed to this day, proving that the human clan was still very strong. Shukayu continued, Zhao Shen only knows the benefits, but not the harm. But it's fine. There aren't many demon god stones left in the world. They are all controlled by us. Ordinary people can't get them. Low-level demon god stones, using them occasionally is fine. You don't need to worry. Lin Moyu naturally knew if his bloodline had changed or not, so he wasn't concerned. The human clan was like that, take the essence and discard the dross. What could be used, use it. What couldn't be used, find a way to use it. Lin Moyu gave up on the idea of using demon god stones, but not on strengthening his physique. Besides demon god stones, were there any other ways to quickly strengthen the physique? Shukayu replied, of course there are, but not here. They are in God City. Another bait. Shukayu was very afraid that Lin Moyu wouldn't go to God City. Lin Moyu thought to himself, actually, you don't have to do this. I definitely have to go to God City. But he said, then I will try my best to get to God City. Shukayu said seriously, in less than 2 years, you have to complete the chain of missions and then participate in the 4-star region grand competition. You must at least get into the top 3. The 4-star region is full of outstanding talents, and there are also the seeded contestants from the War God Hall. It will be very difficult to get into the top 3. But Lin Moyu was very confident. No problem. It's just that some people in the chain of missions are not on the battlefield, making it difficult to carry out. Shukayu smiled mysteriously. Those people have already arrived. Lin Moyu returned to Fortress 1 alone, still thinking about Shukayu's instructions. Shukayu hadn't clearly explained what had happened, and his strange expression left Lin Moyu puzzled. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, his ears were filled with noisy cheers. Is that Lin Moyu? Lin Moyu is back, so that's Lin Moyu, so young and talented. Not just young, but handsome too. It would be great to be his disciple. A figure comparable to the war god, reaching the super god realm at 28. Truly extraordinary. These cheers were accompanied by a powerful wave of faith power, crashing towards him like a tsunami. Outside the teleportation array stood a crowd of cultivators, most of their gazes fixed on him. Among them, a few had sharp, wolf-like eyes. Lin Moyu, who had witnessed countless scenes of life and death, was momentarily stunned. He now understood why Chu had such a strange expression, and why he had told him to return alone. These people were all his fans, and the most fervent kind, providing him with a large amount of faith power. Lin Moyu didn't know what to do. After all, they were all his admirers and fellow members of the human clan. Fortunately, they knew how to restrain themselves and didn't rush forward. Just as this thought arose, Lin Moyu noticed something unusual. It wasn't that they were restrained, but that there were soldiers in the sky suppressing them. In the air, an army formed a 360-degree semi-circle encirclement. With sullen expressions, they had controlled the area. It wasn't that those people were restraining themselves, but that they were being suppressed by the army. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The army was still the most reliable. Senior Ju must have known about this, which is why he didn't come. If these fans rushed forward, even he wouldn't know how to deal with it. He couldn't fight them, and scolding them wouldn't work either. It would be more awkward than facing an enemy race. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the sky. "Officer Lin, please board the warship." Lin Moyu recognized the voice of Qi Yuanjun, the commander of the Fortress 1 Legion. He hadn't expected him to come too. Outside the fortress in the cosmos, a huge God-sovereign level warship was docked. The warship's door opened wide. Qi Yuanjun stood at the entrance, his voice like a heavenly sound, rescuing Lin Moyu from his predicament. Without a word, Lin Moyu instantly transformed into a stream of light and appeared before Qi Yuanjun with a grateful expression. He said, "Commander Qi, thank you." Qi Yuanjun was an experienced man, and laughed heartily. "No need to be polite. Who asked you to be a famous person now?" Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. "We are all cultivators. Who would have thought?" At Qi Yuanjun's invitation, Lin Moyu boarded the warship. Although Qi Yuanjun was a god sovereign, and a commander with the rank of general, he showed no arrogance. He was very polite to Lin Moyu. One reason was that as long as Lin Moyu didn't die, his future achievements would not be inferior to his own. The second reason was that Qi Yuanjun's direct disciple had been saved by Lin Moyu, and had even been treated by him with his loss. Qi Yuanjun remembered this favor. Invisibly, Qi Yuanjun had come to regard Lin Moyu as his equal. After boarding the warship, it slowly ascended, leaving Fortress 1. Lin Moyu took the initiative to ask, "Commander, what instructions do you have for me?" Qi Yuanjun replied, "No instructions. I just received news from the garrison lord and came to pick you up." As expected, Shu Qiu had already foreseen the situation. Lin Moyu secretly added this debt to Shu Qiu's account. Qi Yuanjun offered him a mask. "The garrison lord asked me to prepare this for you." Lin Moyu found the mask familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that Gu Qingchuan used to have one just like it, but at that time, Gu Qingchuan used it on the Human Emperor Network, and Lin Moyu rarely went on the Human Emperor Network, so he didn't pay much attention and almost forgot. He took the mask, and scanned it with the appraisal spell. Stealth Mask God King Human Emperor Treasure can be used in reality and on the Human Emperor Network to change appearance, and hide aura. Undetectable below the God Frieren realm. He hadn't expected the unremarkable mask King Quan used to be a Human Emperor Treasure. Human Emperor Treasures were a very special type of magic treasure, existing simultaneously in the real world and on the Human Emperor Network. There was a physical version in the real world, and an identical copy appeared on the Human Emperor Network. As Lin Moyu understood it, it was a magic treasure registered on the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network knew its function, so it could exert the same effect in reality and on the network. As far as Lin Moyu knew, strange magic treasures were diverse and constantly appearing, so it was impossible for every item to become a Human Emperor treasure. Therefore, there were not many Human Emperor treasures. On the Human Emperor Network, people mostly used copies created by the network, all using the same template. Lin Moyu tried on the mask. His appearance and aura completely changed, but he could adjust it at will. In a flash, Lin Moyu became another person. His handsome and refined face turned into a rough exterior, his eyes revealing a fierce look with a hint of killing intent. If he changed his clothes, he would be completely unrecognizable. The originally refined and courteous Lin Moyu now looked like a fierce god of death, looking at everyone as if they owed him 100 million contribution points. Qi Yuanjun laughed heartily. "Whose appearance did you change into?" Lin Moyu replied, "A senior named Qi Huo." Qi Yuanjun pondered. "I seem to have heard that name before." "All right, the garrison lord's task is completed. Where do you plan to go next?" Lin Moyu replied, "I plan to go to the trading center and then accept a mission." Before the 4-star region grand competition, Lin Moyu wanted to complete the chain of missions. With less than 2 years left, time was running out. Lin Moyu's mission completion speed was already very fast. Many people took dozens, or even over 100 years, to finish the chain of missions. One of the tasks in the chain was to assassinate the top 10 most wanted individuals of the Vermilion Bird Star region on the battlefield. This was the most difficult task. If these people hadn't entered the Vermilion Bird battlefield, it would be hard for him to complete it. He couldn't finish it before, because of this. But from Zhu Kei's words, it seemed these people had arrived. Yuanjun said, "The situation on the battlefield has been a bit volatile recently, more dangerous than before. You must be careful." Lin Moyu asked, "What's going on?" Yuanjun laughed heartily. "Aren't you going to the trading center? The young lady from the Yu family knows. It's convenient for you young people to talk. Just ask her." Basically, nothing in Fortress 1 can be hidden from Yuanjun. Every time Lin Moyu went to the trading center and returned to the barracks to confirm his military merits, Yuanjun knew clearly. From this, he could easily guess the relationship between Lin Moyu and Yu Qiu. The Yu family had its own information network, and the military naturally had its own intelligence system. Lin Moyu was not surprised at all. "All right, I'll ask her." There was a small teleportation array on the warship. Through the teleportation array on the warship, Lin Moyu returned to Fortress 1. At this time, he had become Shi Huo. Even his clothes had been changed to look much rougher. The people around the teleportation array only glanced at him a few times before looking away. Lin Moyu, wearing this stealth mask, quietly went to the trading center. He now felt that fame was not always a good thing. It could also be troublesome. At the central counter of the Yu King Trading Center, Dan sat there leisurely, her hands supporting her chin, lost in thought. Most of the time, the trading center was bustling with transactions. Even if they needed staff, there was no shortage of people. Not much troublesome business reached her, so Yu King was often idle. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her. Someone had walked up to the counter. Yu King looked up and was startled by the person opposite her. The other person's face was fierce and ferocious, as if he wanted to eat people. Yu King's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, "What? What do you want?" Lin Moyu was also startled by Yu King's reaction. Was he that scary? He remembered that when he met Shi Huo, he did look quite fierce, but he was actually a good person. Lin Moyu replied, "I am looking for Yu Qiu." Yu King regained her composure and said slowly, "Miss Yu Qiu is busy. If you need a large transaction, I can arrange for another trader for you." Lin Moyu asked again, "Is Yu Qiu very busy?" "I can wait." Yu King shook her head. "No need to wait. Miss Yu Qiu will not trade with you." Seeing her firm expression, Lin Moyu guessed the reason and said, "Miss Yu King, please take a look at who I am." He temporarily activated his Human Emperor Network authority, revealing his identity. "What's there to see?" Yu King muttered. She was so scared at first that she didn't get a good look at Lin Moyu. His appearance was too terrifying, not just fierce, but as if he really ate people. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, Yu King forced herself to look over, and her beautiful eyes immediately widened. She quickly covered her mouth. "Ah, so it's Mr. Lin. The young miss is waiting for you at the old place. I'll arrange it for you right away." Lin Moyu smiled. "Thank you." In the courtyard behind, Lin Moyu went to the pavilion. The summer retreat was the same as before. Yu Qiu was no different from 2 years ago, still maintaining a noble, mature, and dignified appearance. Only those who knew her well knew that this appearance was mostly a facade. In reality, she was very lively, like a little girl, sometimes even a bit mischievous. Seeing Lin Moyu, Yu Qiu burst into clear, crisp laughter that echoed in the courtyard. "Captain, how did you end up like this?" She clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she almost fell over, losing all her previous noble demeanor. Lin Moyu helplessly walked into the pavilion, took off his mask, and restored his original appearance. It was just that his clothes hadn't been changed yet. Lin Moyu's handsome appearance now carried a wild charm. Yu Qiu stopped laughing, her eyes brightening. "Captain, I think you look great dressed like this." Lin Moyu teased her. "Are you saying I didn't look good before?" Yu Qiu quickly shook her head. "I didn't say that. Captain, you want to test me. I don't know what to do." Lin Moyu smiled lightly, picked up a teacup, and took a small sip, slowly savoring the refreshing taste of the tea. "I've discovered that only when I come to your place can I drink a good cup of tea. I'm usually too busy, either cultivating or killing people, or cultivating on the way to kill people. I basically have no leisure time. Even after entering the great world, it's still the same. Only when I'm with Yu Qiu can I steal a moment of peace." It felt like returning to the small world after several years of marriage. Yushu smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling. In that case, when the captain returns, Yushu will still be waiting for you. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, but he did not reply. After saying that, Yushu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. Captain, I see that you've become even more handsome after advancing to God King. Lin Moyu had restored his original appearance, naturally exuding an indescribable noble temperament. It was the aura of a God King golden body. Something ordinary God Kings did not have. Yushu didn't understand, but her perception was very keen, and she truly felt the change in Lin Moyu. She had met many God Kings, even God Sovereigns, but had never seen a God King like Lin Moyu. Yushu felt attracted, her gaze as if held by an invisible force, unable to move away. Lin Moyu smiled. Haven't seen you in 2 years, your mouth has gotten sweeter, hasn't it? Any new news this time? Yushu became more serious. Captain, have you seen the messages sent? She emphasized. On the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu lagged. I really didn't notice. He was different from those born in the Great World who were always connected to the Human Emperor Network and familiar with all its functions. Lin Moyu was different. He came from a small world. Although he used the Human Emperor Network after coming to the Great World, he didn't rely on it. He was not familiar with many of its functions. He rarely paid attention to messages on the Human Emperor Network. If it were someone from the Great World, the first thing they would do upon returning to Fortress 1 would be to check their messages on the Human Emperor Network to see if anyone had messaged them. Yushu urged, then look now. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate and checked. He didn't have many friends on the Human Emperor Network, less than 10, and no one else sent him messages. The last 10 messages were all from Yushu, each one about the situation on the battlefield. Lin Moyu read them from beginning to end. A year ago, the Human Clan and the Demon Clan went to war. The war started in War Zone No. 7. The cause was unknown, but it seemed related to a major loss for the demons. Reading this, Lin Moyu guessed it was related to him. In the mission to find the military map, he had nearly wiped out the entire demon army, with only the commander escaping. Such a heavy loss had completely annihilated the main demon force in War Zone No. 7. The demon clan naturally blamed the human clan, so war was inevitable. The human clan was not afraid of the demons either. If they wanted a fight, they would get one. After the war broke out, it gradually spread to the surrounding areas. Then, war also broke out in war zones No. 6 and No. 8. Overall, the human clan won more than they lost, suffering basically no losses. 6 months ago, the Golden Eagle clan suddenly intervened. They intervened in war zones No. 5 and No. 9 with a fierce offensive, putting great pressure on the human clan. The strange thing was that the Golden Eagle clan and the Demon clan did not fight each other. Instead, they tended to ally against the human clan. The human clan was not afraid either, continuously dispatching reinforcements from various star regions. 3 months ago, the war spread further. War also broke out in the Vermilion Bird Star region, but this time it was the human clan that took the initiative to attack the Demon clan and the Golden Eagle clan. Reading each message, Lin Moyu realized this war seemed to be related to him and also to the grand competition of the 4-star regions. The Black Snake Black Hole incident in Area 77 was the initial trigger, followed by the Golden Desert incident, which caused the Demon clan to suffer even more losses. But Lin Moyu wasn't concerned about the war. He had been through so many wars. They would eventually end, without affecting either side. The whole process was like a military exercise. Lin Moyu was more concerned about his mission. In the 10 messages, to mention that 6 of the top 10 most wanted enemies of the Vermilion Bird Star region had arrived on the battlefield, that these 2 messages were from 6 months ago, and were outdated. The latest message was from 10 days ago, stating that 9 of the top 10 most wanted enemies of the Vermilion Bird Star region had arrived on the battlefield. This didn't seem right. If it was because he had accepted 2 consecutive missions that caused the Demon clan to suffer heavy losses, so they chose to declare war on the human clan, Lin Moyu could understand. But the Golden Eagle clan also participating was strange. With the 4-star region grand competition just over 2 years away, the human clan taking the initiative to declare war on the Demon clan was completely contrary to common sense. Lin Moyu knew that before the start of the 4-star region grand competition, each star system in the 4 major star regions had to hold selection rounds for the human clan. This was a major event. Why choose this time to start a war? Once a war started, it couldn't be ended just because you wanted to. If it were just minor skirmishes, it would be fine, but if it was a major issue, a slight misstep could drag on for decades. How could the 4-star region grand competition be held then? Furthermore, the top 10 on the wanted list rarely went to the battlefield before, so why did they all appear together now? Going from 0 to 9 people was even more confusing to Lin Moyu. These 9 people entered the battlefield without hiding their tracks, even being quite ostentatious, clearly wanting others to know their location. Lin Moyu fell into deep thought after reading the news. Yu Shu did not disturb him, only pouring him tea. Tap tap tap. Lin Moyu lightly tapped the tea table with his fingertips, making rhythmic sounds. After a while, he stopped. Yu Shu smiled and asked, "Captain, what are you thinking about?" Lin Moyu replied, "The news about me was intentionally released." Yu Shu was surprised. "Why do you say that?" Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, "You must know about the incident in front of the teleportation array, right? Weren't they all your admirers, Captain?" Yu Shu still didn't understand the whole story, her face showing complete confusion. Lin Moyu slowly analyzed. "First, it's true they came to admire me, but not because I'm at the top of the leaderboards. In history there have been many who top the leaderboards, but nothing like this has ever happened. So, it's clear they came here for another reason. I've heard them mention my age. I reached Super God at 28, this is the main reason. They see me as the second war god Xiao, which is why they're acting so crazy. But the fact that I reached Super God at 28, besides those who were with me at the War God Hall initially, outsiders wouldn't know. They also don't have the ability to spread that news throughout the Vermilion Bird Star region, let alone to the battlefield. So, it's clear this news was definitely spread by someone else. Why spread this news? The purpose is simple, to make others afraid. Our enemies don't want the human clan to have another war god, so they will try to eliminate me, but they can't find me. At this time, news comes out that I am on a mission on the battlefield, and moreover, I will kill the top 10 on the wanted list of the Vermilion Bird Star region in this mission. That's also why the top 10 on the wanted list appeared, and they didn't even hide their tracks. Their main purpose is to lure me out." After hearing this, Yu Shu was stunned. She considered herself smart, but at this moment she realized she was quite naive in front of Lin Moyu. She had gathered a lot of information from her family's intelligence network and analyzed the situation, but it was still not as good as Lin Moyu's analysis. Yu Shu had originally intended not to tell Lin Moyu her analysis, waiting for him to ask before speaking, to show off her intelligence. In the end, before she could show off, Lin Moyu had analyzed everything. Hearing Lin Moyu's clear analysis, Yu Shu asked, "Captain, so their main purpose is to kill you, but why start a war?" Lin Moyu laughed heartily. "Of course, it's to fish in troubled waters. Believe it or not, as soon as I set foot on the battlefield, the battle will immediately become 10 times more intense. The Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan will immediately dispatch God Sovereigns to stop the Human Clan's God Sovereigns." Yu Shu thought it was very likely but still had some unclear points. She had a good habit of asking Lin Moyu whenever she didn't understand something. If the situation on the battlefield is like that, then why did we in the Vermilion Bird Star region take the initiative to start a war? The 4-star region grand competition is coming up. In these years before the competition, everyone needs to maintain stability. According to records, in the years before the 4-star region grand competition, the Human Clan never caused any trouble, usually prioritizing stability. This time is indeed unusual. Lin Moyu said, "A mouse that hides for a long time will eventually be caught. Usually, when we are rich and powerful, letting them eat a little is fine, but when a treasure appears, these mice must be cleared out." Yu Shu's eyes lit up, she understood Lin Moyu's meaning. Within the Human Clan, there were indeed many spies from other races who had infiltrated. They were either lured or controlled, and they often leaked internal information of the Human Clan. Normally, the Human Clan could turn a blind eye, even use them in reverse, but at critical moments, these spies had to be eliminated. Keeping them would sooner or later become a disaster. And this time, he himself had been chosen as the bait for the Human Clan. Lin Moyu felt his guess was not wrong. Even among the fire seeds of the Human Clan, there were high and low levels. He was probably the highest level fire seed in the Human Clan, inadvertently chosen by the leadership of the Human Clan to be cultivated into the second Xiao Jiantian. If he really became the second Xiao Jiantian, it would be an absolute nightmare for many other races. Therefore, they would naturally try at every means to stop his growth, but the Human Clan would also find ways to eliminate potential threats for him. Lin Moyu understood the way the Human Clan nurtured its juniors very well. Most problems needed to be solved by oneself, but some hidden dark problems or problems that he clearly couldn't handle, the upper echelons would step into hell. Just like the matter with the seated Buddha before, after which the Human Clan's leadership directly went to the Buddha clan. This time, with the ancient Buddha seal, the human clan would also have a corresponding reaction. He hadn't understood before, but combining it with the news he had just received, Lin Moyu finally understood Qiu Qi's meaning. The Buddha clan's information needs to be updated. What information? Nothing more than how many Buddhas and how many ancient Buddhas the Buddha clan has. If a group of them dies, doesn't that information need to be updated? A simple sentence. When you don't understand it, you don't see anything, but when you understand it, you feel a strong killing intent. Everything was clear. Lin Moyu felt completely enlightened. Lin Moyu took a sip of iced tea, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Tell me the exact locations of those people. In the Vermilion Birdstar region, on the human clan's wanted list, the top 10 included 6 from the Demon clan, 2 from the Golden Eagle clan, 1 from the Beiyin clan, and 1 from the Fei Meng clan. This time, the one from the Fei Meng clan, ranked 9th, did not come. The rest were all present. Yu Xiu's small face showed a hint of excitement. Alright, the one ranked first is. She hadn't finished her sentence when Lin Moyu interrupted. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, no need to say. I'll do it another way. Help me spread the word that I will be doing a mission in area at 888 in 2 days. Yu Xiu's eyes widened. Captain, you're planning. Lin Moyu left the trading center. He wore the aura of Chi Huo, his imposing figure heading towards the mission area. His image attracted many eyes, but it was also because of this image that people only glanced at him before quickly looking away. Lin Moyu's current appearance. Just by looking, one could tell he was not a good person. Fortress 1 was abuzz with discussions about Lin Moyu at this time. 7 out of 10 sentences mentioned him, especially after his return. The stories surrounding him became even more rampant. Amidst the noisy discussions, Lin Moyu entered the mission area and found a mission console. 2 years ago, Lin Moyu had searched for suitable missions, but due to his realm, many missions were not available to him. Now that he had reached the God King realm, most missions no longer had restrictions. Through Xie Yangting's words, he knew there was a strange star in Area 888, identical to the one he had seen in the Vermilion Bird Star region. That strange star contained the undead law. Absorbing the energy inside could rapidly increase his realm. Moreover, this improvement was without any loss. Not only energy but also comprehension of the law was absorbed at the same time, which gave him the feeling of a kind of inheritance. When he absorbed the energy of the strange star in Area 2 before, he had also seen the approximate locations of the other strange stars in the Great World. There were several that couldn't be found on the star map, and one of them was in Area 888 of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Lin Moyu quickly found the mission in Area 888. This area only had one mission. He accepted the mission and left. He knew someone would spread the news that he had accepted a mission in Area 888. Combined with the news from Yu Xiu, it was certain that in less than half a day, those people would know he was going to Area 888. Qiu Qiu had said that to catch a mouse, you have to know how to use a mouse. And he had indeed accepted the mission and was really going to Area 888. Everything was real. To wait for the fish to take the bait, Lin Moyu stepped into the teleportation array, arrived at Fortress 8, and checked the specific mission information. Battlefield mission, eliminate alien organisms description. In Area 888, there is a strange star. This star contains 2 completely different types of energy. 2 types of life forms live on this strange star. Eliminate them and bring back their crystal cores. Restrictions. First, here God King completion conditions for each type of life form. Eliminate 10 and bring back their crystal cores. Reward. 10,000 contribution points. Note. The gray gold life forms have strong attack power. The white life forms have strong recovery abilities. Both types of life forms are between 2nd and 3rd tier God King. If corroded by the gray gold life forms, quickly separate and treat. Reminder, the life forms may mutate. If you encounter a mutated life form, don't hesitate, run for your life. After reading the mission information, Lin Moyu realized this mission was not safe and contained many variables. The main variable was encountering a mutated life form, and the only solution was to run for your life. It was clear that mutated life forms were extremely terrifying. Most of the people who accepted this mission were 3rd tier God King cultivators or above. With their strength, dealing with normal alien organisms was not a problem, but if they encountered a mutated life form, their only option was to flee. Once again, mutated life forms were truly terrifying. The human clan's mission system, with its nurturing style, meant that this mission had no guides at all. If there were guides, at most they would be circulated among a few people or in private family inheritance materials. They couldn't be found publicly. Everything had to be explored by oneself. Giving such a reminder was already a great deal of care and help. Lin Moyu was very suspicious. The founder of the Human Emperor Network, the one who set the rules for the human clan, did he believe in fate? Those who were unlucky, with bad fate, and died halfway through a mission were not worth nurturing. But if they were as lucky as someone like King Yang, who could wait for rescue after thousands of years, then such talents were worth nurturing. Lin Moyu had this feeling more than once. From this, he realized that no matter what level of cultivator or what status, luck was truly very important. Good luck could turn danger into safety, at least finding a way to survive in a desperate situation. With bad luck, he could be struck by lightning just by walking down the road. The long teleportation journey finally ended. Lin Moyu set foot on Fortress 8. Due to the war, the atmosphere in Fortress 8 was heavy and suffocating. Ever since returning from the miraculous land, Lin Moyu had felt this change. It was just that at that time, he hadn't realized it was war. Now, Star Fortress 8 had entered a state of combat. The army was stationed on all four sides, with majestic warships ready to be dispatched at any moment. But even in wartime, the teleportation area was bustling with people. There were not a few cultivators doing missions. The more intense the war, the more it urged people to become stronger. Whether to protect one's life or to participate in the battle, a strong foundation of strength was needed. The teleportation array lit up again, taking Lin Moyu to the forward base of Area 88. The forward base also had a garrison of 10,000 people, along with several huge warships. As soon as he appeared, Lin Moyu felt gazes fixed on him. The eyes of the soldiers were full of scrutiny. The war had made the soldiers more vigilant than ever. Lin Moyu transformed into a streak of light, and rushed towards the strange star. Now, he no longer needed to ride the War King Tower. Since having a 9th-tier God King level which escorting him, his speed had far surpassed the War King Tower, surpassing even other God Kings. Lin Moyu's speed was astonishing, comparable to a god's rank. The streak of light vanished in an instant. The soldiers who had just been observing Lin Moyu were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Such incredible speed. Another soldier next to him spoke up. Really, that speed must be 750. I feel like even a warship might not be able to catch up. That's right, I have the same feeling. His realm is definitely not just God King. A God King can't have such speed. I guess he's a god sovereign. Do you think we should report this to the captain? Report it. The situation is tense now. Any movement must be paid attention to. The two reported the matter about Lin Moyu to their captain. The captain, in turn, reported it to the Legion commander. The news was transmitted rapidly, finally reaching Jukyu's hands. After hearing the description, Jukyu knew immediately that Lin Moyu was in Area 888. He checked Lin Moyu's mission information. It was indeed the mission in Area 888. Then he combined it with the news Yushu had released, and a strange look appeared in Jukyu's eyes. Is this kid trying to add fuel to the fire? Does he feel that being at the top of the kill list is not enough, and wants to solidify his position? At this time, several other pieces of news were sent over. Jukyu's eyes lit up, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ah, this kid must have calculated it already. The fish have taken the bait. Since you've entered your roles, we should naturally get on stage and have some fun together. His voice boomed like thunder, and an order was issued, commanding all Legion commanders and elders to participate in the war. Soon after, the great army of humanity was ready to set out. At his command, they immediately took action. Lin Moyu and Jukyu cooperated perfectly, without making a sound. He used himself as bait. While the people who wanted his life were far away, the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan, to prevent the human clan's god sovereigns from intervening, would naturally increase their attacks. The god sovereigns of the two clans would also take action, fiercely attacking the human clan. Only a god sovereign could stop a god sovereign, so the human clan's god sovereigns would also be tied down. Lin Moyu was in Area 888. If the two clans wanted to kill him, they only needed to secretly send one or two god sovereigns to easily capture him. But Lin Moyu had another calculation. The human clan had a mission system. In fact, other races did too. Killing those on the wanted list would earn him military merits. Other races were the same. He was now at the top of the kill lists of many races. Countless people wanted to kill him. The top 10 on the wanted list were using him as bait. While he went to kill them, he turned the tables, actively revealing his position to lure them over and catch them all in one go. Lin Moyu had Yushu spread the news that he would be in Area 888 in 2 days. In fact, Lin Moyu had already arrived in Area 888 half a day ago. The extra time was for completing the mission. Kill who he must kill, but the mission must also be done. In other words, Lin Moyu didn't care about them at all. Strength was Lin Moyu's backing. Anyone who dared to come and kill him would pay a heavy price. Even god sovereigns were no exception. In his sight, a strange star appeared, gray and white intertwined, perfectly divided in half, no more, no less. This strange star was identical to the one he had seen in the Vermilion Bird Star region, only this one was larger and gave a stronger feeling. The undead law was divided into two, becoming life force and death force. If one wasn't a cultivator of the undead law, they would think these two laws were the law of life and the law of death. In the Vermilion Bird Star region, those cultivators all thought so and tried to comprehend the law of life and the law of death from it. But they didn't know that it was forever impossible. Only by completely fusing the two laws could the top-ranking undead law be formed. This strange star was even more powerful. Who knows how many years it had existed. The life forms born within followed the laws. It's just unknown how this strange star was born. Did someone in that era also master the undead law? Lin Moyu felt that only the undead law could give birth to a strange star. This strange star didn't look like it was naturally formed. Although there was no proof, it couldn't be completely ruled out. The closer he got to the strange star, the stronger his perception of the law became. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy. Death force and life force filled the air simultaneously, making him feel extremely comfortable. A cold light shot out from the strange star, transforming into a great axe in the cosmos, chopping down towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu met the great axe with a punch, golden light flashing on his fist. The power of his second-tier God King golden body erupted, shattering the great axe and the law on it with one punch. A magic treasure in the shape of an axe fell from the void. Lin Moyu saw his attacker clearly. A member of the Golden Eagle clan holding a great axe rushed towards him again. He transformed into a golden light, his speed extremely fast, arriving in front of him in an instant. Most members of the Golden Eagle clan did not use weapons, believing their claws were the best magic treasures. But few liked to use weapons, mainly swords, followed by spears. Using an axe was very rare. This Golden Eagle clan member had a third-tier God King cultivation, and the great axe was a low-level God King magic treasure. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it was nothing. He relied on his superior speed, rushing in front of Lin Moyu in almost an instant, swinging the great axe down. Lin Moyu could even see the ferocious smile in his eyes. Lin Moyu threw another punch. Without any laws or spells, just pure physical strength, a punch so simple it was astonishing. This punch radiated a brilliant golden light, exactly like the aura of the Golden Eagle clan members. Pouring death, the Golden Eagle clan member shouted, his tone full of contempt. He seemed to have already seen Lin Moyu being crushed by the axe. The golden light exploded violently. The God King level axe magic treasure instantly shattered, exploding on the spot. The Golden Eagle clan member was sent flying by the immense force, his eyes full of disbelief. In just a moment, his eagle eyes suddenly contracted. Lin Moyu had already rushed in front of him, punching straight at his head. The Golden Eagle clan member let out a strange shriek, his whole body erupting in a dazzling golden light, fleeing towards the strange star. But no matter how fast he was no match for Lin Moyu. Even the Golden Eagle clan, known for its speed at the God King realm, could not compare to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stuck to him like a shadow, a golden fist landing on him. Flesh and blood splattered. The Golden Eagle clan member screamed tragically. A huge hole appeared on his body, his eagle eyes filled with extreme horror. Then Lin Moyu's second punch landed, hitting him hard on the head. His head exploded like a watermelon, flesh and blood flying everywhere. One punch shattered his head, destroying his soul as well. Until his death, the Golden Eagle clan member still couldn't understand. He was clearly a third-tier God King, so how could he not withstand two punches? How could Lin Moyu do it? Shattering his magic treasure with just one punch. He would never understand. One punch to break all laws. The body is indeed not bad. Lin Moyu looked at his golden fist. The entire process used no laws. One punch broke the magic treasure, two punches ended the opponent, clean and decisive. This further strengthened his determination to train his physical body. Amidst the corpse of the Golden Eagle clan member, and the splattered blood, Lin Moyu stepped onto the strange star. The place he landed was a gray, cold land, filled with Death Kai, a land of death. The Death Kai here had extremely strong corrosive properties. Cultivating here required one to always use laws to resist the corrosion. Lin Moyu stood on the ground, carefully sensing, letting the Death Ki freely enter his body, merging with his undead law. For others, they needed to use laws to resist the corrosion, but for Lin Moyu, it had no effect at all. The Death Ki had a very strong destructive nature. In less than a minute, the corpse of the Golden Eagle clan member on the ground had been destroyed by a third. In a few more minutes, all traces of the Golden Eagle clan member would disappear completely. His gaze turned to the distance. Lin Moyu saw a mass of gray-gold aura rushing towards him. The gray-gold aura was not slow. In the process of approaching, it transformed into hands, feet, and a head. When it was still 10,000 meters away, its shape was almost identical to Lin Moyu's. When the distance was only 5,000 meters, the aura condensed, and its shape became clear, exactly like Lin Moyu. Hands, feet, height, all were no different from Lin Moyu. Even its expression was 7 or 8 parts similar. It even had clothes identical to what Lin Moyu was wearing. If not for the opponent being completely gray, Lin Moyu would have thought it was a copy of himself. But now, it gave him the feeling of looking in a mirror. This is the alien organism, truly magical. After transforming into Lin Moyu's shape, the alien organism suddenly accelerated. It quickly crossed several thousand meters, rushed in front of Lin Moyu, spread its limbs, and lunged. It didn't attack, just simply rushed forward as if two old friends were reuniting. Lin Moyu threw a punch. This punch radiated a golden light, piercing through its body. The punch shone with golden light, piercing the alien organism. The gray kai dissipated, and a hand stretched out from within the gray kai, but the alien organism still rushed forward, straight towards Lin Moyu. A powerful death force erupted, transforming into terrifying corrosive power, beginning to wreak havoc on Lin Moyu's entire body. A brilliant golden light erupted from his body. The God King golden body automatically activated, blocking the corrosion. The corrosive power originated from the death force of the undead law, but it had clearly mutated. Someone is controlling it. This type of death force had a master, so Lin Moyu could not absorb it. He was even attacked by it. Fortunately, he had the God King golden body to protect him, so the death force had a hard time corroding him. A strong body was Lin Moyu's best shield. If it were another cultivator, they would have had to use laws to kill or disperse the alien organism at this point. Otherwise, in less than a minute, their laws would be corroded clean. But Lin Moyu didn't need to do anything. The alien organism was helpless against him. A powerful body was a comprehensive advantage. Its defensive capabilities were much stronger than laws of the same level. Lin Moyu let out a soft shout, and the golden light exploded violently. The alien organism clinging to him also exploded. A gray cold crystal core the size of a fist fell to his feet. He quickly picked up the crystal core and observed it carefully. The gray cold crystal core was like glass, but not transparent. Inside the crystal core, a massive gray kai was churning, emitting the aura of a law. Lin Moyu sensed it carefully and then shook his head, putting the crystal core away. The law in the crystal core had mutated and was no longer pure. The law inside could not be absorbed. The death force was originally only a part of the undead law, incomplete, and now it was polluted, making it even more useless for comprehension. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this crystal core was worthless. Even if a great expert removed the impurities from the crystal core, its effect would not be great. But a mission was a mission. Lin Moyu didn't need to think too much. He just needed to bring back the crystal core of the alien organism. Complete the mission first, then absorb the power and the strange star to improve himself. This arrangement was because he wasn't sure if these alien organisms would still exist after he absorbed the power of the strange star. If they were gone, his mission would also fail. As Lin Moyu was thinking, another gray alien organism rushed over. Just like before, it continuously changed its shape, becoming more and more like Lin Moyu as it got closer, eventually becoming almost identical. They had no form. They would transform into the shape of whoever they met, then rush over and envelop the opponent's entire body. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, and the boneyard hell appeared, instantly enveloping the alien organism. Having lost its target, the alien organism immediately lost its ability to transform and turned back into a gaseous form. In the boneyard hell there were many miraculous spirits, which also had no specific form. The alien organism focused on the miraculous spirits, its shape changing accordingly. Sometimes it became a sphere, sometimes it scattered, and then it became a long thread. Whatever form the miraculous spirit took, it also took. Lin Moyu watched it like a show, finding it quite interesting. A few seconds later, the miraculous spirit attacked, instantly dispersing the alien organism, which was only at the third-tier God King level. The second gray, gold crystal core fell into his hand. But strangely, the alien organism did not become a slave of the boneyard hell. When it died, it was truly dead, completely vanishing. Besides the crystal core, it left no trace. Even the boneyard hell could not pull it into hell, could not enslave it. Lin Moyu held the crystal core and pondered. Strictly speaking, they cannot be considered living beings. These alien organisms were just remnant thoughts of the dead, combined with the laws here to form some special creatures. On this strange star, over countless years, countless people must have died. The thoughts of those powerful cultivators, even after death, had not completely dissipated. That's why they couldn't become slaves of the hell. They didn't have the qualification. Lin Moyu had seen through their nature, and understood everything. On the strange star, experts from various races came and went, and battles were constant. Those who died, their thoughts reacted with the laws of the strange star, eventually forming these alien organisms. To put it bluntly, there was nothing special about them. If you couldn't see through it, you would find them very strange. Lin Moyu did not waste time, commanding the Undead Legion to advance. There were quite a few alien organisms, but the mission only required 10 crystal cores. A few dozen minutes later, he had collected enough 10 crystal cores containing Death Force. Next, Lin Moyu headed towards the area filled with white life force, where he needed to collect 10 crystal cores containing life force. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards that area. The strange star was vast, larger than a star, but at Lin Moyu's speed, circling it wouldn't take more than a few seconds. Between the land of death of the Death Force and the land of the life force was a strip of land about 10,000 kilometers wide. Seen from outside the star, this strip of land was like a huge belt, embracing the strange star. In the central area, the Death Force and life force intertwined, indeed having some resemblance to the undead law. Sensing it carefully, Lin Moyu sneered slightly. Just beautiful on the outside. It looks like a fusion, but it's actually separate, operating independently. On the surface, the two forces seem to have merged, but internally they were still separate, fundamentally not what could be called the undead law. However, Lin Moyu also had to admit that when the two laws intertwined, their power increased significantly. A tragic scream echoed through the heavens and earth. Lin Moyu heard the sound and flew over, seeing from a distance a person covered by gray and white alien organisms. They changed shape, completely enveloping the person like a giant cocoon. The person was a fourth-tier God King cultivator, struggling violently, but still unable to break free. The Death Force continuously destroyed his body. The laws on his body were quickly corroded, and then his flesh and blood. When his flesh and blood were completely corroded, only a white skeleton remained. But then, a strange thing happened. His flesh and blood began to grow back. Very quickly, he recovered as before, as if he had never been injured. Immediately after, the second round of corrosion began. When the corrosion reached a certain degree, the flesh and blood would grow back again. This cycle repeated endlessly. This scene was extremely horrifying. Anyone who witnessed it would be terrified. Unable to die, unable to live. It was a relentless and extremely cruel torture. The God King had stopped struggling, as if he had accepted his fate. Only his miserable screams continued. It was too painful. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. He realized this pain came from the soul. In fact, this God King was almost dead. The Death Force not only destroyed the body, but also the soul. The torment came from deep within the soul, while the life force only healed the body, not the soul. With the body not completely disintegrated, the soul was protected, which only made him die slower and more painfully. So this is a mutated life form. Truly cruel. No wonder everyone wants to run away when they see it. The mutated organism contained the parallel laws of life and death, which acted like a shadow. Once you were caught, it was hard to escape. Because of the existence of the life force, it protected the death force, making it difficult for the power of the death force to spread, ultimately making it inescapable. One could only wait until their own laws were completely corroded, and their body, having lost the protection of the laws, died a miserable death. Lin Moyu understood this, and also had a corresponding solution, but he did not act. The God King before him was from the Baiyin clan, an enemy of humanity. He was not so benevolent as to save an enemy of his race. If it were an allied race, he would naturally help. If it were a race with no enmity, he might also act, but that would depend on his mood. True death was still far away. Lin Moyu was no longer interested in watching. He turned and flew into the white area filled with life force. Upon entering, he immediately released his undead legion to search for and eliminate the mutated organisms. The life force created white organisms. This type of organism was not strong in attack, normally did not actively attack, and at the same time, their defense and life force were extremely strong. It was not easy for a cultivator of the same level to kill them. These two types of organisms each had their own strengths and weaknesses. But unfortunately, these strengths and weaknesses were the same to Lin Moyu. The undead legion swept through, and even the organisms with strong defenses were devoured. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu had obtained 10 white crystal cores. 10 crystal cores of each type. The mission was complete. Next was to find the central point. Lin Moyu called the central point the point containing life force in the Great Cold Dead Zone, and also the point containing death force in the White Life Zone. The Undead Legion expanded its undead vision, searching everywhere. The undead vision was much better than the naked eye at this time. In this world of only 2 colors, white and gray, it quickly found the corresponding locations. Having had experience with the strange star before, Lin Moyu was familiar with it this time. After finding the points, Lin Moyu used the positions of the 2 points to advance to the central point, which was also the center of the entire strange star. The central point was right between the intersection of the 2 energy flows. Inside were quite a few mutated organisms. They smelled the aura of an intruder and began to rush towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu paid them no mind, quickly circling the life zone, searching for the central point. After circling for more than 100 times, he finally determined the central point. At this time, behind Lin Moyu were nearly 100 gray and white mutated organisms. If the other God Kings saw so many mutated organisms, they would have fled in panic. But to Lin Moyu, these things were nothing. Lin Moyu approached and locked onto the central point, then stopped, looking at the mutated organisms rushing towards him. He raised his hand and pointed. The boneyard hell appeared, enveloping all the mutated organisms. Raging undead flames surged from the hell, and miraculous spirits rushed out, fiercely attacking the mutated organisms. In less than a minute, the over 100 mutated organisms that would make even a God King's expression change were all destroyed. In the hell, over 100 more gray and white crystal cores appeared. They were the crystal cores of those mutated organisms. Actually, these mutated organisms were not weak. Even a 6th or 7th here God King would have a headache facing them. One was fine, but one against many, they could only flee. But Lin Moyu was their perfect counter. In his hell, there were countless slaves, including thousands of 7th-tier miraculous spirits, over 100 8th-tier ones, and even over a dozen 9th-tier ones. Even without using the Undead Legion, Lin Moyu could easily kill them. He collected the crystal cores and stood at the central point, simultaneously releasing 2 streams of law from both hands. The law filled with life force entered the dead zone, and the law filled with death force entered the life zone. 2 completely opposite streams of law landed on the 2 points of life and death at the same time. Boom! The entire strange star suddenly exploded, emitting a brilliant light. Within the light was an extremely powerful repulsive force. Everyone on the star, except for Lin Moyu, was pushed out. No one could stay. A God King from some race was forced away from the strange star, flying back 20,000 kilometers before stopping. With the strange star as the center, a radius of 100,000 kilometers became a forbidden zone, impossible to approach. The strange star shone brightly in the cosmos. Only Lin Moyu stood on the star, closing his eyes to feel the changes. The zones of life and death were intersecting. The Great Cold Death Zone was filled with intense life force, and the bright white life zone was also being continuously invaded by death pi. Both were suppressed to the extreme, and then erupted violently. He used the momentum of a mountain collapsing and a sea overturning, suppressing the original attributes. The 2 poles reversed, life and death exchanged, yin and yang merged, eternal life without death comprehending at will. Insights rushed into his mind, ceaselessly flooding his soul world. In his soul world, the river of law appeared with a roar. The light of the river of law brought countless mysterious truths, circling and flying in his soul world. Lin Moyu's understanding of the undead law became deeper and deeper. This feeling was exactly the same as before, but the power was stronger. His soul was in extreme pain as knowledge of the undead law was deeply carved into it, leaving indelible marks. The word inheritance flashed in Lin Moyu's mind. He suddenly understood that the strange star was a kind of inheritance, a legacy left from the ancient era. Only those who held the undead law could receive this inheritance. Which expert left this inheritance? Could it be that mysterious master? In Lin Moyu's perception, only that incredibly mysterious master could possess the undead law. The mysterious manor, the ancient hymn, the netherworld swamp, each place had records of the master, and all pointed to the same person. But Lin Moyu had no time to think. The intense comprehension overwhelmed his consciousness like a tsunami. He felt like a small boat in a raging sea. One tremble and the boat would capsize, and he would be lost. He had no mind for other thoughts, only able to focus entirely on comprehending. The method of inheritance was too domineering, giving Lin Moyu no time to rest. Either successfully receive the inheritance or his soul would be destroyed. Even with his talent allowing for rebirth, his thinking would be severely damaged, possibly even making him an idiot. Lin Moyu had not expected receiving the inheritance to be so dangerous, but he had no chance to regret. Now he could only press forward. Success or failure was up to fate. Lin Moyu had a solid foundation, having achieved a perfect promotion to God King. It could be said that his small boat had no flaws. No matter how strong the waves were, it would be difficult to capsize him. He endured the pain in his soul, receiving a large amount of comprehension, and his understanding of the undead law deepened. His control over the law began to increase rapidly. 31, 32, 35. Lin Moyu's whole body shook, his aura suddenly strengthening as he formally stepped into the second-tier God King realm. From the God King realm onwards, for every 5 increase in law comprehension, the soul would become stronger, and the realm would increase by 1 tier. This would last until the 5th-tier God King, at which point the law control would reach 50. From the 6th-tier God King onwards, each tier advancement required a 10 increase in law control until reaching the peak of the God King realm. Stepping into the minor God Sovereign realm required 100 law control. Lin Moyu was both in pain and ecstatic. His realm was increasing too quickly. In just one day, he had jumped from 1st-tier God King to 2nd-tier God King. And it was the kind of advancement without any worries about an unstable foundation. After his soul was enhanced, his soul power was fully replenished by the talent tree, taking almost no time at all. His soul power was abundant, and his law comprehension was perfect, without any flaws. Except for the intense pain and considerable danger, this method of inheritance was truly perfect. In just one day, he had reached the 2nd-tier God King, but the inheritance was not over. The vast comprehension continued, and even grew stronger. Waves of pain crashed into his soul. Lin Moyu had no way out, he could only grit his teeth and endure while fully receiving the comprehension of the law, understanding and digesting it. He had to know not just how it was, but why it was. Lin Moyu felt his head was about to explode, and his soul was smoking. The talent tree shook continuously, seemingly helping him dissipate the heat. In the void, a group of God Kings stood 100,000 kilometers away from the strange star, staring at Lin Moyu with ill intent. At this moment, only Lin Moyu was left on the strange star. The alien organisms on it had all died the moment they were chased away. A large number of crystal cores fell, and then dissipated into the ground. Dust to dust, earth to earth. The powerful crystal cores originally belonged to the strange star, and now they returned to it. The strange star, with its interspersed gray and white, was changing in their eyes. A huge amount of energy was concentrating on Lin Moyu, and his aura began to strengthen rapidly. That human is the one who found the secret of the strange star. I can't believe I searched for so long without finding it, and he discovered it. The strange star is really powerful. In just one day, it has raised him from a 1st-tier God King to a 2nd-tier God King. No matter what God King level he is, after he finishes leveling up, I must capture him and find out what the secret is. The God Kings from different races looked at Lin Moyu with ill intent. In their eyes, Lin Moyu was the one who had stolen their opportunity. A thief of opportunity must pay a heavy price. Whether they had enmity with the human clan or not, from this moment on they had a life and death feud with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was completely unaware. All his energy was focused on receiving the inheritance. He had no time to care what others were thinking. 3 days later, an invisible force suddenly appeared from the void. In an instant, a radius of 10,000 miles was sealed. The space became heavy and solid, and most types of teleportation tools lost their effect. The group of God Kings surrounding the strange star, preparing to capture Lin Moyu for questioning, were all stunned. Who sealed the space? The sealing power is so strong, and the range is so vast. It's not an ordinary space-dealing pearl. It must be at least a god sovereign, of a magic treasure. Could it be a god sovereign as come? Is it a god sovereign of the human clan? Is he protecting him? Amidst the discussions, an army appeared in their sight. The army numbered about 10,000, their aura extremely powerful. Every member was a god king. A god king level army was the elite main force in the military. But this army was strange. It had members of the Demon Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, and the Bayan Clan. The Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan were mortal enemies. The whole world knew this. How could they ally? How could they let go of their hatred? What about the Bayan Clan? Even without enmity, they couldn't possibly ally with them. The present God Kings were all dumbfounded. At the head of the army were 9 people, their auras incredibly powerful. Although they were all God Kings, they were clearly a cut above the rest. Among the 9, 6 were from the Demon Clan, 2 from the Golden Eagle Clan, and 1 from the Bayan Clan. While the God Kings were dazed, someone suddenly screamed in horror. I recognized them. They are the ones on the human clan's wanted list. I remember now. Recently, the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan have been looking for a human named Lin Moyu. Not just them, but many enemies of the human clan are looking for him. I heard that Lin Moyu is the strongest genius of the human clan now, hailed as the second Xiao Jantian. I also heard someone say he came from a small world and became super god at 28. His talent is unparalleled. Could it be? Someone suddenly realized something and looked towards the strange star where Lin Moyu was. Could he be Lin Moyu? Everyone showed a look of horror. If the person on the strange star was Lin Moyu, then it was not difficult to understand the alliance of the Demon Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, and the Beiyin Clan. They were all enemies of the human clan. To eliminate a genius of the human clan, temporarily putting aside their hatred to form an alliance was not impossible. The three-clan allied army rushed over at a shocking speed. Besides the 9 leaders, there were 3 people behind them exuding terrifying auras. 3 god sovereigns, the Demon Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, and the Beiyin Clan each sent a god sovereign. This was truly a formation to ensure a kill, leaving Lin Moyu no path of survival. Someone realized the situation was unfavorable and quickly shouted, "Everyone, retreat," but it was too late. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle Clan and the allied army coldly ordered, "Clear the field." In an instant, a green light flashed. The Golden Eagle Clan acted, mobilizing 3,000 people, each 1,000 forming a formation, making up 3 great formations. The Golden Eagle Clan's battle formation was not as famous as the Demon Clan's, but in terms of speed, it completely surpassed the Demon Clan's battle chariots. In the Great World, it was said that if you were pursued by the Demon Clan's battle formation, you still had a chance to escape, but if you were pursued by the Golden Eagle Clan's battle formation, you could only wait for death. Thus, one could see how terrifying the Golden Eagle Clan's battle formation was. If you couldn't fight it, you could only wait for death. There was no escape. The 3 Golden Eagle Clan battle formations transformed into 3 streams of golden light, rushing over like a tide. The god kings of various clans who were waiting to interrogate Lin Moyu suddenly changed their expressions, and turned to flee. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow compared to the Golden Eagle Clan. Especially when they formed a battle formation, the Golden Eagle Clan's speed was even faster. The golden tide swept through the void, devouring the fleeing god kings one by one. Where the tide passed, no trace was left. A few minutes later, the void became extremely quiet, with only the 3-clan allied army and the strange star remaining. Lin Moyu was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He had no capacity to be distracted. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle Clan looked towards the strange star, locked onto Lin Moyu, and ordered again, "Kill." The 3 golden tides rushed out again, heading towards the strange star. Boo, boo, boo. Golden light exploded in the void. The 3 golden tides seemed to hit an unbreakable wall, and were forcefully shattered. The formations disintegrated, and the Golden Eagle Clan god kings inside were sent flying. The face of the Golden Eagle Clan god sovereign turned ugly. He hadn't expected this result. He felt he had lost face. A god sovereign needed to maintain his dignity. This time, he had truly lost all of it. The Demon Clan god sovereign saw this and sneered, "Useless. Watch my clan's battle formation." He ordered, and 1,000 Demon Clan god kings formed a battle formation, transforming into a huge demon broadsword, chopping towards the strange star. Who? A loud explosion sounded, but the strange star was unharmed. The Demon Clan's battle formation, like the Golden Eagle Clan's, shattered on the spot. The Demon Clan god kings spat blood, shaken and dazed. "Haha, so your Demon Clan's battle formation is only so, though." The Golden Eagle Clan god sovereign laughed loudly, feeling his dignity had been restored. Only the Beiyin Clan god sovereign remained indifferent. "How about we act ourselves?" The Beiyin Clan god sovereign was of the silver snake lineage. His sharp voice was mixed with the characteristic hissing of a snake. "How about we act ourselves?" It was not a suggestion, but a notification. As his words fell, he acted. A silver light flashed in the cosmos, turning into a vast river of silver. The laws in the river surged, transforming into giant silver pythons, rushing towards the strange star. The silver pythons crashed into the strange star and immediately shattered, but they still couldn't do anything to the strange star. Each time a silver python dissipated, the body of the Beiyin Clan god sovereign trembled. Those silver pythons were formed from his soul power and carried his will. Each time one was destroyed, it caused a strong backlash. Seeing the silver pythons were ineffective, he gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and the entire river of law crashed straight into the strange star. A heaven-shaking explosion sounded, the river of law dissipated, and that god sovereign let out a tragic scream, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The god sovereigns of the Demon and Golden Eagle clans looked at each other, unable to believe the strange star was so sturdy. The Golden Eagle clan god sovereign said, "It seems that before Lin Moyu comes out, we can't do anything to him. Then let's surround this place. I don't believe he can withstand it. Don't be anxious. The initiative is still in our hands. This space has been sealed, he can't escape. Besides, I remember we agreed to let the kids practice on Lin Moyu first." "That's right. What's the hurry? Isn't he trying to kill the top names on the wanted list? Then let's see how capable he is." The three of them sneered, their faces full of confidence. At their command, the three clan allied armies spread out, each guarding one direction, while the three of them hid in the void. Standing at the forefront of the three clan allied army were the 9 top experts on the human clan's wanted list for the Vermilion Bird Star region. Those on the human clan's wanted list were basically geniuses of their respective races, possessing the ability to fight across levels, even far beyond their cultivation limits. Cultivation realm was secondary. Talent and potential were the most important. Lin Moyu, the one at the top of the kill lists of various races, was not strong because of his high realm but because of his astonishing potential. The human clan did not want to see the geniuses of other races grow strong. Other races were the same. Geniuses like Lin Moyu, who could become a second Xiao Jiantian, had to be eliminated without mercy. This time, the rare cooperation of the races was to eliminate Lin Moyu. They even did not hesitate to activate spies embedded in the human clan to spread a lot of news about Lin Moyu. Knowing that Lin Moyu was going to Area 888, they immediately scaled up the battle, dispatching many god sovereigns to contain the human clan's god sovereigns and carry out the plan to eliminate Lin Moyu. The pain in his soul gradually subsided. The inheritance process was entering its final stage. Lin Moyu had reached 40 control of the law, firmly stepping into the 3rd-tier God King realm. Having just perfectly broken through to God King, he had quickly reached the 3rd-tier God King. Lin Moyu's cultivation speed was astonishing. The pain disappeared completely. Lin Moyu let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. It was really too dangerous. I almost died. It seems I can't continue to absorb the inheritance in the short term. At least I have to completely digest the inheritances I've absorbed before. The quality of the soul is very important. If my soul hadn't reached the peak of the 4th grade, I would have definitely been in trouble just now. There are still 3 strange stars in the human clan star region, located in the Black Tortoise star region, the White Tiger star region, and God City. In the future, when my soul is stronger, I will go take a look. During the inheritance process, countless comprehensions rushed in, forming a huge force that directly struck his soul. If not for his strong soul and firm will, he would have been killed or turned into an idiot. The inheritance was good, but not so easy to absorb. Besides, the strange star was an opportunity that belonged only to him. Others couldn't snatch it, so there was no need to hurry. The law comprehensions were deeply carved in his mind. Although he understood them all, he had not yet fully absorbed, digested, and converted them into his own strength. This process required a lot of time and actual combat. When the inheritance ended, the strange star gradually calmed down. The alien organisms had completely disappeared. The life force and death force were still there, but much weaker, needing time to recover. For those alien organisms to appear again would take a very long time, thousands of years, maybe even over 10,000 years might not be enough. After the strange star completely calmed down, Lin Moyu felt countless gazes staring at him. He looked up, and the corners of his lips curved into a smile. So it's you guys. 100,000 kilometers away in the void, 9 people stood in a row. Behind them was the 3 clan allied army. Trying to kill me with just this bunch of trash. Lin Moyu glanced around. A skeleton appeared beside him, and the undead vision expanded, sweeping across the entire field. So there are 3 god sovereigns hiding in the dark. Now this is interesting. Lin Moyu slowly flew up, leaving the strange star, and approached the 3 clan allied army. Seeing Lin Moyu move, the 3 clan allied army immediately erupted with a powerful aura. Each soldier was a god king. In terms of realm, none of them were weaker than Lin Moyu. The aura of the 3 clan allied army formed 3 huge pressures that pressed down on him. Lin Moyu's expression did not change. This kind of pressure was like a gentle breeze to his peak 4th grade soul. He stopped more than 1,000 miles away, glanced at the few people, and said, "All 9 of you are here." His indifferent attitude angered the 9 people. These 9 were all top geniuses in their own clans. Otherwise, how could they be placed on the human clan's wanted list and occupy the top 9 positions? The human clan's wanted list was an honor for them. Among the 9, a demon sneered repeatedly. "Human Lin Moyu, you finally showed up. Human scum, I heard you want to kill me. Lin Moyu looked at the demon with a somewhat strange figure, 5 meters tall, like a bamboo with 360 joints. Who are you? I don't know you. Based on the opponent's soul intensity, he was probably a second or third tier god king. Lin Moyu guessed he was Yin Huomo, ranked 10th, the weakest among the top 10 on the wanted list. The demon clan occupied 6 positions in the top 10 of the wanted list, and each had their own name or title, proving they were geniuses in their clan. In the demon clan, ordinary demons were not qualified to have names or titles, most were just numbers. Yin Huomo was so angry that flames shot out of his eyes. He felt slighted because Lin Moyu didn't know him. He said angrily, "I am Yin Huo." Before he could finish, Lin Moyu interrupted. "Alright, you don't need to say any more. You're all going to die soon anyway. It's useless to say anything. I won't be setting up a monument for you." Insolent. Yin Huomo was furious, and the others also showed angry expressions, saying in unison, "Are you courting death?" Lin Moyu said helplessly, "Don't waste time. I still have to go back and turn in the mission. All of you, come at me together. The army behind you and those 3 hiding turtles should act too." In the void, the 3 god sovereigns appeared. The god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan wore golden armor, like a golden god. A cold smile was on his face as he looked at Lin Moyu. "You are very arrogant. Are all human geniuses as arrogant as you?" Lin Moyu laughed heartily. "Am I arrogant? You'll know after a fight." Lin Moyu carried an arrogant demeanor, facing the 3 clan allied army. Even with god sovereigns leading, he was not intimidated at all. The situation before him, Lin Moyu had calculated thoroughly. Everything was within his expectations. Only the 3 god sovereigns were a bit troublesome, the others were not worth mentioning. Defeating the god sovereigns would just require some effort. "Arrogant. Let's see how I kill you." Yin Huomo was the first to rush out. He felt Lin Moyu completely looked down on him. Even though he was the weakest of the 9, it didn't mean he would accept humiliation. Yin Huomo's whole body erupted in inky black flames, turning into a man of fire. The demon clan had 2 types of flames: hellfire, which was dark red, and abyss fire, which was green. Yin Huomo was of the hellfire system, so he controlled the law of fire, and his flame was dark red hellfire. But he had absorbed a trace of abyss fire, causing his flame to mutate and become inky black. Hellfire and abyss fire were like 2 sides of yin and yang. Hellfire was fierce and belonged to yang, while abyss fire was gentle and belonged to yin. Combining the 2, the power did not seem to increase much, but it became more vicious, producing a fierce fire poison. Once afflicted, it was like being poisoned, causing long-term damage. The flames erupted. Yin Huomo controlled the flame to form a fire snake, rushing towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu snorted softly. Facing the raging fire snake, he did not dodge, but threw a punch directly. So arrogant, daring to block with his body. The so-called genius of the human clan is just a self-important fool. Just wait to be burned to ashes by the yin fire. Yin Huomo had not expected Lin Moyu to meet his attack with a fist. A cold, disdainful smile appeared in his eyes as he laughed loudly. He intensified the flame, and the fire snake instantly swallowed Lin Moyu. The people standing by were all stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Moyu to be so reckless. Several of them regretted in their hearts. If they had known, they would have acted themselves. This credit was now snatched away by the weakest, Yin Huomo. The top genius of the human clan, the second in line to warg Bud Xiao, was this kind of person. It really disappointed them. Even as enemy races, they wanted to face a strong opponent. Just at this moment, the demon god sovereign from above suddenly shouted, be careful of what?" Yin Huomo was stunned. Before he could react, a golden light suddenly shone from within the fire snake. Lin Moyu, covered in golden light, rushed out of the fire snake and instantly appeared in front of Yin Huomo. A simple punch, but carrying a golden light, struck Yin Huomo's head like lightning. Boom. Golden light and flame exploded together. Yin Huomo's head exploded, and his soul was also destroyed with just one simple punch. Yin Huomo, ranked 10th on the wanted list of the Vermilion Bird Star region, was dead. The remaining 8 couldn't help but shudder. Lin Moyu was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Moyu smiled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "It's your turn." Covered in golden light, he rushed towards the nearest person, who was also from the demon clan. Who exactly it was, Lin Moyu didn't know. What rank on the wanted list? He didn't care either. He only knew he needed to kill him. Spread out. Don't let him get close. He has a God King golden body, at least a second-tier God King physical body. Keep your distance. Don't fight him in close combat. Use spells to control him. The God Sovereign Shao came again. The three God Sovereigns reminded them in unison. They couldn't be bothered to act themselves. Although Lin Moyu had shown his God King golden body, that alone was not enough to make them act. The 9 of the remaining 8 were all top geniuses of the 3 clans. Their combat experience was extremely rich, and they naturally had ways to deal with it. The 8 immediately retreated, avoiding contact with Lin Moyu. The 2 God Kings of the Golden Eagle clan were the fastest to retreat. At the same time, they shot out dazzling golden lights, aiming straight at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu shattered them all with just 2 punches. Each punch was like breaking 10,000 laws. No matter the move, it was shattered by him. A strong body gave Lin Moyu the feeling that there was nothing he couldn't break. Lin Moyu transformed into a stream of light, and instantly appeared in front of the demon he was targeting, a powerful punch descending. This demon was Guillermo, previously ranked 2nd on the wanted list, but had dropped to 5th in recent years. His realm was still only 4th dear God King, with no progress, left behind by others. Lin Moyu's sudden appearance startled him. He couldn't understand why Lin Moyu's speed was so fast, even faster than the Golden Eagle clan. He didn't dare to block Lin Moyu's fist, raising a huge shield in front of him. The shield was covered in sharp spikes, a low-level God King magic treasure. Lin Moyu's punch landed on the shield. The shield rang out, the spikes breaking, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface. A terrifying force transmitted from the shield to Guillermo's body, sending him flying. He flew backward at a shocking speed, but Lin Moyu was even faster, catching up in an instant and punching at his head again. Guillermo's face turned pale with fear. He immediately opened his law domain, covering a region of tens of thousands of miles in the cosmos. His whole body erupted in a fierce black light, his figure instantly growing a size larger. At the same time, he raised the shield in front of him again. Boo! The second punch shattered the shield, and the arm behind the shield was also shattered. Guillermo screamed tragically, his figure suddenly disappearing. A second later, he appeared in a region of the cosmos tens of thousands of miles away. Guillermo was of the Abyss demon system, and possessed the Abyss law. He could move freely within the range of his law domain, but each movement had a distance limit and a cooldown. The higher the cultivation, the farther the movement distance, and the shorter the cooldown. Currently, Guillermo could move at most 20,000 kilometers at a time. In other words, his cooldown was 0.33 seconds. Just after moving, before Guillermo could regain his senses, he saw a dazzling golden light flash in front of him. Lin Moyu had appeared in front of him, a shining fist striking straight at him. Impossible, how is he so fast? Guillermo had no time to think, instinctively using teleportation to appear 20,000 kilometers away. Just as he saw clearly, the golden light was already in front of him. Guillermo was terrified, instinctively using teleportation again. This time, after moving, he didn't see the golden light, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the terrified shout of his companions. He recognized it as the voice of Faye, the strongest among them. Faye seems to be saying be careful. That was his last thought. Then everything went dark, his consciousness sinking into endless darkness. A punch from behind had shattered his head. The feeling of punching through flesh and blood is really wonderful. Lin Moyu smiled coldly, looking at the remaining people. The 6 survivors were all terrified. The 2 from the Golden Eagle clan looked at Lin Moyu, their eyes full of disbelief. Impossible, how is your speed so fast? Lin Moyu's speed was faster than theirs. Even Guillermo's teleportation couldn't escape. They were the Golden Eagle clan, the race with the fastest speed in this world. But now they realized Lin Moyu completely suppressed them in speed. If Lin Moyu chased them, they would have a hard time escaping. They had never met an opponent like this. The Golden Eagle clan, who had always been proud of their speed, were now stunned. Kill him immediately. Faye roared, opening his law domain, and throwing out a huge net at Lin Moyu. The large, shining net quickly expanded, covering tens of thousands of miles of the cosmos. Lin Moyu felt a formidable power surging towards him, emanating from a massive net-like magic treasure. Faye intended to use this great net to impede his speed. This was a high-grade magic treasure of the God King realm, possessing the ability to imprison and control opponents. Furthermore, due to its high quality, even with Lin Moyu's God King golden body and robust physique, it would not be easy to break. If they could just hold him for a moment, their combined forces could surely kill him. After all, Lin Moyu was only a 3rd rank God King. Lin Moyu let out a soft, mocking laugh. Spreading his undead wings, he instantly severed the soul lock on him and vanished from the great net's range, transforming into a streak of light and darting away. Faye's face turned pale as he roared in anger. Imprison him. One of the three from the Silvermane Hound clan suddenly opened its mouth, and a colossal conch shell emerged. It howled towards the sky, and sonic waves like sharp arrows shot straight at Lin Mui's head, targeting his soul. A soul attack. They wanted to control him with a soul attack. Lin Muiu could only laugh at their foolishness. Every sharp arrow was blocked by the soul crystal wall. A God King level soul attack was utterly useless against Lin Muiu. His soul was at the peak of the 4th grade, protected by the immortal soul jade, granting him immense soul defense. Even a god venerable would have to expend considerable effort to kill Lin Muiu with a soul attack. Completely unaffected, Lin Muiu turned and flew directly towards the Silvermane Hound. Impossible, the Silvermane Hound cried out, in shock. His soul attack had been useless. Not daring to let Lin Muiu get close, he immediately shrank his domain of law to cover his body, then transformed. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, and 100 became 1,000. In an instant, he had turned into tens of thousands of identical silver hounds, scattering in all directions. All tens of thousands of hounds had the same aura and appearance, making it difficult to distinguish the real one. Lin Mui's expression remained unchanged. He instantly changed direction, caught up in a flash, and threw a punch. Boom! A head exploded, and all the silver hounds vanished. Before Lin Muiu, only a corpse remained, blood still flowing. Until death, the hound never knew how his illusion had been seen through. Lin Muiu, of course, wouldn't tell him that while he could create clones, he only had one soul. Lin Muiu had simply used his undead perception to lock onto the real one without fail. How dare you? An enraged roar echoed from the heavens. The 3 god venerables of the Silvermane clan were breathless with fury, never expecting their clan's genius to be killed so easily. Lin Muiu looked up. Don't just shout. If you have the guts, come down here. The 3 Silvermane god venerables, conscious of their status, scoffed. Insolent brat, we'll let you be arrogant a little longer. Lin Muiu snorted. At that moment, a golden light flared behind him. The Golden Eagle clan had made their move. 2 members of the Golden Eagle clan rushed Lin Muiu from behind, unleashing a myriad of golden flashes. The golden light, imbued with the sharp laws of the gold element, enveloped Lin Muiu's entire body. Simultaneously, other demons attacked from the sides. Fei wielded a long spear, transforming into a streak of light as he thrust towards Lin Muiu. The other demon let out a shriek, and waves of sound froze the void, locking Lin Muiu in place and making him unable to move. The Golden Eagle clan was responsible for breaking his defense. A 5th rank God King demon was in charge of control, and the 6th rank God King Fei would deliver the final blow. Lin Muiu was indeed immobilized, unable to move for a moment. The dense golden light rained down on him, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. His entire body shone with a brilliant golden light, merging with the Golden Eagle clan's attack to become a giant golden sphere. The tip of Fei's spear erupted with black and red flames. He roared as his hellfire exploded with full force, the flames sweeping across tens of thousands of miles of the void before powerfully contracting, and then violently detonating. All the power focused on a single point. The black and red flames contained immense laws of death, wreaking havoc in the void. The demon clan's god, Venerable, revealed a satisfied smile. Although Fei was only a 6th rank god king, that spear strike, containing hellfire and the law of death, was powerful enough to severely injure even a 9th rank god king. Even with a god king golden body, Lin Muiu could not possibly withstand the power of the law of death. He was, after all, just a 3rd rank god king and was surely dead. The Golden Eagle clan's god Venerable remained silent, his eyes fixed on the point of the explosion, waiting for the outcome. Slowly, his expression began to change. The demon god Venerable, who had been so confident moments ago, now had a look of utter shock on his face. He wasn't dead. Not only was he not dead, but he was completely unharmed. Lin Muiu stood amidst the sea of fire, allowing the black and red flames to burn fiercely and the law of death to ravage him, yet his body stood as firm as a mountain. Seeing the attack had no effect, a mocking smile appeared in Lin Muiu's eyes. To the 6 attackers, that smile turned into terror. His physical body was too strong, his defense too solid. He was completely unbeatable. How can an attack this powerful not even scratch him? How are we supposed to fight this? Hold him down, Fei roared. If they couldn't beat him, they would restrain him and let others handle it. There weren't just the 6 of them. Behind them was an entire army and battle arrays. 2 demons who had not yet acted immediately rushed forward to help restrain Lin Muiu. One was a 5th rank god king, the other a 4th rank, both demons of the Hellfire system. Their laws were similar, and their powers complemented each other. In terms of law comprehension, Lin Muiu had to admit he was inferior. Even with his god king golden body, he found it difficult to escape their coordinated control. They once again threw out the great net, enveloping Lin Moyu. The net tightened, binding him securely. Golden light radiated from his body as he resisted, but he couldn't break free immediately. The two god kings from the Golden Eagle clan continuously attacked, pinning down Lin Moyu's power. Although they couldn't break his defense, they could weaken him and help restrain him. Fade was overjoyed and shouted, "Battle arrays, attack." His individual strength was insufficient against Lin Moyu. Now, aside from the three god venerables, they could only rely on their battle arrays. The demon army, composed of about 5,000 god kings, formed a battle array far more powerful than one of 1,000. These 5,000 demons, all at least third-rank god kings, combined their power to form a colossal battle saber that occupied a vast region of the sky, stretching 100,000 meters long. Before it, Lin Moyu was as small as an ant. The saber's aura had surpassed the ninth-rank god king level, reaching that of a minor god venerable. Lin Moyu felt that this battle saber was powerful enough to rival the Black Sand God King, the god king who ruled the Golden Desert. The 3,000 god kings of the Golden Eagle clan also formed a battle array. A sharp arrow appeared in the void. It needed no bow, yet it radiated a terrifying sharpness, as if it could pierce through anything. Finally, the battle array formed by 1,000 members of the Silvermane clan, all transformed from silver serpents, created a 100,000-meter long giant serpent in the void. Beams of light shot from its eyes, locking onto Lin Moyu with a binding effect. Die Fei screamed as the three battle arrays attacked simultaneously. The battle saber slashed down, tearing the void. The sharp arrow pierced through space, carrying destructive power. One layer of restraint, 2 layers of attack, perfect kill formation for Lin Moyu. They grinned viciously. "You are definitely going to die." Lin Moyu smiled in response. "So many people." Lin Moyu snapped his fingers. Immortal flames suddenly appeared in the void, which seemed to tear apart as a torrent of fire poured out. The skull throne emerged from the sea of flames. Formed from the power of 100 million skeletons, the 100,000-meter tall Skull King rose from its throne, raising its bone sword for a god, fling slash. This was the strongest Skull King Lin Moyu had summoned to date. When he was a first-rank god king, the Skull King he summoned had already reached the peak of a minor god venerable. Now that he was a third-rank god king, the power of his 3 basic skeleton types had increased accordingly, making their combined form even stronger. Lin Moyu himself didn't know how strong it was, as this was his first time using it at this level. The Skull King swung its god, flaying sword at the demon battle array. A terrifying sword light erupted, and a star river of law suddenly appeared in the void. Within this river of law, bones were piled high, and countless skeletons rose from them, swinging their swords in unison. This single slash seemed to be not just from the Skull King but from countless skeletons within the river of law, unleashing innumerable sword energies. The sword light was dazzling. The demon battle array was shattered in an instant. In the void, the 3 god venerables were all shocked. The demon god venerable's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "God venerable power, that god flaying sword, summoning a star river of law, has reached the god venerable level." A single slash shattered the battle array formed by 5,000 god king realm demons. Their weapons broke, and countless demons died or were injured. The Skull King had reached the god venerable realm. It was unexpected, but logical. Lin Moyu smiled, not stopping his assault. As the Skull King struck, he unleashed his second spell, the stellar, whole necromantic spell, Eye of the Undead. The void trembled violently, and scorching heat rose. The entire space seemed to be torn apart as a colossal eye, 10 million meters in size, appeared from the rift. Within the eye, gray flames burned, cold and emotionless, sending shivers down one's spine. Among all of Lin Moyu's spells, if one were to be called the most powerful, it would be the Eye of the Undead. A 10 million meter wide Eye of the Undead was enough to startle even a god venerable. But it wasn't just for show. With Lin Moyu at the third-rank god king level, it was powerful enough to annihilate the soul of a 5th-rank god king. The Eye of the Undead, carrying immortal flames, swept its cold gaze across the Golden Eagle clan's battle array. The golden arrow suddenly froze in mid-air and then shattered. Within the array, the members of the Golden Eagle clan clutched their heads and screamed, their faces contorted in pain. Some with weaker souls stiffened on the spot, their souls annihilated, dying instantly. To deal with a battle array, besides using absolute power to break it, a soul attack was the best method. The Eye of the Undead swept over the Golden Eagle clan and then turned its gaze towards the Silvermane clan's array. Horrific screams echoed as the Silvermane clan's battle array also failed to withstand the Eye of the Undead and crumbled. The 3 god venerables watched in disbelief, unable to accept that Lin Moi was this powerful. Tay, leading the other geniuses from the wanted list, was even more stunned. How is he this strong? How can he be so powerful? Impossible. We are all geniuses. How can the gap be so large? These thoughts flashed through their minds. They were all geniuses, but the difference was too vast. Lin Moi looked towards Fei and smiled. Your turn. That smile sent a chill of death through Fei. He let out a piercing scream and frantically fled, his voice trembling. He was truly terrified. He was at the top of the human race's wanted list in the Vermilion Bird Starfield, capable of fighting above his rank, hailed as the #1 genius of the Demon Clan in the Vermilion Bird Starfield. He had never taken human geniuses seriously. But today, Lin Moyu had completely shattered his confidence. Witnessing Lin Moyu easily destroy the battle arrays had left a deep impression of terror in his heart. He no longer dared to fight Lin Moyu, he only wanted to escape and let the god venerables deal with him. As Fei retreated, the others also fled in a frenzy. They too were terrified by Lin Moyu and had no desire to fight this monster. You can't escape. Lin Moyu slammed his palm down. An invisible aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping a vast area of the void and swallowing Fei's group. Fei suddenly realized the world around him had changed. Bones littered the ground everywhere under a pale white sky, and gray flames blazed fiercely all around. Countless indistinct enemies appeared around them. His body tensed as a terrifying pressure weighed down on him, threatening to crush him into dust. Survival instincts kicked in, and Fei resisted frantically. Bone hell enveloped a 100,000-kilometer stretch of the void, trapping not only Fei's group but also the surviving members of the three-clan coalition. From the start of the battle, the appearance of the Skull King and the Eye of the Undead had all happened in a flash, taking less than 2 seconds in total. This was a battle between God Kings, where speed was terrifyingly fast. Unless the opponents were evenly matched, a fight could last for days and nights. If one was suppressed, life and death were decided in an instant. Sob, an enraged roar echoed. The three god venerables attacked simultaneously. If they didn't intervene, not only would Fei's group die, but the entire three-clan coalition would be wiped out. Lin Moyu's power had completely exceeded their expectations. A third-rank god king capable of unleashing the power of a god venerable. With their keen eyes, they could naturally tell that the Skull King was a spell, not a puppet, which made it even more terrifying. This only strengthened their resolve to kill Lin Moyu. They all felt that Lin Moyu could very well become a second Xiao Jiantian. They absolutely could not let such a person mature. Otherwise, he would become a huge threat to all other races. The three attacked almost simultaneously with perfect coordination. The Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan, usually mortal enemies, were now working together to kill a common foe. 3 massive star rivers of law appeared from the void. One river burned with hellfire, radiating a brilliant black and glow. This was the demon god Venerable's Hellfire Law Star River. Another river shone with a blinding golden light, making it impossible to look at directly. The golden light transformed into sharp arrows, within which countless golden eagles seemed to be flying. The last river shimmered with silver light, waves surging, looking the most ordinary. But a closer look revealed that the silver waves were formed by countless tiny silver snakes, which merged to become giant silver serpents. The 3 Lost Star rivers crashed down, aiming to swallow Lin Moyu. The power of a god venerable was difficult to resist. The bone hell shattered. Lin Moyu cried out in pain as he was engulfed by the Lost Star rivers. But in the next breath, the Skull King leaped into the Star River and then charged out. Lin Moyu stood on the Skull King's palm amidst a pile of white bones, his entire body enveloped in a purple light. The attack from the 3 god venerables had broken his defense, activating his talent. Under the effect of his talent, he was reborn. His eyes were not cold, they even held a smile. His gaze fell upon the 3 god venerables, finally locked onto you. The bone hell had enveloped the entire void, including Lin Moyu himself. When the 3 god venerables broke the bone hell, it also left a mark on them. Anyone marked by bone hell could be locked onto by Lin Moyu's soul, making it difficult to escape. This was exactly what Lin Moyu wanted, to risk his one and only chance of revival to lock onto the 3 god venerables for a one-hit kill. Impossible. He's still not dead. If we don't eliminate him, the consequences will be endless. If he matures, our 3 clans might face extinction. His gaze is not right. As Lin Moyu's gaze swept over them, all 3 felt their hearts tighten. Then they saw Lin Moyu bring out 3 pieces of mangled flesh, which also radiated the aura of a god venerable. These were the god venerable blood fury corpses. A sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of the 3 god venerables. Their powerful souls sensed a warning of danger. Not good. The three simultaneously realized the danger and felt a soul lock from Lin Moyu. Their reactions were extremely fast. Their Lost Star Rivers appeared beside them, enveloping their bodies. Under the cover of the Lost Star Rivers, a God King level cultivator could not possibly maintain a soul lock. A God King couldn't even penetrate a Lost Star River, let alone lock onto a soul. But even after entering their Lost Star Rivers, the sense of danger in their hearts remained, and the soul lock was still there. What is this? The three were horrified, having never encountered such a situation. Immediately after, they each heard a deafening explosion originating from their own bodies. Before they could even check the source, their consciousness plunged into a dark abyss. Am I dead? How did I die? Their final thoughts were just futile questions, forever unanswered. Outside the Golden Desert, Lin Moyu had obtained the flesh of three God Venerables, the Nightmare God Venerable, the Flame Demon God Venerable, and the Stone Demon God Venerable. He used these three pieces of flesh as explosive catalysts, guided by the mark of the Bone Hell, to lock onto the three God Venerables before him, letting each of them experience the effect of corpse explosion. The effect was excellent. None of the three could withstand the explosion of their own bodies and were killed on the spot. The three God Venerables, alive and well just a moment ago, were now three mangled corpses floating silently in the void. Lin Moyu smiled. A fair trade. A very good effect. It wasn't in vain. Fei and the others were pale with fright. A God Venerable had died so tragically. These were God Venerables, three of them. Even if they were low-rank God Venerables, they were still God Venerables. Lin Moyu was just a third-rank God King. No matter what tricks he used, he shouldn't be able to defeat a God Venerable. They were truly terrified, not even having the thought to escape. The space was sealed, and teleportation tools couldn't be used. They had brought this disaster upon themselves. With Lin Moyu's speed, he could kill them all. Fei suddenly realized something. Lin Moyu, you deliberately leaked the information, didn't you? Lin Moyu laughed. Only this way could I catch you all in one minute. Hunting you down one by one would be too troublesome. Because it was too troublesome, he leaked the news, actively luring them into a trap. Everyone wanted to kill the other, everyone was on the other's kill list. So, Lin Moyu's method was not wrong. Fei laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder. Lin Moyu, we lost this time, but you want to kill me. Impossible. His aura surged and his body suddenly swelled, clearly intending to self-destruct. Did I give you permission to die? A cold voice sounded, and then a red light flashed above his head. A curse descended, and the eye of the undead stared at him simultaneously. An indescribable pain shot through his soul, his mind went blank, and Fei's attempt to self-destruct was interrupted. A dual soul attack. Even if it couldn't kill the immortal Fei, interrupting his spell was no problem. Here, Lin Moyu controlled life and death. Without his permission, even suicide was not an option. Moreover, even in death, it was not certain one could escape Lin Moyu's control. Everyone despair. Fei, enduring the pain, roared one last time, scatter and run. Whoever escapes is lucky. His words were for the entire three-clan coalition. Although the coalition was now in disarray, there were still over 8,000 survivors. If they scattered immediately, Lin Moyu couldn't possibly catch them all one by one. Lin Moyu laughed heartily. He pressed one hand down, and the bone hell reappeared, covering 100,000 kilometers of the void. Immediately after, firelight and starlight erupted simultaneously. The flame bewitching demon and the starlight bewitching demon appeared at the same time. These two were responsible for hunting down and eliminating the stragglers. If anyone escaped, they would be immediately killed. With the light speed of the bewitching demon, no one could escape. The God Venerables were dead. Dealing with these defeated remnants, Lin Moyu didn't need to use his full strength. He didn't even need to deploy his undead army, or summon the Buddhist kingdom bewitching demon. Many of the demons before him were clones. They would carry a lot of information about their main bodies after death. Lin Moyu couldn't reveal all his strength. Previously in the Golden Desert, Lin Moyu had revealed a lot of information. But the demon clan also knew that his strength was not equal to a God Venerable, so this time they sent God Venerables thinking victory was certain, only to be completely defeated. This showed that keeping a few trump cards was very necessary. The slaves in the bone hell materialized, strange grey souls launching fierce attacks on the three-clan coalition. Hellfire exploded everywhere, and grey immortal flames danced in the sky and on the ground. The immortal flames had a terrifying corrosive effect on living beings, very similar to the death force of the immortal law. The three-clan coalition struggled in the bone hell, step by step heading towards death. Dying in the bone hell, their souls were captured by the true hell, becoming slaves of the bone hell, never to escape. Even if they died in the bone hell, They would be resurrected in the true hell and then reappear in the bone hell. The bone hell was like a projection of the true hell in the real world, incredibly terrifying. Lin Moyu no longer needed to pay attention to the battle. The number of god kings in the three-clan coalition was rapidly decreasing. One by one, they turned into slaves and attacked their former comrades. What is this? Why are they alive again after dying? They're attacking us after coming back to life. What kind of spell is this? I've never seen a spell like this. It's too terrifying. Piercing screams echoed incessantly from within the bone hell. Faye's face was ashen. He knew his fate. He tried to escape the bone hell, but with the presence of the starlight bewitching demon and under the influence of its illusions, he had no chance. He couldn't even self-destruct. Life and death were not his to decide. Lin Moyu, I curse you to a terrible death, you will die 100 times more miserably than me. Faye uttered his most vicious curse. Lin Moyu smiled faintly, unconcerned. You curse me. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. As he roared continuously, struggling for the last time, the battle progressed quickly. Half an hour later, it was completely over. In the bone hell, a new army appeared, formed from the Demon Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, and the Silver Serpent system of the Silvermane Clan. They seemed to be alive, as formidable as before, but they had completely lost their color. From head to toe, inside and out, they were all a dull gray. The power of hell had reconstructed their bodies, exactly as they were in life. Lin Moyu tried to have them form a battle array but failed. They retained many of their spells, realms, and powers from when they were alive, but not the ability to form battle arrays. To be precise, they were dead, no longer living beings. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and had a guess. They belonged to the army of hell. Even if they were to form a battle array, it would need to be a battle array of hell. Did battle arrays of hell exist? Lin Moyu had no doubt. They certainly existed, he just hadn't mastered them yet. Retracting the bone hell, he looked at the silent void where 3 god venerable corpses were floating. With a thought, Lin Moyu shot out 2 clusters of immortal flames enveloping the corpses of the demon and golden eagle god venerables. Let them bite each other then. A corner of his mouth lifted, the murderous aura on Lin Moyu's face growing colder. The immortal flames burned fiercely. The 2 god venerables were resurrected from the flames, becoming revived ones. The 2 god venerables knelt before Lin Moyu, their expressions extremely respectful and sincere. They bowed before him as a command came from Lin Moyu's mouth. The 2 immediately accepted the order and quickly departed. Lin Moyu ordered the Demon Clan god venerable to go straight to the battle zone between the human race and the Golden Eagle Clan and slaughter the Golden Eagle army. Meanwhile, the Golden Eagle god venerable would go to slaughter the Demon Clan. He instructed both not to engage with the opposing god venerables but to target and kill those below the god venerable level. There was no need to kill many strong ones, just to kill as many as possible. This war is about to end, Lin Moyu said to himself. The 4th Starfield tournament is about to begin, and the human race needs a stable environment. He knew that a part of the reason for this great war was himself. He was the bait to lure out the hidden spies of other races within the human race and eliminate them. Even if he couldn't eliminate all of them, he could at least sweep out most. He also used a similar method to lure out those on the wanted list, helping him complete his missions. It seemed they didn't communicate much, but in reality, they had helped him a lot. But once a war started, its end was not decided by the human race alone. Lin Moyu understood the intentions of the leadership. The burden was lightened, but the responsibility remained. He had done everything he could to be the one to end this war. The Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan couldn't kill him, and with their god venerables suddenly turning traitor, their hard-won alliance would collapse. This war naturally couldn't continue. He guessed that in a few days, the 2 clans would voluntarily withdraw their troops, and the human race could take the opportunity to withdraw as well, thus ending the war in the Vermilion Bird Starfield. By then, those lurking bastards would also have been cleaned up. In short, the human race would be the final victor of this battle. Lin Moyu collected the corpse of the Silvermane god venerable and left Area 8. He quickly found a military outpost in the void and teleported back. Upon returning to Fortress No. 8, Lin Moyu met Zhu Qiyu. Zhu Qiyu looked at Lin Moyu with a serious expression. You're really not dead. Lin Moyu wanted to retort, but he looked at the people behind Zhu Qiyu, the commander of the Thunder King Legion of Fortress No. 8, and 2 god venerable realm elders. The 3 of them naturally understood Zhu Qiyu's meaning. The corners of their eyes twitched as they looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. Lin Moyu swallowed his retort, thinking, I'll give you some face. I'll let it slide this time. He could clearly see the smile in Zhu Qiyu's eyes. This old man was clearly saying it on purpose. Lin Moyo, showing respect to Zhu Keo, cupped his fists in a salute. This junior was lucky to survive. Thank you, senior. Zhu Keo grunted. Where are those guys? Lin Moyo said in a low voice, all killed. The details are recorded in the battlefield report. Zhu Keo nodded with satisfaction, and turned to the commander of the Thunder Cane Legion. Prepare for the final assault. Full-scale attack. Let them know who is the strongest. Yes, sir. The commander accepted the order and left with the two elders. Zhu Keo said, let's go. Come back and tell me the details. Lin Moyo's actions were very important. His methods would influence the future working methods of the human race's leadership. More than half of this war had started because of Lin Moyo. War brings casualties, and the human race would also pay a heavy price. A war started for one person, possibly causing the death of tens of thousands of soldiers, might seem unworthy at first glance, but in reality, it was extremely valuable. The human race needed geniuses, true top-tier geniuses. To wait for these geniuses to grow into supreme powerhouses, even greater sacrifices were worthwhile. This time, Zhu Keo knew Lin Moyo was going to Area 88, but he did not intervene. Lin Moyo needed to face this danger himself, because if he were to face even greater dangers, Zhu Keo couldn't always be there. If Lin Moyo died, their plan would be a failure. The whole process was extremely complicated, constantly weighing pros and cons, calculating gains and losses. It even gave Zhu Keo a headache. Lin Moyo recounted his entire experience. When he spoke of the three clan coalition's arrival and the assassination attempt by the three god venerables, Zhu Keo couldn't help but wipe a bead of sweat for Lin Moyo. When Lin Moyo described how he had slaughtered them all and even revived two god venerables to attack their own sides, Zhu Keo's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Moyo with great appreciation. Zhu Keo asked, how did you think of letting them fight each other? Lin Moyo smiled. I started this war, so naturally, I should be the one to end it. Once the dog-eat-dog situation begins, this war will end. Whether you, senior, want to hold back and spare them this once or take the opportunity to strike them while they're down is up to you. Zhu Keo's satisfaction grew, and he continuously praised Lin Moyo in his heart. His expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he was praising Lin Moyo with every possible compliment. What is a genius? Lin Moyo was a true genius, far superior to Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng had great combat power, but his strategic mind was a little below. Xiaosheng could become a brave general in the future, but he was not suited to be a marshal, unable to lead the human race like Xiao Zhenxian. But Lin Moyo was different. Not only was his combat power stronger, but he was also extremely intelligent. Throughout the process, he had said nothing to Lin Moyo, yet through just a few simple pieces of information, Lin Moyo had guessed their intentions. How many in the human race could guess their true intentions? Even Xiaosheng, once called the star of the human race, couldn't do it. Especially at the end, Lin Moyo's move to revive the two god venerables was a stroke of genius. With that, the entire war could end in a dog-eat-dog situation, with the human race emerging as the overall victor. The first ever cooperation between the Demon Clan and the Golden Eel Clan was completely shattered. This person truly has leadership talent, Zhu Keo thought to himself. In the backyard of the Jade Bamboo Trading Center, Mochi 687 sat alone in her private courtyard, intently studying past records. The Mo family had a long history, with detailed records of major events that had occurred in the wider world through the ages. Mochi had listened to Lin Moyo, knew what he wanted to do, and had released the information. Lin Moyo had also explained to Mochi why the human race had to initiate a war in the Vermilion Bird Starfield right before the 4 Starfield tournament. After hearing it, Mochi was puzzled, only half understanding, but she felt like she had heard or seen something similar before. So after Lin Moyo left, she began searching through her family's records. After a long search, she finally found a clue. 872 years ago, Xiaosheng suddenly appeared, and was hailed as the star of the human race. Xiaosheng was also placed on the kill lists of various races, with countless people wanting to eliminate him. It was also before 4 Starfield tournament that the human race initiated a war. At that time, Xiaosheng, at the 2nd rank God King realm, defeated a 5th rank God King and heavily injured a 7th rank God King of the enemy. In the end, he escaped the pursuit of a demon clan god Venerable, and was saved by a human god Venerable. That great war lasted for a year, ending only half a year before the 4 Starfield tournament. It nearly prevented the tournament from being held normally. After analyzing the records, it was clear that the Great War was intentionally provoked. After reading the information, Moju's eyes shone like stars, full of admiration. Captain, how did you figure it out? Returning to Fortress No. 1. Lin Muyu once again put on his mask, transforming into crimson flame. Qi looked at him and laughed. Brass, so you can be scared too. Lin Muyu shook his head. More accurately, I'm afraid of trouble. It seems you're quite used to using this mask to hide your identity. That's good. Sometimes you need to be a little cold and not easily reveal yourself. Maintaining a bit of mystery will be beneficial for you. Lin Muyu nodded. I understand. Qi laughed heartily. You understand again. If I maintain an air of mystery, it will help spread my reputation and publicize my achievements, allowing me to gather more power of faith. Lin Muyu voiced his thoughts. Qi didn't speak, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Lin Muyu knew he had hit the nail on the head. It was human nature. The more aloof and cold one appeared, the more mysterious others found them, and the more they would respect them. Conversely, showing everything would be counterproductive. Qi led Lin Muyu to the center of the fortress. The war was concentrated in the areas of fortresses 5, 6, 7, and 8. Fortress No. 1, being on the border, was not affected. It was only that, due to wartime requirements, the defensive forces were strengthened. Outside the fortress, army teams patrolled continuously, and inside, the defensive arrays were activated. Any enemy approaching would be detected. At this important location, Commander Kang Yuan of the Kamen Army had long received news from Qi and was waiting. The entire campaign, though recounted by Lin Muyu, ultimately had to be verified by the Human Emperor Network. Lin Muyu's kill record was all recorded in his battlefield token. The Human Emperor Network would automatically check and calculate the corresponding military merits. If what Lin Muyu said was true, his contribution in this campaign was immense. The huge military merits aside, just killing 3 god venerables was a massive amount of merit. Commander Kamen led the two through the areas of the fortress. Arriving at the center, Lin Muyu, having been here once before, was not unfamiliar. In the heart of the fortress was a giant round table, more than 10 meters long, capable of seating many people. Qi naturally sat in the main seat, and said to Kamen, "Open the array." Kamen grunted, waving his hand to release a talisman. Mysterious and complex talismans immediately lit up the room, quickly enlarging and falling onto the table. A magic circle immediately appeared in the center of the table, and then a giant jade sphere with a diameter of over a meter rose from the ground. The jade sphere shone brightly, and countless talismans appeared on its surface. At this moment, Lin Muyu felt the aura of the Human Emperor Network become denser. Although the Human Emperor Network covered Fortress No. 1, its intensity was far less than in the human starfield. Different intensities meant different capabilities. In Fortress No. 1, the Human Emperor Network could only maintain some of its most basic functions. Here, Lin Muyu couldn't enter the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network at will, nor could he go to the Human Emperor's training grounds. Only in special circumstances would the Human Emperor Network concentrate its power to open some less commonly used functions. For example, the last time Lin Muyu fought in the arena, the Human Emperor Network would enhance its power to provide a virtual world for observation, but the price was spending contribution points. Enhancing power had its price. But at this moment, Lin Muyu felt as if he had returned to the human starfield. The power of the Human Emperor Network became extremely strong. Clearly, this also had a cost. The entire array's operation would consume the fortress's energy. But this consumption was something the fortress could completely bear. Qi said, "Place your battlefield token on it." Lin Muyu placed the battlefield token on the table as instructed. The array lifted the token into midair, and a straight beam of light shone down on it. The array operated, and the battlefield token shone brightly. Immediately, a 3-dimensional image appeared on the table, showing a strange star. This was the strange star in Area 88. Lin Muyu was slightly stunned. He even saw himself in the image of the strange star. He never expected the battlefield token to have this function, recording all surrounding images like a recording stone. It seemed this battlefield token held many secrets. Qi laughed heartily. "Don't guess anymore. The battlefield token doesn't have a recording function. It only records some basic information. What you see is the Human Emperor Network reconstructing it based on that basic information." Lin Muyu suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder the Human Emperor Network needed to be enhanced. It was to do this. Reconstructing an image based on basic information required immense power. In the image, the strange star was glowing, and that was all. It just kept glowing. Lin Muyu realized Qi was right. The battlefield token only recorded some core information. The Human Emperor Network reconstructed the image at that time based on that information. But it was just an image. The Human Emperor Network couldn't possibly reconstruct the true changes of the strange star. At the same time, The human emperor network couldn't know what opportunities Lin Moyu had obtained. In the image, the strange star was still glowing, and Lin Moyu's aura on it was gradually strengthening, his realm also constantly rising. The image was fast-forwarded. A day's time passed in just a few minutes, and in just a few minutes, Lin Moyu had reached the second rank God King. The battlefield token had recorded Lin Moyu's promotion, but didn't know how he had promoted. The human emperor network didn't know, but Juqiu was clear. Brat Lin, you got a lot of benefits from that strange star. Lin Moyu replied, I had some enlightenment. You must have checked my records in the Vermilion Bird Starfield, right? There was a similar star there. I reported it at that time. Juqiu checked again, and indeed, Lin Moyu had been in the Vermilion Bird Starfield at that time and had advanced his realm thanks to a strange star. A dozen minutes later, Lin Moyu's realm rose again, reaching the third rank God King. At this time, in the image, the three-clan coalition appeared, including 9 of the top 10 on the wanted list, the allied army, and 3 god venerables. Kamen frowned. Just looking at the scene gave him a headache. Although the cultivation of the 3 god venerables was far inferior to his, he put himself in Lin Moyu's position. If he faced them with the strength of a third rank God King, he would surely die. Moreover, the space was sealed, and teleportation tools were useless, there was no escape. He didn't know how Lin Moyu had dealt with it, how he had managed to counterattack. He didn't know Lin Moyu's true strength, didn't understand his strange spells, so he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Only Juqiu said, Brat, had a good kill. Lin Moyu sat down. It was alright. In the image, Lin Moyu left the strange star, and the battle was extremely fierce. The battlefield token seemed not to record sound. Lin Moyu didn't know if it really didn't have that function or if the human emperor network didn't play it. Moreover, the battle process was not completely accurate. Only about 80% accurate, but that was enough. They could basically reconstruct the entire battle. Next, Kamen witnessed a spectacular battle. Lin Moyu, his entire body glowing with golden light, continuously threw punches, killing the god kings on the wanted list, many of whom had higher cultivation than him. In the end, Lin Moyu summoned the Skull King to break the formation and kill the 3 god venerables, leaving Kamen stunned and filled with fear. Is this really something a human can do? Kamen was secretly horrified, his eyes constantly glancing at Juqiu. He wondered if Juqiu had given Lin Moyu some treasure that allowed him to achieve such a shocking kill. Unfortunately, Juqiu didn't say a word, and Kamen couldn't get any useful information. But asking about it would be inappropriate. So Kamen felt an itch in his heart, like ants crawling inside him. After watching the entire process, Lin Moyu had a clearer understanding of the battlefield token. It could indeed record a large amount of information, and the human emperor network could interpret that information to reconstruct the image of that moment. The reconstructed image was quite accurate, but some details couldn't be fully restored. For example, some of his spells, like the Skull King, had been used on the human emperor network before and were on file, so the network had data on it, and could reconstruct it accurately. But details like corpse explosion had no information on the human emperor network. The network naturally couldn't reconstruct it, especially the bone hell. In this recording, the form of the bone hell completely disappeared. How the 3-clan coalition was ultimately killed remained a mystery. In the image, Lin Moyu cast a spell that the human emperor network couldn't reconstruct. Obviously, this spell did not exist in the vast database of the human emperor network. Strangely, after casting that spell, Lin Moyu just sat and watched like a spectator, not making another move. The 3-clan coalition seemed to be fighting an invisible enemy and was then wiped out. Alright, Juqiu spoke up. Kamen immediately understood, stopped the playback, and the image disappeared, but the array continued to operate. The calculation of Lin Moyu's military merits was still ongoing. However, the subsequent matters no longer required Juqiu and Kamen's intervention. Juqiu asked, your new spell seems very powerful. Lin Moyu smiled and replied, just some minor tricks. Juqiu nodded. It's fine if you don't want to say. It's your secret. Lin Moyu quickly shook his head. To you, senior, what secrets could I have? In his heart, he thought, if I don't show you, how can I satisfy your curiosity? Through his interactions with Juqiu, Lin Moyu had seen through one thing, he himself was curious, but Juqiu was 10 times more curious. Perhaps at Juqiu's level, most things were already known, and there weren't many secrets left in the world, which made his curiosity even stronger. Kamen finally couldn't hold it in anymore and blurted out, Lord Guardian, did you give him some treasure? He had been wondering how Lin Moyu had managed to kill 3 god venerables. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible. God venerables weren't so easy to kill, especially an instant kill. Even for him, killing 3 would be difficult, but an instant kill was not an easy feat. Qiu Lai. No treasure. The brat Lin did it himself. He didn't answer come in directly. My own curiosity is fine, but there's no need for others to know. Qiu then reminded him, don't tell anyone about this. I can tell you that if the opportunity is right, brat Lin could absolutely kill you too. Kamen suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Moyu, his face full of disbelief. He was a 7th rank god venerable, a true high rank god venerable, much stronger than the other 3. Yet Qiu said Lin Moyu could kill him. A 3rd rank god king killing a 7th rank god venerable. This was not just absurd. But Qiu's words made it impossible for him not to believe. There was also a warning in Qiu's words, reminding him not to reveal this matter and not to inquire further. The light of the array gradually faded. The battlefield token, which had been floating in mid-air, returned to the table. With a thought from Qiu, the battlefield token automatically flew back to Lin Moyu's hand. Alright, the Human Emperor Network will conduct the final verification. After it's done, the rewards will be sent directly to you. Let's go. I have a few more things to talk to you about. Commander Ka, remember what I just said. Don't leak any information about Brat Lin. Also, your disciple is undergoing treatment. Perhaps there's a chance. The last 2 sentences carried a hint of finality. Come in, having lived for over 1,000 years, how could he not understand the meaning in Qiu's words? He immediately replied, Lord Guardian, rest assured. I understand the rules. Qiu and Lin Moyu left, arriving at an uninhabited area of the void outside the fortress. Qiu waved his hand, and an invisible rule descended, immediately sealing off this area of the void. Lin Moyu knew that Qiu had reached the peak of the God, venerable realm, just 1 step away from a breakthrough. Some of his abilities were not comparable to ordinary God venerables. With a mere wave of his hand, he could turn the ordinary into the miraculous. Above the God venerable realm was a completely different world. Qiu had already begun to touch it. Sealing off a large area of the void so lightly and silently was something an ordinary God venerable couldn't do. With just the 2 of them left, Qiu got straight to the point. What spell did you use? Even the Human Emperor Network couldn't restore it, which means it's a completely new spell that has never appeared before. Qiu was extremely curious. Lin Moyu smiled and gently placed his hand down. The bone hell immediately appeared, covering 10,000 meters of the void. White bones covered the ground, and gray flames spewed ceaselessly from the sky and earth. Within the bone hell, gray slaves wandered. When there were no targets, they were like soulless husks, but once a target appeared, they would become wild beasts, charging at the enemy until death. Qiu sensed the aura of the bone hell, looked at the wandering slaves within it, and urged with curiosity. He exclaimed, This spell is interesting. Are these all strange souls? And there are demons, golden eagles, and silvermane clansmen too. How are they simulated by the spell? Apart from their cold bodies, they are almost no different from living people. Qiu only saw the surface of the spell, not its inner workings. Lin Moyu briefly explained the bone hell to Qiu. He didn't reveal its ability to mark enemies. In Lin Moyu's opinion, marking enemies was the strongest function of the bone hell. He had no shortage of offensive methods, whether it was the corpse army, the sea of skeletons, or corpse explosion, their attack power surpassed that of the bone hell. Even in terms of numbers, the corpse army could crush the current bone hell. The strongest point of the bone hell was its ability to mark a target. Once marked, it was impossible to escape Lin Moyu's soul lock, and then corpse explosion could be used to eliminate it. Although Lin Moyu hid the marking ability, the other functions alone were enough to astonish Qiu. It can really turn the dead into slaves. In that case, if you kill a few God venerables, wouldn't you have God venerable guardians? Lin Moyu said, Theoretically, yes, but there are many restrictions. First, the bone hell cannot control God venerables. Moreover, its range is limited. Even if you turn a God venerable into a slave, they can only operate within that limited range. In that case, the usefulness of a God venerable is greatly reduced. It's better to use them as materials. Qiu nodded. That makes sense. He carefully sensed the aura within the bone hell, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Qiu frowned, his eyebrows knitting into a shade, his eyes showing a complex expression as he continuously observed the bone hell. After a short while, he spoke, bone hell, connected to hell. He seemed to be muttering to himself, connected to hell, connected to hell. Qiu kept repeating that phrase, his eyes closed tightly. Lin Moyu didn't disturb him, just feeling curious. He didn't know what Qiu had discovered. Back then, the information on the spell he obtained did indeed state that the power of the bone hell came from the true hell. It was by borrowing the miraculous power of the true hell that it could turn the dead into slaves. But Lin Wei had thought that the true hell was probably just a symbolic term, not necessarily a real existence. Seeing Jukiu's appearance now, Lin Wei couldn't help but think, could there really be a hell in this world? A branch of the hell system demon race. Lin Wei found himself amusing, feeling he was overthinking. Suddenly, a strange aura emanated from Jukiu. The aura was not strong but very special. A type of aura Lin Wei had never seen before. Lin Wei saw a thin thread, as fine as a hair. The small thread floated before his eyes, radiating a shimmering light, changing into myriad forms and brilliant colors. Lin Wei looked at the small thread with curiosity, feeling that this ordinary-looking thread seemed to hide a huge secret. The small thread continuously twisted before his eyes, finally slowly tying itself into a knot. The moment the knot was tied, the entire void trembled slightly, but powerfully. The vibration was very small, hard for ordinary people to perceive, but it caused a violent reaction. The bone hell shattered like glass, and vanished. And cracks appeared in the void itself. Then, with a soft crack, the space collapsed. A purple light erupted from Lin Wei's entire body. In his eyes, besides shock, there was immense fear. In that instant, the undead army in his stellar-level soul world spell completely disintegrated. It collapsed and self-destructed 6 consecutive times, directly activating his talent. He was reborn, all thanks to his talent. If it were someone else, they would be dead by now. Even a powerful god, venerable like Khan Min standing there would have had a hard time escaping death. The attack just now came silently, faster than a flash of lightning, leaving no trace. Lin Wei didn't even have time to react. Fortunately, the attack was only once. If it happened continuously, Lin Wei felt he would surely die. Not dying at the hands of the 3-clan coalition, but at the hands of Jukiu would be a great injustice. Lin Wei looked at Jukiu, thinking, should I stay away from this guy? He's too dangerous. Brad, how was that move of mine? Jukiu's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Wei's soul, carrying a hint of teasing. Lin Wei immediately understood that what just happened was entirely intentional on Jukiu's part. His face twitched a few times. Senior, that's not cool. Jukiu laughed heartily. You can't die anyway. I was just testing it out. Lin Wei gave a wry smile. It's a good thing you're alright, senior. Jukiu opened his eyes, and 2 beams of starlight shot out from them. How could I not be alright? Lin Wei didn't want to argue with him anymore. How did you do that just now? He clearly felt that Jukiu's aura had changed. Initially, he was at the peak of the god venerable realm, the strongest among them, but still within the god venerable realm. His god venerable aura was very clear, just stronger than all other god venerables. But now, Jukiu's aura had become ethereal, shrouded in a layer of mystery. Lin Wei couldn't see through him for a moment, a doubt creeping into his heart, feeling that Jukiu seemed to have comprehended something shocking. Jukiu chuckled. I have taken the most important step. 1 foot has stepped onto the other shore. The other shore? Lin Wei asked, what is the other shore? Jukiu was in a very good mood. Weren't you always wanting to know what realm is after God, venerable? It's the other shore. But that's all I can say. Many other things you'll have to wait until you reach that realm to comprehend yourself. Knowing too much now is not only useless but will become a shackle for you. Lin Wei understood somewhat but had firmly remembered the other shore. He silently recited in his heart, after God, venerable is the other shore. He then congratulated Jukiu. Congratulations, senior, for stepping onto the other shore. Having achieved his goal, Jukiu shook his head. It's just taking a very important step, not truly reaching the other shore yet. Being able to comprehend this time is also thanks to your bone hell. I will remember this favor. Lin Wei quickly shook his head. This junior did nothing. It was thanks to senior's profound cultivation. Jukiu waved his hand, cutting off Lin Wei's words. Whether you did or not, I know myself. There is karma. I said I'll remember it, so I'll remember it. He was quite domineering. Lin Wei didn't say any more. A powerhouse about to transcend the god venerable realm and step into the other shore said he owed him a favor. He was overjoyed. What he said just now was just being polite. Lin Wei also didn't expect his bone hell to have such an effect. Thinking about it, it was because Jukiu's cultivation had reached a major point. He was originally just a little bit short, and now with a sudden enlightenment, he had crossed that step. Jukiu was even more excited. How many old guys have been stuck at this step for thousands of years, unable to take it until they died? Compared to them, I have won this time. When I go back, I must laugh at those old guys, see what their faces will look like. Let's see who told me back then that I would never be able to step onto the other shore in this lifetime. Lin Moyu listened quietly, guessing the identity of the old guys Shukiyu mentioned. To be called an old guy by Shukiyu, not only did they have to have the strength, but their age also had to be greater than Shukiyu's, especially the phrase when I go back. Go back where? Needless to say, it must be back to the Divine City. Lin Moyu thought of that mysterious figure, guessing that he was the one who had truly stepped onto the other shore. Moreover, after stepping into the other shore, one could not casually appear in the great world. There would be many restrictions. The ancient Buddha of the Buddhist clan was probably in the same realm. So after Shukiyu stepped into the other shore, he needed to go elsewhere. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, when do you plan to leave? Shukiyu shook his head. It's hard to say. Although I have one foot in the other shore, it will still take some time. Maybe a few years, a few decades, or just a few months. But anyway, before I officially step onto the other shore, I still have some things to do. As he spoke, a murderous aura rose from Shukiyu. The murderous aura was as sharp as a sword, making Lin Moyu's skin feel slightly painful. The murderous aura materialized. Lin Moyu didn't expect Shukiyu's murderous aura to be so strong. He had never shown it before. Lin Moyu realized that the matter Shukiyu was talking about must be killing someone. And who was he going to kill? Shukiyu was already powerful, and now with half a step into the other shore, if those major figures didn't make a move, who could stand against him? Lin Moyu coughed dryly. Then I wish Senior success in everything. The congratulation was rather clutch but made Shukiyu laugh out loud. Good. Success in everything. The murderous aura intensified, turning into countless blades that shattered the void. Lin Moyu returned to Fortress No. 1 still thinking about the scene just now. Shukiyu had quietly shattered a whole region of the starfield, a power far beyond the god, venerable realm. A god venerable could also break the void, but that could only be done with their full strength. Some weaker god venerables could only create small cracks in the void. But Shukiyu did it casually, without any effort. The gap between them was self-evident. Lin Moyu was certain that in this battlefield, Shukiyu was already invincible, and it was hard for anyone to defeat him. Unless figures of a higher level appeared, no one could stop Shukiyu. Senior Chi will go on a killing spree later, but there will surely be restrictions, Lin Moyu thought to himself. Of course there were restrictions. Otherwise, if those high-level figures could do whatever they wanted, the entire battlefield would have been in chaos long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu started his missions. He came to submit his 4th battlefield mission, 777, and receive his 5th battlefield mission. The second part of the 3-part mission series had completed its first part. Kill one of the top 10 wanted enemies. He had killed 9, far exceeding the target. The second part, 5 battlefield missions, was only 1 mission short. The third part, accumulating military merits, would be calculated when he left the battlefield. In fact, in Lin Moyu's eyes, the 3-part mission was as good as completed, just waiting for him to leave the battlefield. But he didn't know if there would be a third 3-part mission. Each cultivator had different 3-part missions. This mission was to enter the Divine City, depending on each person's performance. It might require completing it multiple times, or it might only need to be completed twice. Ultimately, how many times it needed to be done was decided by the human Emperor network. Standing in line, Lin Moyu came to the counter. Behind the counter was a beautiful and lovely female cultivator, small in stature, with a pretty face, like a doll. She was very young, only at the super god realm. When she saw Lin Moyu, a look of fear appeared on the doll's face. She blurted out, "What do you want?" She was clearly frightened by Lin Moyu's current appearance, or more specifically, by the appearance of Crimson Flame. Lin Moyu, in the form of Crimson Flame, tried to force a friendly smile, submitting a mission. But that friendly smile, in the doll's eyes, looked like baring his teeth, making him even more frightening. The doll tried to calm down, realizing this was the mission submission area, and the other party couldn't do anything to her. She muttered, "Submitting a mission is fine. Why be so fierce?" Lin Moyu was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Was I too fierce? He handed over his battlefield mission card along with 20 star cores, 10 cold gray ones and 10 white ones. The doll took the mission card and connected to the human Emperor network. At the same time, a beam of light from the ceiling shone down on Lin Moyu. The first step of the human Emperor network was to verify identity. The doll showed a puzzled look. "Why don't you have a name?" In the information she saw, the name was not displayed. The human Emperor network had hidden the other party's name. This made her feel puzzled, having never encountered such a situation. The young girl, with her clear eyes, couldn't hide her surprise. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there a problem?" It seemed she was frightened by Lin Moyu again. No problem. She was really scared of Lin Moyu's appearance, and quickly checked the other information. Only the name was hidden. There was no problem with the other information. Then she quickly completed the procedures, returned the mission card to Lin Moyu, and repeatedly said, all right. Taking the battlefield mission card, Lin Moyu smiled at the doll. Thank you. The doll saw Lin Moyu smile, and felt as if he was about to eat her. That smile was terrifyingly wide. She hurriedly said, "You're welcome. Please go, I wish you all the best." Her polite words sounded as if she was sending off a god, hoping Lin Moyu would leave quickly. After Lin Moyu left, the doll breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. So scary. How can there be such a scary person? It feels like he's going to eat me. Lin Moyu secretly laughed. This work just now was intentionally to scare the little girl. Thinking about it, it seemed the other party was older than him. He was only around 35, and the other party, at the super bad realm, must be over 100 years old. But in terms of mentality, he really didn't know if he was older or younger. What a strange feeling. Am I old in spirit before my time? A God King realm cultivator could live for at least 5,000 years. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. Moreover, Lin Moyu's body had also reached the God King realm and had even cultivated the God King golden body, making his lifespan even longer. He was only 35 years old, not even one of his lifespan, yet his mentality was extremely mature. In the great world, a 35-year-old was still cultivating in the Life Star Academy, having not even experienced real combat, let alone life and death struggles. In the cultivation system of the great world, only upon reaching the super god realm were you considered a true cultivator, able to experience the cruelty of the world on your own. But in reality, many super god practitioners still only did simple missions, well protected by the human emperor network, knowing nothing of danger. In Lin Moyu's eyes, those super god practitioners were like children who had not grown up. He thought of how he had already experienced life and death battles in his 30s. The 4th battlefield mission was completed, and he was ready to receive the 5th. Lin Moyu came to a mission terminal. As he submitted the mission information, he heard the familiar notification sound. The Human Emperor Network sent a notification, completed the mission to eliminate the top 10 on the Vermilion Bird Starfield wanted list. Reward, 100,000 mission points. Exceeded mission completion requirements for eliminating the top 10 on the Vermilion Bird Starfield wanted list. Reward, 100,000 mission points, 2 contribution points. Eliminated the 3-clan coalition. Reward, 10,000 military merits. Eliminated 3 god venerables. Reward, 100,000 military merits, 5 contribution points, 2 military supply points. 4 consecutive notifications appeared, rewarding Lin Moyu for the mission and kills. In total, he received 200,000 mission points, 110,000 military merits, 7 contribution points, and 2 military supply points. Both the mission points and military merits exceeded the maximum limit of ordinary missions. Lin Moyu understood that it was mainly because he had done too well. The mission only required killing one of the top 10 on the wanted list, but he had killed all 9 in the top 10. The remaining one from the Fei Meng clan hadn't come. If he had, he would have been killed too. This killing spree led to a complete change in the human race's wanted list in the Vermilion Bird Starfield. Those who were not originally in the top 10 were now promoted. It was hard to say if they should be happy or sad. Eliminating the 3-clan coalition was rewarded with 10,000 military merits, which was actually a lot. Merits on the battlefield were far more valuable than mission points. 10,000 military merits were equivalent to several 100,000 mission points. Eliminating 3 god venerables was rewarded with 100,000 military merits. Compared to mission points, the military merit reward was more generous. After all, those were god venerables. Normally, only god venerables could kill god venerables. Lin Moyu alone had killed god venerables across realms. The reward was naturally generous. Finally, there were 7 contribution points and 2 military supply points. Lin Moyu felt the usefulness of these 2 things. They were better than mission points and military merits, much more practical. If he wanted to now, he could use 1 contribution point and 1 military supply point to exchange for a pseudobot of War Fortress, whose value on the outside was hard to quantify. After receiving the rewards, Lin Moyu opened the Human Emperor Network to check his personal information. Name, Lin Moyu. Rank, 1st rank Glory Captain. Age, 35. Level, 3rd rank God King Soul. Peak 4th grade Potential Assessment. Legendary Authority. Supreme Level 4 Comprehensive Strength. Minor God Venerable owned points, 851,000, 850 owned military merits, 178,676 contribution points, 12 military supply points, free training time in Human Emperor Field, 3,500 days controlled laws, immortal law, slaughter law, thunder law. Lin Moy looked at his information and thought for a moment. My military rank has been promoted again. Why was there no promotion mission? He decided to ask about it. How could there be no promotion mission? As far as Lin Moy knew, promoting in military rank not only required meeting the military merit conditions but also completing a promotion mission. Previously, when he was promoted from soldier to officer, he had also completed a promotion mission. This time, he was directly promoted to captain, which was really strange. Continuing to check the information, Lin Moy found that the Human Emperor Network's assessment of him was quite accurate. His combat strength was indeed at the minor god venerable level, far from a true god venerable. The Human Emperor Network didn't raise his strength to the god venerable realm just because he had killed 3 god venerables. Perhaps Chu Qiu's analysis of his situation was included. Chu Qiu knew his situation very well. His mission points had reached 850,000. He was only 150,000 short of level 5 authority. Level 5 authority required 1 million mission points. For most cultivators, it would take over 100 years, even several hundred years, and completing over 100 missions to get it. But Lin Moy only took a few years. If he continued to complete missions excellently, receiving rewards several times, even more than 10 times that of others, he would soon reach level 5 authority. It could be said that he was one of the fastest cultivators in the human race to level up his authority. He hadn't checked his information for a long time. After looking at it this time, he felt very satisfying. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. He muttered, "Let's see what mission to take. There's one more battlefield mission." There were less than 2 years until the 4-Starfield tournament, which was definitely enough time. Opening the mission list, Lin Moy began to search. With his cultivation reaching the 3rd rank God King, the number of missions he could accept increased again. In fact, at the God King realm, he could already accept most missions with few restrictions. As his cultivation continued to increase, the number of missions he could accept would be even more, but compared to the total number, it was still very few. Starting from the lowest level true God missions, there were tens of thousands of missions, totaling around several tens of thousands. Lin Moy directly skipped the true God missions and only looked at the God King missions, checking them one by one. Most were not difficult. The mission point rewards usually ranged from 10,000 to 20,000. Mission points were directly proportional to the difficulty of the mission. Before accepting a mission, even without seeing the details, one could guess the difficulty from the mission point reward. Lin Moy filtered twice, only selecting missions with high mission points. The mission list was drastically reduced, from tens of thousands of missions to less than 200. Choosing one from these 200 was indeed easy. This mission's points are unknown. Lin Moy explained. Suddenly he saw special mission. The mission point reward was clearly stated as unknown. Unknown mission points meant the difficulty was also unknown. He thought to himself, it's a fixed mission, meaning the reward will vary depending on the completion situation. No deadline. I wonder if there's a maximum limit. The mission execution area was 958, the 9th war zone, very close to war zone No. 10, the area of activity for high-level God Kings. This mission was very special. Not only were there no specific mission point rewards, but even the mission name was not stated. The information only indicated that the mission area was in the 9th war zone, area No. 58, code 958. According to the battlefield numbering rules, from War Zone 1 to 10, War Zone 10 was the largest and most dangerous central area. Thus those active in War Zone 10 were all high-level God Kings, minor God Venerables, and some God Venerables. And War Zone 9, bordering War Zone 10, was also not small in danger, being the activity area for high-level God Kings. This mission in Area 958 was clearly not low in difficulty. So only high-level God Kings would dare to take this mission. Lin Moy was only a 3rd rank God King. Although he met the conditions to accept the mission, he normally wouldn't. He wouldn't take it. This was the last mission, and he didn't want to take it casually. This mission could be related to the overall evaluation of the mission series. Although he was very confident in his strength, confidence was not arrogance. Lin Moy still didn't want to take the risk. After skipping the mysterious mission, he found a few backup missions and then left the mission area. On the way to the trading center, passers-by constantly looked at Lin Moy and then quickly moved away. As soon as Lin Moy's gaze swept over, Most people immediately turned their faces away, not daring to meet his eyes, especially the female cultivators, who dodged even faster. Lin Moyu, with his fierce appearance, was like a demon god, but his journey was quite smooth, and he easily entered the trading center. The entrance to the trading center was originally quite lively, but when they saw Lin Moyu, some people hurriedly moved away, making way for him. At the central trading counter, he met Yu King. Yu King was still in her usual dazed state. She spent nearly half her time in a daydream, truly a leisurely lie. Lin Moyu gently knocked twice on the counter, attracting Yu King's attention. Then, a piercing scream came from Yu King's mouth, attracting countless gazes. Lin Moyu pouted, feeling that his crimson flame form might be a bit too much. But that face was indeed impressive. One look was hard to forget. At that time, he himself remembered it clearly. Yu King covered her mouth with one hand and clutched her chest with the other, her small face slightly pale. "Mr. Lin, are you trying to scare me to death?" Lin Moyu laughed heartily. "Is Mo Chu still in the old place?" Yu King nodded. "Still there. Just go straight in." Being a regular customer, Lin Moyu went straight to the backyard. In the courtyard behind the house, Mo Chu had already received the news that Lin Moyu was coming. She immediately replaced the old tea with iced tea. Since the first time she was burned by the stellar flame, every time Lin Moyu came, Mo Chu would use iced tea. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. This saying was very true for Mo Chu. From a distance, Lin Moyu could smell the tea from the courtyard and see the beautiful figure in the pavilion. He leisurely walked in. As soon as he entered, he took off his mask, restoring his true appearance. Mo Chu smiled faintly. The captain's own appearance is much more handsome. Lin Moyu sat down, took the cup of tea handed to him by Mo Chu, and got straight to the point. "I came to sell some things." Mo Chu's eyes lit up. "Really? Captain has had another good harvest." Lin Moyu took a sip of tea and took out a few items. Indeed, a small harvest. 3 storage magic treasures were placed in front of Mo Chu. Her beautiful eyes widened, her voice slightly trembling. "Ah, venerable realm. Captain, did you kill a god venerable again?" Lin Moyu grunted softly. "By a fortunate coincidence, I killed 3. A fortunate coincidence to kill 3 god venerables." Mo Chu stared at Lin Moyu. "Captain, have you ever heard the saying that excessive modesty is pride?" Lin Moyu paid no mind. "I'm telling the truth. Fall your sisters here. There are a lot of things this time. The assets of the 10,000 soldiers of the 3-clan coalition, each an elite of the God King realm, were pitifully small." Lin Moyu had high standards and didn't care about God King realm materials. He had carefully searched the 3 storage magic treasures of the 3 god venerables but still couldn't find any god venerable level magic treasures or materials. Adding the legacies of the previous 3 god venerables, it was proof that not all god venerables were rich. It was said that most god venerables still used God King realm magic treasures, which seemed to be true. Not only were there no finished magic treasures, but there weren't many god venerable realm materials either. If there were, they were only rather poor quality god venerable realm materials, not even enough to summon an elemental bewitching demon. However, Lin Moyu was still worried he might have overlooked something, so he had instructed Mo Chu beforehand to inform him if there were any high-level materials, so he could decide whether to sell them or not. Mo Chu called 5 transaction masters over. A gathering of beauties, their sparkling eyes curiously looking at Lin Moyu. This wasn't the first time they had come. Only when there was a super large-scale transaction would they work together. The handsome young man before them brought transactions beyond imagination every time. If not for the rules, they would also want to have a deeper transaction with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took out the colorful storage magic treasures, but only a small portion, over 10,000 items. If he took them all out, it might blow up the entire villa. The courtyard fell into silence. The official inventory began. One item after another was taken out from the storage magic treasures, and placed on the transaction table for valuation. The transaction masters were busy, working non-stop. Every time a portion of a storage magic treasure was emptied, Lin Moyu would take out another portion, as if it were endless. The legacy of the god venerables was naturally handled by Mo Chu. Mo Chu worked meticulously, appraising them accurately. 2 days later, the 5 transaction masters finally finished their work, leaving the villa with tired expressions. Mo Chu took a large gulp of tea before saying, "Captain, it's all calculated." After 2 days without eating or drinking, Mo Chu was also exhausted, but her eyes shone with excitement. This transaction had broken the record for points. From Mo Chu's expression, Lin Moyu had already guessed the result, remaining calm. "You've worked hard. Just tell me the result." Mo Chu reported, according to the rules, we split it evenly. The total is 3.2 billion points. Lin Moyu nodded. This amount of points was actually not much. After all, it was the legacy of over 10,000 God King realm powerhouses. He even felt it was a bit low, thinking to himself that those people were really poor. At this moment Mo Chu took out an item. A feminine bracelet. Mo Chu said, I found this bracelet in the God Venerable Storage Magic Treasure, placed in a very hidden corner. From my experience, this is a good item from the Starry Sky Merman race, but I can't determine its specific grade. The bracelet was made from a special kind of shell, with exquisite and complex patterns carved on its surface, making one marvel at its craftsmanship. Lin Moyu felt a strange aura emanating from the bracelet, but it was vague and hard to determine what level of magic treasure it was. However, it was certain that this was a magic treasure of the Starry Sky Merman race. Items of the Starry Sky Merman race were very special. Even if they fell into the hands of other races, it was difficult to use them. That God Venerable must have been the same, obtaining it but unable to use it, and unwilling to throw it away, finally hiding it in a corner of his storage magic treasure. Mo Chu couldn't appraise this bracelet, so she kept it. Lin Moyu took the bracelet back and said casually, alright, I'll take it. If I have the chance to meet Yu King Gru again, I'll give it to her. It's useless for me to wear it. The transaction ended. Lin Moyu received 3.2 billion points, bringing his total points to 6 billion. Mo Chu's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she smiled. Captain, you are truly the richest God King, not just the richest among God Kings, but also richer than most God Venerables. With so many points, what materials are you planning to buy? Lin Moyu smiled. Do you sell God Venerable level magic treasures? Mo Chu's eyes widened, her small face stiffened, her smile disappearing. We do, but 6 billion points is not enough. Even if I give you a discount, it's not enough. Lin Moyu laughed. Just kidding. I want to buy some information. Do you have it here? Actually, Lin Moyu could also ask Zhu Qiyu for information. Although Zhu Qiyu wouldn't refuse, if he could do it himself, Lin Moyu still wanted to do it himself. The Mo family certainly had information on each area, and their information supply chain was probably related to the military. Even if it wasn't as complete as Zhu Qiyu's, it wouldn't be much different. Moreover, 8,090 of this information could be traded. Trading was the main business of the Mo family. Lin Moyu hadn't thought of it at first, but after hearing Mo Chu say that even intelligence could be traded, it occurred to him. Mo Chu asked, Captain, which area's information do you need? The price of information for each area is different. If it's just a common area, I can decide to give it to the captain for free. Lin Moyu said concisely, Area 958. Mo Chu was stunned, then showed a look of surprise. Area 958. Captain, you want to take that mission too? Lin Moyu looked at Mo Chu. You know about this mission? Mo Chu nodded firmly. Who doesn't know about this mission? It's the most special mission of all. The mission details are unknown, the mission reward is unknown. We only know the area. Every time someone takes this mission, they come to us to buy information. Unfortunately, our one-man family also doesn't have much information about this mission. Lin Moyu grew more curious. Even the Mo family didn't have information about this area. How special was this mission? Lin Moyu knew the rules of the Human Emperor Net were. Even if a mission was completed, the strategy couldn't be made public, but private exchanges were fine. For example, some less important information could be sold to the Mo family, and the Human Emperor Network would allow it. But now it seemed that the Mo family also didn't have much information related to Area 958. Mo Chu took out a jade slip. This is all the information related to Area 958 that our Mo family possesses. Lin Moyu asked, how many points? Mo Chu shook her head. No points needed. There's only one request. If the captain takes this mission, and completes it, I hope you can come back and share some information with us. It's not a mandatory request. Whether you say it or not is up to the captain. This transaction method showed that the Mo family indeed had little information on hand. Lin Moyu took less than a minute to read all the information. The content was negligible. Most people who took this mission returned safely, but the mission failed. Few encountered danger in the mission, and did not return. According to the Mo family's information, only 3 people had completed this mission. But those 3 said nothing. Moreover, not long after, all 3 died mysteriously. Captain, Mo Chu asked, are you sure you want to take this mission? Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds, and then shook his head. Not necessarily. I'm just curious. Mo Chu breathed a sigh of relief. I advised the captain not to take it. This mission is very strange. Lin Moyu laughed heartily. I want to buy a few more things. Do you have historical records of the old battlefields? Mo Chu nodded vigorously. Of course. Our Mo family has complete records of all major and minor events that have occurred on the battlefield over the years. Lin Moyu asked, how is this sold? We have a public price list. Events within the last 100 years cost 10,000 points. For every additional 100 years, add 10,000 points. From 1,000 years ago and back, for every additional 100 years, add 100,000 points, and so on. Moreover, we guarantee our information is cheaper than the Human Emperor networks. The captain also knows that most information can be found on the Human Emperor network, but it also costs a fee. The publicly available free information, the captain is probably not interested in. Furthermore, our Mo family has information that even the Human Emperor network doesn't have. Lin Moyu calculated a bit. If he wanted to see information from 1,000 years ago, it would cost 100,000 points. Then for every additional 100 years, another 100,000 points would be added. To see information from 2,000 years ago would cost 1 million points, 2,100 years ago would be 2 million points, and 3,000 years ago would be up to 10 million points. The further back, the more precious the information. Lin Moyu also understood this pricing method. Moreover, Moji was right. This information had to be paid for even on the Human Emperor network. The publicly available free information, Lin Moyu had already read most of it. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. I'll look at the information from 2,000 years ago. Moji replied, no problem. She took out a jade slip. All major and minor events that have occurred in the Vermilion Bird battlefield in the last 2,000 years are recorded in here. But the captain cannot take it away, only view it on the spot. The maximum time is 10 days. Lin Moyu took the jade slip and with a slight movement of his soul force began to view it. A huge amount of information flooded in. Lin Moyu felt like he had entered a huge library, with materials piled up like a sea. Almost all major and minor events in the past 2,000 years were recorded in it. The amount of information was astonishing. For an ordinary god king with a third-grade soul, it would be difficult to finish reading this information in 10 days. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's soul was powerful, and his reading speed was astonishingly fast. Lin Moyu didn't care how many points it cost, not just 1 million, even 10 million or 1 billion points. As long as he found the answer he needed, it was not a problem. He mainly felt that if the era was too ancient, the amount of information would be terrifyingly large, taking a lot of time to review. But if the time was too recent, he might not find the answer he needed. Previously, he heard Shiyu say he wanted to do something big, but he didn't say what it was. He won't say. Then I'll find the answer myself. 2,000 years is just right. I might find the answer I need. If I don't, I'll just keep looking back. I'll definitely find it. Lin Moyu searched through the information, not missing any event, big or small. He knew that many big secrets were hidden in small matters. Finally, he found a clue. 1832 years ago, a mysterious powerhouse appeared at Fortress No. of the human race. With that mysterious powerhouse were several human god venerables, but all were corpses. That mysterious powerhouse had killed several human god venerables and then brought their bodies to Fortress No. For the human race, it was the ultimate humiliation. In the end, that mysterious powerhouse fought with Shiyu, the guardian of the battlefield. The outcome of the battle was unknown. The mysterious powerhouse retreated, and Shiyu remained motionless for the next 500 years, not saying a word. After reading the information, Lin Moyu guessed that Shiyu must have been injured. But more importantly, that mysterious powerhouse had taken away the corpses of the human god venerables, not leaving anything behind. In other words, Shiyu didn't keep those corpses. It was like a provocation from the enemy, a slap in the face to Shiyu, and then he left leisurely. With Lin Moyu's understanding of Shiyu, that was even more unbearable than being killed. Could it be that Senior Shu wants to take revenge for what happened back then? Senior Shu was already at the peak of the god venerable realm at that time, yet he was. Thinking of this, the answer was clear. Only those who had half a step into the other shore could make a peak god venerable like Shiyu so terrified. Lin Moyu knew Shiyu was very strong, one of the 2 strongest god venerables, but he also couldn't win against the opponent. Those who had stepped into the other shore didn't easily make a move, so the strongest were those half a step into the other shore. Now Shiyu stood at the peak of the strongest. As long as he hadn't stepped into the other shore, no one was his opponent. Lin Moyu sighed, finally understanding what Shiyu wanted to do. The hatred of the past, he wanted to repay. The humiliation of the past, he wanted to reclaim. But thinking about it, Xiuqiu was indeed powerful, able to survive against such an enemy. If it were another god venerable, they might have died. Lin Moyu didn't think the opponent had shown mercy by not killing Xiuqiu. There must have been some reason that made the opponent spare him. Or perhaps Xiuqiu also had a trump card, enough for both sides to perish together. Getting the desired answer, Lin Moyu felt that the 1 million points were truly worth it. He then spent the time reading the remaining information. For the battlefield, it was a very short period of time. The history of the battlefield could be traced back to the ancient era. In that long period of time, what happened in 1,000 years was actually not much. The only thing worth noting was the rise of Xiao Sheng. After entering the battlefield, Xiao Sheng overcame all difficulties, continuously fighting across realms, and established brilliant achievements. At that time, Xiao Sheng was famous everywhere and was hailed as the star of the human race. At that time, Xiao Sheng had a heroic personality, and was extremely arrogant. Until a few hundred years ago, Xiao Sheng suddenly disappeared, but the stories about him continued to spread for dozens of years. Not many knew about Xiao Sheng's disappearance. Lin Moyu calculated it himself. Lin Moyu knew that it wouldn't be long before Xiao Sheng returned with the identity of a god venerable. Finally, in the recent records, Lin Moyu saw a clue about himself, the second god of war. Looking at these words, Lin Moyu smiled. Pretty close, right? After reading the information, Lin Moyu returned the jade slip and the points to Mo Chiu. It was only a mere 1,000,000 points. With his current wealth, it was insignificant. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't even notice the change in his points. Mo Chiu smiled, her eyes crinkling. Captain, you read so fast. The captain's soul realm is truly admirable. For someone else, it would take 10 days to finish. Looking at the captain's appearance, you must have found the information you needed. Lin Moyu read very quickly, finishing in less than half a day. In contrast, it would take Mo Chiu at least 10 days to finish. The difference in soul between the two was indeed huge. Yes, he took a sip of tea. I found it. It confirmed a guess of mine. If I take this mission, whatever the situation, I will let you know. Mo Chiu raised an eyebrow. Captain really wants to take this mission. Not necessarily. I need a little more information. Still worried about Lin Moyu, Mo Chiu watched him leave the trading center and head straight to the military merit department. 2 billion points could be exchanged for 3,200 military merits, enough to be promoted to a second-rank lieutenant. At the military merit department, Lin Moyu met an old acquaintance, Men Gang. After several years, Men Gang was still managing the military merit department, only his military rank had been promoted from second-rank lieutenant to third-rank lieutenant. Even after so many years, Men Gang still treated Lin Moyu with the respect due to a captain. Through Men Gang's words, Lin Moyu understood why he didn't need to perform a military rank promotion mission. From officer to lieutenant, not everyone needed to perform a military rank promotion mission. The promotion mission to lieutenant was mainly based on combat strength. As long as the combat strength requirement was met, it was enough for promotion. In other words, reaching the 7th rank God King level was enough. Even if there was an assessment mission, it would be conducted on the Human Emperor network, and the evaluation would be given from there. This method could eliminate some personal factors regarding strength, such as not being able to use magic treasures to create false power. But Lin Moyu didn't need it. The Human Emperor network had already evaluated his comprehensive strength as reaching the minor god, venerable level, more than enough to be promoted to lieutenant. If he wanted to go further and reach the rank of general, he would need combat strength at the god, venerable level, which was much more difficult. After exchanging the military merits, Lin Moyu left the military merit department and sent a message to Xiuqiu. Although Fortress No. 1 was very far from the Human Emperor network, he knew Xiuqiu would definitely receive the message. Although Xiuqiu was not in Fortress No. 1, he seemed to always maintain a secret connection with the Human Emperor network. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after sending the message, Lin Moyu received a reply from Xiuqiu. Come to Fortress No. Lin Moyu stepped into the teleportation array, heading towards Fortress No. Not everyone was allowed to go to Fortress No. 10. Permission was needed to enter. Clearly, Lin Moyu had been given permission by Xiuqiu and successfully activated the teleportation array. From Fortress No. 1 to Fortress No. 10 required several transfers, passing through Fortress No. 2, 3, 4, then from Fortress No. 4 to Fortress No. 6, then to Fortress No. 8, and finally to Fortress No. The entire teleportation process crossed over 100,000 light years, extremely long. This was the longest teleportation in Lin Moyu's cultivation life. When he appeared at Fortress No. 10, before he could even leave the teleportation array, His bite trembled. An invisible force from all four sides of the fortress pressed down on him. The feeling was very similar to the pressure in the magical land. This fortress is different, Lin Moyu thought to himself. Fortress No. 10 was completely different from the other fortresses. Then he realized that although they all had a strong military style, Fortress No. 10 was fundamentally different from the other fortresses. Here, every building was engraved with arrays. Lin Moyu sensed that if these arrays were activated at the same time, the entire fortress would turn into a terrifyingly powerful war weapon. Then a beam of light descended from the sky in front of Lin Moyu, forming a guiding path. Chu Keiyu's voice sounded in his ear. Follow this path and come here. Lin Moyu flew along the path of light, moving away from Fortress No. 10. While flying, he suddenly felt himself pass through some kind of invisible membrane. An array. Looking back, Fortress No. 10 became blurry in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the array of Fortress No. 10 was always in operation. But an operating array required a huge amount of energy. So where did the energy come from? He remembered that in Fortress No. 9, before a battle, the array in the fortress was always in a closed state. Lin Moyu looked at Fortress No. 10 shrinking beneath his feet, a familiar feeling rising in his heart. A flash of insight appeared in his mind, and Lin Moyu understood what Fortress No. 10 was. It was a god of war fortress, not a fake one, but a real god of war fortress. A pseudo-god of war fortress already had the power of a god venerable, so how strong would a real one be? Placing a god of war fortress here proved that this place was extremely dangerous, but also extremely important. Chu Keiyu sat there like a statue, as motionless as ever. As far as Lin Moyu knew, Chu Keiyu had been sitting here for thousands of years, never leaving this position. But that didn't mean he was completely motionless. His main body was motionless, but his clone would occasionally go out. The previous times he met Lin Moyu were Alton Chu Keiyu's clones, not his main body. It was just that Chu Keiyu had once said that his clone was a bit special, different from others. The clone was almost like the main body, with not much difference. This was the first time Lin Moyu had seen the main body, and he felt the seriousness and profoundness of the main body. A strange aura surrounded Chu Keiyu. It was the aura of the other shore. Lin Moyu saluted before Chu Keiyu. Senior, this junior pays his respects. What is it? Chu Keiyu's voice was deep, as if suppressing something. Lin Moyu still felt the difference between the clone and the main body. The clone was more amiable, while the main body was much more serious. Lin Moyu said, this junior wants to ask senior for some information. Chu Keiyu glanced at Lin Moyu, his eyes seeming to ask, is that all? Lin Moyu continued, this junior wants information on Area 958. As soon as he said it, Chu Keiyu's expression changed. You want to take that mission? Lin Moyu saw the change in Chu Keiyu's face, a complex look in his eyes. Obviously, this mission was not simple. Lin Moyu replied, this junior has not decided yet, just thinking about it. Chu Keiyu thought for a moment and threw a jade slip to Lin Moyu. It was the jade slip that stored battlefield information. He had shown it to Lin Moyu last time. You have 1 minute, Chu Keiyu said bluntly. The information in this jade slip was extremely precious. Letting Lin Moyu see it was already a great sign of respect. The information related to Area 958 was not much. 1 minute was enough. Lin Moyu began to read. The information was indeed not much. In less than half a minute, Lin Moyu had finished reading and returned the jade slip to Chu Keiyu. Chu Keiyu had much more information than the Mo family, and Lin Moyu found some important information. This area contained a cursing power. Most people didn't trigger the curse, so they didn't complete the mission. Some people triggered the curse and died inside. The 3 who survived and returned were still haunted by the curse, and after leaving for less than half a year, they died one after another. So that's how it is. After reading the information, Lin Moyu couldn't help but shudder. He also possessed 4 types of curse spells, 3 belonging to the soul, Soul Burn, which directly attacked the soul, Soul Curse, which reduced the enemy's stats, and Soul Venom, which dealt continuous damage to the soul. The last type was Time Curse, created from the combination of the 3 above, but he rarely used the basic curse spells separately, most often using Time Curse. The key point was the time acceleration ability of Time Curse. It released all the damage of Soul Venom, which originally occurred slowly, in an instant, and combined with the effect of Soul Burn, its power far surpassed the other 2. The only regret was that Time Curse did not inherit the ability to weaken the target from Soul Curse. Because he often faced enemies much stronger than himself, the stat reduction effect of Soul Curse became very small. But if he met an enemy of the same level, he didn't need to use Soul Curse because there were countless other ways to eliminate the opponent. In short, Soul Curse seemed a bit redundant. However, Lin Moyu always believed that no spell was useless, it just depended on the timing. It was because he possessed curse spells that after reading the information about Area 958, Lin Moyu became even more interested. Seeing the change in Lin Moyu's eyes, Qiu Qiu already understood his decision. His calm voice sounded, "The next words I say, you must listen carefully." Lin Moyu sat upright, listening intently. Qiu Qiu's voice became even deeper. Besides the superficial information in the records, there are some oral traditions. The three who returned from Area 958 that year appeared normal on the surface but were actually severely damaged by the curse, their souls in chaos. People thought they said nothing, but in reality, they couldn't speak. Later, they were placed under military supervision. We used all sorts of methods, but still couldn't lift the curse. Area 958 as a realm restriction. God, venerables cannot enter. Once you are inside, we cannot intervene. I can't enter, others can't enter, and even your life, saving stone is useless. If you go in, be prepared. Life and death are up to you. Everyone has their own path. Your path must be walked by you, so I will not stop you. Whether you go or not is your decision. Lin Moyu respectfully saluted Qiu Qiu. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. This junior understands. Qiu Qiu grunted and waved his hand. You may go. He closed his eyes. Lin Moyu did not stay, turning and leaving, returning to Fortress No. When passing through the array, the battle token glowed, confirming his identity. On the way back to Fortress No. 1 via the teleportation array, Lin Moyu pondered the information and Qiu Qiu's words. Combining the information from both, he analyzed many situations. First, the mission in Area 958 was basically an exploration mission. Second, as long as you weren't cursed, even if you didn't complete the mission, it was fine. Moreover, failing this mission did not have a heavy penalty. Being cursed meant finding the key point of the mission, but the curse was very dangerous. Outsiders couldn't solve it. Once cursed, even if you returned, you would only die. God, venerables and above couldn't enter. Even figures of the other shore level couldn't enter, which showed that this area had a very strong restriction. The stronger the restriction, the bigger the secret. Was it related to the ancient era? Or was it a special area formed due to chaotic rules? There were less than 2 years until the 4-Starfield tournament. Should I go? Lin Moyu weighed the pros and cons, thinking about whether to go or not. Curses, in the eyes of others, were extremely dangerous. The damage of a curse was very strange, and most of it directly attacked the soul. Once the soul was severely injured, recovery was very difficult. Xiao Shen was the clearest proof. His soul was heavily injured, almost completely destroyed, and could not be healed. The three who returned before also fell into a similar situation. But Lin Moyu was not afraid at all. He possessed an ability that others did not, the passive spell, Status Immunity. Status Immunity Fusion Rate 150. The master and his summoned creatures are immune to all adverse states, including spells, arrays, barriers, curses, and adverse rules. He could completely ignore all curses. All he needed to consider was time. Would it affect the 4-Starfield tournament? Returning to Fortress No. 1, Lin Moyu had made his decision. Dangerous places often brought great benefits. Whether it was for his loved ones or for profit, Lin Moyu felt he had to make a trip. He immediately accepted the mission and prepared to activate the teleportation array to Fortress No. Valiant. Not long after Lin Moyu accepted the mission, Qiu Qiu found out. Just as Lin Moyu guessed, Qiu Qiu always maintained contact with the human emperor network, and was always paying attention to Lin Moyu's every move. Let him go. Perhaps he can unveil this mystery. What is inside? I am also very curious. Others must be very curious too. For so long, no one has been able to discover that secret. Area 958 had existed for many years. During that long time, not just humans, but countless races and powerhouses had come to explore. The results were only of 3 types: immediate death, being cursed and then dying, or the majority returning empty-handed. But that was others, not Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had created miracles many times. Perhaps this time would be the same. Qiu Qiu muttered, seemingly not worried at all that Lin Moyu would die, but rather full of hope. From a distance, Area 958 looked like a giant whirlpool. The diameter of the whirlpool reached tens of thousands of kilometers, far exceeding that of a normal star. Lin Moyu sensed a huge energy surrounding the entire whirlpool, an energy so powerful it made him shudder. He carefully sensed it and gradually discovered some clues. This energy seemed to have a limit set. Normally, it was hidden. Only when that limit was exceeded would it activate. It repelled all intruders stronger than a certain level. Whether from the outside in, or from the inside out, that limit was the God Venerable realm. Exceeding God Venerable meant not only could you not enter, but you also couldn't get out. Lin Moyu thought to himself, was this energy naturally formed or man-made? Is it just to prevent those stronger than God Venerable from entering? Or is it to prevent the creatures inside from escaping? Do creatures stronger than God Venerable exist inside the whirlpool? Countless thoughts flashed, but they were all just guesses. Only by going in himself could he verify. Lin Moyu found a position in the void and set up a return marker. With this marker, he could use a teleportation talisman to return instantly within a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. Although he wasn't sure if it would work, it was better to be prepared. Entering an unknown land. No one could help him. Everything had to be done with caution. Lin Moyu disappeared into the whirlpool. He was sucked into a violent vortex. The huge suction force pressed down on him, pulling him into the abyss. Throughout the process, all his senses seemed to be sealed. He didn't know the direction, distance, speed, or even time seemed to have stopped. Lin Moyu silently calculated, wanting to know the time that had passed and the distance traveled, but under the interference of an invisible force, time seemed to be chaotic, and his thoughts were also interrupted and stagnant, unable to calculate anything. Most of his senses were disabled. Only with his peak 4th grade soul could he sense a little bit of abnormality. Lin Moyu felt like he was passing through layers of mysterious space. The surrounding aura also changed, completely different from the battlefield, completely different from the great world. I have left the battlefield, and am not in the great world, Lin Moyu thought. This feeling was completely different from the last time he entered the Golden Desert. Whether it was the Golden Desert or the Ancient Him, they had their own rules, but they were more or less connected to the battlefield and the great world. But now, Lin Moyu could not feel the aura of the battlefield or the great world at all. Therefore, he guessed that he had entered an independent world. He didn't know how long it had been, but finally, the long teleportation process ended. The image before his eyes was like rippling water, gradually becoming clear from blurry. 2 seconds later, his vision returned to normal. This was a small, gloomy world. The sky was filled with thick dark clouds. Occasionally, rays of light pierced through, bringing a little bit of dim light to this world. The light passing through the clouds carried a deep red color, as if a fierce fire was burning behind the thick clouds, but it was very cold all around, without any of the heat of a flame. Lin Moyu instinctively wanted to fly up to observe, but an extremely powerful force rose from the ground, holding him firmly. Lin Moyu immediately exerted force, his entire body glowing with golden light, trying to break free from that force. In the struggle, Lin Moyu had the upper hand, and his body slowly rose. But when he flew up to a height of 100 meters, the gravitational pull from the ground suddenly increased sharply, preventing him from flying further. At this time, the clouds were still very far away. Lin Moyu tried several times, but it was the same, he couldn't fly any higher. Then he used all his strength to jump up. His body shot up like a cannonball, instantly exceeding a height of 100 meters to 200 meters. The pull from the ground increased sharply again, but still couldn't stop Lin Moyu. Until a height of 300 meters, the pull became extremely strong. So he couldn't fly any higher, and had to fall back to the ground. He was like a cannonball flying up, and then falling like a meteor. But the ground didn't even have a trace of a mark. If it were a normal star, the ground would have cracked, and even a weak star would have shattered instantly. The body of a god king realm could shatter a star with a punch without any difficulty. Immediately after, a cold gray flame burned fiercely. The giant skull throne appeared in the air. Before the Skull King could even stand up from the skull throne, it was pressed down by a huge invisible force. The Skull King was too tall, about 100,000 meters. Just standing there, it already surpassed the clouds. The force came from the ground, like countless invisible hands pressing the Skull King down to the ground. The Skull King was pressed to the ground. The Skull King had reached the minor god, venerable realm, and was clearly stronger than Lin Moyu. He used all his strength to resist the pull from the ground. The Skull King raised its head, but it could only raise its head. Its head was about 1,000 meters from the ground, unable to move any further. 1,000 meters was the limit of the Skull King. Then the Skull King's head gradually lowered. The lower the head, the smaller the pull. After a series of tests, Lin Moyu finally understood. In this place, every 100 meters, the gravitational pull would suddenly increase sharply. But within that 100 meters, the pull remained unchanged. With his current realm, he could only fly about 100 meters. If he were a second-rank god king, perhaps exceeding 100 meters would not be impossible. As for a first-rank god king, they could only stand on the ground, not even able to take off. If relying on the physique of a god-king realm, even without flying, one could jump to about 300 meters. However, the closer to the limit, the more affected by the gravitational pull, the body would become sluggish, and combat power would be greatly reduced. In other words, only within 100 meters or less could one exert their full strength. The Skull King's body was too large, it could only kneel on the ground. If it tried to stand up, its hands and legs would be crushed by the gravitational pull. His eyes looked up at the sky, seeming to see strange invisible layers stacked on top of each other, covering the whole world. It seems the exit is not upwards, Lin Moyu thought. He did this to find an exit, to leave himself a way out. Clearly, the exit was not by flying up to the sky, but there was another shortcut. After a short trial, he determined that this place had similarities and differences with the Golden Desert and the Ancient Tomb. The similarity was that they all had an ancient aura, having gone through countless years, and were probably all related to the ancient era. The difference was that this place had no aura of the Great World, nor was it a battlefield, but an independent world, and even the rules had changed. Here, the rules were very thin. Just using the rules, the consumption would skyrocket, and it would be hard to replenish. But that had nothing to do with Lin Moyu. The talent tree was a huge supply depot. With just a thought, the Skull King lying on the ground raised its bone sword and slammed it down on the ground with all its might. Even without using a spell, the posture was not standard, and it couldn't exert its full strength. But with the Skull King's combat power, this slash was also stronger than a 9th rank God King's full force attack. The ground shook slightly, and a small crack appeared. The crack was only the size of a finger, not more than 1 meter long, and only a little over 10 deep. The Skull King's sword Kaya was strong enough to destroy 380 stars. Now it only left such a small crack on the ground. The Skull King's power was not restricted, but the ground was too hard. Lin Moyu felt that the hardness of the ground could be compared to God venerable realm materials, very similar to the black material in the Ancient Tomb and the mysterious manor. From the hardness of the ground, it could be guessed that this place was of a very high level. If he met an enemy, their strength would also be very strong. Similarly, if there were curses here, the power of the curses would also be very strong. I wonder if my passive spell can withstand it. Lin Moyu knew very well that although the passive spell was magical, it also had limits. If it encountered an attack that was too strong, it would also lose its effect. Retracting the useless Skull King, he summoned a large number of skeleton warriors. Here, the Skull King had lost its use, but it was not completely useless. If needed, it could still be summoned to suppress the enemy. It was a real suppression, using its huge body to crush the enemy. The summoned skeleton warriors scattered, with Lin Moyu as the center, running in all directions. In a situation where he didn't know the way, Lin Moyu still used the old and most practical method of letting the skeletons scout the way for him. The light, bead bewitching demon sat on Lin Moyu's shoulder, providing a protection spell for the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors turned into streaks of light, but their speed was much slower than in the Great World. Here, the ability of the light, bead bewitching demon was greatly suppressed, its speed only one of normal. The skeletons ran further and further. In Lin Moyu's mind, a map gradually formed. This mysterious land gradually revealed its appearance. The ability of my light, bead bewitching demon is limited. And very quickly, he understood the reason. The power of the bewitching demon depends on rules. The light speed of the bewitching demon naturally also depends on the rule of light speed. In this world, the aura of rules is very weak. Although it cannot be said that there is none at all, compared to the outside world, it is very scarce. Not only did it encounter many obstacles, but its effect was also greatly reduced. Although the skeletons used light to turn into streaks of light, their speed was only one of normal, only running over 1,000 meters per second. I just hope this world is not too big. 1,000 meters per second may sound fast, but it's actually nothing. I'm used to the distances in the outside world, calculated in tens of millions, billions of kilometers, even light years. Compared to those distances, 1,000 meters per second is like a snail crawling. The world was dark, the ground hard and flat, looking like a huge plain. Not a blade of grass grew here, and there was no sign of life. In the undead vision, no soul flames could be seen either. About half an hour later, the skeletons had run nearly 3 million kilometers. I finally saw something different. It was a giant bone flower, 15 meters tall, not yet in full bloom, looking as if it had died. The giant petals were withered. In the undead vision, no soul flame could be seen, only gray, white, and black. I couldn't see the true color of the bone flower. Another half an hour later, I arrived in front of the bone flower. Upon closer inspection, The bone flower was a blood-red color, an extremely brilliant color. I sensed the traces of time on it. Even though it had died, it still retained its brilliant beauty unchanged through the years. The root of the bone flower was deeply embedded in the ground. To be able to take root on such hard ground proved its extraordinariness. It was about to bloom, but met its death. There were no external injuries, but its soul was annihilated. Obviously, this ancient force was extremely powerful. I didn't know what level this bone flower was at. I didn't need to guess. A finger shot out a ball of immortal flame. The immortal flame fell on the bone flower and began to burn fiercely, covering the hard ground. A 50-meter, eye-gray flame appeared. The wind suddenly rose, roaring, blowing into the immortal flame, stretching it into thin threads. The bone flower reacted, its soul beginning to regenerate. It bloomed in the fire and then slowly closed, wrapping itself tightly. What it was doing was what it was doing, before it died. I realized my judgment was wrong. The bone flower before me was not about to bloom but was absorbing, but before it finished absorbing, it was attacked, and its soul was annihilated. In the undead vision, a huge ball of soul fire appeared, the flame growing stronger and stronger, quickly reaching the God King realm, then breaking through the God King realm to reach the God Venerable. This flower, when alive, was at the God Venerable realm. I was extremely shocked, as if my previous guess had been confirmed. From the beginning, I had guessed that the creatures here were very strong, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Just one flower was at the God Venerable realm. Immediately after, my expression completely changed. The soul of the flower continued to strengthen, with no sign of stopping. The soul began to enter the high-rank God Venerable level but was still strengthening. Lin Moyu had once seen Jukiyu's soul flame and knew what the soul flame of a God Venerable looked like. The soul of that nameless flower had reached the same level as Jukiyu's. Yet, its power was still growing, with no sign of stopping. A warning sounded in my soul. Lin Moyu felt uneasy and instinctively retreated, immediately moving more than 10,000 miles away. The soul flame erupted, officially breaking the limit of a God Venerable. In the sea of golden, its soul fire, a mysterious purple light appeared, radiating a mysterious and noble aura. Lin Moyu's eyes showed a look of horror. Not a God Venerable, but the other shore. A flower was in existence of the other shore. Its power was far beyond his imagination. The bone flower was revived, but it did not kneel before Lin Moyu. At first glance, because it was a flower, it couldn't kneel, but Lin Moyu didn't think so. He could feel the soul will of the flower resisting the undead revival. An existence of the other shore, so powerful, how could it submit to a God King? This was the first time Lin Moyu had encountered such a situation. He couldn't help but be vigilant. He realized the limits of undead revival. All spells had limits. Undead revival could only revive up to a God Venerable at most. Reviving a God Venerable to control another God Venerable was no problem. But if he revived an existence stronger than a God Venerable, controlling it would be extremely difficult. Such a creature, how strong was its will? How could it be easily controlled? The situation before him was the clearest proof. The bone flower was fiercely resisting the spell. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt he was locked on. A murderous aura enveloped his soul. Even while resisting the spell, the bone flower still had the focus to lock onto him. It wants to kill me. The undead wings automatically opened, instantly cutting off the soul lock, and at the same time, turned into a streak of light, retreating. He had just retreated less than 1,000 kilometers when a layer of dark blue haze suddenly lit up above his head. Lin Moyu felt as if he was submerged, his soul buzzing, his thoughts chaotic, losing all sense of his surroundings. A sense of loneliness filled his soul. Lin Moyu felt that life was meaningless and developed the intention to commit suicide. This feeling came from deep within his soul, uncontrollable and irresistible. No, this is not my real thought. Control it. I must control it. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for less than half a second before disappearing like a bubble. Lin Moyu escaped from despair, his mind returning to normal, his face pale, gasping for breath. He knew it was the status immunity taking effect, but when facing magic that surpassed the God Venerable level, status immunity couldn't be completely immune. At least in that half a second, Lin Moyu had countless times developed the intention to commit suicide. Fortunately, his soul quality and defense were strong enough. Otherwise, he would have had to self-destruct at least once. His talent could save him, but it was still extremely dangerous. If this magic lasted for more than 3 seconds, he would be in real danger. 3 seconds was enough for him to self-destruct 3 times, his talent would be useless. At that moment, a deafening explosion sounded. The The bone flower that was resisting the undead revival suddenly trembled violently and then exploded like a firework. Its bones and flesh shattered, from the root to the petals, all turning into fine powder and disappearing into the void. The undead revival had brought the bone flower back to life but couldn't control it. In the fierce struggle, the soul of the bone flower had completely shattered, and it was truly dead. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now. He gave a wry smile. I almost got myself killed. If he had really died, it would have been by his own hand. Suicide sounded so ridiculous. Lin Moyu was still scared of the power of the curse. However, he knew that his status immunity was quite effective against curses. As long as he was careful, he would be fine. He blamed himself for underestimating the opponent's realm. I'm still not careful enough. I must be more careful in the future. Lin Moyu said to himself, and then returned to the side of the bone flower. It had turned into fine powder, and disappeared into the air, no trace to be found. Where it once stood, a deep pit appeared. Lin Moyu came to the edge of the pit, and looked down. It was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, a strong wave invaded his soul. Reacting extremely quickly, Lin Moyu hurriedly took 2 steps back. Immediately, a huge suction force poured out from the pit. If he had still been standing there, he would have surely been pulled down. What is this force? Could there be other creatures in the pit? Lin Moyu's heart grew heavy. He realized that if he fell down, nothing good would come of it. Thinking of this, he immediately controlled 100 skeleton warriors to charge forward and jump into the pit. Lin Moyu continuously monitored them through the undead vision to see where they would go. When the skeleton warriors returned, that terrifying suction force appeared again, like giant hands grabbing them. They couldn't resist and could only be pulled away. It was pitch black all around. Fortunately, thanks to the undead vision, he could still see some things. Then Lin Moyu saw a giant whirlpool, exactly like the one he had entered. The suction force was coming from the whirlpool, pulling the skeleton warriors inside. They were like small boats in a big sea, drifting aimlessly. But unlike the previous whirlpool, this one was full of other things. Inside there were countless substances like meteorites flying fast, resembling the material of the Great Hall. Under the suction of the whirlpool, these substances shot out at a dizzying speed, like cannonballs. The skeleton warriors were continuously hit, their bodies covered in injuries. Fortunately, they were strong enough, and those injuries were not enough to make them shatter. After a few minutes of spinning in the whirlpool, they finally reached the deepest point. Then they were thrown out like trash. The moment they left the whirlpool, Lin Moyu sensed a familiar aura. Immediately after, the connection between him and the skeleton warriors was severed. The two sides lost contact and could no longer sense each other. It's the aura of the Great World. Passing through the whirlpool was returning to the Great World. The moment the skeleton warriors left the whirlpool, Lin Moyu clearly sensed the aura of the Great World. He was sure that passing through the whirlpool could leave this place and return to the Great World. Lin Moyu seemed to understand something. So this was the way back to the Great World. Then there must be many other similar pits. Indeed, the two worlds were different. Even the connection between mate and the skeletons was severed. Finding the way back, Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The skeleton warriors who had been running on the ground before quickly discovered something different. Lin Moyu immediately ran over and saw a large basin. This basin had a diameter of about 10,000 meters. After about 100 meters, there were many huge pits in the basin. Lin Moyu immediately recognized that these pits were left by plants and flowers after they died and were also the exits from this world. So far, except for seeking death himself and experiencing a near-death situation, Lin Moyu had not encountered any other dangers. If it were other cultivators, they probably wouldn't have encountered danger either. Most cultivators returned safely but brought back no useful information. To know the true secret of this world, one had to touch the matter of curses. But how to trigger a curse? Lin Moyu's eyes swept across the basin. In a normal corner, he suddenly saw a stone tablet. The stone tablet was pitch black, completely different from the color of the ground. This material is indeed from the ancient era. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the material of the stone tablet was exactly the same as the fortress in the mysterious manner. He quickly walked to the stone tablet. On the tablet were carved characters in the primordial ancient script that Lin Moyu was familiar with, just like the ancient script from his previous life. Not many people today understood the primordial ancient script. Even the little underworld king Bodhisattva he had saved from Kinjiang didn't recognize this type of writing. But Qiu Qiu, and that mysterious great figure knew it. Lin Moyu guessed that the primordial ancient script was only passed down among the upper echelons of the races, and perhaps only the strong races knew it. The writing on the stone tablet must have been more originally but was now more than half erased, leaving only a few scattered characters. Tulu Rebellion. I bring the cursed vessel. Prosperity returns. Difficult to stop the glory of the master. Heaven and paradise. Slaughter the Tulu. Just a few scattered records, but enough to analyze a lot of information. Seeing the two words Tulu, Lin Moyu suddenly remembered the information he had seen in the animal skin manuscripts. The manuscript recorded, in the 998th year of the immortal era, your glory shines upon the Tulu. Connecting the before and after, one could roughly guess the whole story. In the 998th year of the immortal era, this master ruled the entire Tulu. It was just unknown whether Tulu was a race or an independent world. In the following years, more than 10 races or worlds were conquered one after another. Then, in an unprecedented great war, those unwilling to be ruled rose up. As a result, the Tulu were devastated. So Area 958 was actually the old land of the Tulu. The Tulu were originally plant-based creatures, skilled in plant-based curses. The things from the ancient era were truly interesting. Races skilled in curses were not non-existent in the Great World, but each clan was very weak. He didn't expect the Tulu clan to develop curses to such a level, far surpassing the god-venerable level. Looking at the remaining pits, one could imagine how large they were in light. Their strength could also be guessed to be much stronger than the weak bone flower before. These were existences that surpassed god-venerable. In the old Tulu, they were easily seen. The ancient era was powerful, seemingly far surpassing this era. Lin Moyu felt his horizons had been broadened. He intended to take the stone tablet, but it was firmly embedded in the ground. No matter how he tried, it wouldn't budge. In the end, he had to use a recording stone to record the content on the stone tablet. Those great figures were very eager for information about the ancient era. If he submitted it, he might get some rewards. Searching all over the basin, he found nothing else. He went to the edge of a pit again, sent a few dozen skeletons into test, and once again confirmed that he could leave this place through the pit and return to the Great World. Lin Moyu was relieved, knowing he wouldn't be trapped here. He left a few skeletons as markers, so he wouldn't get lost no matter how he walked. Leaving the basin, he turned into a streak of light and flew in another direction. The skeleton warriors had a new discovery. The skeleton god warriors had discovered another basin, but this time there was no stone tablet in the basin. The two basins, one before and one after, had the same height and layout, and the distribution of the pits inside was also the same. Both basins were perfectly circular, with a diameter of 10,000 meters each, and each had exactly 100 pits. The position and height of each pit were also completely identical. It could be said that except for the absence of the stone tablet, these two basins were as if they were cast from the same mold. The skeleton army continued to find more basins. Lin Moyu observed each one, and realized they were all identical. Lin Moyu secretly speculated, could I consider each basin as a tribe or a clan? But thinking about it this way seems unreasonable. These basins are distributed too evenly, not like residential areas, but more like the formation of an army. If it was an army, there must be a commanding general. Lin Moyu compared his findings with the terrain map that had formed in his mind. He realized that these basins were distributed very symmetrically, forming a military formation. However, there was temporarily no evidence to prove this hypothesis. On the way, Lin Moyu was still safe and did not encounter any curses. He didn't know what those who had been haunted by curses in the past had discovered. After all, he had only been here for 2 days. Everything needed to be taken slowly. The skeleton army continued to explore the surroundings. Except for the direction with the basins, the other directions were all flat land with nothing noteworthy. This land originally belonged to the territory of the Tulu clan and was much larger than Lin Moyu had imagined. The skeleton armies ran in other directions, each able to run 1,000,000 kilometers a day, but after 2 days, they were still on the plain, the scenery unchanged. This scale had surpassed common sense, but Lin Moyu vaguely felt that this was still just a small part of the iceberg. The number of basins was still increasing. On the map, more than 10,000 basins had appeared, each 100 forming a neat line. Finally, on the 4th day, a new discovery appeared. In front of the 10,000 basins, 100-meter high mountain suddenly appeared. When he saw that mountain, Lin Moyu finally confirmed that these basins were not from any tribe but were a huge military camp. On the top of that mountain was a strange ancient tree. Through the undead vision, the soul flame of this ancient tree had been extinguished. Lin Moyu went up the mountain, turned to look at the basins. The fog cleared, and before him were 10,000 basins stretching endlessly. Looking down from above, He was like a general reviewing his troops. One could imagine that in the past, the soldiers of the Tolu clan in these basins were waiting for the order to set out and launch a rebellion. The rebellion failed, and the entire clan was exterminated. The right and wrong of the two sides had been buried by the flow of time, and no one knew anymore. Lin Moyu could easily find the truth. He could revive the strange ancient tree, but he didn't dare. This level of creature could very well escape the control of undead revival, and then cast another curse on him. Last time he was lucky to escape, but he didn't know about the next time. The risk was too great, not worth the adventure. The ancient tree before him was 100 meters tall, clearly larger than the bone flower before, and its power was naturally stronger. Seeking death, doing it once was enough. Doing it many times might really lead to death. He retracted his gaze from the basins and turned to look at the ancient tree in front of him. The bark was not smooth but had protruding tumors. These tumors looked as if something wanted to break out of the tree trunk, creating a strange shape. The withered branches drooped down, connecting to the ground and spreading everywhere. Lin Moyu did not touch these branches, but slowly flew up. The mountain was 100 meters high. At this time, he was almost at the top, which meant 100 meters in the air, subject to an extremely strong wind. When he flew less than half a meter from the ground, he couldn't completely cross the mountain peak. But that didn't bother Lin Moyu. He had countless ways to cross. With just a thought, a skeleton god general appeared beside him. The skeleton god general was 5 meters tall and possessed the strength of a 9th rank god king, on par with the Skull King and 200 legion commanders. A 9th rank god king was enough for the skeleton god general to fly 800 meters high. Lin Moyu placed his hand on the head of the skeleton god general, and it slowly flew up, carrying him over the mountain peak. The moment he crossed the mountain peak, Lin Moyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Behind the mountain, he saw countless dense vines. These vines were not drooping from the branches, nor were they roots, but a part of the tree trunk. Some of the vines clung to the mountainside, most hidden under the mountain body, mixed with the roots. They spread across the ground, their length unknown. Lin Moyu realized he had underestimated this monstrous tree. The protruding mountain peak was just its head, the entire mountain was its body. Compared to the power of that bone flower, the power of this monstrous tree was hard to imagine. Immediately, among the intertwined vines, Lin Moyu saw a strange object. With a thought, he controlled the skeleton god general to fly down. Now close to the tree trunk, he could clearly see the object among the vines. It was a skull. The flesh had dried up, and the dry bones were tightly wrapped, vaguely recognizable as the skull of a man. The eyes, nose, and mouth were 7080 similar to a human, but the skin was covered with a layer of fine scales, proving it was not human. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and signaled the skeleton god general to fly far away, then summoned another skeleton god general and ordered it to retrieve the skull from among the vines. The skeleton god general grabbed the skull and pulled hard, yanking it out of the vines. Boo! A loud explosion, and the whole mountain shook violently. A brilliant red light shot out from the top of the skeleton god general's head, turning into a giant axe and slashing down. The skeleton god general shattered on the spot, exploding into fragments. The immortal undead automatically activated, and the skeleton god general was revived, but it immediately exploded again. 1 revival, 1 death. After 5 revivals, on the 6th time it shattered, the immortal undead became ineffective, and the skeleton god general was truly dead. Only then did the skull fall back into the mountain. Lin Moyu watched the scene and exclaimed, "A terrifying curse. The monstrous tree was not revived. The curse was definitely set by it before it died. The power of a curse is very strange. Once set, it can be maintained for a very long time. Even as time passes, and the power of the curse wears off, if it is strong enough, the curse can exist for an extremely long time, even billions of years." This was the current situation. A curse from billions of years ago easily eliminated the skeleton god general, and the power of the curse still existed. Even revival was useless. Lin Moyu had to give up the skeleton god general. He summoned another skeleton god general to retrieve the skull. This time, it was smooth and no curse was triggered. Indeed, as long as you didn't touch the vines, the curse would not be triggered. Triggering the curse required satisfying the condition. Touching the vines would lead to a curse attack. Not touching the vines would not cause a curse. For now, his guess seemed to be correct. Looking at the skeleton god general holding the skull, Lin Moyu took it and left the mountain. Arriving at a place 10,000 meters away, he released an immortal flame towards the skull. Stellar, level spell, undead revival. The immortal flame descended, burning fiercely. The corpse of an ancient existence that had lain there for an unknown number of years began to revive bit by bit under the effect of the spell. It was unknown whether it was because the power was too astonishing or because it had been dead for too long, but the process of revival was extremely slow. Lin Moi watched intently, his mind stretched to the limit. He could choose to revive the ancient tree or the skull. He had his reasons for choosing to revive the skull instead of the monstrous tree. At the same time, to prevent any eventualities, he had also made careful preparations, not wanting to make the same mistake again. In the immortal flame, the skull first restored its flesh and blood, becoming fuller. Then, down to the neck, the flesh and blood began to revive. In the sea of fire, Lin Moi looked at the newly grown skin, covered with dense scales. The appearance was quite similar to a human, but it was not. Even if it was a human, it was only a human from the ancient era, having nothing to do with the current human race. Lin Moi would not hold back because of the opponent's race. In his eyes, these were just tools that could help him understand the situation. The immortal flame continued to burn for a full 10 minutes. Finally, the opponent was revived. He was about 3 meters tall, much taller than Lin Moi, his whole body covered in scales, and behind him was a tail like a snake's tail. It was a strange race, completely different from the current races. After being revived, he instinctively wanted to kneel before Lin Moi, but then a murderous look appeared in his eyes, and he let out an angry roar, as if resisting. Lin Moi looked at him silently, not saying anything, just sensing his breath. The opponent's breath was very strong, no different from that bone flower before. Both were powerhouses who had stepped into the other shore, but he was a little weaker than the monstrous tree, which was why he had died at the hands of the monstrous tree. Lin Moi asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" With the experience from last time, Lin Moi was not flustered. He used his status as the master to increase the power of the spell to control him. The opponent was revived by the spell and would naturally be controlled by the spell. The first time, because he had never encountered such a situation, plus he was attacked by the bone flower's curse, he couldn't immediately apply the correct method. Now, Lin Moi knew what he had to do. He increased the power of the spell and used his master status to apply pressure. Although this method was not guaranteed to be effective, it was still worth a try. Under the dual pressure of the spell and Lin Moi, the opponent's thinking finally showed signs of submission. M993,257. The opponent reported a long string of more than 10 digits. Lin Moi was stunned. What is this? Is this his name? Why is it a string of numbers? Could it be that the powerhouses of that era had no names, only serial numbers? Impossible, he's already a powerhouse of the other shore. How could it be like this? Lin Moi asked, "What race are you from?" After a moment of hesitation, the opponent struggled to say his race. Immortal Serpent Merman race. "What did you come here for?" Lin Moi pursued. "The Tillua betrayed us. We were ordered to come here to suppress them." "Who else came with you to suppress them?" "There is the Master's personal guard legion, the 13th Legion of the Rebellious Worlds. We are responsible for eliminating the Tillua." Lin Moi was shaken, his eyes lit up. "You said the Tillua are not a race. They are both a race and a world. Explain clearly." "The Tillua clan rules their world, eliminating all other races. Our Serpent Merman race also originally belonged to the Tillua world. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly turned bright red, and his voice abruptly stopped. His eyes suddenly became crazed, as if he had lost all reason. You are not the master. You have no right to order me. You dare to control me. I want to kill you. Frieren dares to dream of controlling me. Go to hell." An angry roar sounded as he broke through the spell suppression and charged at Lin Moi to attack. Lin Moi was already prepared and did not panic. He raised his hand and pointed at the numbered 1. Stellar, level spell, corpse explosion. Boom. A deafening explosion. The numbered 1 was blown into pieces. The mountain where the monstrous tree resided also turned into fine powder. Using the monstrous tree as material for the corpse explosion spell to kill the numbered 1 was all part of Lin Moi's plan. The reason he didn't let the monstrous tree revive was because he was afraid the numbered 1 was too weak to destroy the immortal monstrous tree. If that happened, the one to die would be himself. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, a red light suddenly flashed above his head. A battle axe appeared and slashed down like the sky falling. Panicked, a curse, the battle axe slashed down. Lin Moi's soul was violently shaken, falling into a blank state, unable to dodge. Without time to react, a great axe appeared in his soul world, and slammed down heavily. The soul crystal wall cracked. The talent tree trembled violently. The great axe continuously slashed down, and the cracks on the soul crystal wall became denser, like a spider web about to break. The talent tree tried to stop it but was helpless, unable to even get close. Half a second later, Lin Moyu regained his senses. His soul force frantically circulated, reinforcing the soul crystal wall. At the same time, he instinctively raised the Lin Tian scepter. The soul fire gem radiated a golden light, strengthening the defense of the soul crystal wall. But this reinforcement could not last long. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and his soul decisively left the soul world. The battle axe immediately appeared above his soul's head. One slash, and the soul shattered. But immediately, the talent tree burst with a brilliant purple light. His soul was reborn in the soul world. The entire soul world was also restored to its original state. At this time, the curse transformed into a battle axe and splashed down at the soul world again. The soul crystal wall cracked with more cracks. 2 seconds later, in the soul world, the stellar level spell representing status immunity burst with brilliant light. A special power swept across, and the curse transformed into a battle axe vanished instantly, leaving no trace. Lin Moyu recovered from the stiff state, his face pale. They didn't expect it to trigger a curse. The curse is really strong, directly attacking the soul. If my soul wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I would have died. The countless years have eliminated most of the curse's power. Otherwise, I would have died, let alone been able to stop it. There are many types of curses. The most common is the type that directly attacks the soul, killing the soul. The curse of the monstrous tree was of this type. The curse of the bone flower before was more about mental control, making people despair and then end their own lives. These two types of curses belong to different categories. It couldn't be said which was stronger or weaker. It mainly depended on the strength of the user. After the monstrous tree turned to dust, the 100-meter high mountain collapsed. The ground not only did not rise but a huge pit with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared. This proved that the monstrous tree previously occupied the entire 10,000 meters of land, not just as small as it appeared on the surface. Lin Moyu had the skeleton god general take him far away from the pit before he felt safe to sit down. Collecting his thoughts, he began to think about the information he had gathered before. The most important information was the description of the Tiluo. The Tiluo were both a race and a world. They ruled an entire world, eliminating all other races in that world. In the manuscript, Tiluo did not just refer to the Tiluo clan, but to the Tiluo world. A world like the Great World. Starting from the mysterious garden, the information gathered now was connected into a coherent thread. The matter related to the ancient era gradually became clear. The Tiluo clan unified the Tiluo world. Perhaps it wasn't called the Tiluo world before, but that didn't matter. Then they encountered that mysterious master. That master was even stronger. His army invaded the Tiluo world. Not just the Tiluo world, but also the Blue Sea, Heaven. All were worlds, not just races. Each of these vast worlds was conquered by that master. That godlike master ruled more than 10 worlds, his power beyond imagination. Until that mysterious master found a new world, and once again ignited a war. This time, the new world was very strong and the two sides were evenly matched. The army of that mysterious master suffered heavy losses. The worlds took the opportunity to rise up. In the end, that master must have failed. Lin Moyu was startled. He remembered that he had once passed through a black hole and seen the talisman world. The talisman world was severely damaged, seemingly about to shatter. He associated it with the image he had once seen in the mysterious garden, that powerhouse summoning the talisman world. A terrifying thought flashed in his mind. The Great World is the world that once fought with that mysterious master. Even if it wasn't, the Great World had at least once suffered from his glory. Therefore, within the Great World, there were still traces of the fierce battle of the past. Those battlefields, those chaotic rules were all after effects of that great war. Lin Moyu's thoughts spread. He felt he had touched upon a huge secret. From the information gathered in the chaotic rules, it seemed that the mysterious master had never truly died. Perhaps one day he would return and gather his army again. If this came true, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Moyu didn't know if the strongest in this great world could stop him. His strength was still not enough, far from being able to contact figures of that level. What kind of existence was the invincible powerhouse in the legend? Could he stop that mysterious master? He remembered the strongest powerhouses he had ever contacted, Antares, the mysterious person, and the old man riding a green ox. That's right, that old man was the strongest person he had ever met, second to none. Even Antares didn't dare to call his name. As his own strength increased, Lin Moyu also had some guesses about Antares' strength. Antares was not just of the god venerable realm. 8090 of the time, he had already stepped into the other shore realm, at least like Chukyu, half a step into the other shore. But even such a powerhouse didn't dare to mention the old man's name, which showed how powerful the old man riding a green ox was. Perhaps he could stop him. Lin Moyu comforted himself. The great world was not without supreme powerhouses, he just didn't know them yet. Immediately after, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. What am I worry about? If the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. Besides, who knows when that master will return? It might take tens of thousands of years, 100,000 years, before he returns. I'm worrying for nothing. Lin Moyu felt he was worrying too much, which was truly ridiculous. After resting, Lin Moyu checked the map in his head. During this time, the skeleton army had explored a large area, mostly plains. After knowing that the Tillua was a world, Lin Moyu had a new definition of the word vast. In front of a world, a few thousand, a few tens of thousands of light years were nothing, let alone just a few 100 million kilometers. This place could at most be considered an area in the Tillua world, perhaps an old battlefield, nothing more. He felt a little discouraged. Perhaps he wouldn't gain anything here. But the information he had obtained was enough to make this trip worthwhile. The news was in hand. As long as he reported it to his superiors, the mission would be considered complete. He knew very well how much those high-level figures craved news about the ancient era. They must also be looking for relics of the ancient era. Could it be that they were also worried about the revival of that mysterious master? But what did that have to do with him? He just needed to protect his own life, cultivate diligently, and wait until he had enough strength to defy fate for them. Area 958. Outside the great whirlpool, more than 100 skeletons were standing blankly. A lotus flew from the void and stopped outside the whirlpool. The lotus had 18 petals, all golden in color, known as the 18 fatal golden lotus in the Buddhist clan. They like to use lotus-shaped magic treasures as mounts. The color and number of lotus petals represented different levels. A true god arhat was only worthy of using a silver lotus. A golden lotus could only be used by a bodhisattva. Even among golden lotuses, the hierarchy was strict. A 6-petal golden lotus was for low-level bodhisattvas, 9 petals for mid-level bodhisattvas. Only high-level bodhisattvas could use a 12-petal golden lotus. In the Buddhist clan, anyone using a magic treasure above their level would be punished. And this 18-petal golden lotus was exclusively for a minor Buddha. Only upon reaching the God-venerable realm could one use a 24-petal golden lotus. The golden lotus was not just a mount that could replace walking, it was also an extremely powerful defensive magic treasure. On the golden lotus was a minor Buddha, wearing a golden kesaya, a golden Buddha hat, holding a golden alms bowl in his right hand, and a string of 9 Buddha beads in his left hand. From head to toe, every item was a magic treasure, truly fully equipped. He stood before the great whirlpool, saw the blankly standing skeleton warriors, and his originally solemn face frowned slightly. He greatly disliked the death aura emanating from these skeleton warriors. Where did these demons and ghosts come from? Today, Buddha will eliminate you all. As he spoke, the golden Buddha hat on his head radiated a dazzling light, turning into a golden sword that swept across the sky. The sound of Buddhist magic echoed. Wherever the golden sword passed, the skeleton warriors vanished like melting snow, dying without a sound. Having lost contact with Lin Moyu, these skeleton warriors were truly dead, unable to be revived by the immortal undead. After clearing out the skeleton warriors, the minor Buddha chanted, Amitabha, dust to dust, earth to earth. At that moment, a piercing laughter echoed in the void. Golden Light Minor Buddha, you are indeed still alive. The Golden Light Minor Buddha raised an eyebrow, clearly disliking the question of the newcomer, but he did not get angry and said, Soul-devouring minor god venerable, aren't you still alive too? Of course, how could I die? Amidst the piercing laughter, a demon warship flew over and stopped steadily. The demon warship was fierce and sharp, completely opposite to the 18-petal golden lotus of the Golden Light Minor Buddha. This warship exuded an aura close to that of a god venerable. It was indeed a god venerable's warship. The Golden Light Minor Buddha glanced at the warship. Although it was ugly, a god venerable realm warship was still much stronger than his 18-petal golden lotus. Even all his assets combined were not enough to compare with this warship. The soul-devouring minor god venerable flew out of the warship and stood firmly in front of the Golden Light Minor Buddha. The two were only 1,000 meters apart, very close. The soul-devouring minor god venerable asked, Is everything ready? The Golden Light Minor Buddha replied, It is ready. I hope that after the matter is successful, the soul-devouring minor god venerable will keep his word. The soul-devouring minor god Venerable laughed heartily. Our soul-devouring lineage and golden light lineage have cooperated more than once or twice. How could I break my promise? Amitabha, so be it. The golden light minor Buddha chanted. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's go in. All right. The minor Buddha invited. The soul devourer laughed heartily and waved his hand in a gesture of invitation. The golden light minor Buddha glanced at him, stepped on his golden lotus, and flew into the whirlpool. Inside the Tolua realm. Having just discovered a clue, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. The skeleton god warriors were suddenly empty. The skeleton god warriors who had reported back from the great world had been killed. Lin Moyu's eyes turned cold. Someone had killed his skeleton god warriors, and most likely had entered the Tolua world. It didn't matter if they entered the Tolua world, but killing his skeleton god warriors was making an enemy of him. If it was an enemy race, it would be one more grudge. It was just that the two worlds were separated, and they couldn't communicate, so Lin Moyu didn't know who the culprit was. But that didn't matter. Now, there were hundreds of millions of skeletons active in the Tolua world. As long as the opponent appeared, he would definitely find them. Lin Moyu headed towards where the clue was discovered. On the vast plain, he finally encountered an unusual scene, a giant red flower, standing alone on the vast grassland. This flower was as tall as a mountain, estimated to be 1,000 meters high. The giant petals swayed gently in the wind. Not surprisingly, it was dead. What he saw was just a corpse. After countless eons, the corpse had not decomposed and was still as brilliant as blood. Here, this flower was exactly the same as the bone flower Lin Moyu had encountered before, just much larger. The bone flower could be considered immature, while this flower was mature, having fully bloomed. Its realm and strength had reached a level Lin Moyu couldn't imagine, at least at the other shore level. Maybe even stronger. Layers upon layers of petals, with no shortage of wounds on the surface. Some petals almost severed. The 1,000-meter tall flower was also subject to the strong gravitational pull of the Tolua land. But that pull was nothing to it. Its strength was too powerful, so powerful that even its corpse was extraordinarily terrifying, completely unaffected by gravity. Lin Moyu knew he couldn't fly up. A height of several thousand meters was something he couldn't reach. Moreover, even if he could fly, he wouldn't dare to get close. That monstrous tree had left terrifying curses. This flower was clearly stronger, how could it not have a curse? Lin Moyu stood several tens of thousands of meters away, within a safe distance. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over. It was normal for there to be wind on the plain, but this wind was different. Along with the gentle wind, a blue light suddenly lit up above Lin Moyu's head. A curse descended. His mind was in chaos for a moment, despair descending, and the intention to commit suicide was irresistible. Lin Moyu tried hard to focus his will, wanting to cut off those negative thoughts. He remembered the past, remembered his lover, his sister, every beautiful moment. The flame of hope in his soul burned, dispelling the pessimism. Finally, the despair gradually faded. Half a second later, the status immunity was activated, and an invisible force washed over his soul, clearing away all pessimism. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time Lin Moyu was extremely calm and sober. After escaping the curse, Lin Moyu looked at the red flower tens of thousands of meters away. Why is there a curse? The curse doesn't seem very strong. Is it because of the distance? How did this curse appear? Lin Moyu's eyes were sharp, searching for all possibilities that could cause the curse. Finally, he discovered a suspicious point. This plain was different from other places. He saw not far away on the plain a thin layer of small grass, looking like ordinary grass but more like moss, so thin it was hard to notice, its color blending with the earth, so he hadn't noticed. After passing through tens of thousands of miles of plain with unchanging scenery, he had forgotten the existence of the moss. On this layer of moss were hidden tiny pollen grains. The pollen was so small and scattered that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Even with all his effort, he couldn't see it. Even when using soul sense, the pollen seemed not to exist. Only with the undead vision could they be seen. These pollen grains were smaller than dust, flying with the wind. The closer to the flower, the more pollen there was. But most of the pollen was concentrated within a 10,000-meter radius around the flower, with only a small amount flying out of that range. A gust of wind blew, carrying the pollen. A grain hit him, triggering the curse. However, the pollen was too small, and the curse it caused was not strong. Even without status immunity, he could overcome it. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if one's will is firm enough, and the soul quality reaches high 3rd grade, one has a chance to overcome it. Most high-level God King realm cultivators have a soul quality that reaches high 3rd grade. The problem lies in the will. Under the fierce attack of the curse, it's easy to fall into deep despair. If the will is not firm enough, one will follow the guidance of the curse, eventually leading to destruction. This was a type of spiritual curse with a strong poisoning and guiding effect. The curses on those three who revived must have been spiritual curses. With an insufficiently firm will, the mind eventually collapsed, and the soul was annihilated. Unless their consciousness was erased, the curse would penetrate the soul, corrode the consciousness, and become a subconscious thought. And erasing consciousness was not necessarily effective. Curses were a terrifying form of attack. The Tulu clan, skilled in curses, was also a terrifying race. No wonder they could rule a world. This further highlighted the terror of that mysterious master. Another gust of wind blew, carrying a lot of pollen. Lin Wei almost instinctively retreated quickly, but after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped. In his soul world, after clearing all the curse forces, Lin Wei suddenly discovered that his soul seemed to be a little stronger. His soul had long reached the peak of the fourth grade life and death soul jade, but for a long time after that, there had been no change. His cultivation had risen from true god to god king, and his body had also reached the god king realm, but his soul had not improved. In the eyes of others, Lin Wei's soul was already extremely powerful, even having opened the path to the other shore. That was also why Zhu Qiu particularly valued Lin Wei, believing his future would be outstanding. In Zhu Qiu's eyes, Lin Wei's soul was already perfect. Even he himself was not better. But in Lin Wei's eyes, his soul had not been enhanced, and he was still a little dissatisfied. Previously, when attacked by the monstrous tree's curse, he had almost died. If his soul was a little stronger, breaking through the fourth grade to reach the fifth, it probably wouldn't have been so bad. Now, Lin Wei suddenly discovered his soul had grown a little stronger. His heart filled with joy. Resisting the curse was equivalent to tempering his consciousness and cultivating his soul, just like tempering his body with the star flash fire. The effect was the same. He had finally found a method to cultivate and enhance his soul. Lin Wei's eyes lit up, and a radiant light flashed beside him. The sound of Buddhist chants echoed as the Buddha kingdom witch appeared. The chanting resonated across the vast grasslands. Borrowing the power of the Buddha kingdom witch, Lin Wei used the True Glimpse art. The True Glimpse art communicated with the law of fate, creating a connection that extracted a fragment from countless future possibilities and transmitted it into Lin Wei's mind. Lin Wei saw a future possibility, and a slight smile touched his lips. His plan was feasible. Instead of retreating, Lin Wei advanced against the wind. He wanted to make contact with the pollen, endure the curse, and then resist it, using the curse from the pollen to enhance his soul. Lin Wei was not foolish enough to rush in recklessly. Cultivation had to be done step by step, from easy to difficult. He was cultivating, not seeking death. Facing the wind, he activated his undead vision and deliberately touched a single pollen grain. A blue light flared above his head, and the curse descended. His mind once again fell into chaos as pessimism and despair surged from the depths of his soul. The suicidal thoughts in his mind were magnified manifold. Lin Wei resisted with his willpower while activating his immunity state, not to break the curse, but to prevent it from overwhelming him. Only in this way could he temper his will and soul to the greatest extent and achieve the optimal effect. The curse's power crashed against him like a ferocious tide. Lin Wei felt his will and soul were like a small boat in a vast ocean, in danger of being capsized at any moment. Once submerged, it would be eternal damnation. His will would be eroded and crushed at fate more terrifying than anything. When a person wants to commit suicide, no one can save them at the final moment. Lin Wei used his will to fight the curse, pushing back all the negative emotions. Through this struggle, his will was tempered, and his soul was elevated. Within a short minute, the curse retreated. Lin Wei had finally won. His face was slightly pale. Just 1 minute of resistance had consumed a great deal of his mental energy. But his eyes shone with excitement. All right, 860 is indeed not a problem. His soul had entered the 5th grade. Today, just a short minute of resistance had added a trace of purple to his jade soul of life and death. Originally, there was only a small purple speck in his soul. Now, that speck had grown stronger. Although the growth was minuscule, it was indeed a bit stronger than before. As long as he persisted, it wouldn't be long before the purple became more intense, until it engulfed his entire soul, transforming the 4th grade peak jade soul of life and death into a 5th grade purple jade soul. While all the god sovereigns were striving to reach the 5th grade purple jade soul, Lin Wei, at the god king realm, had already surpassed them all. After resting and recovering his strength, Lin Wei once again advanced towards the flower, actively accepting the curse from the pollen. The wind blew in gusts across the grassland. Lin Moyu adjusted his pace, only touching one pollen grain at a time. He was currently about 50,000 meters from the flower, where the pollen was sparse. Lin Moyu could easily control the amount of contact, starting with one grain at a time. After adapting, as his will and soul grew stronger, he would touch more grains. Then he could try touching 2 or 3 at once. The more pollen, the stronger the curse. 2 days later, Lin Moyu had approached to within 10,000 meters of the flower. He began to touch 2 pollen grains at the same time. The 2 grains brought a curse that was about 50 stronger than before. Just as Lin Moyu had predicted, the more pollen he touched simultaneously, the stronger the curse became. In just 2 short days, Lin Moyu's will had become much stronger, and the purple in his soul had also increased significantly. It had originally occupied only the heart's position, now it covered his entire chest and was spreading down towards his abdomen. His soul was stronger. Lin Moyu felt his soul was at least twice as strong as when he first entered the Tulu world. Although he was still at the 4th grade peak and had not reached the 5th grade, he had become much stronger. Even within the 4th grade peak, there was a considerable difference in strength. The results he achieved became his greatest motivation. Lin Moyu continued to accept the curse from the pollen, tempering his soul. He once again increased the number of pollen grains he touched, this time making contact with 3 grains simultaneously. The curse grew even stronger. After I adapt, I'll increase the number of pollen grains again. Lin Moyu adapted faster, and the number of pollen grains he could touch at once soared. 5 days later, I could already touch 10 pollen grains at the same time. 10 grains at once created a curse 5 times stronger than the initial one. But it was no longer dangerous for Lin Moyu. The purple light in his soul had covered his ink and abdomen, and seemed to be spreading to his limbs. At this point, he was only 10,000 meters away from the flower. Lin Moyu stopped. The area of moss within 10,000 meters was much denser. The number of pollen grains soared, becoming far more concentrated. This 10,000-meter zone could be considered the center of the flower. Stepping into the flower's center, Lin Moyu knew he could hardly control the situation anymore. If he wasn't careful, he would face contact with tens, or even hundreds, of pollen grains at once. The power of the curse then would be immense. He wasn't sure he could withstand it. If he used his immunity state, it might not be dangerous, but the effect of tempering his soul would be greatly reduced. But if he stopped here, with the current pollen density, touching 10 grains at once was his limit. Then pollen grains no longer had any effect on his soul. Even if he was lucky enough to touch 11 grains, it would only be a one-time accident and wouldn't help. He needed to be touched by tens, even hundreds, of grains at once to make his soul progress rapidly. Lin Moyu tried to use his own power to control the pollen, but it was useless. The pollen was completely uncontrollable. It seemed only the wind on the grassland could affect it. This was the Tulu world, a world different from the Great World, with its own rules. Perhaps the wind held secrets that Lin Moyu didn't understand. To enter or not to enter. If he wanted to continue enhancing his soul, he had to enter. The problem was how to enter. If he rushed in without a plan, what would the consequences be? The sound of Buddha's chants echoed beside Lin Moyu. The Buddha Kingdom Witch appeared again. Lin Moyu decided to borrow the Buddha Kingdom Witch's future, seeing art to check what problems might arise. The future was uncertain, but knowing a greater possibility was better than knowing nothing at all. Lin Moyu was not conservative. Such a good spell naturally had to be used to its fullest. The Buddha Kingdom Witch used its future, seeing art. The spell was silent, emitting a strange fluctuation. A fragment of the future from the rules of fate was predicted, and appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. Lin Moyu saw some images that were very likely to happen in the future, and the result was incredibly surprising. He entered, and was simultaneously hit by more than 10 pollen grains. He struggled to resist, but his whole body remained motionless. Lin Moyu understood this was an inevitable result. The pollen caused a powerful curse, which would naturally put him in a dazed state, unable to react. It had been like this for the past few days, but each day was very short, usually no more than a minute. Moreover, he had arranged skeleton god statues outside, so he wasn't afraid of any sneak attacks. But upon entering the central area within 10,000 meters, everything changed. A large amount of pollen fell on him, continuously causing curses. Blue light constantly radiated from his head. Sometimes one curse hadn't ended before another began. Relying on his immunity state, Lin Moyu continuously dispelled the curses but kept falling under new ones. The immunity state, when faced with a curse far beyond the God-sovereign realm, could only dispel it after being hit, not grant immediate immunity. Lin Moyu saw himself in a long state of daze, losing control of his body, unable to move. At that moment, in the distance behind him, a golden light flashed. The future vision showed the golden light turning into a sharp blade, wiping out the skeleton god generals he had arranged outside. Then two figures appeared. One was bathed in dazzling brilliance, wearing a Buddha's crown and a golden kasaya, standing on an 18-detailed lotus platform, holding a golden alms bowl in his left hand and a string of Buddhist beads in his right. The other was ferocious and menacing, with a single horn on his head from which electricity constantly sparked, exuding terrifying power. The two rushed behind me, attacking fiercely. I was under the curse, frozen in place, unable to move. The image ended there. He didn't see the outcome, but it was easy to guess it wouldn't be good. A little Buddha from the Buddha clan, a death-cursed demon from the demon clan, both at the minor gods of Frieren realm. Why did they come here together? It seems the relationship between the two clans is not simple. People say the Buddha clan has wide connections and is not hostile to any clan. But no clan dares to be hostile to the Buddha clan either. His eyes narrowed, a flash of killing intent appearing. At the same time, he was very interested in the alms bowl in the little Buddha's hand. In the image just now, the golden bowl seemed to be absorbing the pollen. He didn't see it at first, but when the pollen entered the golden bowl, the bowl's light revealed unusual bright spots. The little Buddha's golden bowl can absorb the pollen. If he used the golden bowl to control the absorption of pollen, controlling the amount to curse myself. But an idea sparked in his mind. He could control the pollen and continue to temper his soul. Heaven helps those who are wise. Excellent. Excellent. He smiled, no longer advancing but retreating 1,000 meters, calmly waiting for the two to arrive. The future outcome could be changed, but the general direction could not. Small things could be changed, but major events were unshakable. He understood this well. It wasn't as if the little Buddha and the demon wouldn't come just because he didn't enter the 10,000-meter zone. Whether they came or not had nothing to do with whether he entered the 10,000-meter zone. He used his soul to observe, passing through the skeleton god generals he had arranged outside to check the situation. Soon, two powerful and brilliant soul fires appeared in his vision. The skeleton god generals quickly retreated to avoid a confrontation. As seen in the True Glimpse art, the skeleton god generals were no match for them. There was no need to seek death. The two headed straight for the flower. Obviously, they knew what was here. In that case, he was in no hurry either. He waited quietly. A dozen minutes later, the two appeared in his sight. The little Buddha shimmered with golden light, his Buddhist aura surging, his expression solemn. He was the complete opposite of the dark, ferocious demon. He observed the little Buddha more closely, and found that he was not of the human clan. He had a human face, about 7 or 8 parts similar to a human, but his lower body was that of a fish. He sat on a 12-tailed lotus platform, and below him was not legs but a scaly fishtail. Was he a starry sky merman? He wondered. The starry sky mermen rarely interacted with the outside world, and were very mysterious. He hadn't expected one of them to have joined the Buddha clan. It seemed the Buddha clan's capabilities were far beyond his imagination. When he saw them, they also saw him. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. The enmity between the human clan and the demon clan had lasted for thousands of years. When they met, it was a fight to the death. The eyes of the soul-devouring minor god Frieren lit up, and the electricity on his horn became denser. But he didn't act immediately. Instead, he turned to glance at the golden light little Buddha, as if asking for his opinion. The golden light little Buddha responded with a look, then said loudly to Lin Moyu, Amitabha, I did not expect to meet a friend from the human clan here. It is truly unexpected. Lin Moyu laughed heartily. I also didn't expect to meet a little Buddha from the Buddha clan here, along with a minor god Frieren from the demon clan. I never thought the Buddha clan, which is said to be hostile to no race, would ally with the demon clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light Buddha's expression changed. Friend, your words are a bit excessive. My Buddha clan is detached from worldly affairs, and does not participate in the struggles between races. Lin Moyu said, Oh. Do you think others will believe you? He held up a recording stone in his hand, which was recording the entire scene before them. The golden light little Buddha's face grew even uglier. He had not wanted to fight Lin Moyu before because Lin Moyu was of the human clan and not easy to provoke. Secondly, to be able to come here and still be safe proved that Lin Moyu's strength was immense. He had only come here to do something, and didn't want to cause extra trouble. But now, just 2 sentences from Lin Moyu had pushed him into a corner. The Buddha clan had always declared they did not contend for power, and did not interfere in the struggles between races. Therefore, their status in the great world was very transcendent, and other races did not dare to touch them. If other races found out they had allied with the demon clan, the long-standing reputation of the Buddha clan would be completely ruined. The image they had built for so many years would collapse. Moreover, he himself was a little Buddha, and next to him was a minor god sovereign of the demon clan. If ill-intentioned people took advantage of this, they could completely create an image of the Buddha clan allying with the demon clan. Even if others didn't fully believe it, they would be suspicious of the Buddha clan in the future. He knew the Buddha clan also had some secret cooperation with the Golden Eagle clan. If this was exposed, it could ruin the cooperative relationship between the two clans. The Golden Light Little Buddha's mind raced. His face turned grim. Human friend, you really know how to cause trouble. Hand over the recording stone, and I will let you live. Lin Muyu laughed heartily. Are you threatening me? My human clan has never been afraid of threats. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Just kill him. The dead can't talk. His thinking was simple and brutal. Kill Lin Muyu, and everything would be over. Amitabha, the Golden Light Little Buddha chanted. If the benefactor insists, then don't blame me. He signaled to the soul-devouring minor god sovereign. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign had been waiting for a long time. He immediately laughed heartily. The horn on his head shot out a bolt of lightning, which struck down towards Lin Muyu. The lightning was very fast, but due to the influence of the Tulu world, its speed slowed, not as fast as in the Great World. Lin Muyu calmly sidestepped the lightning. Sharp sword lights rushed from all directions, instantly surrounding the soul-devouring minor god sovereign. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign did not dodge. The lightning on his horn immediately erupted into a ball of lightning that enveloped him. The sword lights struck the lightning ball, only slightly deforming it, unable to break it. The skeleton god generals were only ninth-tier god kings, not strong enough to deal with the soul-devouring minor god sovereign. The lightning ball exploded, turning into countless lightning snakes that shot towards the source of the sword lights. In the distance, on the ground, lightning balls exploded one after another. The skeleton god generals couldn't dodge in time, and were hit, their bodies shattered into pieces. Trash, useless tricks. Die. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign roared angrily and attacked Lin Muyu again. A lightning ball flew out and disappeared into the void. Immediately after, the lightning ball suddenly appeared in front of Lin Muyu and exploded with a boom. Lin Muyu felt he was locked on. He immediately deployed his undead wings, preparing to break the lock, but he was a step too slow. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign's attack was as fast as lightning, extremely sharp. The lightning ball appeared right in front of him and exploded. The sound of thunder was incessant. A large area of space turned into a sea of lightning, engulfing Lin Muyu. Immediately after, a second, third, and fourth lightning ball followed. The explosions thundered, and the moss on the ground was flattened, revealing the earth below. The earth was also cracked by the lightning. The moss, under the force of the attack, revealed the pollen hidden beneath. The pollen seemed to have a target, flying straight towards the soul-devouring minor god sovereign. At this moment, the golden alms bowl in the golden light little Buddha's hand shone brightly, sucking all the pollen inside. The golden light little Buddha chanted an unknown Buddhist scripture, and the light in the golden bowl became even more brilliant. The pollen inside was decomposed and finally dissipated. The golden light little Buddha used a Buddhist spell to resolve the 867 curse powers in the pollen, but this speed was too slow. The golden light little Buddha couldn't keep up with the speed of the pollen flying over, and called out a reminder. Hurry up and stop, this little monk can't keep up. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign only stopped after hearing this. He chuckled. This one should be ashes by now. He had thrown at least 50 lightning balls. A large area had been flattened, and the sea of lightning was still raging, with great waves surging. Lin Muyu walked out of the sea of lightning unharmed. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign's expression changed dramatically. How are you unharmed? That's impossible. Lin Muyu smiled. Didn't you know? All rules are weakened here. The power is only one of what it is in the great world. Even if you are a minor god sovereign, it's not easy to kill me. All attacks based on rules were weakened by the power of the Tulu world. But Lin Muyu's body was not weakened, nor were his passive spells. The attacks just now, with only one of their power in the great world, fell on Lin Muyu, and were borne by the undead army. The commander of the army continuously healed him. For Lin Muyu, even if he was bombarded all day and night, he would not be injured. The soul-devouring minor god sovereign was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then burst out laughing. I forgot. So that's how it is. It's a pity you don't know that the power of curse spells is not weakened here. Lin Muyu was stunned. He hadn't noticed this. On second thought, it was true. The Tulu clan was best at curse spells. In their own territory, they naturally couldn't weaken the power of curse spells. If anything, they would have to strengthen it. Seeing Lin Moyu stunned, the soul-devouring minor god Sovereign thought he was scared and laughed heartily. I am of the Death Curse Demon system, do you understand? The Death Curse Demons are proficient in curse spells and are an extremely special system in the Demon Clan. Their numbers are not large, but their combat power is strong. Curse spells are extremely strange. But Lin Moyu also knew that the curse spells the Death Curse Demons were good at were offensive curses, which were divided into physical attacks and soul attacks. A Death Curse Demon usually only cultivated one type. He didn't know which type the one before him cultivated, but no matter which type, Lin Moyu was not afraid. The soul-devouring minor god Sovereign laughed loudly, locking onto Lin Moyu. The lightning on the horn on his forehead turned bright red. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning shot out, instantly piercing through space and landing on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not dodge. In fact, he couldn't. Curses were very difficult to dodge. Basically, you could only face them head-on. A red light appeared above Lin Moyu's head. The red lightning turned into a great sword and slashed towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, this sword also appeared in his soul world, slashing fiercely at the crystal barrier. But unfortunately, before the cursed sword could land, the passive spell, Immunity State, activated. An invisible force swept through, instantly breaking the curse. The curses that surpassed the god Sovereign realm made the immunity state react half a beat slower, needing to accumulate enough power to dispel them. But against ordinary curses, not yet at the god Sovereign level, this passive spell, Immunity State, could easily dispel them like swatting a fly. Lin Moyu stood there calmly and asked, "Is this your curse?" The soul-devouring minor god Sovereign couldn't believe it, his face full of astonishment. "How are you unharmed?" "That's impossible." This was the second time he had uttered the three words impossible. Before Lin Moyu could reply, the golden light little Buddha spoke out. "Benefactor was able to come here, so you naturally have a way to dispel curses. Here curses are useless." Lin Moyu laughed heartily. "You see it clearly." The golden light little Buddha continued, "This little monk's intention remains the same. Benefactor, hand over the recording stone, and this little monk will not make things difficult for you." Lin Moyu shook his head, waved his hand, and threw out more than 10 recording stones. "Which one do you want? Choose for yourself." The golden light little Buddha's face darkened. He knew that today's matter could not be resolved. More than 10 identical recording stones meant that even if Lin Moyu handed over a recording stone without careful inspection, it would be impossible to tell if it was real or fake. Besides, who knew how many more Lin Moyu had hidden? The golden light little Buddha cursed inwardly. Who is this guy? What ordinary person carries so many recording stones? This toy is rarely used. He didn't know that these recording stones of Lin Moyu's were all spoils of war. Even he himself couldn't remember when he got them. He had fought so many battles. Recording stones were not worth much. He had sold most of them, keeping only a few. He hadn't expected to use them here. The little Buddha chanted a Buddhist scripture. Then, "Benefactor, please stay here." He finally acted. The Buddha's crown on his head shone with golden light, turning into a sharp golden sword that slashed towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, Buddhist chants echoed, directly attacking the soul. In the soul world, a Buddha statue appeared, its mouth chanting scriptures to affect the soul. Under the attack of the Buddhist chants, the soul's reaction slowed, and actions became stiff. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Buddha's light turned into a sword, dealing damage. Lin Moyu's soul was too strong and was completely unaffected by the Buddhist chants. But he did not dodge. Fluctuations appeared around his body, and countless skeletons vaguely appeared. The sword slashed into the skeletons and was somewhat blocked, then broke through the skeleton's defense and fell on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stood there motionless, taking this sword strike. He shook his head and said, "Not enough power." His body also radiated a dazzling golden light. His second-tier God King body, combined with damage transfer, was completely unharmed after the sword strike. The little Buddha's expression changed. "Don't delay. Let's attack together. We can't let him escape," the soul-devouring minor god Sovereign sneered. "Don't worry, he can't escape." At this time, Lin Moyu took out a piece of flesh and blood that exuded the aura of a ninth-tier god Sovereign, exchanging it for 2 minor god Sovereigns. "I don't even know if it's a prophet. Oh well, let's end this quickly." With a thought, the boneyard hell immediately appeared, instantly enveloping the two of them. Before the two could break out of the boneyard hell, brilliant fireworks suddenly exploded on their bodies. The soul-devouring minor god Sovereign screamed tragically, his body blown to pieces. The golden light little Buddha also screamed, his body crushed. But at this moment, his golden kasaya lit up, and golden threads pulled back his about to disintegrate body. The golden light little Buddha was seriously injured, but thanks to the protection of the golden kasaya, he was not dead. He was terrified, not knowing what move Lin Moyu had used, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that he wanted to escape immediately. He realized he had offended someone he shouldn't have. The person before him was a true monster. He had just turned around when his vision suddenly went dark. A huge monster fell from the sky. The golden light little Buddha hadn't even seen what it was before he was crushed by something. A skeleton came from a height of 100,000 meters, accompanied by undead flame, crashed down, landing right on the little Buddha as he was about to flee. Lin Moyu lagged. This is just too timely. The golden light little Buddha's whole body shone, and the Buddha's beads in his hand shot up, turning into a 100-meter, bald Buddha statue in mid-air. The 100-meter statue raised its hands and lifted the Skeleton King. The power of the Buddha statue was immense. No matter how heavy the Skeleton King was, it was easily lifted. The golden light little Buddha hurriedly escaped, flying away without looking back. The Skeleton King knelt on the ground, trying to raise its bone sword. It couldn't stand up, but it could still perform the god-slaying strike. A dazzling sword light suddenly appeared on the golden light little Buddha. A tragic scream sounded as the sword light devoured him. But the golden light little Buddha still did not die. The golden thread Kasaya once again saved his life. The golden thread Kasaya had blocked 2 fatal blows and was now tattered in many places. The golden light little Buddha was even more seriously injured. The boneyard hell appeared at the right time, falling on him amidst his tragic cries. Undead flame rushed in from all directions. At the same time, more than 10 ninth-tier God King miraculous spirits attacked in unison, bombarding the golden light little Buddha. Normally the golden light little Buddha wouldn't have cared about these attacks, but now he was seriously injured, and these attacks became the last straw. The golden light little Buddha wailed tragically. Lin Moyu stretched out his finger, and a red light shot down. The fused spell of time curse and soul attack struck, and the golden light little Buddha screamed even more miserably. At this moment, the Buddha's crown on his head lit up, and countless golden flames poured into his head, quickly stabilizing his injuries and soothing the pain. A good item, indeed. It can be used for both attack and healing, Lin Moyu said teasingly, but he did not let up on his attacks. His aura continuously soared, quickly breaking through the limits of his realm. The spell, Rage and Power Accumulation, was activated. In an instant, Lin Moyu had broken through to the ninth-tier God Sovereign, reaching the minor God Sovereign realm. At this time, Lin Moyu was at ease, his body and soul felt no pressure. He felt he could go even further. With the power of the origin spell and the massive undead army, he could completely break through to the God Sovereign realm. But as he was about to break through, he suddenly stopped. He realized that if he broke through to the God Sovereign realm here, he might be in big trouble. This world did not allow the existence of God Sovereigns. The highest limit was minor God Sovereign. The rules did not need to be broken. Lin Moyu smiled faintly, keeping his realm at the peak of the minor God Sovereign. He glanced at the golden light little Buddha, who had fled over 10,000 kilometers away. He casually drew a true god-level longsword, waved his hand and performed a god-slaying strike, stronger than the Skeleton King's. The sword light flashed and then exploded on the golden light little Buddha, who was 10,000 miles away. The golden thread Kasaya on him completely disintegrated. This time, it could not withstand the power of the sword Kai, and was completely destroyed. The remaining power struck the golden light little Buddha's body, tearing him to pieces. From his shattered body, a small soul escaped, fleeing into the distance. Little Buddha of the Buddha clan, you have so many treasures. But unfortunately, you can't escape. The golden light little Buddha's soul was protected by a golden ring, luckily escaping disaster. But without a body, the soul became extremely weak. The little Buddha was, after all, just a little Buddha, not a true Buddha. Their souls had not entered the river of law, had not been purified by it, so they were very weak. Just a few high-level god kings were enough to kill it. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had arranged a large number of skeleton god generals around, numbering in the tens of thousands. The mark of the boneyard hell pursued him. No matter where he ran, he was sensed by Lin Moyu. Escaping the pursuit of the skeleton god generals was impossible. Under the undead vision, on the vast grassland, the soul fire of the golden light little Buddha was so brilliant that it was easily discovered. Capturing it was only a matter of time. Sharp sword K rushed from all directions. The demons and ghosts he had despised before now became avenging demons. The golden light little Buddha was in a miserable state, fleeing in disarray. But it was useless. Lin Moyu had collected the spoils of war and was in hot pursuit. Just half an hour later, Lin Moyu caught up with the golden light little Buddha again. The boneyard hell appeared, and the golden light little Buddha's soul was filled with despair. Besides despair, there was also fear. He saw the soul-devouring minor god Sovereign in the boneyard hell. At this time, the soul-devouring minor god Sovereign was covered in grey coldness, attacking him fiercely. "You are a demon," the golden light little Buddha screamed in despair. "But it's useless." Lin Moyu only replied with a sneer. Knowing he could not escape death, the golden light little Buddha suddenly put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist scripture. An unknown scripture came from his mouth and fell into Lin Moyu's ears. He felt something was wrong. The golden light little Buddha's soul in the scripture became stronger and more condensed. The Buddha's light grew stronger and stronger. He transformed into a golden Buddha body, not a little Buddha but a true Buddha, attaining Buddhahood on the spot. Lin Moyu remembered a secret art of the Buddha clan, attaining Buddhahood on the spot. In a flash, one transforms into a Buddha, possessing the power of a Buddha. But the secret art was an untransmittable secret in the Buddha clan. Very few knew it. It was a life-risking secret art. Using it once would result in serious injury at best, and death at worst. Lin Moyu frowned. He hadn't expected the little Buddha to have this move. The Buddha was like a city wall. Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he transformed into a stream of light and flood. In his soul, the chaotic scene was like when he was attacked by the ancient Buddha's palm seal. Lin Moyu didn't need to think, escaping extremely fast. This time was more dangerous than before. If he didn't run, he would surely die. The Buddha Kingdom Witch appeared behind him, and Yin Biao used the True Glimpse art. Lin Moyu saw a fragment of the future and immediately knew what to do. 367 skeleton god generals disappeared without a trace, all recall. The boneyard hell also vanished without a trace. Lin Moyu dared not leave any trace behind. Who knew if the opponent would use some method to track him? The golden light little Buddha, having just completed attaining Buddhahood on the spot, was stunned. Although he had attained Buddhahood, he had no physical body, no river of law. His power was far inferior to a true God Sovereign. He was truly unwilling to die like this. But why did Lin Moyu flee, escaping so decisively? He was stunned for about 2 seconds. When he came to his senses, and wanted to give chase, the originally dark sky suddenly turned bright red. The fire hidden behind the clouds suddenly erupted, overwhelming the land. Lin Moyu had already fled 10,000 miles. The world before him suddenly turned bright red. He looked up, and his mind was shaken. Above the clouds was not fire, but the light of red curses. Within the crimson curses was the power of despair. The type of curse could be distinguished by color. Red curses were mainly for attack, either soul attack, physical attack, or both. The red light in the sky was an attack curse. A huge curse. A terrifying pressure descended, and Lin Moyu was pressed to the ground, unable to move. He finally understood what the consequences of breaking through to God's sovereign here would be. In his sight, a red light descended from the sky and fell on the golden light little Buddha. The dazzling red light, with its demonic charm, pierced Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu's eyes teared up, the pain excruciating. But he still endured it, not daring to let his gaze touch the range of the undead vision. This was a curse power close to its limit, even stronger than the other shore. It was a fortunate opportunity to witness it. He had to see it clearly. If he missed this chance, he would regret it. Amidst the sea of red light, the little Buddha who had just attained Buddhahood on the spot suddenly vanished without a trace. Not even lasting 0.1 seconds before completely disappearing from the world. The red light slowly dissipated, and the clouds covered the land again. The world turned from bright red to gloomy. Phew, I wasn't implicated. At this moment, Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had recalled all the skeleton god generals and left no trace of himself. Through the True Glimpse art, he had witnessed the curse descending, instantly killing the little Buddha. Then the curse found the nearby skeleton god generals, and the boneyard hell. Through the faint connection between the two, the curse found him. If he hadn't been careful, he would have gone down to the underworld with the little Buddha. Therefore, he did not hesitate to recall everything related to him, cutting off all connections, changing the future. It was truly lucky. He was saved. The True Glimpse art was indeed a treasure, saving him from the brink of death once again, preserving his life. He now clearly understood what the outcome of breaking through to God's sovereign here would be, certain death. After carefully checking again, he confirmed that the little Buddha had left nothing behind. Actually, that wasn't entirely true. Lin Moyu still had the little Buddha's flesh and blood, but he didn't dare to take it out now, nor did he dare to turn her into a revived one. Who knew if that curse would find him again? To be safe, he should leave this place. He looked up at the sky, then retracted his gaze. He knew this matter was beyond his reach. If he deliberately made contact, it would be a path to death. Lin Moyu decided to return to the location of the flower. He took out the spoils of war he had obtained from the little Buddha. In this great battle, he had obtained 3 spoils: a golden alms bowl, a string of Buddhist beads, and a Buddha's crown. The golden bowl and Buddhist beads were intact, but the Buddha's crown was damaged in the battle. The remaining 18, leaf golden lotus, the golden kasaya, and the golden ring protecting the soul were all destroyed. The golden bowl, Buddhist beads, and Buddha's crown were all high-grade God King magic treasures, but the only thing was that they hadn't produced an artifact spirit. If they had, they would have become P-grade God King magic treasures. The Buddha clan was truly wealthy. Lin Moyu put away the Buddhist beads and the Buddha's crown. These 2 items were useless to him. He focused on the golden bowl. He had deliberately provoked the little Buddha with his words to force her into a corner, compelling her to act, so that his boneyard hell's ability could mark her. If not, if she wanted to leave, he would have had a hard time stopping her. The recording stone was the means to force her to act. As for the soul-devouring minor god sovereign, Lin Moyu didn't even put him in his eyes. But Lin Moyu was also a little curious. Why did these 2 come here? They obviously had a purpose. It wasn't a coincidence. From the direction the 2 were heading, it could be guessed they were looking for the flower. Guessing was too tiring. Lin Moyu was too lazy to think. The best way was to revive the little Buddha and ask, but he didn't dare to right now. Lin Moyu slapped his forehead, blaming his own curiosity. Whatever they came for, it has nothing to do with me. If I want to know, I'll wait until I leave this place, revive her, and ask them. He focused his gaze on the golden bowl again. The golden light little Buddha was dead, and the golden bowl became ownerless. Soul power poured into it. Lin Moyu immediately understood how to use the golden ball and what its effects were. The golden ball had 2 functions, collection and purification. The collection function served the purpose of purification. It could collect and purify any law. The speed of purification depended on the strength of the collected item and the user's strength. But this function was useless to Lin Moyu because purification required coordination with Buddhist spells. Lin Moyu knew nothing about Buddhist spells, so he couldn't use this function. However, he could use the collection function, collect external objects, and then release them once or multiple times. But collection also had its limits. The quantity couldn't be too large. For example, the pollen from before. The number collected at one time could not exceed 30 grains. The pollen was countless. 30 grains were like a drop in the ocean. But for Lin Moyu, that was enough. Through the previous curses, Lin Moyu had grasped the pattern. Taking 1 pollen grain as a baseline, the curse strength was 100. Thus, for each additional pollen grain, the curse strength would increase by 50. 2 pollen grains created a curse strength of 150, 3 were 200, and so on. Previously, without using the immunity state, Lin Moyu could easily withstand the curse strength from 10 pollen grains. 10 pollen grains no longer had a great effect on Lin Moyu. If he wanted his soul to continue advancing, he had to increase the number of pollen grains. Pollen was everywhere, but in the area beyond 10,000 meters the pollen was quite scattered. Moreover, to enhance the power of the curse, it was necessary to be in contact with the pollen at the same time. The more there were, the harder this condition was to meet. Only in the area within 10,000 meters did the number of pollen grains increase sharply, making it easier to meet this condition. According to the True Glimpse Art's prediction, after he entered the 10,000 meter area, he would encounter a large amount of pollen, leading to a powerful curse landslide. Because the immunity state existed, these curses would not kill him, but they would cause him to fall into a long state of daze, making it difficult to escape. Also because the immunity state existed, continuously dispelling the curse's power, he couldn't wholeheartedly resist, making it difficult to temper his soul and preventing effective advancement. The immunity state could save his life, but it was also a shackle. Therefore, Lin Moyu needed a method to control the pollen. He hadn't expected the golden light little Buddha to deliver the treasure to his door. Furthermore, the golden light little Buddha traveling with a demon was wiped out by his skeleton god generals, giving him a reason to kill and plunder. Lin Moyu returned to the area beyond 10,000 meters, less than 10 meters from the pollen. He held up the golden bowl and activated it. A suction force emerged from the golden bowl, beginning to suck the pollen inside. Lin Moyu controlled the range, The suction force only covered a finger's distance. The number of pollen grains within a finger's distance was quite limited, making it easier to control. The pollen being sucked in was hard to see with the naked eye. When it entered the golden bowl, the pollen was covered by a golden light, and also emitted golden rays. Lin Moyu did not absorb much pollen, only 12 grains. 12 pollen grains increased the curse strength by about 20, just enough to temper his soul without causing serious damage to his will and soul, but creating enough pressure. And the feeling of despair that arose from the depths of his soul affected every thought of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu used his own will to resist the feeling of despair, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Under the strong pressure, in the repeated confrontations to the limit, his soul gradually became stronger. In the Buddha world, Buddha's light illuminated the entire cosmos, shining upon the star region with a brilliant golden light. Amitabha. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant echoed through the starry sky. The chant carried a sense of sorrow, and the Buddha's light turned into golden raindrops, falling upon the Buddha world. Everyone knew that a Buddha had passed away. Buddhist chants sounded continuously. This was the second time a Buddha had passed away recently. The passing of a Buddha was like the fall of a god sovereign of the God clan. The Buddha's light turned into golden rain, falling on all worlds of the Buddha clan. Countless Buddhists were immersed in sorrow, softly chanting Buddhist scriptures. In the center of the Buddha world, 100 flowers bloomed, and the Buddha's light was as thick as honey. Everywhere, one could see the figures of tens of thousands of Buddhas meditating in the void. This was the pure land of ultimate bliss, the holy land of the Buddha clan. Now the holy land was also tinged with sorrow, as golden rain fell continuously. An imposing Buddha, wearing a huge great sun golden scale armor, appeared amidst the golden rain. His face was full of sorrow, and his body exuded an ancient aura full of wounds. Greetings, ancient Buddha. Tens of thousands of Buddhas saluted in unison. The one who appeared before them was the esteemed ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha spoke, his deep and powerful voice echoing. Golden light little Buddha. Before he attained Buddhahood on the spot, does anyone know where he went? The sound echoed like a whisper and also like a question for the tens of thousands of Buddhas. A Buddha replied, golden light should have gone to the vermilion bird battlefield. He had previously been in contact with the soul-devouring minor god sovereign of the demon clan, it seems for transaction. Another deep voice sounded. I know about this. There is half of a seated Buddha statue in the demon clan. Golden light must have been trading for that. The use of a seated Buddha statue was known to everyone among the tens of thousands of Buddhas. Even if it was only half a statue, it was enough to help the golden light little Buddha establish a Buddha kingdom. Having a Buddha kingdom or not affected the combat power after becoming a Buddha, it was a world of difference. It was understandable that the golden light little Buddha would trade with the demon clan for this. The ancient Buddha pondered for a moment. Send someone to the demon clan to inquire where the two of them went, and whether the soul-devouring minor god sovereign is still alive. As you command. A Buddha slowly stood up, transformed into a golden stream of light, and disappeared in an instant. The ancient Buddha spoke again. A few days ago, a Buddha voluntarily passed away. I used the Buddha as well as a guide and struck out with a palm. According to my senses, the palm's force also landed on the vermilion bird battlefield. He should also investigate. As he finished speaking, another Buddha stood up and left the glorious nirvana. The ancient Buddha continued, I heard that on the kill lists of various races, there is a human named Lin Moyu who ranks first. Do any of you know this person? A Buddha said in a deep voice, Ancient Buddha, do you remember? A few years ago, a strong expert from the human clan at the other shore realm personally came here. This was a major event that had happened in the Buddha clan in recent years. The ancient Buddha naturally knew it well. At that time, the strong expert from the human clan at the other shore realm came for a junior of the human clan to demand an explanation. The human clan expert was very strong at that time, and did not listen to the Buddha clan's explanation at all. In the end, the Buddha clan yielded, stopped the discussion of Buddhist dharma, and did not even pursue the cause of the nun, when Buddha's death. It was just that at that time, the Buddha clan had no idea who the human clan expert was speaking up for. Now it seemed it was for Lin Moyu. The ancient Buddha pondered for a moment. Pay attention to this person. If there is a chance, recruit him into the Buddha clan. One who can top the kill lists of various races must have extraordinary talent and aptitude. If we can recruit such a talent, he might become another ancient Buddha in the future. A Buddha said, this might be difficult. As far as I know, he has already caught the eye of the upper echelons of the human clan. Various clans have tried to kill him many times, but have all failed. The ancient Buddha said in a deep voice, do your best. Don't force it. If it doesn't work out, it can only be said that fate has not yet come. There are many things that are not unwilling to be done, but are truly difficult to implement. If Lin Moyu is truly valued by the human clan, it would not be convenient to act rashly. A slight misstep might lead to the revenge of the strong expert from the other shore realm. Lin Moyu woke up from being under the curse. His soul had been significantly enhanced again. In his soul body, the purple light was even more intense, beginning to spread to his limbs. He could now control 20 pollen grains. Just a few dozen more times, and the purple light would cover his entire body except for his head. When his head was also covered in purple light, his soul would completely transform into a purple jade soul, reaching the 5th grade. A 5th grade soul was the qualification for the other shore realm. Of course, soul quality was one thing, and cultivation realm was another. With a 5th grade soul, Lin Moyu had already touched a major hurdle on the path to the other shore realm. Only when he cultivated to the 9th, here God Sovereign realm, and passed Leda could he smoothly step into the other shore without any more obstacles. He continued to trigger the curse, practicing hard without stopping. As the days passed, the curse Lin Moyu created became stronger and stronger. Each time, he endured 30 pollen grains at the same time, reaching the limit of the golden bowl's endurance. The purple light in his soul had covered everything except the top of his head. He was just a little bit away from reaching the 5th grade purple jade soul realm. In fact, Lin Moyu had reached this level 3 days ago. At that time, he could withstand 26 pollen grains at the same time. But when his soul made no further progress, he increased it to 28 grains, and there was still no change. Then, he used the golden bowl to increase the number of pollen grains to 30. The pressure indeed increased significantly. He felt his will become firmer, not easily swayed, but the purple light still did not change, still not reaching the top of his head. His soul remained stagnant. Lin Moyu felt he must have encountered some kind of bottleneck. A 5th grade soul was not so easy to achieve. Even a genius like Chiu Qiu was stuck at this step for thousands of years. Many other god sovereigns found it even harder to break through, eventually dying of old age at the god sovereign realm. Passing this step was a different world. There were gods above and gods below, like two completely different worlds. It seems that just seeking stability won't work. I need to take a risk to find a breakthrough, Lin Moyu told himself. Can quantitative change lead to qualitative change? He put away the golden bowl, it was useless now. Looking at the messy pile of pollen, the Buddha Kingdom witch appeared beside him. Lin Moyu used the true glimpse art, wanting to see where he was lacking. He used a self-readed trigger phrase to stimulate the law of fate and peek into a fragment of the future. In that moment, he ignored the control of the golden bowl. In an instant, hundreds of pollen grains fell on him, and a powerful curse descended. He fell into a coma again. Pollen rushed in, and curses continued unabated. Because the number of pollen grains was too large, and the curse was too strong, he couldn't resist and had to use his immunity state. With the help of the immunity state and a lot of effort, he finally broke free from the curse. The image also stopped there. In the final moment of peeking into the future, Lin Moyu saw his own eyes. His future self's eyes held no excitement, but rather some disappointment. There was no clear answer, but his eyes said it all. From those eyes, Lin Moyu guessed that his method could not succeed. Simultaneously triggering a large amount of pollen could not lead to a qualitative change. Still a failure. It seems this method is not feasible, Lin Moyu muttered, pondering for a moment before thinking of another possibility. His gaze fell on a flower 10,000 meters away. He once again used the true glimpse art. This time, he changed his thinking, searching for a new possibility. The law of fate was stirred again, relaying the secrets of the future to Lin Moyu. In this thought, Lin Moyu jumped over the pollen grains and directly attacked the giant flower 10,000 meters away. He only made a weak attack, only as strong as a third-tier god king. Compared to the level when the flower was alive, that attack was nothing. Even though it was dead, that attack was insignificant. That gentle attack led to a counter-attack from the flower. In the image, the flower glowed all over, and a blue spiritual curse fell on him. This curse was clearly many times stronger than the one from the pollen. Lin Moyu immediately fell into a coma. In less than a second, his body exploded with a boom. My future self exploding is suicide. Lin Moyu knew his idea had failed again. Witnessing his future self explode, his heart couldn't help but pound. Actively attacking the flower to trigger its curse was a crazy idea. That flower was a strong expert of the Tulu clan when it was alive. Even though it was dead, even after countless years, its power remained. It placed a curse on him. Whether it was the pollen or himself, both were activation conditions. The pollen was one thing. He could accept it, but the curse from the flower itself was enough to kill him. He didn't even know how many times he would be killed. The innate self-destruction ability, activated post-Italy, would allow him to be reborn, but would the power of the curse still exist? At the same time, assuming there was no curse, would his will and soul be seriously injured? So many possibilities made him not dare to take the risk, and he couldn't. He felt danger lurking at every step in this curse-covered world. One misstep, and the price would be death. He fell into contemplation again, reviewing everything that had happened, thinking carefully, summarizing the cause and effect, and drawing up a new plan. Slowly, he thought of a few possibilities. Using pollen is definitely not going to work. Quantitative change cannot lead to qualitative change. For my soul to take another step, a transformation is needed. Just increasing the power of the curse is useless. The level needs to be upgraded. For example, 100 god sovereigns working together are strong, but not as good as one half-step other shore expert. Increasing the number does increase the power, but it cannot upgrade the level. Pollen will forever be at the pollen level, it cannot reach the other shore. No matter how much pollen there is, it cannot reach the other shore. But for my soul to truly transform, I need a curse from the other shore realm. At the same time, the power of the curse cannot be too strong, just reaching the other shore is enough. If it's too strong, I can't handle it. I'll either have to use my immunity state, which greatly reduces the effect, or die on the spot, a miserable failure. He had a complete idea, but whether this idea could be implemented was hard to say. If it were someone else, they could only experiment. A slight mistake would lead to failure, and a great price would have to be paid. But he had another way. The existence of the Buddha kingdom which allowed him to use his mind, reading ability to preview the future, and test the possibility. Although it wasn't completely accurate, at least he could see clues, and that was enough. He remembered the unopened bone flower he had seen before. That was a strange expert at the other shore level. At that time, he placed a curse on it, and was almost killed. It was the best target for this idea of his. He made a speculation in his mind, trying to place a curse on the bone flower, and then using this idea to use the future seeing spell. He assumed he met an unopened bone flower again, revived it with his revival of the dead, causing it to place a curse on him. Based on his memory, he had truly constructed a hypothetical scenario. The future seeing spell was used silently and quickly received a response. The law of fate had accepted his operation, and actually returned corresponding information. In the future he constructed, he met another unopened bone flower. In the undead flame, that bone flower came back to life, its soul regenerated. Then it resisted the control of the revival of the dead and at the same time placed a curse on him. The curse dares to provoke my flame. He fell into a daze under the curse but did not self-destruct. The curse of the bone flower was much weaker than the curse of the fresh flower, and also a few parts weaker than the curse of the monster tree. He did not use his immunity state to eliminate the curse, but relied on his will and his own strength to resist the erosion of the curse. If it were before, he absolutely couldn't do it, but after so much tempering under the pressure of the curse, both his will and soul were much stronger than before. A few seconds later, his eyes brightened again. He had successfully resisted the curse. In his eyes, excitement overflowed. The image shattered, and the true glimpse art ended. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, a hint of excitement appearing. It's really possible. My thoughts have come true. It really is like that. The curse of the bone flower bud, although it had reached the other shore level, still couldn't kill him. The change at a higher level had activated the purple light of his soul, making his soul even stronger. From the final image in his eyes, he had seen the answer. That's right, that's right. He understood the magic of the true glimpse art. It not only helped him avoid danger, but also helped him find his own path of cultivation. He had somewhat understood its true meaning, seeing the truth. Whether it was the truth of survival or the truth of strength, both could change the future. What a magical spell. He wondered how talented the person who created it was back then. The true glimpse art seemed to be in harmony with the law of fate. When you use it, you don't need to understand the law of fate. The one who created it must have mastered the law of fate to a very high degree. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a magical spell. Being able to create a secret art based on a law is much more respectable than someone who simply masters the law, he thought. Such people were rare. Many could only master their self-awakened spells and couldn't create secret arts for others to learn. Most people knew of it but not its value. They could use the law perfectly but didn't know how to make that law serve others. If the true glimpse art had successfully deduced it, the next step was to find the bone flower bud. The Tulu world was vast and boundless. There couldn't be only one bone flower bud. He had previously released millions of skeleton god warriors. The map in his mind was now incredibly vast. He had discovered many basins, each being a hole leading to the Great World. The 10,000 basins form a formation. Outside the formation were giant monster trees like small mountains. In the Great War of the Ancient Era, the soldiers in the basins had all died in battle, their bodies and Tao disappearing. Even the generals, the monster trees, had died, but their bodies remained, covered in curses. On the map in his mind, besides the large number of newly discovered basins and monster trees, there were also many small dots. Those small dots were the bone flower buds. These bone flower buds were all discovered while he was enduring the torment of the curse. Now was the right time to use them. Lin Moyu quickly ran towards the nearest bone flower bud. I wonder what realm the soldiers in the basin are at. They probably haven't reached the other shore. Once you reach the other shore realm, even if you die, your physical body remains, not destroyed by time. But soldiers who haven't reached the other shore, even if their bodies are preserved, will eventually be destroyed by time. He had a new understanding of the other shore. What was the other shore? It was a completely new realm. In the Great World, the super god realm was the dividing line between ordinary people and cultivators. But the other shore seemed to be another level among cultivators. A bone flower bud appeared in his sight. The bone flower bud was 50 meters tall, not yet bloomed, still in its larval stage, but it had already reached the other shore. The Tulu clan is a terrifying race, but I have encountered an even more terrifying enemy. He arrived before the bone flower bud. He did not act rashly. He summoned the Buddha Kingdom Witch again and used the True Glimpse art to calculate one more time. This time, it was no longer his imagination, but had the bone flower bud as a reference. The result of the True Glimpse art would be much more accurate. The result shown by the future healing art was quite consistent with his prediction. This time, Lin Moyi was really more at ease. How could he be careless with matters of life and death? After making thorough preparations, he shot out a ball of undead flame from his fingertip, which landed directly on the bone flower bud. The bright red bone flower bud suddenly erupted into a giant pillar of fire 50 meters high, then turned into a gray gold fireball. Lin Moyi was well prepared, ready to receive the coming curse. The soul of the bone flower was gradually recovering, its consciousness awakening. Its aura grew stronger and stronger. The aura of the other shore realm filled the air. As a native creature of the Tulu world, curses from the outside could not attack it. Just like the future he had seen, the revival of the dead could not control an expert of the other shore realm. The bone flower avoided all kinds of spells, fighting for control. At the same time, they counterattacked the person who had cast the curse on it. The pink bone flower bud emitted a blue spiritual curse. In that instant of 487, all kinds of negative emotions rushed in. Lin Moyu's eyes became dull. The world turned dark and despair enveloped him. I should die. Life is meaningless. Go seek death. Oh, you must live. You must live. Suicidal thoughts kept rising, but were forcefully suppressed by his strong will. Waves of pessimistic emotions followed one after another, but Lin Moyi's will was also tenacious, pushing them back one by one. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, fighting for dominance. In the end, Lin Moyi still had the upper hand. The amount of curse was not infinite and was finally exhausted after a few seconds. At this time, the battle between the bone flower and the revival of the dead spell also came to an end. The revival of the dead spell could not control it, and chose to destroy it. The bone flower exploded, turning into fine powder, disappearing without trace, leaving only a large, deep pit on the ground. Lin Moyu didn't care about the life and death of the bone flower but checked the state of his soul. Looking down, he was overjoyed. The stagnant soul had indeed become a little stronger. The purple light spread from his neck to his head, a tiny sliver. About 20 more times like this, and my soul will transform into a 5th grade purple jade soul. He began to search for bone flowers, reviving them one by one and causing them to curse him. As his soul gradually transformed into a 5th grade purple jade soul, Lin Moyi was full of motivation. A few days later, his entire soul was dyed purple, but it still hadn't transformed. It was still at the peak of the 4th grade. This was truly the peak of the 4th grade, just a step away from the 5th. But that one step was incredibly difficult. Tempering his soul with the curses of the bone flowers had reached its limit, and could not help Lin Moyu complete the transformation process. Lin Moyu knew he needed a stronger curse. The current bone flowers were only in their larval stage. A blooming flower was its mature form. A blooming flower was absolutely untouchable. Otherwise, he would surely die. Lin Moyu looked towards the strange tree. According to his perception, among those at the other shore, the bone flower was the weakest, the strange tree was a bit stronger, and the blooming flower was the strongest. If the bone flower was useless and the blooming flower was untouchable, then only the strange tree was left. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu ran to the strange tree, used the future, seeing art, and received a positive result. The future he saw was quite smooth. Lin Moyu saw himself succeed, but at the final moment, he saw a look of horror in the depths of his own eyes. Horror. Lin Moyu was stunned. Why horror? Could something unexpected have happened? He used the future, seeing art again, and saw the exact same image. This time, Lin Moyu observed more carefully. It was indeed a look of horror, no mistake. He was too familiar with his own eyes. If there was anything unpredictable in this world, there was only one thing. Lin Moyu looked up at the gloomy sky, the dark clouds thick, with a hint of a red curse hidden behind them. That red curse hidden behind the clouds was the greatest danger in this world. Lin Moyu told himself it must be the soul's mutation that led to the curse's attack. Not only was power not allowed to exist above the god sovereign level, but a fifth-grade soul was also not allowed. If so, Lin Moyu thought of a solution. He intended to use the future, seeing art to see if there was a way to resolve the crisis, but the result disappointed him. The future, seeing art did not give him an exact answer, because the crisis he faced required a certain condition to be triggered. That condition was his soul mutating from a fourth-grade jade soul to a fifth-grade purple jade soul. But this condition also had a prerequisite, which was to overcome the curse of the monster tree. The future moment was too short. He couldn't jump over the monster tree's curse to see the result. It seemed the future, seeing art, was not omnipotent either. It could only be considered one step, not two or three. My thoughts are probably not wrong. Either I leave now and give up on the soul mutation, or I have to face this danger. But to give up on the soul mutation, I'm not willing. That curse couldn't be stopped. He could only find a way to avoid it. But how to avoid it? Lin Moyu pondered and quickly thought of a way. This method seemed feasible, but couldn't be verified. Will it succeed? What if my guess is wrong? I will face death. Should I take the risk? Trading one life for a fifth-grade soul. Is this transaction worth it? In his struggle, his heart already had the answer. Lin Moyu prepared to risk his life. He decided to make a bet. The allure of a fifth-grade soul was too great, so great that it was worth risking his life for once. Having made his decision, Lin Moyu did not hesitate. After thorough preparation, he released the undead flame, the star-level spell, revival from the dead. The flame enveloped the monster tree, and the entire mountaintop burst into fierce flames, spreading for 10,000 meters. The soul of the monster tree was regenerating, its consciousness awakening. It was clearly much stronger than the bone flower, but before its consciousness had fully recovered, it began to fight with the revival from the dead. At the same time, like the bone flower bud, it found Lin Moyu, the instigator of everything. Death. Lin Moyu seemed to hear an angry roar. The roar carried a boundless killing intent. A red light appeared above his head, and the curse descended, condensing into a blood-colored great axe outside his soul world, directly chopping at the crystal barrier. Lin Moyu lost his ability to think, his eyes dull, all his thoughts focused on his soul. Although there was no pessimistic mood, the danger this time was much greater than before. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was stronger than before. With a powerful soul, the crystal barrier was also stronger. The great axe chopped at the crystal barrier, and the soul world shook violently, but this time the crystal barrier did not break. The way to deal with a soul-attacking curse was different from dealing with a spiritual curse. A spiritual curse required will to resist, while a soul-attacking curse required the soul to resist. The talent tree frantically swung, knocking back the great axe. The nine-colored dragon's soul crystal roared, turning into a phantom and attacking the great axe. The undead legion appeared in his soul, bravely charging towards the great axe. Lin Moyu held the calamity scepter in his hand, casting a time curse at the great axe. At the same time, he charged forward, taking the initiative to rush out of the soul world and fight the great axe fiercely. Lin Moyu was like a general leading his soul, fighting a life and death battle with the enemy. The battle in the soul world was extremely fierce. Lin Moyu fought desperately, enduring huge soul pressure, and at the same time he gained the motivation to advance. The purple light in his soul grew stronger and stronger, transforming step by step. Outside, the battle between the revival of the dead and the monster tree had come to an end. The revival of the dead could no longer control the monster tree and began to destroy it. The monster tree, having revived with great difficulty, would not die so easily and still resisted fiercely. Unfortunately, it was just a dead tree. It could resist control, but it could not resist the fate of being destroyed. In the end, it shattered and exploded with a boom. At the same time, Lin Moyu destroyed the curse force, and his soul began to transform. The soul world erupted with a brilliant purple light that spread outwards. Every fiber of his flesh appeared, and a strange aura rose from the depths of his soul. Lin Moyu's consciousness returned, but his control over his body had not fully recovered. In the sky, the clouds changed, and a red halo covered the heavens and earth. A terrifying pressure descended. A skeleton god general transformed into a stream of light, and instantly rushed in front of Lin Moyu, embracing him, and diving into the large pit left by the monster tree. The entire process happened at the speed of light, taking less than 0.1 seconds in total. Lin Moyu still hadn't regained control of his body. He was held tightly by the skeleton god general, frantically rushing into the vortex. The two rushed straight into the whirlpool. Accelerating, constantly accelerating. In the whirlpool, countless fragments rained down on Lin Moyu and the skeleton god general like rain. But Lin Moyu had no time to react. His gaze passed through the vortex, through the hole, looking towards the Tulu world, which had been covered in red. At this moment, besides praying, he could do nothing. He knew that when the curse descended, he would surely die. Therefore, he had to escape the Tulu world before the curse descended. There was only one way to escape, and that was the Great Vortex. The Great Vortex could take him out of here. As long as he returned to the Great World, the curse in the Tulu world would not be able to kill him. He was gambling, betting on whether his escape speed was faster than the curse. The vortex continued to churn, pulling him towards the Great World. In his sight, the red light had already appeared. The curse force entered the hole and rushed towards him. The speed of the vortex's rotation seemed to be affected by the curse, slowing down. Lin Moyu's heart was filled with despair. He ordered the skeleton god general to speed up, but the speed was still slowing down. Lin Moyu realized he had begun to escape the Tulu clan, and the rules of the Great World began to take effect. The ability of the light speed which began to recover. The speed became faster and faster, and the aura of the Great World became more and more intense. But the red light before him was rapidly approaching. Just a little bit more and it would catch up. At this moment, Lin Moyu had regained control of his body. He recalled the skeleton god general, and a jade tablet appeared in his hand. He crushed it, and his body disappeared like a water bubble. The red curse passed through him, and at the end of the vortex, it was blocked by some invisible layer, and then disappeared. The Tulu world returned to darkness, and the red color hid behind the clouds again. In Area 958, outside the Great Vortex, nearly 10 million kilometers away, with a slight distortion of space, Lin Moyu suddenly appeared here. Lin Moyu's face was slightly pale, his eyes showing the luck and joy of surviving a disaster. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. Luckily, he had left a teleportation talisman here before. It was truly a lifesaver. You don't know its value until you use it. When you need it, it can save your life. When the vortex was about to reach the exit, and he saw the curse about to descend, Lin Moyu, the moment he regained control of his body, activated the teleportation talisman. The talisman took him away from the Great Vortex, and back to the Great World. The curse couldn't catch up. The power of the Tulu world could not interfere with the Great World, and conversely, the power of the Great World was helpless against the Tulu world. The vortex was the place where the two worlds intersected and merged. "You brat," he finally came out. A familiar voice sounded by his ear, with a hint of worry. Lin Moyu saw Jukyu, who was smiling at him, his face full of surprise that he was still alive. Lin Moyu's mood was elated. "Senior, why are you here?" "To see if you're dead." Before he could finish his words, Jukyu's eyes widened. Lin Moyu's whole body erupted in a purple light, his aura growing stronger and stronger. The soul transformation officially began. From a 4th grade jade soul to a 5th grade purple jade soul. The difference was just one word, but it was a world of difference. If you cross it, the future is wide open, with infinite possibilities. If you don't cross it, under the ravages of time, you will eventually turn to dust. Lin Moyu no longer paid attention to him. His mind immersed in the soul world again, beginning to comprehend the changes brought by the soul transformation. It was not just a personal change but a change in the entire soul world. The soul world was rapidly expanding. The place that was originally occupied by the talent tree now became spacious. The soul world was estimated to be 100 times larger. The talent tree became a small tree again, no longer towering between heaven and earth. The soul body was just a small dot under the talent tree, but the entire soul world was centered on this small dot, controlled by it. The star-level spells flew to the top of the soul world, still shining as before. The hierarchy was clear. Among all the star-level spells, at the very top was still infinite fusion. It was still like an emperor, ruling over all spells. The law of chaos radiated from him, linking all the spells together, allowing them to be used as a unified whole. After the soul world expanded 100 times, the crystal barrier also turned into purple jade. The purple jade barrier became firmer and stronger. From the 4th grade to the 5th grade was not just a change in scale, but a change in essence. A river of law suddenly appeared in the soul world. In the river of law, gray and white intertwined, and the undead law surged like a ferocious tide. An invisible wave surged from the river of law, pouring down on the soul body like a waterfall. The soul body was purified by the undead law, becoming pure and strong. The power of the river of law purified the soul, removing many impurities within. At the same time, not only were impurities removed but also the remaining laws. The rudimentary laws of slaughter and lightning that Lin Moyu had once grasped were all cleansed away, leaving nothing behind. The soul became completely pure. Lin Moyu laughed. This happened again. Is this the purification of the river of law? So domineering. Is my undead law more domineering, or are all purifications of the river of law like this? Am I only a 3rd-tier god king, and my soul has already been purified by the river of law? This is too strange. Why do I feel my soul can enter the river of law now? These thoughts kept rising in his mind. Even Lin Moyu, the person involved, found these great changes hard to believe. As for Chikayu, the outsider, he was so shocked his mouth was wide open, his jaw about to drop. His clone body almost wanted to explode. How is this possible? How could he achieve a 5th-grade purple jade soul? A god king realm with a 5th-grade purple jade soul. What kind of joke is the great world playing? Am I dreaming? This is impossible. Until now he hadn't completely transformed into a 5th-grade purple jade soul, yet he was surpassed by Lin Moyu. Who could stand this? Shukiyu had not expected to witness the growth of such a genius. That genius had unknowingly surpassed him, stepping onto the shore one step ahead and was now standing at the other end, commanding with great eloquence. He sighed. Back then, when the war god rose, the people of the same generation must have been very desperate. Not just the same generation, even his seniors must have been desperate. Looking at Lin Moyu undergoing this transformation, Xiu Qi was reminded of another person, Xiao Jiantian. But then how Tiantian would like Lin Moyu would like the mediator. His cultivation speed was astonishing, quickly reaching a realm no one could match. He crushed an entire era, even surpassing those who came before him. One could imagine that the mood of those of the same era was the same as his now, a mixture of 5 flavors. Xiu Qi had been an outstanding genius since he was young, about to step into the other shore, but now, his heart felt like he was cultivating to the point of going mad. You brat, how on earth did you do this? I have to ask him clearly later. If he dares not to say, this old man will skin you. Xiu Qi gritted his teeth, so angry he was going mad. A junior he valued had surpassed him first. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Lin Moyu's whole body was covered in a mysterious purple color, exuding a noble temperament, as if he wanted to escape this world and reach another realm. A surging killing intent flew out from his body and dissipated into the void. Lin Moyu's temperament changed, becoming gentler, the sharp edge seeming to have disappeared. Next, lightning also flew out from his body, falling and dissipating into the void. Lin Moyu's temperament became even gentler. Like a beautiful piece of jade, a gentleman as gentle as jade. Xiu Kai's pupils contracted. River of Law purification. This brat has already undergone the purification of the River of Law, surpassing the God-sovereign realm without any obstacles. Others worked hard for thousands of years to make their laws complete, using the law as a rope for their soul to jump into the river. But this brat, because his soul quality was too high, directly skipped the law, relying on his extraordinary soul power to receive the purification of the River of Law. Although they looked similar on the surface, they were fundamentally different. This brat's purification was more thorough, and his soul would become pure. If this news got out, it would be enough to make countless people jealous to death. Even the Buddha kingdom of the Buddha clan could not compare. Xiu Qi realized that the killing intent and lightning that flew out were Lin Moyu's law of slaughter and law of lightning. Under the tempering of the undead River of Law, those two unimportant laws were eliminated. Lin Moyu's soul and body became pure, with only the undead law remaining. The purple light gradually dissipated, retreating into his body and returning to the soul world. The River of Law in the soul world also gradually disappeared, and the whole world returned to tranquility. The transformation was over. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiu Qiyu still maintaining a calm expression. Xiu Qiyu had suppressed his shock, maintaining the demeanor of a senior, pretending to be calm. Not bad. It seems you've gained a lot this time. Lin Moyu nodded. The harvest is indeed not small. Xiu Qiyu took out his warship. Get on board and tell me in detail. The beautiful warship flew quietly in the void. On the table in the warship, Lin Moyu skillfully made tea for Gyukyu, a familiar scene. Lin Moyu remembered that back in the small world, he often made tea for his masters like this. He could feel this senior's concern for him. Gyukyu took the teacup Lin Moyu respectfully offered, his eyes slightly narrowed. Spee. Lin Moyu took out 2 recording stones and activated one. The image inside appeared, showing a stone tablet with ancient primordial characters carved on it. Most of the ancient characters had been erased, with only a few remaining. Lin Moyu explained, I found this in the Chulu world. It's a pity I couldn't bring it back. I could only copy it. Gyukyu was obviously familiar with primordial ancient script and understood the words on the tablet. He asked Tulu. You're sure it's the Tulu world, not the Tulu clan? Lin Moyu replied, you also know my spell. I can revive the dead for a short time. I found a corpse and learned from him. Gyukyu's eyes lit up. There are still corpses in there. Lin Moyu nodded. Quite a few. A moment later, Gyukyu seemed to understand something. Hundreds of millions of years. Those immortal corpses must have all been at the other shore when they were alive. Lin Moyu grunted in agreement. Perhaps. Although my spell could revive them, I couldn't control them. I'd almost died there. Gyukyu was even more curious. Don't beat around the bush. Tell me clearly. Lin Moyu then roughly recounted the situation in the Tulu world. Gyukyu listened silently, like an attentive student listening to a teacher's lecture. Through Lin Moyu's account, Gyukyu finally understood the Tulu world. So you used the curses in there to temper your soul, forcefully raising your soul to the 5th grade purple jade soul. Lin Moyu grunted in agreement. It's roughly like that. Otherwise, how could my soul improve so quickly? What a good method. It's a pity it can't be replicated. Gyukyu understood Lin Moyu's special nature. Others couldn't do it. Lin Moyu's soul was already strong, reaching the peak of the 4th grade, the jade soul of life and death. In other words, Lin Moyu was already qualified for his soul to break through. Coupled with Lin Moyu's strong will, and the help of the true glimpse art, it created today's situation. If anyone else went in, they probably wouldn't survive a single curse. Even so, Lin Moyu had a 1 in chance of survival. Gyukyu asked again, you said that in the Tulu world, besides the native creatures, no existence beyond the god-sovereign realm is allowed. Lin Moyu opened the 2nd recording stone. The recording stone showed a new image, a golden light little Buddha and a soul-devouring minor god-sovereign. Gyukyu frowned. The Buddha clan and the demon clan. The simultaneous appearance of the Buddha clan and the demon clan made Gyukyu vigilant. The image replayed the scene where Lin Moyu deliberately provoked the Buddha clan to make them act. Then he quickly killed the soul-devouring minor god-sovereign. The golden light little Buddha was seriously injured and fled. In the end, the golden light little Buddha attained Buddhahood on the spot, which led to a terrifying curse. The red curse behind the clouds, even in the recording stone, made people fearful. The curse is so strong. Gyukyu analyzed from the image. If it were me, I'm afraid I couldn't block it either. Lin Moyu said it is indeed very strong, enough to kill me. Not only is it forbidden for cultivators above the god-sovereign realm, but even a 5th grade soul is not allowed. In the end, I almost died there. Luckily I escaped. Lin Moyu did not specify how he escaped, but one could imagine the process was extremely dangerous. Gyukyu pondered for a moment and roughly understood the reason. I guess the prohibition on cultivators above the god-sovereign realm is to protect those corpses. Perhaps they are still waiting, hoping to be revived one day. It's just that they didn't expect to meet a monster like you. Those corpses became something you could use. Lin Moyu did not reply. Junior has a few questions, and hopes Senior can enlighten me. From Lin Moyu's words, he had obtained a large amount of information. After the exchange, Gyukyu immediately switched to a state of answering any question. Of course this kind of answering any question also had its limits. What could be said, what couldn't be said, he was very clear. Lin Moyu also followed Gyukyu's way, saying everything word for word. Although Lin Moyu's soul had reached the 5th grade, as long as he had immortality, his future was almost certain to reach the other shore. But for now, he was not yet at the other shore. Rules were rules and could not be broken. Lin Moyu asked all sorts of questions about cultivation, and he answered them one by one. The first question was why the purification of the river of law had expelled both the law of slaughter and the law of lightning. This led to the current state where Lin Moyu's body had no trace of the law of slaughter and the law of lightning. After cultivating and comprehending the law, most of the law would exist in the physical body, with a small part existing in the soul. When needed, it could be used with a single thought. But now, both his soul and physical body only had the undead law. Of course, Lin Moyu had the foundation. If he remembered, he could regain those two laws in a short time and restore them to their original state. But he told Lin Wei not to do so. From God King to Minor God Sovereign, and finally to God Sovereign, the most difficult part lay in the two words balance. There were many ways to achieve balance. The simplest and most common was to maintain purity. Purity here referred to the purity of the physical body and soul, which was essentially purity at the law level. Purity naturally led to balance. Keeping only one type of law would make it relatively easy to advance. There was another way. Many people comprehended two types of laws at the same time. At this time, it was necessary to raise the two types of laws to the same level to maintain their balance. As long as the balance was perfectly maintained, one could also advance. The advantage was that after advancing, one could be bathed by two rivers of law at the same time. After two purifications, the strength would be greater. The disadvantage was that maintaining a perfect balance of two types of laws was very difficult. Moreover, the two types of laws must belong to the same system. Otherwise, it would be fundamentally impossible to maintain a perfect balance. The meaning of dividing law systems lay here. Different systems, different levels, were fundamental differences. Lin Moi's undead law belonged to the first system. Therefore, no matter how he cultivated and comprehended the law of slaughter and the law of lightning, he could not balance them with the undead law. If he wanted to advance to God Sovereign, he could only choose to eliminate the other two laws to maintain the purity of his soul and physical body. Shu Tian told me not to comprehend any more laws before becoming a God Sovereign. The main reason is here, because it is very difficult to find another first system law that can be combined with the undead law. This problem could only be solved after Lin Moi became a God Sovereign. As for how to solve it, he said nothing more. He only told Lin Moi that when he became a God Sovereign, he would naturally understand. Lin Moi thought this method was definitely not simple. He had met many God Sovereigns and killed not a few. But most of those God Sovereigns only had one type of law. Is it that God Sovereigns cannot comprehend other laws? This is almost impossible. There must be a deeper reason. After a long journey, the warship returned to Fortress 9. Before leaving, Shu Qiu told Lin Moi that the reward for this mission would be distributed directly from the Human Emperor network after he reported it. He just needed to wait at Fortress 1, and it wouldn't be long. Hearing Shu Qiu's tone, the reward would not be small. The information from the ancient arrow was too important. The upper echelons of all races needed it. Lin Moi's discovery this time was indeed very significant. With a ferocious expression, Lin Moi sat in the teleportation array and returned to Fortress 1. The journey through tens of thousands of light years, with multiple transfers, was another long teleportation process. Lin Moi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the second mission was completed. In Area 950A, before the Great Vortex, a 24-petaled golden lotus crossed the vast space, rushing over like a shooting star. The brilliant golden Buddha's light illuminated the void. An imposing Buddha sat quietly on the lotus. The lotus stopped before the great vortex. The Buddha slowly opened his eyes, looking towards the deep vortex. His two eyes shot out brilliant rays of light, piercing through the thick fog, wanting to see through the world hidden behind the great vortex, but all efforts were in vain. There were no discoveries. The Buddha was not discouraged. On his forehead, a third eye slowly opened. The light from the third eye was even more powerful, as if it could penetrate all illusions and see the truth. If Lin Moi were here, he would surely recognize it as the heavenly eye art. However, the three Buddha's heavenly eye art was incomparably powerful, completely different from Lin Moi's Buddha kingdom witches. They were like two opposite poles, not just different in degree but also in effect. The light from the third eye covered the great vortex, revealing countless images. They were not images of the future, but of the past. The images flashed by like a movie and then quickly stopped. The first image that appeared was a person who looked very much like Lin Moi. The three Buddha did not recognize Lin Moi. He only knew that a human had entered here before. This was an area of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, with many humans active. It was not strange for one or two to come here. The image continued to fast forward, and then stopped again. This time, the golden light little Buddha appeared, followed by the soul-devouring minor god Sovereign. The two seemed to chat for a few sentences and then entered the vortex together. Then they left on a demon worship without staying long. Amitabha. According to the demon clan, this is the last place golden light appeared. Golden light must have entered and died inside. The soul-devouring minor god Sovereign also did not return, seeming to have died together. Could the two have encountered something, or had a conflict? Or is it related to that human? But that human is only a third-tier god king, his strength far from golden lights. It probably wasn't him. This place is strange. The clan seems to have records of it. The three Buddha pondered, searching through the vast repository of knowledge accumulated over thousands of years of his life for information about this area. But unfortunately, he found nothing. The world was too vast, with countless special areas. The Buddha clan rarely appeared in the world. Even though they focused on collecting materials, the information collected was still incomplete. The heavenly eye continued to shine. The golden light little Buddha, and the soul-devouring minor god Frieren no longer appeared. Until the very end, Lin Moyu appeared in the image again. Lin Moyu appeared at the very edge, tens of thousands of kilometers away. At the same time Lin Moyu appeared, the third eye of the three Buddha suddenly contracted. In the image, Lin Moyu was covered in Buddha's light. How can a human be covered in Buddha's light? That is the residual Buddha's light after using a Buddha treasure for a long time. He possesses a Buddha treasure. Buddha treasures were rarely brought outside. If he had killed golden light and taken his Buddha treasure, this would be reasonable. The three Buddha quickly made a judgment in his heart. The image changed again. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The moment this person appeared, the third eye suddenly closed. The three Buddha let out a painful cry. Golden blood flowed from his third eye. It's a human expert at the other shore realm. Why would an other shore expert appear here? Who on earth is this third dear god king human? A tsunami surged in the heart of the three Buddha. The calmness on his face also showed a hint of panic. He dared not stay here any longer. He controlled the golden lotus, and disappeared in an instant. Having just returned to Fortress 1, Lin Moyu suddenly felt uneasy, as if someone was peeking at him. The strange feeling came very suddenly, for no apparent reason. But his soul felt it clearly. The soul signaled that the surveillance came from a distant place, piercing through space and time, descending directly with no traceable source. His heart was full of doubt. He still wore the mask of Chi-Huo. Lin Moyu frowned, making Chi-Huo's already fierce look even more terrifying. When he left the teleportation array, many people couldn't help but take half a step back, staying away from this monster. Lin Moyu felt helpless about this. In the past few days, the number of people in Fortress 1 had decreased a lot, but it was still more than when he first came to the battlefield. If he dared to return to his true appearance, he would surely be surrounded and watched. After thinking about it, it was better to keep the mask of Chi-Huo for convenience. Chi-Huo had already posted the mission for him. He didn't need to do anything, just wait for the news from the human emperor network. By then, the second chain of missions would be completed. There was still about a year and a half until the 4-star region grand competition. The remaining time was quite ample, he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Moyu headed straight for the living area and entered a tavern. After a life and death battle, he needed to relax and relieve the tension. In addition, successfully upgrading his soul to the 5th grade was also worth celebrating. Sensing the cultivators coming and going, Lin Moyu chose a seat by the window where he could observe the scene outside. No one sat around him. Someone came over, saw his face, and quickly went elsewhere. It's good to have some quiet. Lin Moyu poured himself a glass of wine and focused on his soul world. The soul body sat in the world, the purple jade soul exuding a powerful pressure. He was the king, the lord of this world. In the soul body's hand was a special coffin, the sleeping coffin. Lin Moyu had not made many things in his life, and the most effort he had put in was this sleeping coffin. The person his father loved was sleeping in it. The sleeping coffin was like a pause button for their lives, waiting for Lin Moyu to open a new life for them. The soul gently caressed the coffin. We will meet soon. A gulp of strong wine went down his throat, and his mind returned to reality. With a slight movement of his soul, the surrounding world suddenly became noisy. Lin Moyu's soul was too pure, his sensitivity far exceeding that of a god sovereign. As long as he wanted, no movement in or out of the tavern could escape his notice. Even soul transmissions, if he wanted, he could hear them. Lin Moyu began to check his changes. From the 4th grade soul to the 5th grade soul was a major turning point. When his soul power erupted, small threads appeared in space. These threads were of different colors, intertwined, but independent of each other. They were the threads of law. After his soul reached the 5th grade purple jade soul, Lin Moyu could feel the true existence of the law. He could see and feel the movement of the law, making it easier to comprehend. From now on, the law was no longer something illusory. Most of the law was now before his eyes. He could grasp several types of laws in a short time. Even if it wasn't a deep grasp, basic use was not a problem. Lin Moyu finally understood why Intazis could master so many laws before. Because Intazis was at the other shore, he could also witness the law, so mastering it was not difficult. Now his soul had reached that level. He retracted his soul power, and the law threads in his sight vanished. Now was not the time to comprehend the law. Besides, he wasn't interested in these low-level laws. He had his own plans and goals. When he reached the God-sovereign realm, he would comprehend the law of space and the law of time. If possible, he would add the law of chaos. Comprehending the law was about quality, not quantity. He needed to maintain balance. He had originally comprehended a first system law. If he comprehended a second or third system, it would break that balance. It would be useless and harmful to him. In his soul's perception, he heard countless conversations. Since the 4-star region grand competition was approaching, related discussions began to heat up. From the myriad of conversations, he gathered a lot of news about the 4-star region grand competition. Combined with the materials on the Human Emperor Network, he had a relatively clear understanding of this grand competition. A year before the grand competition, the life planets would begin their qualifying rounds to select representatives for the star system to participate. Star systems were divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. High-level star systems had 10 slots, medium-level star systems had 6, and low-level star systems only had 3. Regardless of the level, the number of cultivators was extremely large, at least several million, but the number of competition slots was too few, so the competition was extremely fierce, especially in high-level star systems. Although there were more slots, the number of cultivators also increased, so the actual difficulty was even greater than in low-level star systems. Someone had once thought of participating in the qualifying rounds in a low-level star system to compete for a spot in the 4-star region grand competition. After all, people in high-level star systems were generally stronger than those in low-level star systems. But those with such intentions were eventually disqualified. The entire process was monitored by the Human Emperor Network. You couldn't do whatever you wanted. Each person belonged to only one star system and could not take a spot from another. And for each star system spots, the regional lords also held 10 special slots. These 10 slots, along with those sent by the War God Hall, were called seated contestants. They did not need to participate in the star system's qualifying rounds and could directly enter the finals. But these slots were even harder to get. The decision was entirely in the hands of the regional lords. As for the spots from the War God Hall, it went without saying, outsiders need not apply. He knew that Zhu Tian held 10 special slots, and one of them was his. He didn't need to participate in any qualifying rounds, he just needed to participate in the finals when the time came. Since coming to this great world, he had always been active in the Vermilion Bird Star region and had never left. With his 4th-level authority, he couldn't view detailed materials of other star regions. This 4-star region grand competition was an opportunity for him to learn about the other star regions. The human clan was a powerful race, with a vast star region and countless population. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of cultivation methods, there were differences between star regions, such as the power of faith. Although it was one of the root sources of power for the human clan, the place where it was developed to the extreme was the Azure Dragon Star region. The Vermilion Bird Star region, where he was, on the other hand, believed in the power of their own laws, only regarding the power of faith as a supportive power. As for the White Tiger Star region and the Black Tortoise Star region, they were quite mysterious. He didn't know much about them, only that the Black Tortoise Star region seemed to be good at making puppets and war weapons. Most of the powerful warships and magic treasures of the human clan came from the Black Tortoise Star region. To know more details, he had to wait until his authority reached level 5. Level 5 authority is coming soon. A familiar voice sounded by his ear. He had just raised his wine glass, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The mission reward had been credited. The voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded in Lin Moi's ear, extremely clear and pleasant. Completed battlefield mission, exploration of Area 958. Completion degree. Perfect. Reward, 50,000 mission points, 5 million common points, 2 contribution points. Due to the first-time completion of the mission in Area 958, an additional reward of 50,000 mission points and 5 million common points is granted. Just one mission yielded a total of 100,000 mission points, which was truly beyond his imagination. Although he had received such a generous reward, Lin Moi still had his own thoughts. He believed it was not because of the perfect completion degree, nor because he was the last person to complete the mission. The main reason lay in the mission itself. This mission was related to the ancient era. Being able to collect information from the ancient era and bring it back would significantly increase the reward. The ancient era was the key point. The upper echelons of the human clan placed special importance on events that occurred in the ancient era. The 2 contribution points were also for this reason. But the next question arose, why did the upper echelons of the human clan value the ancient era so much? Not just the upper echelons of the human clan. Chukyu had said that the upper echelons of all races were searching for information about the ancient era. There must be a reason. But what was the reason? Lin Moyu thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Perhaps only when he reached a certain level could he truly understand. Lin Moyu laughed at himself, unintentionally. It seems I'm thinking far ahead again. A pair of exquisite jade feet entered his sight. Lin Moyu looked up at the newcomer. Why are you here? Her beautiful face and gentle voice created a clear contrast. Yushu had a strange expression, very unaccustomed to it. She came and sat down in front of Lin Moyu, smiling gracefully. Captain didn't come to find me, so I had to take the initiative to find the captain. Lin Moyu drank his wine, and understood Yushu's meaning. Yushu coming to find him must be for something. Yushu sighed helplessly. Captain, you're good at everything, except your sense of humor is a bit lacking. Alright, I really have something to find the captain for. Lin Moyu glanced at her, signaling her to continue. Yushu looked around. Captain, how about we change places to talk? There are quite a few people here. Even with soul transmission, I'm not sure we won't be overheard. She knew some powerful god sovereigns had this ability. Lin Moyu said, no need, just say it here. No one can hear. As he spoke, Lin Moyu's soul moved slightly, and an invisible soul force enveloped the 2 of them. Yushu only felt the surroundings become strangely quiet. The outside sounds couldn't come in, and at the same time, their voices couldn't go out. Hee. The captain still has his ways. A bit of flattery, but unfortunately, Lin Moyu, a man as straight as steel, did not appreciate it at all. Yushu helplessly got to the point. I just received an order from the ancestor, asking the captain to do a mission. The wine glass stopped by his lips. The Yu family was a powerful family with a long heritage. In terms of wealth, intelligence, and power, they were all extremely strong. The key was that they were very low-key, unlike some other families that were famous everywhere. If you didn't reach a certain level, you wouldn't even know of the Yu family's existence. Lin Moyu guessed that there must be an expert at the other shore realm in the Yu family. The ancestor in Yushu's mouth was very likely an expert at the other shore realm. Lin Moyu's mind raced, but he remained silent, signaling Yushu to continue. Yushu understood Lin Moyu's character, and continued, Captain, rest assured, we won't let you work for nothing. The ancestor has posted the mission on the Human Emperor Network. The captain can directly accept the mission on the Human Emperor Network. Moreover, this is a mission specifically for the captain, only you can accept it. The ancestor said whether to accept the mission or not is up to the captain, he will not force it. Lin Moyu understood Yushu's meaning. So you don't know what the specific mission is either. Yushu's face turned red. Captain, don't say it anymore. It turns out Yushu is just a messenger. Lin Moyu smiled. Then do you know why your ancestor is looking for me for this mission? Yushu replied, the ancestor didn't say specifically, but the general idea is that the captain just completed a mission that others couldn't. The ancestor thinks only the captain can complete this mission. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment, drained his wine glass, and then said, whether to accept it or not. It seems this mission is not safe. Yuuja nodded. I think so too, so the captain can choose not to accept it. Look at it first and then decide. There is still more than a year, until the 4-star region grand competition. There's definitely enough time to do the mission. As for the danger, what mission isn't dangerous? The key is whether the reward is worth it. Lin Moyu paid and left the tavern. Yushu followed closely behind him. The 2 headed towards the mission reception area, attracting many gazes along the way. Lin Moyu appeared with the appearance of Chikuo, his upper body bare, revealing bulging muscles. His image was somewhat wild, like a fierce beast. But Lin Moyu also vaguely exuded a noble temperament, bringing an invisible pressure that made people involuntarily look away when they saw him. As for the beautiful Yushu, she was like a small bird nestled beside him, cleverly following him, a happy smile on her face. The 2, a beauty and a beast, attracted countless gazes. Yushu giggled. Captain, don't you think this appearance attracts more attention? Lin Moyu grunted in affirmation. It's fine, as long as they don't rush up to fight. Yushu asked, Captain, can you tell me why you thought of turning into this appearance at that time? This human left a very deep impression on me. Lin Moyu told the truth. Although he had only met Chihuo once, Chihuo's special appearance had left a deep impression on him, so at that time, he turned into Chihuo's form. The effect was not bad. Yu Xiu was slightly stunned. There's really someone who looks like that. The world is indeed vast, full of strange things. Captain, so he wouldn't think of turning into someone else's form. But then again, the captain is really good, like a treasure. Captain, do you know? Recently, many people have returned to their own star systems. There are still many people here now, but in a while, it will probably be reduced by half. The 4-star region grand competition is about to begin. Captain, are you going back? Yu Xiu chattered non-stop like a sparrow. Lin Moyu listened quietly without saying a word. After Yu Xiu finished talking about the 4-star region grand competition, she mentioned another recent event. Captain, did you know? A big thing happened recently. Tao Shang appeared. He was missing for hundreds of years, and unexpectedly reappeared. And as soon as he appeared, he went to Warzone No. 10 and killed a god sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan. We received news that Xiao Sheng has advanced to god sovereign, and a very strong one at that. I never expected that after being missing for so many years, Xiao Sheng had gone into seclusion to break through to god sovereign. Lin Moyu hadn't expected Xiao Sheng to return so quickly. He had thought he would have to wait another year and a half. Xiao Sheng indeed kept his word, saying he would kill 100 god sovereigns of the enemy races and bring their heads back to him. It seemed he had really done it. Yu Xiu asked, I wonder who is more of a genius, Xiao Sheng or the captain. I still think the captain is more amazing. After all, he is over 1,000 years old. Yu Xiu's eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Moyu. No one could compare to Lin Moyu. Private missions were different from regular air missions. Regular missions only provided a general overview and corresponding rewards. The detailed content was only known after accepting the mission. Moreover, once a mission was accepted, you couldn't change your mind. The outcome was either success or failure. Accepting a regular mission not only tested a cultivator's judgment, but also required a bit of luck. In cultivation, luck was very important. Many talented people with bad luck ended up giving up halfway. But this private mission was different. The ancestor of the Yu family had stated all the information clearly. Whether to accept it or not was up to Lin Moyu. The reward was extremely generous, so much so that Lin Moyu found it hard to refuse. Special mission. Infiltrate Area 103. Description, search for lost magic treasure. Details, young friend Lin, the Yu family has a magic treasure lost in Area 103. We hope you can help us find it. Area 103 has a special structure a physical body cannot enter. After the magic treasure was lost, the Yu family sent many god sovereigns to search for it, but they all failed. 2 god sovereigns even died in there. According to the information we have gathered, the stronger the soul, the higher the chance of survival inside. Whether you find the magic treasure or not, the Yu family will pay you accordingly. Reward. Base reward of 50,000 mission points. If the item is brought back, an additional 100,000 mission points and a god sovereign level magic treasure will be added. The reward was indeed too tempting. Just by accepting the mission and entering Area 103, even if the mission failed, he would still get 50,000 mission points. 50,000 mission points were enough for Lin Moyu to upgrade his authority to level 5. For Lin Moyu, that was a considerable temptation. If the mission was completed successfully, he would get an additional 100,000 mission points and a god sovereign level magic treasure. Lin Moyu knew the value of a god sovereign level magic treasure very well. Currently, even though his assets amounted to over 6 billion contribution points, it was still not enough to buy a god sovereign level magic treasure. The cheapest god sovereign magic treasure cost billions of contribution points. It was clear that the ancestor of the Yu family had put in a lot. Such a high price also showed that this mission was not easy. The physical body could not enter. Only the soul could enter that area. Even god sovereigns had died there. He himself would face danger. Lin Moyu was thinking when he heard Yu Xiu's voice. Captain, what's wrong? She didn't know the mission details, but saw Lin Moyu seemed hesitant. Lin Moyu was indeed hesitating. If he accepted the mission with his character, he would definitely do his best to complete it, and couldn't deliberately fail. For just 50,000 measly mission points, he wouldn't do that. But the danger also had to be carefully considered. A god sovereign magic treasure was good, but life was more important. Lin Moyu hesitated, looking at Yu Xiu, and said in a low voice, "Let me think about it." Yu Xiu grunted in acknowledgement, and did not disturb him further. The magic treasure the Yu family lost is a soul magic treasure, and a high-level one at that, at least high-grade god sovereign, maybe even other sure level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth such a cost. Moreover, Lin Moyu guessed that besides its high level, this magic treasure had other special effects. The Yu family had sent god sovereigns in. Some came out, some died. The god sovereigns with strong souls ultimately survived. This was very important information, because the explanation of the danger couldn't simply be killing a god sovereign. At the same time, it also showed that a fourth-tier god sovereign could not complete the mission. The Yu family was surely aiming for an expert at the other shore realm. But why didn't the other shore expert go themselves? Although other shore experts couldn't act freely on the battlefield, it didn't mean they couldn't act at all. Could it be that they couldn't enter due to some restrictions? And I, with only a 5th grade soul in a realm not yet a god sovereign, will not be restricted. Lin Moyu was lost in thought when he suddenly received a message from Xiu Qiu. He turned to Yu Qiu. You wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Yu Qiu grunted in acknowledgement, and replied cleverly. Lin Moyu quickly left the mission area and met Xiu Qiu outside. Xiu Qiu glanced at the sky, and Lin Moyu understood. The two flew up together, leaving Fortress 1, and stood in the void. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, what do you need me for? The two had just parted not long ago. For Xiu Qiu to come looking for him, it must be something important. Xiu Qiu asked, did the ancestor of the Yu family give you a private mission? Lin Moyu nodded. Senior, did you come for this? Xiu Qiu got straight to the point. Have you accepted it or not? Lin Moyu replied, I'm thinking about it. Senior, do you think I should accept it? Xiu Qiu said in a low voice, whether you accept it or not is up to you. I'm just letting you know that the Yu family is very powerful. This soul treasure is extremely important to them. Just 2 short sentences. And Lin Moyu understood Xiu Qiu's meaning. If he completed the mission, it would be a great favor to the Yu family. Besides the corresponding reward, he could also receive a favor from the Yu family. This favor might be useless, but it could also become crucial at some point. Even Xiu Qiu spoke so seriously. Obviously, the Yu family's favor was very important. Lin Moyu said, Senior, do you have materials on Area 103? Xiu Qiu threw a jade slip to Lin Moyu. That great figure told me to pass on a message to you. That place is dangerous, but it probably won't kill you. If you accept and complete the mission, that person will put in a good word for you in front of the ancestor of the Yu family. Lin Moyu was not a fool. He immediately understood. The Yu family promised a god sovereign, level magic treasure, but the quality of the magic treasure was not clear. It could be the worst god sovereign, level magic treasure, or it could be the best. It all depended on the Yu family's conscience. But if a great figure spoke up, the Yu family probably wouldn't give him trash. Even among god sovereign, level magic treasures, the difference between them was huge. Even if he didn't need to sell it, the value would be different. Since it had come to this, he had to accept this mission. He immediately checked the materials. There wasn't much information about Area 103. He finished reading it in less than half a minute. This was a special area. The physical body could not enter, only the soul could. When the soul returned, the physical body would fall into a state of sleep, and at the same time disappear into the void, untraceable by anyone. Until the soul left, it would automatically return to the body. During this process, there was no need to worry about the body's safety. As for the situation inside, everyone encountered different circumstances. Some saw a vast ocean, the seawater capable of corroding the soul. Some entered a world of fire, the flames burning the soul. 10 people entering would encounter 10 different situations, completely different. Even 2 god sovereigns cultivating the same type of law would encounter different situations upon their return. In short, it was now safe inside. Souls below the 4th grade would be destroyed. Souls at the 4th grade and above were also in danger. What kind of world was it? This strange place had aroused Lin Moyu's curiosity. Xiu Qiu said, I will wait for you at Fortress 10. Accepting the mission took only half a minute, but it required a long and tedious teleportation. Lin Moyu took the materials provided by Xiu Qiu and constantly considered the possibilities on the way. What kind of world would it be? Was it related to the ancient era? Lin Moyu was certain that this battlefield was definitely related to the ancient Great War. The ancient Great War was not a civil war within one world, but a collision between worlds. The scale was completely beyond his imagination. The mysterious manuscript in the Beast Manor told him that for that mysterious and glorious master, in over 10,000 years, he had destroyed hundreds of worlds, after which war broke out, and the worlds rose up. Perhaps Area 103 was a world like the Tulu world. The more he thought, the more he felt this possibility was real. The teleportation process continued. Lin Moyu once again felt a different aura. It was the aura of the War God Fortress, carrying a heavy and dense pressure. It was just the naturally emitted pressure. When the fortress was truly operational, that pressure was enough to make low-level God Kings have difficulty moving. Coming here for the second time, Lin Moyu didn't need a guide and flew straight to Chiu Kei's residence. He easily passed through the fortress's defensive formation without being stopped. As Lin Moyu flew by, a few soldiers stared at him. Only after he passed through the formation did they retract their gazes. The defense of Fortress 10 was much stricter than other fortresses. Chiu Kei sat there. Not far above was his private worship dock. The worship door opened, and Lin Moyu saw Chiu Kei's clone. Lin Moyu stopped in front of Chiu Kei's main body, bowed respectfully, and then flew towards the worship. The worship door closed and turned into a streak of light, disappearing. This brat knows his manners. Chiu Kei smiled faintly, looking at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's action just now towards his main body had pleased him quite a bit. Lin Moyu smiled. "Senior, where are we going?" Chiu Kei replied, "The forward base of the 10th War Zone. Also the only forward base. The 10th War Zone is different from other areas. Although it is also divided into more than 10 small areas, the teleportation array in the fortress cannot reach those areas. About 100 million kilometers from the Star Fortress is the forward base. If you want to go to other areas for missions, you have to teleport through the forward base. When you return after completing a mission, you can only return to the forward base and then fly back to Fortress 10. Conversely, if you want to go on a mission, you have to fly from Fortress 10 to the forward base yourself." At first, Lin Moyu didn't understand why it was like this. After Chiu Kei explained, he understood. The 10th War Zone was the center of the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield, its scope much larger than other areas. It was home to not a few god-sovereign, level cosmic beasts. Some lived alone, some in herds. There was once a special kind of cosmic beast. They were born with the ability to teleport and control teleportation arrays. Once they attacked Fortress 10, controlling the teleportation array to directly enter the fortress. That great battle caused considerable losses. After that, Fortress 10 only allowed teleportation from Fortresses 7, 8, and 9. No one else was allowed to teleport here. Therefore, outside the fortress, a huge forward base was built to be responsible for teleporting cultivators. The warship quickly crossed over 100 million kilometers and arrived before the forward base. The forward base was actually a structure similar to a star fortress, with a large number of soldiers stationed inside. Even a few at the god sovereign level. In the forward base, more than 10 teleportation arrays were neatly arranged, forming a large formation, exuding a majestic aura. Each teleportation array was about 1,000 meters high, larger than any teleportation array he had ever seen. Each array was numbered, indicating the corresponding area. He had seen teleportation arrays before that allowed for the selection of multiple destinations, but this giant teleportation array only led to one area, with no option to choose. Chiu Kei led Lin Moyu to the third array, and instructed, "When you get there, remember the location. When you want to come back, you can only return to that exact location, with an error margin of no more than 100 meters. If you forget, you're on your own." Lin Moyu nodded. "I understand." Following Chiu Kei's signal, Lin Moyu activated the teleportation array. As soon as it started, a crystal flew out from the array and fell into Lin Moyu's hand. This crystal carried Lin Moyu's aura. Only he could use it. It was useless if others got it. Chiu Kei instructed, "After you finish the mission, return to the teleportation point and activate it with your soul power." Lin Moyu grunted in acknowledgement, put away the crystal, and stepped into the teleportation array. Chiu Kei's eyes flashed, seemingly with a hint of worry. "If it's really not possible, then forget it. Your life is more important." Lin Moyu smiled. "I will remember the old master's teachings. A scourge lasts 1,000 years. Someone like me doesn't die so easily." The teleportation array activated, and Lin Moyu's figure faded, disappearing without a trace. Chiu Kei repeated Lin Moyu's words. "A scourge lasts 1,000 years. Why does that sound like he's scolding me?" Chiu Kei suddenly realized, not just scolding him, but all the immortal old geezers. "You brat, let's see how I deal with you when you get back." Chiu Kei was both angry and amused. Lin Moyu swore he had never experienced such a violent teleportation process. The teleportation speed was astonishing, 10 times faster than before. Each second, it crossed an estimated 1,000 light years. The huge force tore at his body, causing him to feel a slight stinging pain. If it were other low-level god kings, they would have been torn to pieces on the spot. Even if they used laws to protect themselves, the laws might be torn apart. At least a high-level god king was needed to pass through safely with laws. At a speed of 15 light years per second, just 1 minute of teleportation, the distance had exceeded 60,000 light years. The central area of the battlefield was so vast it was astonishing. The teleportation ended. Lin Moyu, with strong inertia, was thrown from base back into the main space. Just as he was about to memorize the location and set a mark, he suddenly felt he had hit something. Immediately after, a huge force came over, sending him flying. His body flew uncontrollably in the void. The force was too strong. Although it did not cause any injuries, it pushed him several tens of thousands of kilometers away. He saw a pair of crimson eyes rapidly approaching. In a flash, Lin Moyu saw the opponent's shape clearly. It was a cosmic beast. A cosmic beast with a shape 7 parts, similar to a star, exuding the aura of a minor god sovereign. The cosmic beast's body was huge, over 1,000 meters tall. Its outer shell was covered in a layer of black scale armor, looking like it was wearing armor, only revealing a pair of black iron star ape eyes. Lin Moyu immediately recognized the opponent's identity, a rather common type of cosmic beast, the black iron star ape, known for its physical strength and speed. Its physical strength was extremely powerful, and its speed was also very fast, making it very difficult to deal with at the same level. The black iron star ape rushed in front of Lin Moyu, a black palm sweeping across. Lin Moyu was unfazed, lightly pointing his finger. Undead flame blazed, and a huge skeleton king's throne emerged from the flames. The star-level spell, Summon Skeleton King. The huge throne of the skeleton king emerged from the blazing undead flame. On the throne, the skeleton king stood up and raised its sword. Doo! A heaven-shaking explosion. The skeleton king was unharmed, but the black iron star ape screamed tragically and was sent flying. Looking down from above, the tiny Lin Moyu was like an ant before the black iron star ape, which was now lying sprawled 1,000 meters away. Similarly, the black iron star ape was even smaller, like a speck of dust before the skeleton king, who stood 10,000 meters away. Both were minor god sovereigns of the same realm, but the skeleton king had reached the peak of the minor god sovereign realm. If not for some restrictions, he would probably be a god sovereign already. His strength far surpassed the black iron star ape. Just one blow sent the opponent flying. Before the black iron star ape had a chance to retaliate, the skeleton king swung its sword again. The god-flaying strike, a brilliant sword light tore through the void. The black iron star ape exploded in an instant, its body turned to dust. The skeleton king casually insta-killed an opponent of the same realm with one god-flaying strike. Lin Moyu thought to himself, this god-flaying strike is almost at the god sovereign realm. If I were a bit stronger, perhaps the skeleton king would have reached the god sovereign realm. He waved his hand and pulled back a pile of minced meat and a crystal core. Powerful cosmic beasts often leave behind a crystal core after death. It is their essence. The crystal core of a minor god sovereign like the black iron star ape was extremely valuable. The power of the black iron star ape was extremely strong. When it was alive, it had reached the minor god sovereign realm. If he used its corpse as material, the power from the corpse explosion would be no less than the skeleton king's god-flaying strike. But now, the number of 517 god sovereign corpses was exhausted, and there weren't many minor god sovereign corpses left either. Having casually killed the black iron star ape, Lin Moyu returned to his original starting point and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After that chaotic battle, he could no longer accurately determine the teleportation location. The vast, desolate void, everything looked the same, making it difficult to navigate. Lin Moyu could only determine an approximate location based on his aura. He summoned the Buddha Kingdom Witch, an expert in prophecy spells. But this time, the prophecy spell disappointed him. Because it couldn't provide useful information, the prophecy spell couldn't gather results from the future. Lin Moyu was in a difficult situation. The teleportation range was only 100 meters, but in the vast void, 100 meters was too small a distance. Who would have thought his teleportation location would coincide with the territory of the black iron star ape? The probability of this was less than 1 in 10,000, and he had encountered it. It was truly bad luck. He had to place a mark at the approximate location. Just after placing the mark, Lin Moyu suddenly remembered something. According to the materials he had read, the black iron star ape was a type of cosmic beast that lived in herds and rarely appeared alone. Just as this thought flashed, countless red lights lit up in the void. Each pair of red lights was more than 1,000 km apart, with over 100 pairs in total. Each pair of red lights represented a black iron star ape at the minor god sovereign realm. Among them, one pair of red eyes was particularly bright, standing out from the rest. That was the leader of the black iron star apes, a god sovereign, level cosmic beast. As expected, Lin Moyu muttered to himself but was not flustered. Before the black iron star apes could act, he took the initiative to attack. 200 legion commanders appeared. When Lin Moyu had just reached the God King realm, the 200 Legion commanders had reached the 9th-tier God King. Now that Lin Moyi was a 3rd-tier God King, the strength of the Legion commanders had risen another level, reaching the minor God Sovereign realm. Although not as good as the Skeleton King, they were not much weaker than the Black Iron Star Apes. The Legion commanders sought out their opponents, turning into streaks of light and charging forward. The Buddha Kingdom which appeared, its fingers forming a lotus seal, creating a Buddha Kingdom. The Buddha Kingdom expanded in an instant, enveloping the entire cosmos. In the Buddha Kingdom, Buddhist chants resounded. Some laws were weakened, while the undead law was strengthened. The Legion commanders, and the Skeleton King also gained some strength. Lin Moyu clapped his hands, and the boneyard hell suddenly appeared in the void, covering 100,000 kilometers of the cosmos. The world of white and gray ash almost swallowed all the Black Iron Star Apes. Undead flame surged from all directions into the world of bones, burning fiercely. The pure Buddhist sound in the boneyard hell suddenly turned into a sky-shaking thunder, terrifying people. The two completely different spells now coordinated perfectly, without any conflict. The creatures that had died in the boneyard hell, including the miraculous spirits, the demons, and the Golden Eagle clan, all attacked the Black Iron Star Apes in unison. Lin Moyi said calmly, "You will become slaves of the hell, become my warriors, and fight for me." The battle had just begun, and the Black Iron Star Apes were already beaten back, with no strength to resist. The Skeleton King directly faced the leader of the Black Iron Star Apes, a God Sovereign, level expert. But he was not intimidated. Although he was somewhat at a disadvantage, it was not easy to defeat the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was indeed very close to reaching the God Sovereign realm. Although not yet a true God Sovereign, the gap was not far. The Skeleton King fought fiercely, while the Legion commanders crushed the Black Iron Star Apes. One by one, the Black Iron Star Apes were seriously injured, screaming tragically. Lin Moyi's heart moved slightly, and countless Skeleton God Generals surged like a tide. The Skeleton God Generals, having reached the 9th-tier God King level, launched a sweeping tactic, crushing the Black Iron Star Apes like trampling on straw. From the boneyard hell, a single horned demon covered in gray, white rushed out. The soul-devouring minor God Sovereign, transformed into the top fighter of the boneyard hell, attacked frantically. He was even stronger than the Black Iron Star Apes, continuously launching gray-gold lightning balls and casting spells. But Lin Moyi knew that the soul-devouring minor God Sovereign's position would not last long. When the battle ended, the leader of the Black Iron Star Apes would replace him, becoming the #1 right-hand man of the boneyard hell. Under Lin Moyi's tsunami-like attack, the Black Iron Star Apes began to die, falling one by one, the speed increasing. The leader of the Black Iron Star Apes roared madly, but it was useless. Lin Moyi did not delay further, joining the battlefield. The Iridium spell of power accumulation was activated, and the boundless power of the Undead Legion began to be absorbed. His aura soared uncontrollably. In an instant, he had reached the minor God Sovereign realm. His soul and body did not feel any significant pressure. He continued to break through, surpassing the limits of the minor God Sovereign and the God Sovereign. A river of law emerged, a characteristic ability of a God Sovereign, controlling the power of the river of law. The river of law surged, and the undead law poured down, falling on the Black Iron Star Apes. The terrifying power of death broke through the defense of the Black Iron Star Apes. The Black Iron Star Apes screamed tragically as if they had encountered something terrifying, struggling madly in the void. At the same time, the power of the river of law continuously poured into Lin Moyi's body. He felt his body filled with the power of the undead law, far exceeding his control limit by several times. So strong, Lin Moyi thought to himself. He was not yet a God Sovereign, and his control over the river of law was still very rudimentary. But the power was immense. A longsword appeared in his hand, an ordinary true God realm magic treasure. The entire undead law was poured into the sword. Just as the sword was about to shatter, Lin Moyi swung out a God Flaying Strike. The sword light was brighter than the Skeleton King's God Flaying Strike. The longsword turned to dust. The leader of the Black Iron Star Apes feigned a sword light appearing on him, and then his huge body exploded with a boom. On the pile of mince meat, the undead law was still wreaking havoc, destroying flesh and blood. The undead law pouring from the river of law was truly the strongest law. In just a moment, it had completely corroded the defense of the leader of the Black Iron Star Apes, penetrating deep into his body. Even his soul could not escape. That's why the Black Iron Star Ape was in so much pain that it had to roll around in the cosmos. Even as a God Sovereign realm expert, he could not withstand the terrifying corrosion of the undead law. One God Flaying Strike ended his life. Most of his flesh and blood vanished under the power of the undead law, leaving only a black crystal core and some remnants. But he was quickly reborn, becoming a slave of the boneyard hell. He died and was revived in the same place. He would replace the position of the soul-devouring minor god Sovereign, becoming the top fighter of the boneyard hell, significantly enhancing the defensive and offensive power of the boneyard hell, strong enough to fight even a god Sovereign. If he encountered a weaker god Sovereign, the boneyard hell alone would be enough to make the opponent suffer. From this battle, Lin Moyu gained new insights, understanding his previous mistakes. He had relied too much on spells and forgotten the true power of himself, of the law. Spells were strong, but in this battle, the undead law was the trump card. Of course, how could the strongest law be weak? In this battle, he had broken through to the god Sovereign realm, summoned the river of law. The undead law in the river had shown him what true power was. Even if he hadn't acted, the leader of the Black Iron Star Apes would have been corroded to death by the undead law in less than a minute. They were both first-tier god sovereigns. Just by using the river of law, he could destroy the opponent. Was that not strong enough? It was truly too strong. Lin Moyu clearly understood the power of the undead law. It was his foundation. As long as he mastered the undead law, even if he couldn't use any spells, he would still be invincible at the same level, and could even fight across levels. Combined with the origin spell, he could single-handedly deal with even a low-tier god sovereign. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Moyu obtained over 100 crystal cores of minor god sovereigns, and 1 crystal core of a god sovereign. The boneyard hell also gained hundreds of minor god sovereign level minions, and 1 god sovereign level minion. In addition, there were over 100 portions of materials for making biological bombs, including 1 from a god sovereign. It was just a pity he couldn't find the coordinates to return. But the harvest this time was still great. Lin Moyu searched for a direction again, and found a faint blue halo. He quickly turned into a stream of light, and flew away. That was the entrance to the area. The faint blue light seemed to lead to another world. Lin Moyu knew how to return. Without hesitation, he flew straight in. His body collided with the faint blue light, like hitting a layer of jelly, slowly sinking in. His soul felt no danger. Lin Moyu relaxed his whole body, not resisting at all, until his body was completely submerged in the faint blue light. That light appeared in his soul world, dyeing the entire world blue. Lin Moyu calmed his mind, and his soul body automatically flew out, leaving the soul world. The soul seemed to be taken to another world. Looking back, he saw his physical body wrapped in a bubble. The soul and body still maintained a connection. As long as he wanted, he could return at any time. Following the method recorded in the materials, the soul flew deep into the faint blue light. Without the constraints of the physical body, the soul became extremely light, its speed astonishingly fast. Lin Moyu felt as if he was ascending, a very strange feeling. It was the first time he had felt this way. The soul separated from the body, existing independently. Perhaps for a god sovereign, the soul separating from the body was a common thing. They often let their souls leave their bodies and enter the river of law. But for Lin Moyu, this was the first time. His soul was covered in purple light, passing through the faint blue light, and flying out the other side. The scene before him suddenly changed, revealing a whole new world. This world was immersed in a deep blue color. The largest light source was the blue halo at the top of his head. Lin Moyu, in his soul body, was floating in midair. Around him were flowers and grass, their colors strangely beautiful, as if they did not belong to any color palette. Tiny dots of light floated above the flowers and grass, at first glance like tiny insects, emitting a faint light. Looking into the distance, he could vaguely see the shadows of great trees, high mountains, and even a gurgling stream. But he realized that all these things, like his soul, were between reality and illusion. He did not act rashly, but just felt himself. When he left the soul world, everything was left behind. He couldn't bring anything. The soul flaying sword couldn't be brought, not even his close-fitting soul clothes. All the laws here had disappeared. No wind, no fire, no lightning, nothing. So his spells were also useless. The undead legion, the boneyard hell, the corpse explosion, all were powerless. This was an independent world with its own rules. He had no combat power here. If he encountered danger, what should he do? Besides its superior quality, what other advantages did his soul have? No, if it couldn't bring anything, then how did the Yu family soul magic treasure get in here? Lin Moyu was thinking when he suddenly looked down and found he was holding something in his hand. The Calamity Scepter. I brought the Calamity Scepter. It was now dilapidated. The inlay jewel was shattered, leaving only the soul jewel. and even this soul jewel was not certain to be intact. But something was better than nothing. Although he didn't know what use the Calamity Scepter had, it was sturdy enough. Using it as a club was certainly not a problem. This was his only support here. His soul flew forward, wandering aimlessly in this world. Even the Yu family doesn't know where they hid their soul magic treasure. He knew the Yu family had left their soul magic treasure at the top of a crown. That was the only clue. The soul leisurely flew in mid-air. He didn't dare to fly too fast in this special world. He had to be extremely careful. The dots of light flying in mid-air emitted their own light. Together with the deep blue light falling from the sky, it created a magnificent and brilliant scene. The flowers and grass on the ground were the same, with their own blue colors. Combined with the mysterious deep blue light, it created a beauty that no words could describe. The flowers and grass swayed gently. The whole world was strangely quiet. What a beautiful world. He admired this dreamlike world, but did not let down his guard. Danger often lurked behind beauty. Flying over an area of flowers and grass, he saw a clear blue lake from a distance. The lake's water rippled gently, reflecting a hazy light. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to take a sip. No, wait. The next second, he realized something was wrong. The soul wants to drink water. How could such a thought arise? The soul doesn't need to eat or drink. There was something wrong with this lake. He did not approach but flew far away. He saw the dots of light flying around the lake. Suddenly, a few dots of light rushed towards him at a very fast speed. His soul heard a buzzing sound. They were not dots of light, but insects. The insects had long, sharp proboscises. The tiny insects' bodies sparkled with tiny points of light, looking very beautiful. Even their wings were exquisite down to the last detail. They flew towards him. Deep in his heart, a thought flashed: catch them. Play with them for a bit. But Lin Moyu knew he shouldn't act on impulse. In a flash, he disappeared, and at the same time raised the Calamity Scepter in his hand. The scepter swept across like a fly swatter, hitting the insects. Smack! They exploded into fine powder, turning into light smoke, and then disappearing without a trace. The first time using the Calamity Scepter was to hit a few small insects. It was quite interesting. It had to be said that the Calamity Scepter was very handy. It was easy to control, light or heavy as you wish. Lin Moyu was as fast as lightning. In just a few moves, he had wiped out the approaching insects. The small insects exploded into light smoke, finally dissipating in this dreamlike world. After swatting the insects, Lin Moyu continued to search for the Yu family's crown. A crown was also one of the common soul magic treasures of the 8-6 spirits, but the Yu family's crown was certainly not ordinary. Ordinary soul magic treasures could not be brought in here. Even Lin Moyu's self-made soul clothes and soul flaying sword couldn't be brought in. Only some special soul magic treasures were allowed. Lin Moyu guessed it was related to the level of the magic treasure. The Calamity Scepter was of a very high level, on par with the runes of the Great World, a top-tier magic treasure. The Yu family's crown was not as good as the Calamity Scepter, but it was certainly higher than the God Sovereign realm. If it were just an ordinary soul magic treasure, the Yu family wouldn't have had to send people to search for it multiple times, leading to the loss of so many God Sovereigns. Wait. Lin Moyu discovered a few patterns. The points of light in the air seemed to fly randomly, but in fact, they were all heading in one direction. As long as he followed the direction of the points of light, he could go deeper into this world. He thought back to that year. The God Sovereign of the Yu family must have also discovered this pattern and gone deep into this world. Perhaps something unexpected happened inside, and the crown was also lost in the deepest area. Lin Moyu cautiously followed the direction of the points of light, flying deeper inside. In the sky, a deep blue mass of light illuminated the entire world. Through that deep blue mass of light, Lin Moyu could feel his physical body. No matter how far he flew in this world, that feeling was never interrupted. As long as he thought about it, he could return at any time. It seemed that time had no effect in this world. Lin Moyu didn't know how long he had been flying. The points of light became denser and denser. Now he could clearly see their direction of flight. They gathered from all four directions, slowly flying towards the same point. The vast space was filled with brilliant points of light, making the whole world even more mystical. After a period of observation, Lin Moyu noticed that these points of light originated from the land, from the flowers and grass, from the trees. Moreover, all the plants here seemed to be facing the same direction. As the points of light became more and more numerous, it was inevitable. Lin Moyu's soul body still touched a point of light. The point of light passed through his soul body without causing any damage. Are these points of light harmless? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He had been avoiding the points of light before, not letting them touch him at all. Who knew what would happen after contact? It was better to be careful. Now, he unexpectedly had his first contact, and found that the point of light passed through his soul body without causing any hindrance or damage. Something's not right. His surprise grew even greater. Lin Moyu vaguely felt something was wrong but couldn't explain it yet. The soul was very sensitive. If it was injured he would naturally realize it. Lin Moyu didn't have time to think carefully, and had to continue forward. He couldn't abandon the mission now, because of unsubstantiated guesses. That was not his style. He and countless points of light went deep into the dreamlike world. The points of light gathered from all over, their numbers growing, almost filling the space. Now, just being careful was not enough. Unless Lin Moyu chose to retreat, he would definitely come into contact with countless points of light. These points of light seemed harmless. Lin Moyu reached out to catch them, but found that he couldn't touch them at all. The points of light passed through his hand, and flew out the other side. His soul body seemed not to exist in front of these points of light, as if the two were not in the same space-time. This feeling was very strange. After confirming multiple times that these points of light were really harmless to his soul body, Lin Moyu joined the flow of light points. However, he was still very careful, trying to avoid contact with too many points of light. The points of light continuously passed through his soul, but his soul felt nothing. He didn't know when, but Lin Moyu had traveled quite a distance. The number of times the light points had entered and exited had exceeded 1,000. Lin Moyu's eyes showed a dazed look, his spirit somewhat diminished, but he himself seemed unaware. Gradually, he let down his guard, no longer as careful as before, and no longer avoided the light points. The number of light points he came into contact with suddenly increased significantly. The spirit in Lin Moyu's eyes became fainter and fainter, the liveliness disappearing, replaced by a haze. But he did not feel any change. He was completely unaware that he was approaching danger. Suddenly, the Calamity Scepter emitted a yellow earth halo. The light was like a stream of water, washing over his soul body. The Calamity Scepter shone brightly on the soul jewel, pushing all the light points inside the soul body out. Lin Moyu woke up with a start, his eyes regaining their liveliness, with a faint look of horror. That was dangerous. He was still scared. He looked up at the sky, staring at the deep blue ball of light that seemed unchanging. His physical body had always been in that ball of light, maintaining a connection with his soul. But now, this connection had weakened a lot, less than half of what it was before. He finally understood. The light points passing through his soul indeed did not cause any damage, but they weakened the connection between him and his body. If the connection was completely severed, he would lose contact with his body, and his soul would be lost in this world. Each light point only weakened it a tiny bit, making it hard to notice. Only when tens of thousands of light points acted together would it cause a qualitative change. Use arrow up and arrow down to select a term, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chat. Like boiling water, by the time the frog realizes it, it's too late. However, Lin Moyu knew he wouldn't reach that point. Even without the Calamity Scepter's warning, his soul would have automatically alerted him the moment the connection between his soul and body weakened by a few more degrees. At worst, it would be a bit troublesome. But death was not a possibility. After all, his soul had reached the incredibly powerful 5th rank. If it were a weaker godly venerable with insufficient willpower and a less powerful soul, they might truly be in trouble. It seemed that the godly venerables who had been lost here before had their soul body connection severed due to excessive contact with the light specks. Having lost the connection, they could neither return to their bodies nor escape this world, ultimately becoming lost here forever. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu had a sudden realization. Could it be that they weren't actually dead, but merely lost? If so, if I could find them, perhaps I could lead them out. For a godly venerable, as long as the soul exists, they are not truly fallen. The soul gem glowed with an earthy yellow light, dripping Lin Moyu in a layer of armor that enveloped his entire body. When he first obtained the soul gem, it had enhanced his soul's defense once, but that time, the enhancement was merely a passive shield, unable to block the light specks. Now, the soul gem operated automatically, creating a much stronger defense that completely blocked the specks, leaving him undisturbed. The connection between his soul and body gradually recovered and would soon be back to normal. He once again advanced in the direction of the light specks, moving deeper. Even the weakest godly venerable wouldn't get lost in this outer area. They must have entered a deeper region and were unable to return. The light specks continued to appear but no longer posed any threat to him. The landscape on the ground changed constantly, with flowers, grass, and even small pools of water, looking very harmonious. Yet, he hadn't seen a single insect. This struck him as odd. If insects were one of the dangers in this world, why did he encounter 3 at the beginning, and then none afterward? He had traversed so many secret realms and strange places. His intuition told him this was not normal. Where there is strangeness, there must be a reason. Something was definitely hidden, and his vigilance increased, knowing that even with the soul gem's protection, absolute safety was not guaranteed. A wind howled, a line of azure wind appeared in his vision, and all the light specks were swept into it, flying forward rapidly. His first reaction was not to enter the wind lane, but to walk alongside it. However, he discovered he couldn't. An invisible wall blocked his path, and it seemed he could only pass through this wall by traversing the wind lane. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon his undead kingdom here, nor use any detection spells. All his magic, even the law of immortality, was restricted. Without detection spells, he couldn't know the dangers ahead and whether he should enter. But turning back now meant failing the mission. Having come this far, he couldn't just give up. After a few seconds of contemplation, he decided to step into the wind lane. A suction force pulled him along. The specks of light collided with his body but were repelled by the earthy yellow halo. Without the soul gem's protection, these specks would have pierced through his body instantly. This place was extremely dangerous. A chill ran down his spine. The density of light specks within the wind lane was much higher than outside. Being pierced by so many specks in a short time would severely weaken the soul-body connection. Moreover, within the wind, the soul could barely resist, forced to move forward with the current. He didn't know when the wind lane would end. If it lasted much longer, he feared his soul-body connection would be severed before he could escape. If the connection broke, his soul would be unable to return, lost here forever. Floating in the wind lane, he pondered the Yu family's true purpose. The battlefield records mentioned nothing about this place, let alone any potential benefits. Could the Yu family know something and have sent people here for a reason? But to bring such a precious soul treasure here, what was their ultimate goal? While lost in thought, he started counting. By the time he reached 1,000, he was finally pushed out of the wind lane. His soul drifted in the air, and it took him a great effort to stabilize himself. In just 1,000 seconds, he had been hit by countless light specks. An ordinary godly venerable would never have withstood it. Leaving the wind lane behind, Lin Wei stood still and observed his new surroundings. The scenery had changed drastically. The dark blue sphere of light above his head was gone, but the connection to his body remained. To return to his physical body, he would have to go back through the wind lane. He was surrounded by towering cliffs with no visible peaks, as if imprisoned. Waterfalls cascaded silently from the cliff tops to the ground below. The specks of light that had flown out with him now fell into the deep abyss and vanished. At the bottom of the abyss, a thick fog obscured his vision. Upon seeing the waterfalls, a strong urge arose in his soul, compelling him to step forward and take a drink. However, Lin Moyu immediately suppressed this unusual thought. His will was incredibly firm, his mind exceptionally calm, and any thought not his own could not influence him. The fog below gave him a foreboding feeling. If he went down, something unpleasant would likely happen. His soul slowly flew upwards and soon hit a dome-like barrier. The dome had an invisible wall, forming a solid shield. Lin Moyu tried tapping it with the Calamity Scepter, but there was no reaction. He then checked the cliffs, which were also incredibly sturdy and indestructible. The entire space was like an inverted cage, trapping him inside. The only exit was the wind lane, but it was a one-way path in, but not out. Lin Moyu knew he couldn't go against the current. After searching the area and finding no other exit, his gaze fell upon the fog below. Watching the light specks fly into the fog and disappear, Lin Moyu whispered, "I can only go down and see." A sense of unease rose in his heart. He knew that going down might lead to events beyond his control, but he had no other choice. It seemed that ever since he stepped into the wind lane, things had started spiraling out of his control. As he flew into the fog, the soul gem shone even more brilliantly, dispelling the mist around him. This indicated that the fog could affect the soul. Otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered the soul gem's reaction. The fog was vast, and Lin Moyu flew for a long time before passing through it. In this strange world, not only was the concept of time lost, but distance was also hard to describe. Everything was vague, and could only be estimated. Finally, he passed through the fog, and saw the bottom of the abyss. Below was a large lake, with steam constantly rising from its surface, creating the thick mist. Waterfalls from the surrounding cliffs poured into the lake. Around the lake were a few patches of land not covered by water. Then on a corner of the cliff, Lin Moyu saw an earthy yellow sphere of light. Its light was somewhat similar to the one on his body. In the white mist, this sphere was clearly visible. It repelled the fog, creating its own space in this water-filled, misty environment. Through the sphere of light, Lin Moyu saw soul forms and an object resembling a crown. Found them. Lin Moyu rejoiced and immediately flew over. Inside the sphere of light were a total of 3 soul forms. Lin Moyu's appearance did not attract their attention. He noticed that all 3 souls had lost consciousness and seemed to be in a coma. The golden ring of light protecting them was emitted by the crown-like object. Without it, the 3 souls would have been in mortal danger. Fortunately, although they were in a coma, Lin Moyu could sense that they were unharmed. Just as Lin Moyu was about to approach, a clear voice came from within the sphere of light. "Who are you?" Hearing the voice, Lin Moyu retracted his hand. The 3 soul forms inside were all unconscious and couldn't speak. Lin Moyu knew who was talking. At this moment, only it could make a sound. His gaze fell on the crown, the Yu family's soul artifact, which was shining with a golden light, much like his soul gem. It had a spirit, and a mature one at that. It could think and wield the artifact's power on its own. Only then could it automatically protect the 3 souls. Lin Moyu asked, "What is your name?" Artifact spirits were not much different from living beings. They had their own names. On the crown, a faint image appeared. "My name is Little Treasure." "Who are you?" Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. "I was sent by the ancestor of the Yu family to find you." Little Treasure seemed to let out a cheer. "Master hasn't forgotten me, Master." It seemed the owner of this crown was indeed the Yu family ancestor. It made sense. How could such a precious soul artifact be given to a godly venerable? Although Lin Moyu didn't know the specific grade of the crown, he was certain it far surpassed the godly venerable realm. A typical godly venerable was not qualified to possess it. Having found the crown, Lin Moyu was no longer in a hurry. "Can you tell me about the situation here?" Little Treasure was very naive. Hearing that Lin Moyu was sent by its master, it trusted him immediately. It quickly said, "Come inside. There will be big waves soon, and those things will appear. It's very dangerous for you outside." Lin Moyu nodded and stepped inside. The light sphere supported by Little Treasure was small, but luckily, soul forms weren't large, so it wasn't crowded. The faint image on the crown suddenly exclaimed in horror, "What is that thing in your hand?" Lin Moyu raised the Calamity Scepter. "This." Little Treasure's image contorted a few times. Lin Moyu sensed its fear of the Calamity Scepter. Little Treasure seemed to swallow, a very realistic sensation. "Its grade is so high, much more powerful than me." The Calamity Scepter was naturally high grade. It was a treasure on the same level as the Fuyun Great World. Even though it was damaged, it was definitely much higher grade than Little Treasure. Lin Moyu smiled. "Little Treasure is not bad either." Little Treasure looked pleased. "Of course, Little Treasure is an other shore realm artifact. Of course, it's not bad." As it spoke, the sound of water suddenly came from outside. The sound grew louder, from a trickle to a roaring river. The calm lake water was now boiling, constantly spewing out huge bubbles. Immediately after, columns of water shot up high, exploding in the air, and turning into rain. Lin Moyu asked, "Are these the big waves you mentioned?" Little Treasure replied. "It happens like this every once in a while." "What are those things you mentioned?" Lin Moyu asked again. Little Treasure's faint image pointed to the lake. "They're here." From the churning water, vague, monstrous figures emerged. Their specific shapes were unclear, one moment resembling a human, the next an insect, then quickly changing into another creature. They rushed out of the water, heading straight for the light sphere where Lin Moyu was. They slammed into the sphere, causing it to distort and warp. They opened their wide mouths, revealing sharp teeth, and ferociously bit at the light sphere. Lin Moyu frowned. "What are these things?" "They are soul beasts," Little Treasure said. "Monsters formed from souls that specialize in devouring other souls. After devouring a soul, they will split and produce more soul beasts like themselves." "Soul beasts," Lin Moyu muttered. "Are there that many of them?" Many. The entire water pool is full of them. Countless," Little Treasure said, pointing towards the water pool, its voice tinged with fear. Right now, only a dozen or so soul beasts had rushed out, but the water pool was immense. If the entire pool was filled with soul beasts, their numbers would be in the tens of thousands. Hearing this, Lin Moyu asked, "Have you been into the water pool before?" Little Treasure nodded. It had indeed been inside, which is why it knew the pool contained countless soul beasts. However, Little Treasure was not panicked now. It had experienced this many times and was used to it. It even comforted Lin Moyu. "Don't worry, they can't break my defense." Indeed, the defensive layer created by Little Treasure was as solid as a mountain. No matter how the waves surged or how the soul beasts ran and bit, it remained unshaken. After a while, the water pool gradually calmed down, and the soul beasts retreated back into the water one by one. Lin Muyu asked Little Treasure, "Do you know how to get out of here?" Now that he had found the clue, the next step was to figure out how to leave. This place was too bizarre, so bizarre that Lin Muyu couldn't understand it at all. He decided to leave the headache to the powerful figures. Right now, he just wanted to leave and complete his mission. For the first time, Lin Muyu suppressed his curiosity. This place truly gave him an indescribable sense of unease. Little Treasure shook its head. "I don't know how to get out either. But my young master seemed to have said that the way to leave is carved on a large rock." The young masters decided to enter the pool after seeing the words on that large rock. There were too many soul beasts in the pool, and they couldn't handle it, so they had to retreat. Lin Muyu immediately asked, "Where is that large rock?" Little Treasure pointed around. "They are everywhere." It turned out that the large rocks Little Treasure mentioned were the surrounding cliffs, and there were words carved on them. This was truly unexpected. Lin Muyu said, "I'll go take a look." Little Treasure nodded repeatedly. "Be careful. If the waves come again, hurry back." Lin Muyu smiled. "It's fine, I can protect myself." "Oh," Little Treasure said. "Right, you have that thing. It's much more powerful than me." With the Calamity Scepter, Lin Muyu wasn't afraid of the waves or the soul beasts in the pool. This artifact spirit was both cute and kind. Judging by the spirit, its master was likely a good person. Lin Muyu's impression of the Yu family and sister improved. The soul gem continued to emit its golden light, pushing back the fog and protecting Lin Muyu's soul as he approached the cliff. This place was like a valley, surrounded by cliffs on all sides. Lin Muyu searched carefully, and finally found carvings behind a waterfall. The moment he saw the words, his eyes constricted. It was primordial ancient script. The carvings were unexpectedly in primordial ancient script, and they were perfectly preserved, without any damage. It was rare to find such undamaged text. Lin Muyu was immediately intrigued. Water from the waterfall cascaded down, splashing onto him, but was blocked by the light of the soul gem. Standing under the waterfall, he focused on the text. "The realms are in rebellion. I am ordered to pacify the soul spirit world. The soul spirit world is stubborn and seeks its own destruction. I lead my army to slaughter this entire world, leaving none alive. At the moment of its destruction, the entire world offers itself in sacrifice to summon the ancestral soul beast. I lead my army into battle, and severely injure this beast. The ancestral soul beast, concentrating the power of an entire world, has an immortal soul. This beast cannot be killed. I risk my life to enter its body, wishing to perish with it." The text ended there. Lin Muyu was deeply shocked. Finally, a clue. Long ago, in a land called the Soul Spirit World, a mysterious and powerful master once shone brightly. Then a great war erupted. The realms rebelled, and the Soul Spirit World joined the rebellion. That master sent an army to quell the uprising, wiping out the Soul Spirit World with overwhelming power, committing a heinous crime. The Soul Spirit World, in a desperate act, sacrificed itself to summon an incredibly powerful entity, the Ancestral Soul Beast. The Ancestral Soul Beast fought against the army but was still no match. However, due to its peculiar nature, it was difficult to kill. To destroy it, one had to destroy its soul. The general leading the army abandoned his physical body and entered it with only his soul, aiming to completely annihilate the Ancestral Soul Beast. Lin Muyu pondered for a moment. Then a startling thought struck him. Could it be that we are inside the body of the Ancestral Soul Beast? And the Ancestral Soul Beast isn't dead yet? Lin Muyu's heart pounded. If his guess was correct, he was in big trouble. Glancing around, he noticed more carvings on a nearby cliff. He immediately flew over, hoping the words would answer his questions and show him a way out. Indeed, there were more carvings, and not just in one spot. They were all written by the same person. Lin Muyu carefully searched and read all the carvings on the cliffs, finally understanding the whole story, and how to leave this place. It turned out he was indeed inside the body of the Ancestral Soul Beast. The entrance was the mouth of the beast. They were food that had walked right in. The Ancestral Soul Beast was a terrifying creature summoned by the Soul Spirit World with all its power. It existed on the border between reality and illusion, its body indistinct, but its soul was incredibly powerful. To kill it, one had to destroy its soul. Its soul was hidden in an independent space within its body, impossible to kill from the outside, only from within. The general from that era had abandoned his physical body, entered the Ancestral Soul Beast's body, and reached that independent space, where both sides were grievously wounded, ending in mutual destruction. The Ancestral Soul Beast was severely injured and fell into an endless slumber but did not truly die. After being wounded, it hid deep within the independent space and never appeared again. At that time, The general was also severely wounded, his soul on the verge of dissipating, and he could not escape. Before dying, he used his last bit of strength to leave behind the method to destroy the ancestral soul beast. Lin Moyu was currently in the independent space inside the ancestral soul beast's body, and the soul of the beast, after being severely injured, lay at the bottom of the water pool. But that wasn't the most important part. The most important part was that if Lin Moyu wanted to leave, he could only go to the bottom of the water pool and kill the ancestral soul beast. Anyone or anything that entered the ancestral soul beast's body could leave freely as long as they didn't enter the independent space. Once they passed through that path and entered the independent space, they could no longer leave. That path was how the ancestral soul beast absorbed energy from the outside. For countless years, it had been continuously absorbing external energy to sustain its life, hoping that one day its wounds would heal, and it would reawaken. Lin Moyu returned to the sphere of light supported by Little Treasure. Little Treasure eagerly asked, "How is it? Is there a way to leave?" It was clear that it was tired of waiting, and wanted to leave soon. Perhaps just like his master. Lin Moyu nodded. "There is a way, but it's very difficult." He thought to himself, "No matter how hard it is, I have to do it. I don't want to be trapped here forever." Little Treasure said, "My young master also said it was very difficult before." The young master Little Treasure referred to as one of the 3 soul forms currently with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't know the young master's name, but it didn't matter. He asked, "Little Treasure, what did you come here for?" Little Treasure, innocent and completely trusting of Lin Moyu, replied, "My young master seems to have seen records of ancient ruins somewhere, saying there is an extremely powerful starry sky giant beast here. If we kill it and get its star core, we'll have a chance to enter the other shore realm. My young master has been stuck at the peak of the godly venerable realm for a very long time and has always wanted to enter the other shore realm." Hearing this, Lin Moyu understood. Stuck at the peak of the godly venerable realm for so long, how could one easily pass up a chance to enter the other shore realm? The path of cultivation could be traded with one's life. Little Treasure's voice became tinged with sadness. "My poor young masters. Not only did they fail to enter the other shore realm, but they almost died here." Lin Moyu thought to himself, "It's not almost, they are already dead." He knew they were trapped here forever, unable to get out, waiting for their souls to decay into dust. Little Treasure seemed not to worry about itself, only its young masters. A spirit with such loyalty and affection was rare. Lin Moyu said, "I'll give it a try. If I succeed, I'll take you all out." Little Treasure's phantom straightened up, its voice full of excitement. "Really? Really?" Lin Moyu said gently, as if coaxing a child. "But you must be careful too," Little Treasure whispered. "If it's dangerous, come back. Little Treasure will protect you." Lin Moyu chuckled. "A deal." With that, Lin Moyu flew out of the light sphere and dived straight into the water pool. The Calamity Scepter and the Soul Gem suddenly shone brightly, emitting an unprecedentedly strong light that enveloped Lin Moyu, protecting him firmly. The water in the pool, even the faintest light from it, could harm a soul. It could weaken the connection between soul and body, making the soul confused and lose its spirituality. This water could corrode a soul, dissolving it completely. And in the water, there were soul beasts, which would inflict fatal wounds on a soul. Here, without the soul gem's protection, even if Lin Moyu's soul had reached the other shore realm, it would be extremely difficult. He had to withstand the pressure of the water and its corrosive effects, and if he encountered too many soul beasts, he would be swarmed and killed. A 5th rank other shore realm purple jade soul was very strong, far superior to a 4th rank godly venerable soul in every aspect, but it was not yet heaven-defying. Only the ancestral soul beast, concentrating the power of an entire world, was the true representation of soul power. Even severely wounded and in slumber, it was not something a 5th rank purple jade soul could compare to. The experts of the ancient era were truly terrifying, Lin Moyu thought. Lin Moyu continued to sink, heading towards the location of the ancient general in the pool. The waves churned, and soul beasts rushed towards him one after another. To them, Lin Moyu was an intruder who had to be eliminated. The soul gem emitted a powerful halo, blocking the soul beast's attacks. When a soul beast slammed into the golden halo, it didn't even leave a scratch. Instead, it was sent flying. One soul beast opened its massive mouth to bite, but its mouth shattered, and its entire body exploded. The protection of the soul gem was much stronger than Little Treasure's. It not only blocked attacks but also had a counter-attack capability, injuring many soul beasts. The number of soul beasts was truly countless. As far as the eye could see, there were only soul beasts of all kinds, relentlessly attacking Lin Moyu. Yet, no matter how fierce their attacks were, they could not stop him. Finally, Lin Moyu reached the bottom of the water pool and passed through a thin membrane. Suddenly, everything became quiet. The water that could corrode souls was gone, and the soul beasts had vanished. Lin Moyu had arrived at the final hiding place of the ancestral soul beasts. A colossal soul beast lay not far from him. Its body was enormous, covered in all sorts of plants, flowers, grass, and even small, towering trees. Lin Moyu recognized these plants. They could all be found on the body of the beast. The beast's head resembled a lion's, but also had features of a tiger. Its form was constantly changing, making it impossible to pin down. Lin Moyu understood this was a characteristic of soul beasts. He couldn't see its true form. This was the ancestral soul beast, the progenitor of all soul beasts. All the soul beasts in this pool were formed from its thoughts. If this creature recovered, the entire great world would face a catastrophe. Lin Moyu was no saint, but if this thing revived, the whole world, including the human race, would suffer. He didn't know who in the current world could stop it. The best way was to make it disappear forever. The ancient general had recorded the method to kill it very clearly. Lin Moyu's gaze fell on the neck of the ancestral soul beast, where a giant sword was deeply embedded. The sword was also a soul artifact. Back then, the general had used it to severely wound the beast. What Lin Moyu needed to do was to pull the sword out and then stab it into its head. Just one more strike was enough. The sword had already grievously wounded the ancestral soul beast. A little more would be sufficient to kill it. The sword contained the will of the ancient general. His will prevented the beast's wounds from healing. One more strike was all that was needed to send it on its way. It was a pity that the ancient general had paid with his life for that one strike and ultimately failed. The body of the ancestral soul beast was a mix of real and illusory, with no true physical form. As long as it was killed, its body would dissipate on its own. By then, Lin Moyu would also be out of danger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu rushed towards the ancestral soul beast. The previously silent beast suddenly moved. The plants on its body grew frantically. A large amount of pollen flew out from the flowers towards Lin Moyu. The pollen exploded upon arrival, creating a terrifying soul shockwave. Even a 4th rank godly venerable's soul would be instantly killed, and a 5th rank purple jade soul couldn't last long. However, the defensive layer formed by the soul gem withstood the explosion, and Lin Moyu was unharmed. The small grass on the beast's back grew wildly, instantly turning into vine-like tendrils that whipped towards him like whips. The golden light from the gem distorted slightly but held. Lin Moyu continued his assault, getting closer. He knew it hadn't awakened, it was just reacting instinctively to the approaching danger. A powerful soul would have such instinctual reactions, let alone the soul of the ancestral soul beast, which was far stronger. The closer he got, the stronger the attacks became. Each attack could easily kill a godly venerable's soul and severely injure a 5th rank other shore realm purple jade soul. Lin Moyu knew that relying on his own soul's power, he could at most withstand 10 attacks and couldn't get close to the beast. But now, he had the Calamity Scepter and the Soul Gem. Under their protection, he could withstand these attacks without difficulty. As he approached the ancestral soul beast, its aura hit him. Even severely wounded and in a deep slumber, it was terrifyingly powerful. If it were in its perfect state, a single glance could kill me. This creature, far beyond the other shore realm, was truly too powerful. But no matter how strong, it had to die. The path of cultivation seemed endless, Lin Moyu thought. Just when you think you've reached a mountain peak, you discover there are even higher mountains. But that only fueled his desire to conquer. Since there are mountains, I will climb them. Sooner or later, he would conquer the highest peak and stand at the true summit. Lin Moyu reached out and grasped the sword. A terrifying will of the ancient general lingered on its body. A surging killing intent spread from the hilt, instantly affecting his soul. The killing intent rapidly rose in his heart, his eyes turning blood red, with only one word in his mind: kill. He transformed into a monster that only knew how to slaughter. The ancient general's killing intent was too strong, invading Lin Moyu's will. But just a moment later, Lin Moyu's resilient will rose from the depths of his heart. No, it can't be like this. I am Lin Moyu, not a killing puppet. No one can control me. No one. His soul shone brightly, emitting a purple light. The 5th rank purple jade soul erupted with its full power. This was Lin Moyu's own strength, his own will. He used his will to resist the killing intent left in the sword by the ancient general. His eyes gradually returned to normal, and the killing intent was once again confined within the sword. That was close. Thankfully, my will has been tempered by the spells of the Tulu world, and is strong enough. It's also fortunate my soul has reached the 5th rank. If it were still at the 4th rank, I am afraid I would have died. Once again, he had overcome danger. On the path of cultivation, danger lurked at every step. A slight misstep could lead to death. Grasping the long sword, his soul surged with power, and he pulled the sword out. The slumbering ancestral soul beast let out a tragic roar. Soul blood gushed from the wound. It seemed to feel death approaching but was helpless. The ancient battle had wounded it too severely, leaving it just a hair's breadth from death. The plants on its body attacked Lin Moyu even more frantically. This was its only resistance. The wound on its neck had not healed. After so many years of slumber, it remained the same. Lin Moyu leaped onto its head and plunged the sword down with all his might. The sword felt like it was stabbing into an incredibly tough hide. Lin Moyu saw the entire sword light up brilliantly. The will of the ancient general poured from the sword into the ancestral soul beast's mind. Kill, 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 earth, shattering roars echoed. The general's will radiated a crazed killing intent, a terrifying kind that Lin Moyu had never seen before. Just a sliver of that killing intent was enough to crush him. The entire space shook violently. On the surface, countless waves shot out. The waterfall that had been flowing for years now flowed backward, flying into the air. The ancestral soul beast let out a final roar. In its last moments of life, it opened its eyes in a final burst of consciousness. It saw Lin Moyu, its eyes filled with ferocity and hatred as if wanting to clearly see the one who had killed it. Lin Moyu's heart tightened, and he instinctively retreated, flying far away. The ancestral soul beast stared at Lin Moyu for a long time, and finally, its eyes grew dim, losing their spirit. Its body began to disintegrate, and countless specks of light flew out from within. At this moment, Lin Moyu heard the whispers of countless souls, all sorts of sounds echoing in his ears, as if countless people were expressing their gratitude to him. Lin Moyu seemed to understand something. These thanks came from that ancient world, from the soul spirit world. Perhaps the sacrifice of the entire world back then was not the right thing to do. The soul of the ancestral soul beast completely dissipated. Lin Moyu saw a transparent gem, stark ore. A huge force appeared, pulling at his soul form, and he was involuntarily sucked into it. The power of the ancestral soul beast had vanished, and his soul was automatically returning to his body. Lin Moyu quickly collected the star core of the ancestral soul beast, and left with it. How powerful was the ancestral soul beast? Lin Moyu couldn't estimate, but one thing was certain: it was much stronger than the other shore realm. The star core it left behind was of immeasurable value. After a long slumber, Lin Moyu's body opened its eyes. Before him was the vast void. He could feel the chaotic aura of the battlefield, and the great world intertwined. A familiar scent washed over him, making him feel as if he had lived through many lifetimes. This was truly a near-death experience, incredibly arduous. Without the Calamity Scepter and the Soul Gem, he too would have been trapped there, unable to return. For other godly venerables, unless they didn't enter the Wind Lane, the chances of returning were slim to none. Once inside, escape was nearly impossible. Lin Moyu's gaze fell on the distance where little treasure was maintaining 3 spheres of light, enveloping 3 comatose souls. Their souls were completely separated from their bodies, becoming independent entities. Their physical bodies had been completely digested by the ancestral soul beast. The beast existed between reality and illusion, capable of devouring both souls and bodies, but it had its own rules. It had to separate the soul and body before it could devour them. Only when the soul and body completely lost connection and became independent did it act. Lin Moyu sighed. No matter what, he had saved them in the end. Approaching the light spheres, little treasurer was overjoyed. "We're back. You really succeeded." Lin Moyu smiled. "Yes. We're back." Little treasure grew more excited. "That's great. I can finally see Master again. It's a pity my young masters are still in a coma. I don't know when they'll wake up. They were seriously injured. That's why they fell into a coma." Lin Moyu could see that the 3 souls were indeed severely injured. With the human race's soul healing methods, the situation was not optimistic. Lin Moyu said, "Little treasurer, drop all defenses. I'll heal them." Little treasure, a simple creature that absolutely trusted Lin Moyu, immediately dropped its soul defenses. Lin Moyu released 3 beams of pure white light filled with life force, which shone upon the 3 souls. Nourished by the life force, their injuries began to recover. Little treasure, being a soul artifact, could clearly sense the state of the souls and exclaimed happily, "Whoa, you can even heal souls." Lin Moyu smiled. "All right, let's get ready to go back." The distance from here to Star Fortress No. 10 was 60,000 light years, a long journey. Lin Moyu faced a real dilemma. The position he had marked might not be within the reception range of the teleportation array. The reception range was only 100 meters. In this vast void, that was too small. Lin Moyu brought little treasure to the designated location, and took out a teleportation crystal to try his luck. He crushed the crystal and waited quietly. Little Treasure was a bit confused. "What are you doing?" "Waiting for teleportation," Lin Moyu said. Little Treasure didn't quite understand, but if Lin Moyu said so, it trusted him completely. The void was silent. Time ticked by. About half a minute later, a faint light suddenly appeared about 100 kilometers from Lin Moyu's position. Space distorted. Lin Moyu was prepared and instantly transformed into a streak of light, covering the 100 kilometers in less than a second. His reaction and speed were incredibly fast. Unfortunately, the teleportation light vanished even faster than expected, flashing once before disappearing. By the time Lin Moyu arrived, the teleportation process was over. He finally understood why HUKU had told him to pinpoint the exact location. If the position was off, you really couldn't go back. Little Treasure's faint image looked at Lin Moyu, bewildered. "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu sighed. "My positioning was off. The teleportation failed. We'll have to find our own way back." "Is it very far?" Little Treasure asked. "About 60,000 light years. That's very far. I don't know how long it will take to fly." With a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, flying 60,000 light years would take about 120,000 years. Moreover, he could encounter unexpected risks along the way, such as running into a few starry sky giant beasts. If that happened, the time would be even longer. By then, the 4-star BGM Grand competition would have been held many times over. Lin Moyu felt a headache coming on. He suddenly remembered something and took out a J tablet. Flowing light return to the D tablet. Consumable item. Activation will teleport to the nearest forward base at a speed of 100 light years per second. Effective distance, 10,000 light years. Restriction, cannot be used in sealed spaces or escape from formations. He had bought 2 of these tablets before. They would create a connection with forward bases, allowing those lost in space to return quickly. He had never used it before, as it was usually unnecessary. Now, although he could use it, the effective range was only 10,000 light years. He would have to travel the remaining 50,000 light years himself. There was another way. Wait for someone else to teleport here and ask them for a ride back. Thinking it over, this method was more reliable. Senior Ju, if he sees I haven't returned, will surely come looking for me. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it's better to wait here. After some consideration, he decided that returning on his own was impractical. It was better to wait. Seeing Lin Moyu standing still, Little Treasure asked curiously, "Aren't we going back?" "At my speed, it would take 100,000 years to fly back," Lin Moyu said. "Oh," Little Treasure replied. "That long? But why do we have to fly back?" Lin Moyu smiled as if coaxing a child. "Because there's no other way. Little Treasure has a way." Lin Moyu was stunned. "Little Treasure has a way." Little Treasure paused for 2 seconds, and then cheered happily. "Master has sensed me. Master says she'll be here right away. The ancestor of the Yu family was coming." Lin Moyu now realized he had overlooked this point. Little Treasure was a soul artifact with an extremely strong connection to its owner. The stronger the soul, and the artifact, the stronger this connection. At the other shore realm, it might really be possible to transcend distance. Previously, inside the body of the ancestral soul beast, this connection was severed because the beast was too powerful. Thinking that he wouldn't have to struggle, his mood lifted. "Then I'll rely on Little Treasure." "You can count on me," Little Treasure assured him. "Master has already set off, and will be here in a moment." How long in a moment was, even Little Treasure didn't know. Lin Moyu wasn't anxious. It was better than returning on his own. After leaving the world of the ancestral soul beast, time became clear again. About half an hour later, the space not far away distorted. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared, and 2 figures materialized in the void. Chu-Kyu had arrived, and with him was a beautiful, middle-aged woman with a noble aura. Master, Little Treasure missed you so much." Little Treasure cried out joyfully and flew into the middle-aged woman's arms. The woman caught Little Treasure, her jay-like hands stroking it gently, as if caressing her own child. A smile appeared in her clear, water-like eyes, and her lips parted. A soft voice rang out. Master missed Little Treasure too. Her voice was pleasant, like a babbling brook, yet elegant like the sound of jade, soothing to the heart. Her aura was also incredibly noble, the most distinguished person Lin Moyu had ever met. He couldn't find the right words to describe it. That aura emanated naturally, and was beyond compare for ordinary people. The master of Little Treasure was also the ancestor of the Yu family, the one who had given him the mission. He hadn't expected the master to be a woman. Looking at Yu, it seemed the Yu family was run by women. Yu introduced, Madam Yu, this is Lin Moyu. Mem Yu smiled gently at him. Indeed handsome and refined. No wonder little Chuer praises you so. Madam Yu's eyes were like flowing water. Lin Moyu felt as if he were being cleansed by holy water, and all the secrets in his heart were being seen through. The little Chuer she mentioned was Yu Chiu. Lin Moyu bowed in greeting. Greetings, Madam Yu. He cleverly didn't call her senior but addressed her as Shu Qiu did, as Madam Yu. Not all female cultivators liked being called senior. Following Shu Qiu's lead was surely not wrong. This was not his first time facing an other shore realm expert. Lin Moyu was not flustered at all, which made Madam Yu think even more highly of him. Madam Yu waved her hand, and the 3 slumbering souls were brought before her. Lin Moyu's life force was still healing them. Although they were still asleep, they were clearly much better. With Madam Yu's realm, she could see that the 3 souls were unharmed. As the ancestor of the Yu family, the smile on her lips deepened. For a godly venerable, as long as the soul was intact, regenerating the body was not difficult. She was even more satisfied with Lin Moyu. I have heard of little friend Lin's soul healing arts. Seeing them today, they are even more miraculous than the rumors. Lin Moyu replied humbly, Madam Yu overpraises me. This junior is still far from it. He was telling the truth. Compared to an other shore realm expert, he was indeed far behind. Madam Yu smiled. No need to be so humble. Your soul has reached the 5th rank, which is half a step into the other shore realm. We can interact as equals. Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony. Their souls are fine. They just need some time to recuperate. The 3 were members of the Yu family. With the Yu family's strength, he didn't need to worry about what happened next. Madam Yu took out a soul bead and placed the 3 souls inside. I'll go first, and help them regenerate their bodies. Dearest friend Yu. Little friend Lin, take care. Thank you, little friend Lin. We will definitely remember our promise. After saying this, she nodded slightly to Ju Qiu and crushed a teleportation crystal. Ju Qiu bowed to send her off. Farewell, Madam Yu. Lin Moyu also cocked his fists in salute. 10 seconds later, the space where Madam Yu stood warped slightly, and a faint light flashed. She was gone. After Madam Yu left, Ju Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. Then Moyu smiled. Senior, he seemed a bit nervous. What do you know? Ju Qiu retorted. That's Madam Yu, a prominent figure in the other shore realm. Kid, you're like a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. I don't know if you're truly clueless or just pretending to be calm. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if you had met the ancestral soul beast, you wouldn't be so calm either. The ancestral soul beast was stronger than any other shore realm expert he had met, and he had even killed it himself. Now, facing another shore realm expert again, why should he be flustered? Besides, his soul had reached the 5th rank. Bearing any surprises, reaching the other shore realm was only a matter of time. Everyone was at the same level, so there was even less reason to be agitated. Lin Moyu didn't reply to Ju Qiu. Senior, shall we go back then? Not so fast. Ju Qiu shook his head. He flew towards the entrance of Area 13. The blue light there had disappeared, but the void still held unusual traces. The ancestral soul beast had existed for countless years. Now that it had suddenly died, its aura couldn't dissipate so quickly. Ju Qiu had been here before but had never truly entered. The entrance is gone, and Area 13 is gone too. What on earth was inside? Ju Qiu muttered to himself. Such things were not unheard of on the battlefield. There were many special areas on the battlefield, many of which changed over time. Disappearing or appearing were both possible. After observing for a while and gaining no new information, he turned to Lin Moyu. You were in sight. Before he could finish, Lin Moyu had already tossed him a jade tablet. If recorded everything I experienced inside here. Ju Qiu took the jade tablet, very satisfied. Smart. I just learned from you, Lin Moyu said humbly. Ju Qiu's curiosity was no less than anyone else's, especially regarding a mysterious area like 13. If he didn't tell them what happened, he would definitely interrogate him. So, while Ju Qiu was investigating, Lin Moyu had already recorded his entire experience on the tablet. Besides showing it to Ju Qiu, this tablet also had to be submitted to the high-level figures of the other shore realm. Whether it was a big or small matter, as long as it was related to the ancient era, those figures were eager to learn about it, and he could get a lot of rewards in return. Ju Qiu checked the contents of the tablet. After reading it, his gaze on Lin Moyu deepened. So you entered the body of the ancestral soul beast, pretending to be food. Truly terrifying. And you killed it. From the information Lin Wu provided, Shu Ku could guess how terrifyingly powerful the ancestral soul beast was. It was created from the power of an entire world, a power far beyond the other shore realm. And Lin Wu had managed to kill such a being. It was already on the verge of death. I just gave it the final blow. It can't be considered that I killed it, Lin Wu explained. Shu Ku didn't think so. In any case, the final blow was delivered by you. Lin Wu sighed. Whatever you say. You don't understand the principle behind this, Shu Ku explained. This involves karma. I don't understand. Lin Wu looked curious. Shu Ku waved his hand. It's hard to explain everything. Some things are difficult to put into words and must be comprehended on your own. When you reach the peak of the godly venerable realm or the other shore realm, you will understand. In short, this matter is very complex. The ancestral soul beast was created from the power of an entire world, and the karma involved is unimaginably large. Even though you only delivered the final blow, and were not the main cause, you still have to bear its karma. Whether it's good or bad, a blessing or a curse, it's hard to say. Hearing Jiu Ku's words, Lin Wu fell into deep thought. It turned out this matter was not as simple as he had thought. But at that time, he had no other choice, unless he wanted to be trapped forever. Lin Wu sighed, his hands hanging limp. I had no choice. I know you had no choice. Jiu Ku sighed. Just take it one step at a time. I hope it's a blessing, and not a curse. Blessings and curses are intertwined. This statement also had another meaning. Curses are hard to avoid. Magnificent palaces of uniform design stretched as far as the eye could see, creating a spectacular scene. Each palace was both splendidly luxurious and ancient, exuding the heavy aura of time. Stepping into the palace complex, one couldn't help but feel a sense of calm. Even speech seemed to be suppressed. The people coming and going were all handsome men and beautiful women, especially their noble aura, which was hard to describe. This was the ancestral land of the Yu family, the origin of their lineage. Madame Yu descended from the sky, as graceful as a fairy. On the ground, countless people looked up at her, their eyes filled with admiration for her fairy-like beauty. It wasn't until her figure disappeared behind a palace that their eyes still shone with desire for Madame Yu's realm, her aura, and her unparalleled beauty. If only I could reach Madame Yu's realm in this lifetime. Stop dreaming. It's a blessing if you can become a godly venerable in this life. Right, unlike me. I just wish I could be as beautiful as Madame Yu. You're dreaming even bigger. The young members of the Yu family joked cheerfully, the atmosphere incredibly harmonious. Madame Yu entered the palace and went to its deepest part. There, a huge, round water pool stood, its waves churning. The water in the pool was not ordinary water, but water condensed from the law of life. This water came from the star river of the law of life, emitting a strong life force every moment. Madame Yu placed the 3 soul forms from the soul bead into the pool to recuperate. Under the nourishment of the law of life, the recovery speed of the souls would be greatly increased. However, the souls were no longer in any major trouble. They just needed to replenish the energy lost over the years to recover without affecting their foundation. Seeing the 3 souls completely stabilized, the worry in Madame Yu's eyes lessened. She understood that the majority of the credit for their stable souls belonged to Lin Wu. His arts had a miraculous effect on healing souls, even more effective than the law of life. Next, she had to find a way to help them regenerate their bodies. Little treasure. Madame Yu gently turned her small palm. Little treasure appeared in her palm. After returning, little treasure's image was clearer than before, looking like an adorable 6-year-old girl. Little treasure's clear voice rang out. Master, little treasure is here. Madame Yu cherished little treasure in her palm. Little treasure, tell me everything that happened this time in detail. Okay. Little treasure immediately entered full and storytelling mode, recounting everything it had experienced. Madame Yu listened and then murmured to herself, soul spirit world, ancestral soul beast, sacrificing an entire world. That ancient war was so terrifying. Only by killing the ancestral soul beast could one leave that place. So, the ancestral soul beast was finally killed by Lin Wu. It's a pity little treasure couldn't go inside, so it doesn't know how Lin Wu did it. To know the details, I still have to ask him. In that case, the artifact I promised him can't be too shabby. Madame Yu's eyes were full of contemplation, as if weighing the pros and cons. At her realm, calculating gains and losses had become an instinct. She understood that to get something, one must pay a great price. In the void, a small, exquisite warship was moving by making short jumps, each jump covering more than 10 million kilometers, faster than the speed of light. Where are you taking me? Lin Moyu asked curiously. To the center of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Shukiyu replied in a deep voice. To show you a few things. Open your eyes. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. The center of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Since setting foot on the battlefield and reading the regional division documents, he had known about the descriptions of the center. It was an extremely mysterious region, home to countless godly venerable, level starry sky giant beasts. Even godly venerables had difficulty approaching it. Legend had it that it held the most fundamental secret of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Of course, that was just a legend in the documents, which could also be seen as a way to create an aura of mystery. Most people just skimmed this information and didn't pay much attention. The place was too remote. If even godly venerables had difficulty reaching it, what did it have to do with them? Even now that he could fight against godly venerables, he had never thought of setting foot in the center. What's so special about the center? Lin Moyu couldn't help asking. Jukiyu smiled mysteriously. When we get there, you'll know. But I can tell you, among those below the other shore realm, no more than 3 can reach that place. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and understood. Is it very dangerous there? It's not just dangerous. Jukiyu nodded slightly. You'll understand when we get there. He was clearly trying to hook him. Lin Moyu thought to himself, Shukiyu's words were indeed effective. They had piqued his curiosity. You're about to leave the battlefield, Shukiyu continued. Whether you'll come back in the future is uncertain. Before you leave, I want you to have a deeper understanding of the battlefield. It might not be useful, but at least it will broaden your horizons. What do you mean by that? Lin Moyu found it strange. Shukiyu smiled. You're about to get level 5 authority. By then, you'll see the real world. When your horizons broaden, you'll have more places to go, and the chances of coming back here will be very low. Shukiyu was an experienced man. Over the past 1,000 years, he had seen many things and couldn't help but sigh. Geniuses like you, after seeing many things over the years, rarely come back once they leave the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and realized it was true. On the Vermilion Bird battlefield, there weren't many cultivators with level 5 authority. Soldiers, of course, didn't count. Among the Frieren's cultivators, those with level 5 authority were basically high-level godly kings. However, the strength of those high-level godly kings was only average. They were not geniuses. There were quite a few geniuses in those mysterious lands, but their identities were special and couldn't be counted here. According to Jukiyu, geniuses who obtained level 5 authority would step into a wider world. The missions on the Vermilion Bird battlefield seemed full of danger, where a single mistake could lead to death. On the battlefield, one could encounter countless enemy races, and unexpected events could happen at any time. Almost every day, cultivators died on the battlefield. This was the information recorded in the documents when he first joined the battlefield. Later, every mission he took was like that, with danger always lurking. But now that he thought about it, it wasn't the case. At least half of the missions on the mission list were very safe. If one chose those safe missions, one could accumulate points to upgrade their authority. Cultivation would also be safer. It was just that without going through life and death trials, one's combat power and cultivation level wouldn't improve much. These people were not geniuses but ordinary people, and as cultivators, they were also ordinary. Seeing Lin Moyu's expression, Shukiyu knew he understood. You also understand the battlefield's mission system. It's no different from the mission system in the human race's star regions. They are all for nurturing talent. The danger level is a bit higher. But in fact, most missions are very safe. The choice is yours, whether to choose danger or simplicity. But missions are also a constraint. After your authority is upgraded, and your horizons broaden, you naturally won't care about these restrictive missions anymore. Along the way, Shukiyu was like an old man, talking endlessly, pouring out his heart. He had guarded the Vermilion Bird battlefield for thousands of years, like a statue, not going anywhere, not even talking to anyone. But everything that happened on the battlefield was seen by him. Having lived for thousands of years and experienced so many things, he had thought through many things, but he had never spoken them out loud. Lin Moyu understood Shukiyu. Now that he had stepped into the other shore realm, he would soon leave the Vermilion Bird battlefield. With things on his mind, he wanted to find someone to talk to. He was the most suitable person for him to share with. Shukiyu saw him as a junior, and also a friend of a different generation. And he was a good listener, very willing to hear his old stories. From Shukiyu's words, Lin Moyu gained a clearer understanding of the entire human race's system. Whether it was the mission system in the human race's star regions or the mission system on the battlefield, the goal was to nurture talent. The only difference was the increased difficulty and danger level. At the same time, the different difficult missions also helped to select the real talents. Real talents needed extraordinary strength, a firm will, and strong beliefs. Those who only took simple missions would never be worthy of being the solid pillars of the human race. After hearing Zhu, Lin Moyu finally asked, according to you, from level 5 authority onwards the mission system will change. Zhu smiled happily. Lin Moyu asking this question proved he understood everything he had just said. That's right. From level 5 authority onwards, the mission system will change. The danger level will increase sharply, the difficulty will also increase sharply, and the mission scope will expand from 1-star region to the entire Great World. This change is huge, and you need to be mentally prepared. Lin Moyu pondered. From level 5 authority onwards, the mission system changes. This is very normal. After all, those who reach level 5 authority are mostly high-level godly kings, even godly venerables. It's normal for the mission difficulty to increase. It's just that the mission scope suddenly expands from 1-star region to the entire Great World. This change is indeed too big. From the scale of the Great World, a star region is just a small part, insignificant. If you compare the Great World to a vast ocean, a star region is just a small island within it. Now, suddenly having to leave that small island and face the entire vast ocean, there will definitely be people who can't adapt. Those who can't adapt are the ones who are eliminated. They will return to their star region or return to the battlefield. In that case, the battlefield can actually be seen as a miniature version of the Great World. When we enter the battlefield, we are actually experiencing a part of this situation of level 5 authority in advance, Lin Moyu analyzed. Zhu eyes showed approval. Not bad, not bad. That's another function of the battlefield, to let you experience the dangers of level 5 authority missions in advance. Of course, this function is only obvious in high danger missions. Then he quickly changed the subject. For the detailed information, you'll know when you return to the star region. The 4-star region grand competition is a good opportunity. You'll get to meet geniuses from other star regions. Although I think those guys are not as good as you, they can still be called geniuses. Lin Moyu smiled. I'll play with them a bit. I know your strength, Zhu said. Don't be too serious. Hold back when you need to. The 4-star region grand competition is not just watched by us. Understood, I'll pay attention. An old man and a young man laughed together, their smiles a bit cunning, not the kind of benevolent smile. The warship continued to jump through space, crossing countless distances, and finally reached its destination. We're here. You're on your own from here, Zhu said and shooed Lin Moyu out. Watching Zhu's warship retract, Lin Moyu's eyes burned. Senior, can this warship be exchanged for at the military supply depot? Zhu glanced at him. Don't get any ideas. This is a privilege only for the guardian of the battlefield. When I leave, I have to hand it over to my successor. Do you know how powerful this thing is? Lin Moyu shook his head. How could he know? His feeling was that it was no weaker than 10 fortresses combined. Zhu lagged. If it attacks with full force, it can rival another shore realm expert. Even if it can't win, it can hold its own for a while. Killing you would be like child's play. Lin Moyu was dumbfounded. It was too powerful, beyond his imagination. The war god fortress was already very strong, but it was only on par with a peak godly venerable. This small and exquisite warship had less than one of the war god fortress's power, yet it was so strong. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if it's so powerful, why not build more? Wouldn't the human race have long since dominated the world? No matter how difficult it is to build, the human race should be able to produce a decent number. Right? Zhu immediately dispelled Lin Moyu's thoughts. Don't think about unrealistic things. This thing is not easy to build. With our current level of artifact refinement, the war god fortress is already the peak. My warship is a relic from the ancient era, extremely rare. Moreover, it has a restriction. It can only exert its full power on the battlefield. Outside the battlefield, it's only on par with the war god fortress. You've seen old Third Shu's warship, right? That's a replica of it. On the battlefield, old Third Shu's warship is no match for it, but outside the battlefield, there's not much difference. After Zhu's explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood. It wasn't that they didn't want to build it, but that they really couldn't. Even replicas were hard to produce in large numbers. Zhu couldn't help but sigh. The ancient era was truly too powerful. Compared to them, we are like children compared to adults. Lin Moyu's understanding of the ancient era was no less than Zhu's. He also knew that was the truth. In the Chulu world, the number of other shore realm experts was already staggering. The soul spirit world could even summon the ancestral soul beast, which was stronger than the other shore realm. Not to mention that mysterious master. The ancient era was indeed too powerful. Shuki led the way, and Lin Moyu followed closely behind. Ahead, a bright red dot, like a scarlet star, flickered and danced like a flame. That was the center of the battlefield, an extremely mysterious place. Though still far away, Lin Moyu could already feel a surging heat wave. In the faint light, Lin Moyu saw starry sky giant beasts. These beasts exuded a vast aura. All of them were at the godly, venerable realm. Lin Moyu's nerves tensed, ready to fight at any moment. Shu-Qiu took out a piece of animal hide. The hide immediately lit up, turning into a halo that enveloped both of them. Their auras were concealed, and at the same time, they emitted an aura similar to that of the starry sky giant beasts. At this moment, the two of them had turned into starry sky giant beasts. Some beasts noticed them, but just glanced at them, and then ignored them. More and more starry sky giant beasts appeared. These beasts were clearly not of the same species, yet they were all safe and sound. Lin Moyu found it strange. What was going on? Shu-Qiu started being mysterious again. You'll know soon enough. Lin Moyu was too lazy to ask more. If you like being mysterious, then be mysterious. I won't ask any more. Lin Moyu quickly understood the reason. The closer they got, the hotter it became. He suddenly realized that the increase in temperature was not physical, but from the soul. An invisible fire was burning his soul. The purple jade soul in him felt like it was gradually melting, helpless against the terrifying heat. His soul was uneasy, as if sitting in a sea of fire. Feel it. Shu-Qiu spoke up. Lin Moyu nodded. Those godly venerable level starry sky giant beasts don't dare to get closer because it's too hot. This heat is beneficial to them, so they don't fight here. He made an analogy, like a water source in a jungle. All kinds of animals come to drink, but predators rarely hunt near the water source because it's beneficial to them, and instinct tells them not to destroy it. Of course, the intelligence of starry sky giant beasts far surpasses that of ordinary animals. Them not choosing to fight here was just one of the reasons. Lin Moyu also thought of other possibilities. His soul was of high quality, so he didn't feel the heat at first. Those godly venerable, level starry sky giant beasts had long felt the intense heat. They used their endurance to determine their range of activity. Your soul has reached the 5th rank, so you can get closer. If an ordinary godly venerable gets close, their soul will be burned to ashes, Shu-Qiu said, confirming Lin Moyu's speculation. Is there any benefit to absorbing this heat? Besides feeling hot, Lin Moyu didn't see any benefits. But the unusual behavior of those starry sky giant beasts must have a reason. Shu-Qiu smiled, but didn't answer. This guy was taking advantage of the situation again. The two flew for a long distance. Thanks to the special ability of the animal hide, all the starry sky giant beasts ignored them. The closer they got to the red star, the more intense the heat became. Lin Moyu's soul was also uncomfortable, but could still bear it. At this time, they encountered a starry sky giant beast whose aura had reached the peak of the godly venerable realm, incredibly powerful. The red star grew larger and larger in Lin Moyu's eyes, and he became more and more astonished. Before him was not a red star, but a giant bird. This fiery red giant bird was curled up, enveloped in blazing red flames. It was unimaginably large. Its body was curled up. Its fiery wings closed as if holding something in its embrace. Its body was over 100,000 kilometers long, comparable to a small star. If it spread its wings, it could cover an entire star. But Lin Moyu discovered something unusual. Even he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is its soul." A soul that was 100,000 kilometers long. What kind of concept was that? How could there be such a creature in the world? If the soul was already so huge, how big would its real body be? The larger the starry sky giant beast, the stronger it was. Lin Moyu felt that the giant bird before him was no less powerful in combat than the ancestral soul beast. Suddenly, a possibility came to his mind. This was a primordial bird. In his knowledge, only a primordial bird could reach this level. Shu-Qiu shook his head, refuting Lin Moyu's speculation. This is the vermilion bird. Vermilion bird. Lin Moyu realized he had been thinking in the wrong direction. This was the vermilion bird battlefield. The giant bird before him must be the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird, a legendary starry sky giant beast. Whether it truly existed was still a mystery. Many people thought it was just a legend and didn't exist at all. Lin Moyu suddenly realized a problem. Then think about it. Do the black tortoise, iron dragon, and white tiger also exist? Yes, Shu-Qiu smiled faintly. They are at the center of the 4 battlefields. The vermilion bird is a starry sky giant beast. Its power is useless to our human race, but to other starry-skied giant beasts, it's a priceless treasure. Lin Mui finally understood. Legend had it that the vermilion bird had existed since the ancient era. Was its death related to the great ancient war? Now, the vermilion bird was dead, leaving only an unconscious soul. But a soul that had existed since the ancient era was truly terrifying beyond compare. The higher-ups are also researching it, but they still can't figure out what happened in the ancient era for even a character like the vermilion bird to perish, Zhu Qiyu said. Lin Mui thought to himself, what's so strange about the vermilion bird? Wasn't the ancestral soul beast also dead? The ancient era is so far away, how can it be so easy to understand? He looked at the vermilion bird as if seeing something, and his pupils suddenly constricted. This is. See it. Zhu Qiyu said. Lin Mui nodded, his eyes fixed on it. Inside the vermilion bird's belly was a giant egg. The soft egg also emitted a fiery red light, blending with the vermilion bird's flames, hidden in the sea of fire. If one didn't look carefully, it would be easy to miss. Lin Mui could feel the breath of life from the egg. This egg was alive. He summoned his skeleton god warrior, wanting to observe with undead vision. But as soon as the skeleton god warrior appeared, it was instantly burned to ashes. The vermilion bird's fire burned even the soul of the skeleton god warrior. It couldn't even last for a second. Here, let alone a skeleton god warrior, even a skeleton god general couldn't survive. You're not mistaken, Zhu Qiyu said. This is the vermilion bird's egg. Legend says the vermilion bird has the ability of nirvana and can be reborn in a sea of fire, but no one knows the specific method of nirvana. This egg also came from the ancient era. In the initial records, there was no breath of life in the egg. It wasn't until 10,000 years ago that a breath of life suddenly appeared. We thought the vermilion bird was going to be reborn. Once it revives, whether the vermilion bird battlefield can still exist is a big question. As a result, 10,000 years have passed, and it and the egg are still intact, without any movement. Lin Mui looked at Zhu Qiyu. You mean you want me to take the egg? Zhu Qiyu glanced at him. Do I need to give you face? You think you can take the egg? To tell you the truth, even an other shore realm expert can't get close. The vermilion bird's fire is enough to burn the soul of an other shore realm expert to death. You think this egg has been safe here for so many years for no reason? Thinking about it, it was indeed so. Lin Mui realized he was a bit too confident. He was only at this realm, how could everything come to him? I brought you here to let you know the deepest things in the 4 battlefields. Zhu Qiyu continued. I believe you will set foot in the other shore realm in the future. By then, you will touch upon a matter. Actually, you've already touched upon it, I just never told you. This egg is coveted by countless races and other shore realm experts. In the future, if you set foot in the other shore realm and have the chance, take it. If you can subdue the vermilion bird, then you will have struck it rich. Looking at Zhu Qiyu's sincere face, Lin Mui smiled. You're thinking too highly of me. I'm just encouraging you, giving you a goal, Zhu Qiyu snorted. Alright. I accept this encouragement, Lin Mui laughed. Although he said it politely, Lin Mui felt that he was not without a chance. If he could really get this egg, and hatch the vermilion bird, he would indeed have struck it rich. Riding the vermilion bird as a mount would be better than any worship. With less than a year until the 4-star region grand competition, the star systems had already begun their qualifying rounds. The crowds dispersed back to their own star systems, including both contestants and spectators. The number of cultivators on the battlefield suddenly dropped by about 70. Fortress No. 1 became deserted. Doing missions or trading at the center no longer required queuing. Not only the vermilion bird battlefield, but the other 3 battlefields were also similar. Countless cultivators fighting across the great world were also returning one after another. Some seeded contestants didn't need to participate in the qualifying rounds, but they still wanted to go home before the competition. Considering its level, the 4-star region grand competition was not only a grand event for the cultivators of the human race, but also for all members of the human race. The matches would be broadcast live in every star system and every region so that even ordinary people could witness the heroic spirit of the cultivators. It was seen as a source of encouragement. The human race also had many affiliated races watching the competition. They would use all sorts of means to observe this grand event. Hostile races would try to remember the talented humans and find opportunities to assassinate them. Races with good relations with the human race would send representatives to watch the competition. When Lin Mui returned to Fortress No. 1, the teleportation area was deserted, with less than 20-30 of the people left. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had to wear the crimson fire disguise everywhere. The mission reward hadn't come down yet, but Lin Mui wasn't in a hurry. It should be coming soon. Besides, Xiu Tian would also be coming to pick him up soon. He could finally say goodbye to the battlefield. It had been 5 years since he came to the battlefield. 5 years was not a short time for him. The trip he killed the ancestral soul beast this time had taken more than half a year in total. Inside the body of the ancestral soul beast, time was chaotic, completely different from the outside. At that time, Lin Moyu didn't feel the passage of time. It was only when he came out that he realized so much time had passed. The main reason was that the power of the ancestral soul beast was too strong, affecting his perception of time. It had to be said that being able to kill the ancestral soul beast was beyond imagination. As for the karma that Xiu Qiu mentioned, he would deal with it later. At that time, he had no other choice. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu had arrived at the trading center. The number of people in the trading center was also much smaller than before. Everyone was busy trading, and no one paid attention to outside matters. Lin Moyu followed the familiar path into the backyard. More than half of the resting pavilions in the backyard were empty. His eyes swept around, and he saw Yu Xiu sitting in a pavilion, smiling gently at him. The faint scent of cold tea wafted from the teapot, entering his nose and making him feel refreshed. He walked over and sat down opposite her, accepting the cup of tea she personally handed him. Waiting for me on purpose. Yu Xiu giggled. The ancestor said that the captain's mission was completed successfully and he will be back in a few days, so I waited here. Lin Moyu smiled. The mission is indeed completed, it's just that the reward hasn't calmed down yet. Yu Xiu smiled brightly. Don't worry, the ancestor said that the captain completed the mission exceptionally well this time. The ancestor will let the captain choose a good artifact, and maybe there will be an extra reward. Lin Moyu hadn't thought about an extra reward. The better the artifact, the better. Plus, he had that powerful figure speaking for him. Thinking about it, even if the item was too bad, Madame Yu wouldn't take it out. He had also recorded the details about the ancestral soul beast, which was useful anyway. Yu Xiu suddenly moved closer and whispered, Captain, have you met the ancestor? Lin Moyu replied. I've met Madame Yu once. Yu Xiu's eyes lit up. Captain, what do you think of the ancestor? Lin Moyu frowned. Why do you ask? What about Madame Yu? Yu Xiu was a member of the Yu family. Shouldn't she know better than him? Why was she asking him? I just want to know, Yu Xiu pouted. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Madame Yu is very beautiful, elegant, and noble. Yu Xiu shook her head. Not that. I want to ask if the captain thinks the ancestor is nice, if you get along with her, if you can be together. Lin Moyu thought again. From what I've seen, she seems fine, but we didn't talk much. What are you trying to ask? Lin Moyu felt that Yu Xiu was acting a bit strange today. Her questions were weird, and so was her expression. Yu Xiu giggled. Nothing, just asking. Captain, when do you plan to go back? She skillfully changed the subject. With Lin Moyu's understanding of women, when a girl didn't want to talk, it was almost impossible to get the reason out of her. He was too lazy to waste his breath, waiting for someone to pick me up. Oh, Yu Xiu said, not surprised. With the captain's strength, you must be a seeded contestant. Probably, Lin Moyu replied. Then you don't need to participate in the qualifying rounds. Maybe you don't even need to participate in the first few rounds of the knockout stage. By then, we'll get to see the captain's brilliant performance. For those guys, they definitely won't win the championship this time. Yu Xiu's words affirmed that the championship already belonged to Lin Moyu. Although Lin Moyu was confident, he was not arrogant. Who knows if some outstanding genius might appear in the other star regions. Even if they are more powerful, they are no match for the captain, Yu Xiu snorted. Lin Moyu lied. He didn't know where this little fan of his got her confidence from. 2 days later, Lin Moyu suddenly received a notification from the Human Emperor Internet. Completed special mission. Enter Area 13. Search for the lost artifact. Completion level, perfect. Reward, 150,000 mission points. 1 godly venerable, level artifact. Additional reward for providing important information about the ancient era. Additional 50 million common points. 2 contribution points. Lin Moyu looked at the reward notification. 150,000 mission points were promised when he took the mission. There was also a godly venerable level artifact, which was no problem. After all, he had completed the mission. Not only retrieving the Yu family's soul artifact but also saving the 3 soul forms of the Yu family. These were all deserved rewards. But the additional reward of 50 million common points and 2 contribution points was worth thinking about. This reward was for providing important information about the ancient era. This information was naturally given to Xiu Qiu, who then passed it up. In other words, These rewards were not provided by the Yu family but by that mysterious figure with the high-level officials of the human race. He hadn't expected the rewards to be bundled and issued together. It seemed their control over the human emperor internet was stronger than he had imagined. What kind of existence was the human emperor internet, and how was it built? Lin Wei wondered, feeling that the high-level officials of the human race were hiding bigger secrets than he had thought, especially the attitude of those big figures towards information about the ancient era, which made him even more certain that there was a huge secret in it. After the reward was recorded, Lin Wei received another notification from the human emperor internet. Mission points have met the requirement for authority upgrade. Your highest authority has been upgraded to level 5. Please check the details yourself. His authority had finally reached level 5. Level 4 and level 5 were only one level apart, but they were two completely different worlds. When he was at level 4, outside the battlefield, his range of activity was limited to the Vermilion Bird Star region. But since his authority was promoted to level 5, his range of activity was no longer restricted. Except for the Divine City, he could freely travel to the other 3-star regions of the human race, and the entire Great World. Most of the human race's teleportation arrays were open to him. There were some other changes with level 5 authority. He was about to check when he suddenly heard a familiar voice by his ear. Kid Lin, come here. In this great world, not many people knew to call him Kid Lin. Xiu Qiu was one, and the only other was Xiu Tian. Following the voice, he looked up and saw Xiu Tian's mode of transport, which was also a small and exquisite warship, 8090 identical to Xiu Qiu's. It seemed to be a replica of that ancient warship. In the Great World, the power of these two warships was not much different, but on the battlefield, Xiu Qiu's warship would definitely overwhelm Xiu Tian's replica. The warship door opened, and he stepped in. He met Xiu Tian. The interior layout of the two warships was identical, with no difference at all. Not only that, but Xiu Tian's and Xiu Qiu's temperament, attire, and clothing were also very similar. He guessed that these two must have some relationship, perhaps from the same family. Greetings, Domain Lord, he respectfully bowed to Xiu Tian. Xiu Tian looked at this outstanding junior with a satisfied smile and said, Not bad, not bad. You've grown a lot in just a few years. Thank you for your help, Senior Xiu. This junior has benefited a lot, he smiled in reply. Xiu Tian laughed heartily. No need to be so humble. You don't know. My senior brother has been praising you non-stop. He said you are the second war god of the human race. I don't think he's wrong. So Xiu Qiu was Xiu Tian's senior brother, and they had the same master. As expected. Senior Xiu overpraises me. This junior dares not compare with the war god, he said humbly. When it was time to be humble, he had to be humble. He was not the arrogant type who forgot himself after a few compliments. After seeing him, the smile on Xiu Tian's face did not fade. About to leave. Is there anything you haven't finished? He shook his head. Everything is done. He had already spoken with Yu Jiu. He could leave at any time, there was nothing to worry about. Xiu Tian nodded, and controlled the warship to slowly fly in the designated direction. They arrived at a teleportation array, stepped off the warship, activated the array, and left the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The teleportation array activated, and the battlefield token emitted a dazzling light before quickly dimming and silently turning to dust. Upon leaving the battlefield, all information on the battlefield token, including the token itself, would be erased by the human emperor internet. But that information would be stored by the human emperor internet and not lost. Until he returned to the battlefield and received a new token, the human emperor internet would add all the old information to it. During the teleportation process, he could clearly feel the aura of the battlefield receding and the aura of the Great World growing stronger. Finally, the aura of the Great World completely replaced the battlefield. He had completely left the battlefield. Truly back in the Great World, the aura of the human emperor internet began to strengthen, and memories flooded back. When he first joined the battlefield, he was just a true god. Unexpectedly, in just a few short years, he had become a godly king. What others took hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve, he had completed in just a few years. It was unbelievable, like a dream. Xiu Tian woke him from his dream. After the teleportation ended, he took out the warship again. The warship started and disappeared into the vast space in a flash. Level 5 authority now. Check what's changed, Xiu Tian smiled. Xiu Tian's personality was slightly different from Xiu Qiu's, but both were very kind and treated him well. Xiu Qiu hadn't spoken for many years, and was unusually taciturn. However, when he was with him, he was very lively, playful, and sometimes a bit hard to understand. Although Xiu Tian was Xiu Qiu's junior brother, he actually seemed more mature. Lin Moyu guessed that it stemmed from the difference in their living environments. Xu Qiu guarded the battlefield and rarely needed to communicate with many people, he could just fight. Xu Tian, on the other hand, was the domain lord of the Vermilion Bird Star region and often had to deal with all kinds of people and matters, so he naturally became more calm. Although their personalities were different, both were very good to him. Lin Moyu could feel their sincerity. Back in the Great World, the presence of the human Emperor Internet was incredibly strong, completely different from a single fortress. With just a thought, Lin Moyu connected to the human Emperor Internet. The first thing was to check his personal information. Lin Moyu rank, 2nd rank Glory Captain age, 36, level, 3rd rank Godly King Soul 5th rank lower stage potential, legendary highest authority, level 5 comprehensive strength, minor godly venerable points 110,185,000 military merits, 2,106,760 contribution points, 16 military supply depot. Level 3 cultivation time and human emperor system, 3 years controlled laws, law of immortality. There were no major changes to the information, only his age increased by 1 year. His authority went from level 4 to level 5. To reach level 6 required a huge number of 10 million points, he currently only had 1 million. The difference between level 5 and level 6 was like heaven and earth. As far as he knew, even some godly venerables were not guaranteed to reach level 6 authority. It could be said that in the Vermilion Bird Star region, very few people reached level 6 authority. His total points had exceeded 70 million, enough to buy many things, but he didn't need that much. Then Lin Moyu checked the changes that level 5 authority brought. First, the range of activity expanded. From level 5 onwards, except for the Divine City, he could freely go anywhere in the Great World. Second, he could access more data, including information about the other 3-star regions of the human race. Third, he could directly accept missions. As long as he had the human Emperor Internet, most missions could be accepted directly, only a few missions required returning to handle. Fourth, there were quite a few changes to his authority. Lin Moyu memorized them. As for more detailed information, he hadn't looked yet, there was too much data to view in a short time. When his consciousness returned, he saw Xu Tian smiling at him. In his palm was a bow. The bow was exquisite, covered in mysterious cloud patterns, and exuded a powerful aura. This was a godly venerable level soul artifact, and not a lower stage one, at least a middle stage. Godly venerable artifacts were divided into 3 levels, low, middle, and high. A middle stage artifact was much more valuable than a low stage one, and this was a soul artifact. A middle stage soul artifact was comparable to a high stage common artifact. This is from Madame Yu. She asked me to give it to you. Xu Tian smiled. The bow flew from Xu Tian's palm to before Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu couldn't help but look serious. Madame Yu had given him such a good artifact. He had only hoped for a middle-grade common artifact, and the probability of that was not high. Even with that mysterious figure speaking up for him, Madame Yu would at most choose the best low-stage artifact for him. He hadn't expected to be given a middle-stage godly venerable level soul artifact. Madame Yu was truly generous. An identification spell shot out and landed on the beautiful bow. Soul shooting bow type, soul treasure grade, middle stage godly venerable effect, condenses soul power into an arrow. The stronger the user's soul, the greater the arrow's power. Can break the soul defense of an opponent of the same realm. After reading the introduction, Lin Moyu was slightly startled. The power of this bow was completely dependent on the user's soul strength. If the user reached the peak of the 4th rank, the attack power could surpass the 4th rank, enough to shatter even the ultimate 4th rank soul defense. However, the prerequisite was that the opponent did not have a soul defense treasure. But how could a high-level godly venerable with a peak 4th rank soul lack a soul defense treasure? Lin Moyu thought carefully. If he used the soul shooting bow to attack other cultivators, it would almost certainly be ineffective. Which cultivator didn't have a soul defense treasure, at least a soul rope? Even an expert like Xu Tian, a peak godly venerable, certainly had a soul defense treasure that he might not be able to break. In any case, the value of the soul shooting bow was comparable to many high-level godly venerable treasures. In terms of points, its value was in the trillions, and even money couldn't buy it. Soul power flowed out and entered the soul shooting bow, imprinting his mark on it, and then he took it back into his soul for self-refinement. Refining a soul treasure took time, especially a middle-stage godly venerable level soul treasure. It was not something that could be done overnight. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. His soul was strong enough, it wouldn't take too long. Lin Moyu secretly praised Madame Yu's generosity. Xu Tian smiled faintly. I heard from Madame Yu that Master will speak for you. Xu Tian and Xu Qiu were senior, and junior brothers. Their master was that mysterious person. Knowing the relationship between the two, Lin Moyu almost guessed the identity of that mysterious person. Back then, the mysterious person had indeed told Qiu that as long as he completed the mission, he would speak for him. His identity was indeed extraordinary. His words carried great weight with Madame Yu. "Thank you, senior," Lin Moyu said sincerely. Chu Tian laughed. "Master's name is Hao Jun. The world calls him Saintly Venerable Hao. Is Saintly Venerable the title for the other shore realm?" Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and he asked immediately. Chu Tian shook his head. "Other shore is the realm, Saintly Venerable is the title. Not everyone in the other shore realm is qualified to be called a Saintly Venerable. Actually, these things shouldn't be told to you now, but Master said there's no need to hide them from you. The human race had a strict information hierarchy. Each realm could only know information of a certain level, just like a true god rarely knew information about a godly venerable. However, this hierarchy was not absolute. Some ancient families like Yushu's might know some news about the other shore realm. Lin Moyu understood this. Not only the great world, but also the small worlds were like this. Someone like him from a small world, who wanted to know higher level information, could only continuously increase his strength. From a certain perspective, the human race doing this was also a kind of encouragement. Want to know more? Then work hard. The higher you climb, the more you will know. Now, his soul had reached the fifth rank other shore realm. In the future, reaching the other shore realm was a certainty. Even Madame Yu was willing to treat him as an equal, so it was not strange for him to know some information. Lin Moyu thought to himself, experts in the other shore realm can be called saintly venerables. Domain Lord, is Madame Yu a saintly venerable? Chu Tian shook his head without answering directly, but his action gave the answer. He had not reached the other shore realm and could not casually discuss beings of that realm. Lin Moyu understood. It seemed Madame Yu's strength was still not equal to saintly venerable Hao's. Qiu had said that Madame Yu was already a prominent figure in the other shore realm, so it could be inferred that saintly venerable Hao's strength was among the top of the other shore realm. Powerful. Truly powerful. Lin Moyu recalled his few interactions with saintly venerable Hao. Every word he said, no matter how casual, exuded an overwhelming aura. Even when he mentioned the ancient Buddhas of the Buddhist race, his voice held a hint of disdain. Strength was his power. At that time, Mon Kamwen was killed by him, and the subsequent matter of him preaching throughout the Buddhist race was most likely orchestrated by saintly venerable Hao. He single-handedly suppressed the entire Buddhist race, not daring to make a sound. What kind of imposing manner was that? The word saintly venerable echoed in Lin Moyu's ears for a long time. He believed that he would also reach that realm in the future, but saintly venerable was not the end. He knew he had to surpass saintly venerable, become even stronger, and become the kind of invincible expert that Antis had mentioned, the kind of expert who could defy fate. The warship continued to jump through the starry sky, heading towards its destination. Lin Moyu chatted with Chu Tian for a while, and then began to check the new materials. With level 5 authority, he could access a lot of materials, some free, some paid. With Lin Moyu's current assets, the cost of checking materials was nothing. 2 days later, the human emperor internet interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Congratulations on completing the second chain mission. Completion level, perfect. Reward 100,000 mission points, 10 million common points. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the Divine City Primary. A familiar sound rang in his ear. Lin Moyu suddenly looked up, his gentle eyes suddenly becoming sharp. The second chain mission was completed, and the completion level was also perfect. The mission points and common points were insignificant. The important thing was that he didn't need to do the third chain mission and directly obtain the qualification to enter the Divine City. It was just that this qualification had an additional note, primary. Lin Moyu remembered Qiu's words. There was also a hierarchy in the Divine City. The primary qualification was a kind of restriction. Since there was primary, there must be intermediate and advanced. The division of classes existed everywhere. Lin Moyu was not surprised but accepted it calmly. And the Divine City was not the end but a new beginning. Then let's start from this starting point and march towards the destination. Chu Tian was drinking tea. Seeing Lin Moyu suddenly dazed, he smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "I've completed the second chain mission and received the qualification to enter the Divine City," Lin Moyu replied honestly. Chu Tian was not surprised but still looked calm. "Your second chain mission was completed excellently, so you naturally get the qualification to enter the Divine City, and you immediately get the primary level." Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. "Wasn't primary the lowest level?" Chu Tian laughed. "Of course not. Most people who get the qualification to enter the Divine City have no level. They can only operate in the outer areas of the Divine City, and then find ways to upgrade. The level is your status in the Divine City. The higher the level, the more benefits and resources you get. The total amount of resources is limited, and the best resources are always reserved for the strongest. Chu Tian continued to tell Lin Moyu some things about the Divine City. There were some things Lin Moyu would understand on his own when he entered the Divine City, but Chu Tian told him in advance to prepare him mentally. The chain mission was the mission to determine the qualification to enter the Divine City. There were a total of 4 rounds. The first round was not to determine the qualification, but to test the cultivator's aptitude. Based on the evaluation of the mission completion, one could basically determine the cultivator's aptitude and also the difficulty of the second round. Only when the first round was completed with absolute perfection would the second round reach the highest difficulty. If the second round was still completed excellently, the cultivator would be allowed to enter the Divine City and be given primary authority. If the first round did not reach perfection, meaning the aptitude was average or the luck was not good and could not reach a perfect state, then the difficulty of the second round would not be high, and it would be impossible to directly be allowed to enter the Divine City. The cultivator needed to complete the third round. If they performed excellently in this mission, they would also be allowed to enter the Divine City, but it was not certain they would get primary authority. Without primary authority, their status in the Divine City would be the lowest, and they would need to climb up step by step. If their performance in the third round was also average, the Human Emperor Internet would give a final chance, which was the fourth round. In this fourth round, if they performed excellently, they would also be allowed to enter the Divine City. But very few people passed the fourth round. The 4 rounds of missions were a strict screening process, continuously eliminating those who were not qualified. In the end, fewer and fewer people were allowed to enter the Divine City. Among them, Lin Moyu, a top genius, was early on identified as a fire seed of the human race. Those who completed the third round and were allowed to enter the Divine City were considered to have pretty good aptitude and were worthy of being nurtured. Maybe one day they would become extraordinary. As for those who only completed the fourth round to be allowed to enter the Divine City, it was actually just a last glimmer of hope. In case the Human Emperor Internet made a mistake, and it was a late, looming genius, they shouldn't be missed. The whole system looked simple but was actually very complex. Everything was managed and completed by the Human Emperor Internet to select more geniuses for the human race. Since the establishment of the Human Emperor Internet, the human race had been continuously developing. As long as there were truly talented people, they would not be missed, avoiding many cases of long, fruitless waiting. After listening to Chu Tian's explanation and thinking about it himself, Lin Moyu finally understood. Through such a strict screening system, he could guess some of the situation inside the Divine City. Inside the Divine City, the class division was much stricter than in the outside world. This was inevitable. The human race needed to select the elite, to pick out the best talents from countless cultivators. If they could nurture one other Shore Realm expert, it would be stronger than thousands of godly venerables. If a saintly venerable appeared, it would be stronger than 10 ordinary other Shore Realm experts. The human race needed the strongest, not a huge number of ordinary people. It was the same for any race, without exception. Those races that thought they were strong had all been eliminated by the flow of time. This world was cruel. Once a mistake was made, one could only bear the consequences, no one would help. Every decision made by the leadership of the human race often related to the survival of billions of ordinary people. Past mistakes could not be repeated. The warship flew farther and farther. Lin Moyu, who was immersed in the materials, was awakened again. He felt that the warship seemed to have reached a special area. The aura of the outside world became even stronger. The aura of the rules was incredibly strong and clear. Comprehending the rules here was much easier than in other places. The other Shore Realm soul naturally opened its eyes. Lin Moyu saw countless clear and powerful rules, much stronger than in other places. Even a high-level star system did not have such clear rules. This was a cultivation holy land. Lin Moyu thought to himself and looked at Chu Tian. Domain Lord, where have we arrived? Chu Tian didn't hide it and waved his hand. Put down the materials. Come and have a cup of tea. Lin Moyu followed his words and went over, actively making tea for Chu Tian. We have reached the border of the Divine City, Chu Tian said. The border of the Divine City. Lin Moyu looked out the warship window. All around was a gray mist, and he couldn't see anything. The qualifying rounds for the 4-star region grand competition have begun, Chu Tian continued. You seeded contestants don't need to participate in the qualifying rounds, but you can't waste time either. We are at the border of the Divine City, and have found a place for you to rest and reorganize. You should meet and get to know each other. Maybe in the future, you will become Life and Gath brothers. Will the other 3-star regions also come here? Lin Moyu asked. They will all come, Hu Tian smiled. Besides the other 3-star regions, there will also be cultivators from the Divine City, and the War God Temple. Cultivators from the Divine City. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, confused. Wasn't the 4-star region grand competition a competition among cultivators from the 4-star regions of Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise? The purpose was to compete for spots to enter the Divine City. What were people from the Divine City doing here? They were from the Divine City, the chosen ones. They didn't need to come here to be a backdrop. There is also competition in the Divine City, with high and low ranks. Hu Tian explained. If they achieve good results in the 4-star region grand competition, it will be very beneficial for them. You don't need to worry about fairness. They won't compete for spots to enter the Divine City. Just like you already have a spot, so you won't take someone else's spot. Lin Moyu finally understood. He had never known about this rule before. The 4-star region grand competition gathered tens of thousands of participants, and in the end, there were only 100 spots to enter the Divine City. For someone like Lin Moyu, who already had a spot, even if he got first place, he wouldn't take an extra spot. Instead, there would be an extra spot, and 101 people would be selected to enter the Divine City. The cultivators from the War God Temple were the same. They also didn't take spots. So, although there were only 100 spots, each time, about 130 people were actually selected. In such a large competition, being able to enter the top 130 were all outstanding talents. Lin Moyu still didn't know the specific competition rules of the 4-star region grand competition, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would know sooner or later. Hu Tian drank his tea and looked outside. The warship sighed softly. We're here. With a final jump, the warship stopped steadily. The fog dissipated, and a space appeared before them. In the distance, the light of countless stars shone. This was an incredibly prosperous star region. This star region was located at the border of the Divine City, and had no name. A huge continent appeared in sight. Not a planet, but a circular continent. The diameter of this continent was millions of kilometers, with high mountains, rivers, seas, and grasslands. All the scenery that should be on a planet could be seen here. Lin Moyu felt that this continent was like a planet that had been intentionally transformed into this shape. Destroying a planet was not difficult. Even a godly king could do it. But transforming a continent, even against the laws of the world, was incredibly difficult. This power was hard to imagine. Even a saintly venerable would find it difficult. This is the power of the other shore realm, Hu Tian said. It was originally a planet that was transformed into a continent by an other shore realm expert. The warship approached the continent. Lin Moyu immediately felt a boundless power covering the entire land. It was the power of an other shore realm expert, an existence that Lin Moyu still couldn't comprehend. The continent was full of mountains, and in the heart of the mountains was a sea. From a distance, it looked like a giant lake floating in a sea of stars, but upon setting foot on it, one would realize that this was actually a small but vast sea. The ocean was vast, with waves lapping. On the sea were countless small islands. Some small islands were only 1,000 miles wide, while some large islands were tens of thousands of miles wide. On some islands, the forests were green and lush. On others, there were vast grasslands with all kinds of animals running around. In the heart of the vast ocean was a huge island, the center of the entire continent. This island had a diameter of hundreds of thousands of miles, occupying nearly a quarter of the sea area, and was the largest among the islands. The warship stopped on that island. Hu Tian helped Lin Moyu fly out of the warship and land on the island. While landing, Lin Moyu observed the island. The terrain was quite flat, with green grasslands and many lakes. There were many buildings on the island, magnificent and ancient, like splendid palaces. The entire island exuded a sense of harmony between heaven and earth. Stepping in here was like entering a fairyland. The closer he got, the more Lin Moyu could feel powerful auras. Each aura represented a genius, proving that many people had already gathered here. Using his powerful soul power, Lin Moyu quickly counted the number of people. There were a total of 89 people. The weakest was a first-rank godly king, and the strongest was a second-rank minor godly venerable. They were also here. Lin Moyu recognized a few familiar auras, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Hu Tian led Lin Moyu straight into a palace. The layout of the palace was quite similar to previous missions, and of course, there were mission platforms. As soon as they arrived, a young girl came to greet them. She recognized Hu Tian. Domain Lord, is this the person you sent? Then she looked at Lin Moyu beside Hu Tian, her eyes holding a hint of a smile. The girl had big, round lively eyes, exuding a playful and clever aura. Lin Moyu looked at her and saw that her demeanor and aura were somewhat similar to Ning Yai's, so he looked at her more carefully. The girl frowned slightly but didn't show it, the smile on her lips not disappearing. Yes, Xiu Tan said. I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, no problem, the girl replied respectfully. Then she bowed slightly to Lin Moyu. Sir, please follow me. We'll do the registration first. Xiu Tian waved his hand. Go on. If you don't understand anything, just ask Xiao Ming. She will answer for you. Get to know everyone these few days. Lin Moyu bowed to Xiu Tian. This junior understands. Xiu Tian left, and Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a godly venerable level expert like Xiu Tian, she also felt a little nervous. In fact, most godly kings, even minor godly venerables, felt nervous when facing Xiu Tian. Even some godly venerables felt a sense of anxiety when meeting someone like Xiu Tian. This was not related to age but was a natural reaction due to status, position, and realm of strength. But those things were not a problem for Lin Moyu. In the small world, Lin Moyu had stood at the P. Moreover, he was used to communicating with people like Antaeus. He respected experts but was not afraid of them. He had just set foot in the great world, and immediately met a godly venerable, and he wasn't arrogant or fawning. Xiao calmed down and turned to Lin Moyu. Follow me. She turned and walked deeper into the hall, and Lin Moyu followed closely behind. Xiao Ming's height and figure were very similar to Nina's. Lin Moyu couldn't help but look at her a few more times, his mind filled with sweet memories of his beloved wife. Xiao Ming felt the burning gaze following her from behind, as if trying to see through her. She was uncomfortable. She suddenly turned around and shouted at Lin Moyu. Can you not look at me like that? Lin Moyu's train of thought was interrupted, and the image in his head shattered. He smiled bitterly. Sorry, I was just reminiscing about some old things. You think I'll believe you? Are you going to say that my appearance reminds you of your ex-girlfriend? Xiao Ming didn't believe him. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not an ex-girlfriend, but my wife. Miss Xiao Ming, you look very much like one of my wives. Wives? Xiao Ming ordered. You have several wives. Her tone was a bit disdainful, as if she was very dissatisfied with Lin Moyu having multiple wives, although this was very common in the great world. It was not strange for an expert to have several wives, even dozens. After all, the descendants experts were more likely to become experts. But most young girls didn't like it. Lin Moyu put away his thoughts. Let's not talk about old things. Miss Xiao Ming, please lead the way. Xiao Ming looked at Lin Moyu a few more times before turning to continue walking, still muttering, he looks decent, why is he so promiscuous? Lin Moyu smiled. It seemed Miss Xiao Ming had very high standards for her beloved. Xiao Ming seemed to have been hit on the mark by Lin Moyu. Her small face blushed, and she pouted. Who needs you to care? Lin Moyu just smiled without saying anything. The person I like is young and talented, not someone ordinary people can compare to you. Xiao Ming muttered again. Xiao Ming with the prem of her youth. In her heart, her beloved was naturally the best. Then I congratulate Miss Xiao Ming and wish you success, Lin Moyu said sincerely. After a few words, Xiao Ming seemed to have a better impression of Lin Moyu. A girl's mood was indeed fickle, like the weather in March, sunny one moment and rainy the next. It's a pity if never met him, Xiao Ming whispered. But it's okay. I'll get to meet him at this 4-star region grand competition. Hearing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. She had never met him, but seemed determined to marry him. It turned out to be a one-sided love. Lin Moyu finally understood. Miss Xiao Ming, you've never met him. What if he already has someone he loves or is already married? But don't immediately relate toward it. He's only 35. No, 36 years old and already a godly king. How can someone who only cultivates get married so quickly? Besides, I've studied his profile. When he came from the small world to the great world, he was alone. It's impossible for him to be married. Plus, everyone who has met him says he's very handsome, a young hero, possibly the second war god. Lin Moyu was stunned. After thinking for a long time, the person Xiao Ming was talking about was actually him. You've guessed who I'm talking about, right? Probably Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu nodded. Xiao Ming jumped up happily. That's right, it's him. He's from the Vermilion Birdstar region. Why didn't Domain Lord Zhu choose him as a seeded contestant? It's so strange. If I could come here, it would be great. I could meet him first, and avoid competing with so many other people. Xiao Ming was lost in love, and naturally said that. Finally, the two arrived at the deepest part of the palace. Xiao Meng activated a formation and told Lin Moyu to stand still. The formation was activated and connected to the human emperor internet. Then, all of Lin Moyu's information appeared before Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng's small face suddenly became extremely complicated. Lin Moyu couldn't describe the expression. More than 10 seconds later, Xiao Meng finally spoke with a trembling voice. "Your name is Lin Moyu." Lin Moyu nodded. "Are you that Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu nodded again. A few seconds later, a piercing scream came from Xiao Meng's mouth, echoing throughout the palace. Lin Moyu hadn't expected such a small body to produce such a high-pitched sound. He even suspected that Xiao Meng cultivated the sound law. The piercing sound echoed in his ears. "Are you okay?" Lin Moyu asked with concern. Xiao Meng shook her head, still in shock, and asked again to be sure. "Are you really Lin Moyu, the top of the 3 rankings in the Vermilion Bird Star region?" "I guess so." Lin Moyu nodded again. "You marry and have 4 wives." "I got married in the small world." "Why did you get married so early?" "Where we come from, people get married very early. Some have children before they are 20. Xiaomen's eyes were dull, her hope shuddered. She sighed. "But when you came to the great world, why didn't you bring your wives?" Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to talk about this and said calmly, "Let's start the registration process." At that moment, an aura as thick as smoke emanated from Lin Moyu, enveloping Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng was startled. She felt that Lin Moyu had suddenly become incredibly powerful and noble, and she didn't dare to look at him directly. Her heart felt tight, and her whole body tensed up. This feeling was even more terrifying than when facing Zhu Tan. This was suppression from the soul level. Lin Moyu's soul was a level higher than Zhu Tan's. When he used soul pressure, it was naturally more terrifying than Zhu Tan's. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long. Lin Moyu withdrew his soul pressure, and Xiao Meng finally calmed down. All her previous thoughts about Lin Moyu disappeared. Xiao Meng began the registration process and arranged accommodation for him. "Mr. Lin," Xiao Meng asked, "do you prefer to live by the lake or on the grassland, a rainy place or dry one?" There were many houses on the island, all controlled by formations, with all kinds of environments. One of Xiao Meng's tasks was to understand Lin Moyu's preferences to arrange suitable accommodation. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Choose a rainy place, preferably by the lake. When he was in the small world, his hometown was in the Jiangnan water region, which was often rainy and had a rich water system. Xiao Meng quickly chose a house and completed the registration process. "All right. Your registration information is complete. Your house number is 108, about 2,000 kilometers from the square." The central square was located in the center of Fire Seed Island. There, one could watch some matches between the star systems, but some information required points to view. Around the central square were some cultivation places. Xiao Meng introduced the entire situation of this continent to Lin Moyu. This continent was called the Mountain Sea Continent, and his island belonged to Fire Seed Island. The name was as its meaning implied. Fire Seed Island was specially prepared for the human race as fire seeds. Only those chosen by the domain lords as seeded contestants were qualified to come here. They were all human race fire seeds. Although Fire Seed Island was small, it was fully equipped. There were missions, a trading center, and a time room. It was just that the missions here were all within the Mountain Sea Continent. Under the sea of the Mountain Sea Continent, there were many starry sky giant beasts, all intentionally released by people. These missions were not easy, of course, depending on the individual. The trading center also sold some treasures only available in the Divine City. The time room was used for cultivation and could accelerate time by 100 times. Cultivating for 100 days in the room was only 1 day outside, saving a lot of time. Of course, the time room was not free and required a lot of points. Previously, when he was in the Super God realm, time passed 10 times faster than outside, requiring 100 points per day. Now, the time speed had reached 100 times, an increase of 10 times, but the required points had risen to 10,000 per day, an increase of about 100 times. In fact, the time speed in the room could be even faster, up to 1,000 times was not a problem. But in that case, there were not many benefits for cultivation. Time passing too quickly would put pressure on the soul. With a time speed of 1,000 times, the efficiency of comprehending the laws would not increase much. On the contrary, a time speed of 1,000 times would also greatly affect one's lifespan. One might enter young and come out old. And the most important reason was that a time room with 1,000 times speed was very hard to find, and the cost was huge. Combining these reasons, a time room with 100 times speed was the most cost-effective choice. Xiao Meng introduced Shi Lin Moyu to his residence. The residence was as magnificent as a palace, about 100 meters high, divided into several floors. From this moment on, this place on Fireseed Island belonged to Lin Moyu for the next few days. Without his permission, no one could enter. Cao Mangtuan concluded her task. Before leaving, she still hadn't given up and asked again, "Mr. Lin, are you really married?" Lin Moyu was a bit at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. He was only 36 years old, and Xiaoming was definitely older than him. Xiaoming was like an mature child. After Lin Moyu's affirmative answer, Xiaoming left in disappointment. Lin Moyu didn't enter the residence, but went straight to the central square. Strong soul auras rose from the central square. It was very lively there. Among them were a few soul auras very familiar to Lin Moyu. Chuangbei, Chuxian, and Yu Jingxing were all there. Besides the three of them, Zhang Zai was also present. She represented the war god temple. The distance was so close, he could reach it with a single step. For any godly king, such a short distance was just a step. In the center of the square, the giant projection screen was broadcasting a martial arts competition. One person controlled the waters of the 9 heavens to pour down, while the other controlled blazing flames to resist the water. The two, water and fire, fought fiercely. The crowd watching the match stared intently at the screen, muttering, "Charge up and fight. Take advantage of his spell just ending. Charge up. Use a fireball to explode it, create steam, and then launch a surprise attack. What an idiot. Why not use an artifact? Use a fire-type artifact to burn all the water away, wouldn't that be better?" The crowd talked non-stop, looking as if they couldn't wait to fight for them. There was another group of people who didn't say anything, but their eyes were fixed on the projection screen. On the periphery, there was another group of people who were indifferent, with arrogant expressions, not interested in the match on the screen at all. These people wore uniforms with the emblem of the War God Temple, obviously all from the War God Temple. Lin Moyu watched for a while and understood what they were doing. The two sides were gambling. He didn't know on what, but they were betting on who would win the match on the screen. Lin Moyu quietly approached and also stared at the screen. To him, the match between these two was like child's play. After all, this was just one match, and he couldn't expect the opponents to be very strong. Lin Moyu. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He turned his head and saw Zhang Zai waving at him. The three words Lin Moyu seemed to have a magical power, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Dozens of eyes turned to Lin Moyu at the same time. Needless to say, his reputation was indeed too great. The top of the 3 rankings in the Vermilion Bird Star region reached the Super God realm at 28 and entered the Godly King realm at 36. A genius among geniuses, promised to be the second war god. His fame resounded not only in the Vermilion Bird Star region, but also spread throughout the other 3-star regions. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, obscuring all light. Xu Shang, with his burly figure, appeared before Lin Moyu like a bolt of lightning. He grinned. "You're finally here." His voice was like thunder, deafening. Lin Moyu took half a step back and looked up. "Senior brother Chu, long time no see." "Yeah, long time no see." Xu Shang laughed heartily. "You kid are really amazing. Your fame is almost as great as the domain lord's now." "It's just luck." Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. Xuanbei's clear and cold voice came from the side. "Strength is strength. Junior brother Lin, there's no need to be so humble." "That's right. With junior brother Lin's strength, there's no need to be so humble," another voice interjected. It was Qi Jingxing. He didn't hide his cultivation. He had now reached the second rank godly king. But Lin Moyu knew very well that his true combat strength was definitely not just that. On Fireseed Island, everyone had the ability to fight across levels. If they couldn't fight across levels, how could they be worthy of being a Fireseed? "Senior brother Chu overpraises me," Lin Moyu smiled in reply. "Junior brother Lin," Xuanbei said softly, "your aura seems to be more than just a first-rank godly king." Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and he revealed a part of his aura, showing the realm of a third-rank godly king. Xu Jingxing was stunned for half a second, and then laughed. Junior brother Lin has become senior brother Lin. He was magnanimous and unrestrained, without a trace of jealousy. "Senior brother Xu, there's no need for that. I'm a junior after all," Lin Moyu smiled. "Rules are rules." Xu Jingxing waved his hand. Coming from the Divine City, Xu Jingxing had always been a person who followed the rules. Lin Moyu had no choice but to listen. Just then, an arrogant voice rang out. "You are Lin Moyu, the top of the 3 rankings in the Vermilion Bird Star region." A group of people walked over. They wore the uniforms of the War God Temple, their faces arrogant. The leader looked at Lin Moyu coldly. Seeing his appearance, Lin Moyu guessed what was about to happen. The people of the War God Temple always thought they were better than others. This was a recognized fact, and he didn't need to see it with his own eyes. He didn't hide his aura. Wei Baoan, a minor godly venerable. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out to be a minor godly venerable. Seeing that he was so young and had already reached the realm of a minor godly venerable, he was indeed extraordinary. What can I do for you, senior brother Wei? Lin Moyu asked politely. Wei Baoan sneered arrogantly. I wouldn't dare to instruct you. I just want to ask, when junior brother Zhang invited you to join the War God Temple, why did you refuse? Was junior brother Zhang's invitation not sincere enough? Or do you look down on the War God Temple? In response to this questioning tone, Lin Moyu's voice also turned cold. Whether I join the War God Temple or not is my freedom. I don't think so, Wei Baoan said. As a member of the human race, you should naturally take joining the War God Temple as an honor. If it weren't for the War God saving the human race from fire and water back then, the human race would have been destroyed. The War God's legacy is the best choice for the geniuses of our human race. So you refuse to join the War God Temple? Is it because you don't respect the War God? Wei Baoan's voice was arrogant, his words sonorous, sounding very reasonable. Lin Moyu shook his head and sneered. I believe that as long as you contribute to the human race, you are an elite. It's not necessary to join the War God Temple to be considered an elite. Lin Moyu's words were echoed by many people. They had long been dissatisfied with the arrogance of the War God Temple. No matter which star region, the War God Temple always acted superior. Immediately, someone chimed in. That's right. If we don't join the War God Temple, can't we contribute to the human race? Are we not members of the human race? When we were fighting against other races outside, where were the people of the War God Temple? I myself have completed more than 1,000 missions, big and small, and have been through life and death many times, but I have never met a single person from the War God Temple. That's right. What have you people from the War God Temple contributed over the years? Tell us. There were a total of 90 people present, including Lin Moyu. Among them, only 24 were from the War God Temple. The remaining 66 were either from the 4 great star regions or the Divine City. Everyone spoke out in criticism, overwhelming them. Lin Moyu took this opportunity to continue his attack. If all the geniuses of the human race join the War God Temple, what about the army? What about the geniuses in the Divine City? Do all the godly venerables, even the elders in the Divine City, have to join the War God Temple? As long as they refuse to join, they are disrespecting the War God. I have read the records of the past 2,000 years. On the Vermilion Bird battlefield, the human race has fought against major enemy races more than 1,000 times, and countless soldiers and cultivators have sacrificed themselves. I ask you, did any of you from the War God Temple participate? If so, how many? If not, what have you been doing all these years? Lin Moyu's words were like sharp daggers, stabbing straight at Wei Baoan, leaving him speechless. Not only him, but also his colleagues were the same. They didn't know what the War God Temple had been doing. In fact, Lin Moyu knew that the War God Temple must have done a lot of things. It was just that those things were at a level too high for ordinary people like Wei Baoan to know. So Lin Moyu's trump card was the information gap. Want to blame me? You're still too young. The voices of rebuttal grew louder, and no one from the War God Temple could refute them. Even if they did, it was useless. They were too few in number to win. Wei Baoan was so angry that he trembled. He instinctively roared, and the aura of a minor godly venerable erupted. Trying to use your realm to suppress people. But we also have many minor godly venerables on our side, so we're not afraid. Chu Shun immediately retorted, his aura extremely powerful. Not inferior to Wei Baoan's at all. What? You want to fight? Of course, they couldn't fight. Whoever started a fight first, right or wrong, would be severely punished. Lin Moyu knew Chu Shun was just putting on an act. This guy was rough on the outside, but very shrewd on the inside. Lin Moyu snorted softly. Elder Luo once invited me to join the War God Temple. He agreed to reconsider. For the sake of the human race, I did think about joining the War God Temple. But now it seems that it's fine not to join. When I see Elder Luo again, I will explain the situation clearly. Wei Baoan was stunned. He realized who the Elder Luo Lin Moyu mentioned was. His voice trembled. You mean Elder Luo? Godly Venerable Luo Clankun. Is there a second Elder Luo in the War God Temple's Vermilion Bird branch? Lin Moyu said. Wei Baoan was dazed, and his vision went dark. He realized he was wrong. If he had known that Luo Clankun had also invited Lin Moyu, he would never have come to provoke him. Now he was in a difficult situation and had lost a lot of face. Not only him but also the war god temple had lost face. If this matter reached Liu Clankun's ears, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant as before. Lin Moyu didn't want to get entangled with someone like him. His level was too low, and his cultivation was nothing special. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked up at the sky, a look of surprise and joy in his eyes.